After Jiang Xi perished in the apocalypse, she found herself transported into the world of orcs. The silver lining was that her healing abilities had traversed with her. However, the unfortunate news was that she had become a venomous female overlord, afflicted by numerous poisonous blisters, and was accompanied by 5 beastly husbands, unable to sever their marital bonds, originally 10, exiled to a cursed land. Observing her strikingly handsome yet battered husbands, who resolutely refused to submit, Jiang Xi declared that as long as they could discover a way to dissolve their marriage contracts, she would grant them freedom. With her healing powers in hand, she tended to her own afflictions while foraging for sustenance to alleviate the famine in the cursed land and dispel its curses. In no time, Jiang Xi transformed from a despised female tyrant into a coveted partner. The high-quality orcs of the tribe prayed daily, yearning to be with her, even without a formal title. Powerful orcs from beyond the tribe were drawn to her, hoping merely to catch her eye. Her husbands gradually sensed a growing threat. Even after discovering a method to annul their bonds, they preferred to remain bound, pleading for her not to cast them aside, while also vying for her attention at night. When the 5 husbands, who once risked everything to dissolve their bonds, returned, Jiang Xi nonchalantly stated, "Who are you? I do not recognize you. Do not disturb my life." Chapter 1. Transformed into a malevolent overlord of abused husbands. In the dead of night, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. Jiang Xi curled up on a straw mat, her mind inundated with a torrent of unfamiliar memories. Without the holy female, how will you continue to be so arrogant? With such an unsightly appearance, you dare to covet me? I would rather forfeit my powers than remain bound to you. A sweet-faced girl, flanked by 5 exceptionally handsome men, pointed and mocked her with disdain. Encircled by shadows and the encompassing darkness, a multitude of figures gazed at her with contempt. Jiang Xi abruptly opened her eyes, gasping as she sat up. Upon surveying her dilapidated surroundings, she was struck dumb. Had she not perished in the zombie apocalypse? Yet, the memories flooding her mind revealed that she had crossed over into a world where females were revered and males subjugated, a realm where every female could possess countless husbands. The original Jiang Xi, like her, was the daughter of the holy female of the sacred city, having indulged in her whims and tyrannized both females and males, compelling her mother to forcibly marry her 10 outstanding husbands. However, with the passing of her mother, a new holy female ascended and banished her to the cursed land. Along with her exile were her 10 husbands. However, 5 of them risked losing their powers and lives to sever their bonds, leaving the remaining 5 unable to escape their marital ties and thus accompanying her to the cursed land. Dazed, she opened the door, but instead of gazing at the colorful auroras above, her attention was drawn to a young man kneeling in the snow. The youth, with a beautifully sculpted upper body and pale skin marred by bruising whip marks, shivered as snowflakes fell, turning his dark hair white. Despite the cold, his demeanor remained that of an elegant nobleman. As the door creaked open, the youth raised his amber eyes, their lashes dusted white, briefly meeting hers before lowering again. Following the memories, Jiang Xi called out his name, Lu Lufeng. Lu Lufeng stiffened, his head bowing even lower. "Is all Lufeng's fault? Please punish me, my lady." "My lady? Punish?" More memories surged into her mind. Apart from her mother, no one had ever dared to touch her, including her 10 husbands. The original Jiang, she often drugged her husbands in attempts to force them into intimacy, yet she had never succeeded. This time, she had administered a drug to her Eagle tribe husband, Lu Lufeng, but he would rather die than touch her. In a fit of rage, the original Jiang, she punished him to kneel in the snow and mercilessly whipped him. In this world where females were exalted and males subjugated, a female could freely beat and scold her husbands should one perish. The female would face no repercussions. However, if the female died, the husbands bound by the marriage contract would also perish. Jiang Xi covered her face. Just as she contemplated the absurdity of this world, her fingers grazed the blisters on her face. Without further delay, she urged Lu Lufeng to rise. "You may stand now, come inside and tend to your wounds." Yet, instead of rising, Lu Lufeng remained tense. "Please, my lady, punish me." Jiang Xi pondered for a moment and understood his apprehension. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you." Through the influx of memories, she also grasped the meaning behind the clattering and the vibrant lights swirling outside. Those were the orcs of the cursed land, defending against a new wave of cursed beasts. As the name suggests, the cursed land was entirely afflicted by curses, including the beasts. Each time these cursed beasts were slain, they would resurrect 3 days later, continuing their assault on the cursed land. The orcs had tried countless methods to halt their revival, resorting to organizing hunts every 3 days to combat the cursed beast tide. "My lady, do you truly wish to forgive Lu Feng?" Lu Feng asked, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Indeed," Jiang Xi nodded. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. I apologize for today's events. I shall not strike you again." She had no inclination to torment others. Moreover, she needed these husbands to protect her in the cursed land. Lu Feng's eyes shifted, astonished that he had heard an apology from his lady. Just as he hesitated, the gate to the courtyard creaked open. A bloodied man entered, his short, slick gray hair contrasting starkly with his pale blue-gray eyes and sharp features that exuded an imposing aura. Jiang Xi momentarily froze. This was another of her husbands, the wolf tribe orc Mu Ling, previously her guard, whom she had forcibly taken as a husband. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, Mu Ling's eyes flickered with barely concealed disdain, quickly suppressing it. He knew that if Jiang Xi detected his distaste, he would be the next to kneel in the snow and face punishment. Mu Ling lowered his head. "My lady, the chief requires Lu Feng to scout the situation outside the wall." In essence, he was asking her to let Lu Feng go. Previously, Jiang Xi would have protested vehemently, cursing the chief for daring to issue such orders. But this time, she hesitated not. "Go ahead." This left Mu Ling momentarily stunned. He hesitated to meet her gaze, but quickly lowered his head again. The next moment, Jiang Xi approached Lu Feng, placing her hand on his bare shoulder. Both Lu Feng and Mu Ling thought in unison that to gain her release, they would inevitably have to endure some hardship, even with the cursed beast tide as an excuse. Yet, the following second, they were both taken aback. A shimmering green light emanated from Jiang Xi's hand, as the bloodied whip marks on Lu Feng's body gradually healed, though not entirely gone. They had significantly improved. She had sensed that her healing powers from the apocalypse had accompanied her across dimensions. However, her abilities remained quite weak, akin to their initial awakening. Merely mending the wounds left her feeling utterly drained. "Has my lady regained her spiritual power?" Lu Feng marveled. It appeared to differ from her previous spiritual power. Mu Ling narrowed his eyes. In the orc world, the reverence of females and the subjugation of males stemmed not only from the rarity of females, but primarily because females were born with spiritual powers, capable of soothing and healing the violent abilities of orcs through intimate kisses and unions. Among them, a select few females could manifest their spiritual power to heal external injuries. These manifestors were known as holy favored females. Sheng Ci refers to the chosen one among the Sheng once-reviled Xing, selected by the Mother Tree of Life. Chapter 2. The Empress seems different somehow. Jiang, she was once a member of the Sheng once-reviled Xing. Otherwise, despite having a Sheng Ci mother, it would have been impossible for her to forcibly seize the 10 most exceptional beastmen in the Holy City. However, after the passing of her Sheng Ci mother, her external spiritual power vanished. She was denounced by the Holy City, accused of having her external manifestation manipulated by her Sheng Ci mother. With her mother now deceased, her external spiritual power disappeared as well. Consequently, Jiang Xi was found guilty and exiled to the cursed land. It was akin to being unaware of Lu Feng kneeling outside her door when she had not opened it. Upon Mu Ling's entrance, she immediately recalled that he was her wolf clan husband. If not deliberately contemplated, many memories remained hazy. Therefore, she confidently utilized what she remembered. Jiang Xi nodded. "I've regained a bit." Lu Feng intended to scout the beast tide. Going in his injured state could lead to peril. Jiang, she had only just arrived in this world. Her safety, still uncertain, having another to protect her would provide her with a measure of security, allowing her to better plan for the future. Having survived for 10 years in the apocalypse, she possessed a healing ability coveted by various bases and had endured countless life and death crises. Not to mention, the cursed land itself was the greatest source of danger. You two may go, I shall rest for a while." Having said this, Jiang Xi did not wait for their reactions before turning and entering the room. Once inside, she leaned against the door and exhaled deeply. Traversing into the world of beastmen was not terrifying. What was truly daunting was the fact that she had 10 beast husbands. All types, indeed, each one strikingly handsome beyond reason. Fortunately, there were currently only 5, and these 5 kept their distance from her, treating her like a venomous snake. Otherwise, having grown up in a monogamous society, Jiang Xi truly would not know how to face these 5 exceptionally handsome beast husbands who bore their burdens silently. Never retaliating or rebuking her, in the courtyard, Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling exchanged glances, confusion evident in their eyes. When had the Empress become so agreeable? The two did not linger in the yard. On their way out, Mu Ling glanced at Lu Lufeng. What just happened? Lu Lufeng recounted the encounter, which seemed no different from usual, causing Mu Ling to furrow her brow. It appeared nothing had changed. Could it be that the Empress had regained her spiritual power, thus lifting her spirits? But they had little time to ponder, as the beastmen defending against the beast tide rushed to Lu Lufeng for assistance. "Lufeng, you finally arrived. Among the beastmen, only you can scout the direction of the cursed beast tide." After saying this, noticing blood on his clothes, they expressed sympathy. "Did your Empress strike you again? I must say you all ought to consider your own futures. It is not impossible to dissolve a marriage contract successfully. There are many females willing to marry you in the cursed land. Once this wave of the beast tide passes, you should venture out like Huilin and see if you can find a Jian Hengua. Jian Hengua is a fruit that grows outside the cursed land, reputed to minimally damage marriage contracts when dissolved. Over the past 6 months, they had searched without success." Lu Lufeng nodded, acknowledging the suggestion. Yet, what lingered in his mind was the warmth of the Empress's hand resting on his shoulder while she healed him. She seemed somehow different. Mu Ling shot him a cold glance, as if guessing his thoughts. "Lu Lufeng, you truly are insufferable. Have you not been punished enough?" She had been roused from sleep by the cold, groggily wrapping herself in all the beast skins before falling back into a deep slumber. The beast tide retreated in the middle of the night, yet the snow fell throughout. The next morning, upon opening the door, she was greeted by a landscape of pristine white, each wooden house with thatched roofs blanketed in thick snow. As the cold wind blew, Jiang Xi shivered. Lu Liufeng's voice came from nearby. "Empress, are you awake?" Jiang Xi looked over to see the handsome young man already cooking in the kitchen. The kitchen door was wide open, steam rising in plumes, creating a misty veil. Lu Lufeng was enveloped in this white fog, resembling an ethereal being, elegant and otherworldly. Jiang Xi felt somewhat shy to meet his gaze, responding with a simple, She approached, scooping water from the stone basin for washing her face. In that moment, as the water rippled, she caught sight of her own reflection, a face marred by uneven black blemishes. Jiang Xi could barely stomach the sight, feeling nauseated. No wonder no one wished to come near her. At that moment, a ladle of hot water was poured into the basin from the side. Lu Liufeng's voice echoed above her. "Empress, it is cold. Let me add some hot water." Jiang Xi swallowed back the saliva induced by her disgust, not daring to look up for fear of repulsing him. "Thank you." Lu Lufeng stiffened slightly, unsure how to respond. This is what Lufeng ought to do. Jiang Xi had noticed the unusual state of her face and body since the previous night. However, the darkness and her exhaustion had led her to sleep without further inspection. Today, upon seeing her reflection, she felt so repulsed that she lost her appetite for breakfast. She rolled up the sleeves of her beast skin, discovering her arms bore the same uneven black blemishes, clearly the result of repeated skin damage and regrowth. Jiang Xi squatted by the stone basin, contemplating, and placed her palm over the back of her left hand, which was riddled with pits and blemishes. A gentle green light began to flicker anew. After a night of rest, her abilities had unexpectedly replenished. Though she was uncertain of the reason, she was eager to test their effectiveness. Soon, a tingling sensation spread across her hand. In the next moment, she observed black liquid oozing from her hand, and as it dripped to the ground, it surprisingly released a puff of black smoke. Jiang Xi paused, looking at the back of her hand, noticing the black blemishes visibly reduced. Her eyes brightened. It worked. Lu Lufeng, hearing the sound, approached, inquiring, "Empress, what has happened?" Upon noticing the black stain on the ground and the remnants of the black liquid on the Empress's hand, his gaze widened in disbelief as he looked at her. Empress, this what is it? Chapter 3. Willing to dissolve the marriage contract, Jiang, she casually remarked. It's nothing, just conducting a small experiment. Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together, refraining from further inquiries. Yet he couldn't help but cast glances toward the mistress while stirring the thick porridge. By the stone basin, Jiang Xi dipped her hand into the water once more. A shimmering green light surfaced as she infused the water with her healing abilities. Taking a deep breath, she submerged her face in the water. A tingling sensation enveloped her features. It was not until she could no longer hold her breath that she liberated her face from the water. Indeed, the water in the basin had turned pitch black. Moreover, this method of hydrotherapy proved to have a broader therapeutic range while consuming significantly less energy. Jiang Xi's eyes brightened with excitement, but upon gazing at the basin of dark water, she fell into contemplation. The black water seemed quite toxic. The basin was too heavy for her to move, and after some futile attempts, she turned to Lu Lufeng for assistance. Lu Lufeng, could you help me dispose of this basin of water outside? We cannot risk poisoning everyone at home. Lu Lufeng approached effortlessly, lifting the stone basin with ease. Jiang Xi cast him an envious glance before hastily warning him. Be careful not to let any of the water splash on you. It might burn. Lu Lufeng responded with a soft hum, as if entranced. He had never anticipated that the mistress would exhibit such gentleness. As Jiang Xi watched him head toward the backyard, she heard a door creak open behind her. A man with white hair and blue eyes, strikingly handsome, entered the room. Even dressed in a tattered beast skin outfit stained with blood, he exuded an irresistible allure. This was Jiang Xi's snow fox beast husband, Yueshi, renowned in the holy city for his beauty, having attracted fierce competition among numerous females, even resulting in brawls. Ultimately, under pressure from Jiang Xi's revered mother, he was compelled to marry her. Since their union, he had consistently ignored Jiang Xi, openly displaying his disdain and aversion toward her. Yet, the more he rejected her, the more the original persona found herself enamored. He was akin to a trophy for the original self, a sight to behold even from a distance. Jiang Xi felt a sense of relief in his disregard. After Lu Lufeng disposed of the water, he too witnessed this scene. Concerned that the mistress might become irate, he stepped in to explain on Yueshi's behalf. However, Yueshi frowned and declared, I would rather die than beg her. Jiang Xi noticed the flicker in Lu Yofeng's beautiful long eyes, discerning Yueshi's reluctance. She nodded, not pressing the issue. Shall we eat? I'm so hungry. The beast skin garment hung loosely, revealing her muscular torso, and even amidst the snowy landscape, beads of sweat glistened on her sun-kissed skin, exuding an undeniable sexiness. Lu Lufeng ladled a pot of steaming concoction into several large wooden bowls, the contents appearing unidentifiable and sticky. Mu Ling set down some firewood and casually wiped his brow before sitting by the fire. The kitchen lacked a table, so everyone gathered around the warmth of the fire, each holding a bowl to eat. With the door closed, blocking out the cold air, an unusual atmosphere settled in the kitchen, as the mistress never dined with them here. She usually required her meals to be brought to her room. Lu Lufeng awkwardly added more firewood. Mu Ling did not glance at the mistress throughout. Clutching his bowl and eating rapidly, Jiang Xi looked at the unrecognizable mush in her bowl, scooping a mouthful with a large wooden spoon. The moment it entered her mouth, her brow furrowed in distaste. It was exceedingly unpalatable. What is this? A taste of earthiness mixed with the stench of meat made her gag as she barely swallowed it down. Observing her reaction, Lu Lufeng felt a surge of embarrassment and spoke up. Mistress, due to the beast tide last night, we didn't have time to hunt in the mountains. We apologize for having you eat this porridge with us. Mu Ling had already finished his first bowl and was scooping a second. Noticing Lu Yofeng's obsequious demeanor, he couldn't help but interject. Mistress, food is scarce in winter, and many families in the tribe are going hungry, so please refrain from being too picky. Jiang Xi pressed her lips together. She never was picky, but this was simply too dreadful. Mu Ling, Lu Lufeng quickly called out to him, urging him to cease before he provoked the mistress's wrath, which would lead to his own suffering. Mu Ling, with a sharp arch of his brow, did not retreat. In spring, summer, and autumn, the mistress could be picky, but now in this frigid winter, where can we find game? Lu Lufeng, do you think you can guarantee a successful hunt today? She spoke bluntly, indicating that if the mistress wanted to scold, she was free to do so. The original self had grown accustomed to being finicky in the holy city, and after being exiled to the cursed land, she demanded fresh meat daily to be willing to eat. Otherwise, she would rather starve than consume leftover meat. Jiang Xi remained silent for a few moments, then turned to Mu Ling. I will not strike you, nor will I harm any of you in the future. The man's sharp brow was formidable, his demeanor cold and imposing. And had she not known that beastmen could not physically harm females, she would have hesitated to confront him directly. I will find a way to address the food issue. I will not let you bear the burden alone. Jiang, she cast her gaze toward both men. I understand that you all wish to dissolve the marriage contract, and as soon as I can locate the Jin Hungwa, I will cooperate with you in this endeavor. The Jin Hungwa was a method she had discovered in her memories. However, even with the Jin Hungwa, the mistress had to be willing to dissolve the contract for the beast husbands to incur minimal harm. She was unaware how the 5 from the holy city managed it. But if the 5 beast husbands from the cursed land could find the Jin Hungwa, she would be willing to assist them. If the relationship could not improve, she had no desire to spend her life with those who detested her. Once she healed from the toxins in her body, she could seek out a true partner who would care for and cherish her for a lifetime. Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling were both taken aback. Despite Lu Lufeng being aware of the mistress's significant transformation, he had never anticipated that she would be willing to dissolve the marriage contract with them. Previously, whenever the mistress mentioned the marriage contract, it was solely to curse the 5 beast husbands of the holy city, employing a myriad of vicious words, wishing for them to lose their abilities or perish entirely after severing ties with her. She had also warned the 5 from the cursed land that should they dare use the Jin Hungwa to dissolve the marriage, she would ensure they did not get their wish, even should it mean inflicting grave harm. Chapter 4. The food is inedible in truth. It was said that 1,000 years ago, if the mistress so desired, she could dissolve the marriage contract directly, without the beast husbands suffering any harm. However, due to a certain saintess at that time, who despised her dragon beast husband and forcefully annulled their marriage, the dragon beast husband, disheartened, sacrificed himself in their ancestral land, casting down a curse upon the world. Henceforth, once a marriage contract was formed between a mistress and a beast husband, it could never be undone. Only a few powerful beast tribes retained some means of forceful dissolution. Yet even then, significant harm would still be inflicted. This harm varied according to the mistress's willingness. The less willing she was, the greater the damage inflicted upon the beast husband during dissolution. Romance may end, and marriages may dissolve. Yet, in Jiang Xi's view, the lifelong contract in the beastman world was utterly unreasonable. Thus, should they wish to leave, she would not obstruct them. Of course, the prerequisite was that they must find a way to depart. Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling remained silent before the fire. In the quiet kitchen, only the crackling of the flames could be heard. From a young age, Lu Lufeng had been taught to follow the mistress's wishes without question, understanding that what she said was absolute. As a beastman given in marriage, he had never seen his mistress prior to their union. Despite his dislike for her and his reluctance to allow her to assist him with his abilities, he had never considered dissolving the marriage contract. Mu Ling, while surprised by the mistress's metamorphosis, cherished this opportunity to distance himself from her. Thank you, mistress. Should I find the Jin Hungwa, I hope you will not forget what you have said today. Until I locate the Jin Hungwa, I will still be your beast husband, providing for you and enduring your reproaches. As long as there is no intimate contact, he is willing to do anything. He is a traditional orc, believing in a lifelong commitment. Until he finds his destined mate, he will not allow any female to touch him. Therefore, even though he was forced to marry Jiang Xi, he has maintained his distance. His lifelong aspiration has been to dissolve the marriage contract with Jiang Xi and seek his fated mate. Jiang Xi nodded, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I will not go back on my word." Reflecting on his casual acceptance of her hitting and scolding, she reiterated, "I promise I will not strike you again." Lu Lufeng felt a stirring in his heart, thinking that perhaps the female master had genuinely changed. However, a trace of irony flickered in Mu Ling's eyes. He had been the female master's guardian since childhood, witnessing her misdeeds, and he would never believe she could genuinely repent. Only Lu Lufeng, the fool, would think that the female master could reform. After clearing things up, Jiang Xi felt a sense of relief. The food before her was exceedingly unpalatable. No matter how she urged herself to eat, she found it impossible. Beyond the poison on her skin, improving her diet was of utmost importance. She turned to Lu Lufeng, the only one among the orc husbands who was relatively gentle and exuded kindness. "After we finish eating, will you accompany me to the mountains? I wish to see if there is anything edible there. Lu Lufeng hesitated for a moment, saying, I can, but the female master need not go to the mountains. Mu Ling frowned and remarked, Female master, seeking food is our duty. If you personally venture into the mountains, it will be a disgrace to us orc husbands. Jiang Xi could no longer contain herself and blurted out, Then if the food is this terrible, how can I eat it? Mu Ling thought to himself, as expected. She remains the same Jiang Xi who disregards the lives of others. Lu Lufeng quickly interjected to ease the tension. I also need to go up the mountain to hunt. I will take the female master along. She has not been out for a long time, and it would be nice for her to see the snow scenery. Jiang Xi thought to herself how fortunate she was to have Lu Lufeng. After their meal, Lu Lufeng slung a basket and stone axe over his shoulder and led the female master outside. To prevent harm from the orc's beast form to the houses, there is a rule in the tribe that one must leave the tribe before transforming into beast form. Thus, I asked the female master to walk a short distance. We will soon exit the tribe. Jiang Xi nodded in understanding. In her recollection, the cursed land was not merely a single tribe, but a conglomeration of 7 tribes. The 7 tribes from south to north were named in Hu, Yangquan, Mangjiao, Shihao, Lingkong, Langji, and Xiaowei, arrayed behind a high wall built by powerful orc shamans, known as the Wall of Protection. Each tribe's location is at the gaps in the Wall of Protection. Beyond those gaps lies the true cursed land where beasts cannot tread. Any living being that enters will inevitably suffer varying degrees of cursed pollution, ultimately becoming mindless. Repeating creatures akin to those cursed beasts, knowing only slaughter. Between each tribe, or rather, behind the Wall of Protection where the tribes reside, is known as the Giantwood Forest. The Giantwood Forest is vast and boundless, inhabited by countless tribes. To traverse the Giantwood Forest, even the swiftest of the Lingkong orcs would require several months. Aerial patrols prevent exiled beasts and females from escaping. The shortest journey from one tribe to another on foot takes at least half a month, while aerial travel takes a minimum of 5 days. The tribe from which Jiang Xi was exiled is the Central Shihao tribe, the largest among the cursed lands, with the widest gap in its protective wall. Although the 7 tribes are named after beast clans, due to the mingling of exiles, each tribe has become a mixed one. Nevertheless, each tribe leader is still chosen from the clan corresponding to the tribe's name. The leader of a Shihao tribe is a white lion orc, said to be a descendant of the 6-winged white lion. Unfortunately, his son has regressed, possessing only 2 wings, which regrettably cannot support flight. The tribe consists of wooden walls and thatched roofs, with a few simple houses enclosed by a fence, quite rudimentary compared to the holy city in her memory, which was like heaven compared to earth. Nonetheless, Jiang Xi found herself fond of this place, rich with the essence of life. After being exiled here, the original body faced scorn from all directions and became notorious for her battles. However, Jiang Xi was aware that the holy female mother had already passed away. She tugged at the beast skin mask on her face, quickening her pace. Although she was not someone overly concerned with her appearance, she found the toxic lumps on her face rather repulsive. Hence, she covered her face with beast skin before stepping outside. Lu Lufeng walked ahead and turned the corner first. Before Jiang Xi could follow, she heard a delicate voice ahead. Lufeng Gidge, your abilities were so violent last night. Have you not groomed them in a while? It's no wonder with Jiang Xi's demeanor. How could you possibly groom them? The voice continued, Come to my house. I can help you groom them. My husbands have all gone hunting. Chapter 5. This transformation is so handsome. Jiang Xi rounded the corner. Wanting to retreat, it was already too late. A lovely female with wheat-colored skin and black hair, draped in beast skin, stood behind her fence, cradling a small yellow lion. Her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lu Lufeng. Jiang Xi silently appeared within the female's line of sight. Before she could decide whether to pretend not to see or actually not see, she raised her hand to touch the beast skin on her face. Isn't this adequately covered? Is it really that terrifying? Searching her memory, she couldn't pinpoint specifics. After all, Jiang Xi had quarreled with far too many females, having scolded nearly all the females in the tribe for coveting her husbands, pulling their headpieces, pushing them into water, burning their beast skins, and so on. For now, let us assume she was just another female who had been mercilessly scolded. Female master. Lu Yofeng's eyes flashed with panic as he quickly explained, Please believe me. I have nothing to do with her. I have never sought her to groom my abilities, nor have I sought any female for that matter. None of the female master's husbands have ever groomed their abilities. Jiang Xi cleared her throat. It's all right. You don't need to explain this to me. After all, I promised you, as long as you can find the Jin Hunghua, I would be willing to cooperate with you to dissolve the marriage, right? So if you have any females you fancy, feel free to pursue them. I won't say anything or hold it against you. It won't count as infidelity. Jiang Xi spoke candidly, her dark eyes clear and untainted. After saying this, she lifted her foot and continued walking. Lu Lufeng stood there, momentarily stunned by her figure, feeling a bit lost and unsure. This time, it seemed the female master was serious. He hurriedly followed after her. After turning a few more corners, they encountered a group of spirited young orcs. The moment the youths spotted Jiang Xi, they quickly covered their faces, huddling together to scurry past. Once they had run far, whispers could be heard. Quick, we mustn't let her see my handsome face. Exactly. What if she falls in love with me and insists on marrying me? Jiang Xi thought to herself, in the cursed land, there were no holy females, nor were there any revered females. Even ordinary females were exceedingly rare. It was quite normal for a female to have a dozen husbands. However, Jiang Xi, who had been exiled for 6 months, had not gained any new husbands. Rather, there was a tendency for a decrease, leaving only Lu Lufeng. Lu Lufeng quickly spoke up. Female master, please do not be angry. They're just young orcs who have recently transformed and do not know the world. In the future, they may not even have any females to pursue. In the cursed land, single orcs were everywhere, unlike the holy city, which had temples for solace. The ultimate fate for them was either to perish from an inability to control their violent abilities or succumb to curse pollution, becoming lifeless or self-destructive in the world. Jiang Xi responded with a soft indicating that she was not angry. She was not so desperate as to desire any orc. However, it did remind her of the fluffy little creatures in the tribe, which were the young orcs who had yet to transform. The young beastmen transform into full beastmen only upon reaching adulthood. Lu Lufeng carefully observed the female lord, and upon noticing the absence of anger in her bright black eyes, he let out a sigh of relief. The journey was smooth. After departing from the tribe, Lu Lufeng unfurled his magnificent wings, adorned with beautiful brown-black feathers interspersed with amber hues. Apart from that, he exhibited no other changes. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, his skin pale and cool, and his amber eyes were clear, exuding an elegant charm. Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regardless of anything else, the transformation was simply breathtaking. He had conjured a pair of wings out of thin air without even tearing the beast's skin. Curious, she glanced at Lu Liufeng's back, noticing an opening in the beast's skin from which the wings emerged, subtly revealing his pale skin. Unable to resist, Lu Lufeng pressed his wings down a bit, feeling somewhat shy about exposing his skin. Although the female lord was aware, he still felt compelled to explain due to the curiosity reflected in her gaze. This is my half-beast form, suitable for short flights. For long-distance travel, I must fully transform into an eagle. Otherwise, I would be unable to sustain it. Jiang Xi nodded eagerly with sparkling eyes. Her hands itched to touch his beautiful feathers. Yet, recalling that their divorce and dissolution of the marriage contract might come soon, she restrained herself. My lady, Lufeng will take you up the mountain, he said, slightly bowing in deference. Without further ado, he swept her off her feet and soared into the sky with a flap of his wings. Jiang Xi gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lu Liufeng's neck as they hovered weightlessly. The cold air swept around them, and the view suddenly expanded. The tribe shrank beneath them, revealing a towering, reddish-brown wall that seemed to stretch endlessly along the forest. Beneath the wall lay a massive opening filled with blackwood. As they ascended higher, Jiang Xi beheld the cursed land beyond the protective wall. Staring in awe, her mind was momentarily overwhelmed. It was a landscape where deep crimson and pitch black intertwined, resembling flowing magma, with dark blood surging forth. Even under the bright sun, a colossal red moon hung low at the edge of the cursed land, as if tainted by it. In her memories, the moon of the holy city was pure and sacred, unlike this blood-red moon that cast a sinister hue over the ground at night. The sensation of floating caused Jiang Xi to cling tightly to Lu Lufeng, and the beast's skin mask slipped slightly down her face, causing warm breath to cascade over the young man's neck. Soon, a blush crept across her cheeks. Jiang Xi was oblivious, her gaze entirely captured by the breathtaking scenery below. The thrill of being suspended in the air was exhilarating. Lu Lufeng flew for a considerable while before finally landing in a snowy mountain area dotted with exposed boulders. Beyond the bare stones lay a thick blanket of snow, interspersed with patches of greenery and barren branches, creating a stunning spectacle. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, but once on solid ground, she understood why. From her limited perspective, she had failed to see the numerous pools hidden between the stones, with the unique vegetation flourishing at their edges. The mingling of heat and cold created a mist above the water, revealing a geothermal hot spring. Lu Yofeng's skin behind his ears was still flushed as he noticed the female lord captivated by the warm spring. "My lady, there's a hot spring here. You can rest and cleanse yourself while I hunt nearby," he suggested. Jiang Xi paused, unable to suppress her laughter. "Do you really think I came here just to enjoy the snowy scenery?" Chapter 6. The Serpent Clan Beastman despises the female lord. Jiang Xi's face was covered with beast skin, her bangs veiling her forehead, yet when she smiled, her large eyes sparkled brightly, making her exceedingly beautiful, causing one to instinctively overlook the unsightly skin around her eyes. Lu Lufeng gazed at her eyes, momentarily entranced, his cheeks growing warmer. Had the female lord's eyes always been this beautiful? Having faced her for half a year, he didn't need to lift the beast skin mask to know the ugly visage concealed beneath. Yet for the first time, he felt she appeared remarkably lovely. Jiang Xi indeed wished to soak in the hot spring, but she did not forget the day's purpose. Hot spring? Lu Lufeng mused momentarily, quickly accepting her description. It appeared that hot spring was indeed more fitting than warm spring. However, glancing at the slender body wrapped in beast skin, he couldn't help but urge, "My lady, let me handle the hunting." Jiang Xi waved her hand dismissively, assuming he was concerned about her causing trouble. "You focus on your prey. I will search for edible plants growing in the earth or trees." "In the earth?" Lu Lufeng questioned, puzzled. "Oh, come on, just let me look." Jiang Xi's voice unconsciously took on a hint of coaxing. "You can hunt nearby. I'll just explore a little, staying close enough not to interfere with your hunting." Lu Lufeng had never heard such a tone before, and his face reddened further. Noticing his pale cheeks suddenly flush, Jiang Xi grew a bit worried. "Are you all right? Why is your face so red? Is it too hot here at the Hot Spring Mountain?" Although she was unfamiliar with beastmen, she surmised they retained certain animalistic traits and preferences. Cold-blooded and heat-loving creatures each had their characteristics. She assumed that Lu Lufeng, being an eagle-type beastman adorned with feathers, might not favor warm environments. Lu Lufeng quickly lowered his head. "And no, not at all. Then shall we head to the Hot River Valley? It is safer there." Jiang Xi, knowing nothing, readily agreed. The Hot River Valley was in close proximity to the Hot Spring Mountain, or rather, they were essentially two sides of the same mountain, one a ridge and the other a valley. The temperature in the valley was significantly higher than on the ridge, devoid of snow and instead brimming with lush greenery and vibrant life, filled with the sounds of birds and insects. Observing the valley reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, Jiang Xi thought it was an ideal hunting environment, surely teeming with animals seeking refuge from the winter. However, she would soon learn why that was not the case. Lu Lufeng set her down on the ground and called out towards an area overgrown with vines. Jiang Xi's mind spun as memories surged forth. Duan Si, her Serpent Clan beastman husband, a great black python, had once been the strongest fighter in the underground arena of the Holy City. He had accumulated enough ransom for his freedom, but was forcibly wed to her the day before his release. After their marriage, he had attacked her, and if not for the backlash from the marriage contract, she might have perished long ago. A rustling sound of scales sliding over leaves erupted, and numerous gazes converged from all directions. Jiang Xi's scalp tingled as she froze in place, unable to move. Countless massive serpent heads emerged, their crimson tongues flicking out with hissing sounds. Not far away, a red python transformed into a young man with a human head and serpent body, his red hair and golden eyes striking. Leaning against a tree trunk with arms crossed, his long serpent tail coiled behind him, disappearing into the forest. The Serpent Clan beastmen are cold-blooded and thrive in warm environments. During winter, they are forced into hibernation. Unlike pure wild serpents, Serpent Clan beastmen enter a frenzied state during hibernation, making them prone to death. Thus, most Serpent Clan beastmen reside in warm regions to avoid hibernation. However, those exiled to the Cursed Land have no choice, so every winter, the snake men from the Lion Roar, Sky, and Python Strangle tribes spend the winter in the Hot River Valley, close to the Lion Roar tribe. The beastmen from the three tribes have mutually agreed not to hunt in the hot river valley during winter to ensure the Serpent clan beastmen have a source of food. However, females can enter the hot river valley to seek food or visit their beastmen husbands. However, due to the remoteness of the Rihi Valley, aside from the Linkong beastmen who can swiftly arrive, even the closest Lion's Roar tribe requires a considerable amount of time to traverse the distance. Consequently, very few females are willing to visit the Serpent clan beastmen and their progeny residing within the valley. The Serpent clan beastmen in Rihi Valley hail from three tribes, with the most numerous being the Python Stranglers. Although the Python Stranglers and the Linkong tribe beastmen have never encountered Jiang Xi, they have heard numerous accounts of her deeds from the Lion's Roar tribe beastmen. Jiang Xi raised her eyes, looking at Lu Lufeng with a pleading gaze, nearly on the verge of tears. Let me accompany you. Do not leave her alone among the serpents. Despite her awareness that the beastmen of this world cannot harm females, the sight of the enormous and terrifying pythons still filled her with dread. Lu Lufeng shook his head gently but resolutely. I spotted a wild boar a couple of days ago. It would be too perilous to bring a female along. He cast a glance towards the still heap of vines, sighing inwardly. Moreover, the winter in the cursed land is exceedingly harsh. If the tribe truly cannot endure, the female can always come to live in Rihi Valley. After explaining, Lu Lufeng set a time to return for her and took to the skies once more. Jiang Xi called out to him, instinctively taking a few steps forward. However, with Lu Lufeng soaring above, she remained in the valley, helplessly watching his figure diminish in the sky. The young man's voice resonated downwards. Jiang Xi felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps it was because Lu Lufeng was the first person she saw upon opening her eyes. Or perhaps his gentle temperament had unconsciously fostered her dependence on him. She realized she could not continue like this. Lu Lufeng was right. Accompanying him to hunt wild boars was far too dangerous, and with the ground blanketed in snow, the only food she could seek out could only be found in Rihi Valley. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xi suddenly felt a tightness in her calves. The sensation of restraint made her lower her head, discovering two small green snakes hissing and crawling up her beast-hide trousers. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat, instinctively retreating and tumbling onto the sandy ground, letting out a scream. The shriek startled the usually tranquil Rihi Valley, bringing a hint of liveliness. A man with a human head and serpent body, possessing a green tail, hurriedly approached, grasping one of the small green snakes and lifting it into the air. I apologize. These little ones frightened you. In the beastman's genealogy, the Serpent clan is cold-blooded, lustful, and possesses a strong reproductive drive, making them generally unpopular among females. The two small green snakes twisted in the air, emitting childish exclamations. So fragrant! So fragrant! The female is so fragrant. The serpent man flushed with embarrassment. Do not shout recklessly. These tiny green snakes cannot even transform into human form, and it is uncertain whether there will be females for them in the future. How can they call someone else's female so casually? Jiang Xi composed herself, reminding herself that all the snakes here were beastmen, capable of transforming into human forms, and would not attack her. And no, it's all right, she said, covering her racing heart as she attempted to rise. However, as her hand pushed down, it met not the sandy ground but the cool, scaly surface of another creature. Jiang Xi's heart halted, nearly screaming again. Slowly turning her head, she beheld shimmering red scales. A red-tailed creature was gently lifting her from the ground. Jiang Xi steadied herself and looked over, finding the red-haired, alluring young man who had initially leaned against the tree. With their proximity now closer, Jiang Xi could clearly see the exposed muscles of his upper body and the alluring contour of his waist, partially hidden among the scales. Thank you, Jiang Xi awkwardly expressed, hastily averting her gaze. In addition to the red-scaled youth, the green serpent man before her was also bare-chested, and from the woods on either side of the valley, beastmen with human heads and serpent bodies curiously emerged, peering at her. The sight of numerous serpent heads protruding from the bushes, alongside the bare-chested beastmen, was overwhelmingly striking. She had never witnessed such a scene in her life. Once she regained her composure, she quickly stammered, I will head into the forest to look for plants. You need not concern yourselves with me. She refrained from mentioning food, purely out of concern that these beastmen might insist on having her sit down to dine, especially among a group of bare-chested beastmen. The green serpent man hung the two small green snakes around his neck, and, upon seeing the female venture into the forest, cast a curious glance at the red-scaled youth. Nakin, has your mating season arrived? That should not be the case. It is winter. Before Nakin could respond, sounds of rustling emerged from the vine-covered area. A pair of crimson snake eyes appeared momentarily from among the vines, scanning the beastmen in the valley before vanishing once more. Yet that fleeting glance sent ripples of disturbance through the beastmen present. The green serpent man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your female has come to the valley to see you. It is the perfect time to manage your powers. You should not struggle any longer." Now that he had seen her, he felt she was not as detestable as they had described. Rather, her temperament was quite amiable. Unlike typical females who often held themselves aloof in the presence of beastmen, although she might possess some flaws in appearance and lack the charm of other females. For beastmen who had fallen to the cursed land, the mere presence of a female was a blessing. They could not afford to be choosy. Once powers enter a state of unrest, prolonged neglect could lead to a gradual loss of rationality, ultimately resulting in catastrophic consequences. The more one utilizes their powers, the higher the likelihood of an eruption. In the underground combat arenas, no beastman has ever emerged alive, let alone those of the Serpent clan, who are particularly susceptible to the frigid winter temperatures. Despite the green serpent man's counsel, the cave behind the vines remained silent. Nakin stood at the valley's edge, his serpent tail swaying as he stroked his chin, his golden eyes appearing contemplative. "Ifu," said the green serpent man, momentarily taken aback, before his face flushed crimson. "Nakin, what are you talking about? You're not her beastman. How could you possibly know what her mental powers are like? Do not speak nonsense. If you truly like her, pursue her earnestly and seek her hand in marriage. Do not emulate those licentious beastmen of the cursed land who specifically seduce someone else's female." Nakin scratched his head sheepishly. "That is not what I meant. I feel a strange sensation." Before Ifu could respond, the two small green snakes coiled around his neck chimed in with innocent voices, "So fragrant. The female is so fragrant." Ifu's expression darkened as he grasped the two little ones, preparing to give them a lesson. Other beastmen from the valley began to emerge, including members of the Lion's Roar tribe. The beastmen from the other two tribes curiously voiced their observations. Even though she covered her face with beast hide, it is evident that she is not particularly attractive. The beastmen of the Lion's Roar tribe appeared bewildered. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi had already ventured into the forest. Soon, she found herself too preoccupied to ponder her earlier embarrassment, for she had discovered an abundance of wood ear mushrooms on the trees. She did not immediately begin harvesting, but instead explored the forest further. In a nearby area, she found purslane, shepherd's purse, wild potatoes, taro, and even stumbled upon a prickly ash tree, a chili tree, ginger, and wild grapes. Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was truly a treasure trove of wild resources. It was not due to her erudition. Rather, in the decade following the apocalypse, food had become precious, and she had tried every edible item found in the mountains. Naturally, she recognized many of them. Jiang Xi was filled with uncontainable joy. Lu Feng left her a bamboo backpack, and she darted through the forest like a rabbit. Before long, apart from wood ears, potatoes, taro, and ginger, she had gathered everything else, filling the entire backpack. After resting for a moment, Jiang Xi prepared to find a stick to dig up tuberous potatoes, taro, and ginger. However, as she lowered her head to search, she suddenly sensed the air around her turn cold. Chapter 8. Organizing the ferocious abilities, a hissing sound echoed through the woods. In an instant, Jiang Xi felt the imminent threat. She quickly turned her head and saw a gigantic black snake head with vertically slit crimson eyes suddenly appear before her. Jiang Xi sensed the killing intent emanating from those vertical pupils. Without a moment's hesitation, she shouted for help while frantically running deeper into the forest. But the next moment, black scales appeared before her, encircling her within the snake's tail. The serpent was enormous, leaving Jiang Xi with no chance to escape. She could only watch helplessly as the massive snake head opened its gaping maw, revealing its crimson tongue, descending towards her. Instinctively, Jiang Xi raised her hand to block it. In the next moment, a shimmering green light illuminated her palm, connecting with the serpent's tongue. Subsequently, the snake's jaws, which had been agape, slowly closed, and the once vibrant crimson eyes gradually dulled, leaving the colossal black serpent frozen in place. When Ifu and Nakin arrived with the beastmen, they beheld this astonishing scene of the female leader manifesting her spiritual power. Some beastmen gasped in astonishment. "It is the blessed female. They exclaimed. How could a blessed female exist in the cursed land? The beastmen of the lion roar tribe were equally stunned. Was it not said that her manifest spiritual power had vanished? That was why she was exiled to the cursed land. How could this be? Females were precious, but a blessed female was even rarer. Even the gravest of mistakes would not lead to exile in the cursed land. And a holy female, such a being, was beyond comparison. Jiang Xi stood there, momentarily dazed. Following her instincts, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, her previously dark vision expanded, and her consciousness seamlessly entered the ocean of the Black Serpent's abilities. She beheld a vast expanse of Black Sea, where fierce winds and torrential rains surged above, with monstrous waves and tsunamis threatening to break through the heavens and engulf the unseen earth below. At the moment she entered, the tumultuous waves paused for an instant. The shimmering green light spread across the Black Sea, and the surging waves began to calm upon contact with this green glow. Though they still rolled, they were no longer as ferocious as before. What was she doing? The manifest spiritual power of a blessed female was supposed to be organized through the sacred temple's guiding stone, was it not? Even a holy female would require a guiding stone, would she not? Immersed in the ocean of abilities, Jiang Xi was oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. Her healing powers traversed the black ocean effortlessly, bringing her joy rather than fatigue. However, as time passed, she began to feel a sense of swelling, as if she might burst if she continued. Jiang Xi carefully controlled her abilities and gradually withdrew. At the same time, she felt something sticky enveloping her body, releasing a considerable amount of viscous liquid. She also sensed that her healing powers had advanced to level 2. The massive snake head slowly lowered, its upright eyes closing as the Black Serpent lost consciousness and collapsed. Rather than fear, her emotions were more complex. It was vital to remember that if the female leader died, the beastmen would perish as well. Jiang Xi was intent on mutual destruction. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from outside the serpent's body. The snake was so large that Jiang Xi, trapped in the center, could not see what lay beyond. He instinctively reached out to embrace the female, trapped within the serpent's body, but recalled Ifu's words and asked, "May I carry you out?" Jiang Xi, eager for assistance, promptly extended her hand. She had attempted to escape several times, but the snake's body was too high and slippery for her to climb out. The female felt as light as a feather, and with a gentle embrace, he lifted her out. "Thank you." Once Jiang Xi was free, she quickly jumped down from his arms. She could not afford to feel embarrassed, for she was once again surrounded by the serpent beastmen. This time, the beastmen had transformed into half-beast beings with human heads and serpent bodies, each displaying prominently defined muscular torsos. Some had even transformed into full beastmen, merely wrapping themselves in animal hides around their waists, baring their chests and thighs, leaving Jiang Xi with nowhere to avert her gaze. The stickiness on her body was quite uncomfortable, and she could faintly smell an unpleasant odor, had it not been for the thick animal hides. The stench would likely have been overwhelming. No matter how much she could endure, Jiang Xi could not tolerate the foul odor for an entire day. She turned to the slightly familiar red-haired youth and asked, "Is there a place to bathe around here?" "Bathe?" Nakin hesitated for a moment before deducing she meant to wash herself, likely a term from the grand city of the sacred city. "Yes, there is. I will take you there." Nakin's eyes sparkled as he eagerly introduced himself. "I am Nakin, from the Python Strangling Tribe." Jiang Xi followed Nakin as they departed. Since the female had requested to bathe, the remaining beastmen could not follow. The unmarried beastmen exchanged glances, ultimately settling their gaze on the backpack filled with unknown plants on the ground. Ahem, one beastman coughed, attempting to cover up his intentions. "I shall take my leave." But this departure was not the same as the others. He slipped into the woods to start gathering the plants from the backpack. The other beastmen likewise departed, all sneaking into the forest to collect herbs. Occasionally, they would encounter other beastmen, each feigning surprise at the coincidence. The Hot River Valley was situated near geothermal volcanoes, and thus, the valley also boasted hot springs. However, due to the small size of the pools and the serpent beastmen's preference for moving in their snake forms, they could not fit inside. Hence, everyone generally swam directly in the river. As Nakin swished his tail and led the way, his heart raced. The female had invited him to bathe. The blessed female had invited him to bathe. After bathing, was he not entitled to propose? After the proposal, if the female leader was unwilling to live in the Python Strangling Tribe, he could reside in the Lion Roar Tribe. Jiang Xi was completely unaware of all this. She simply wished to cleanse herself, for the odor emanating from the animal hides was becoming increasingly unbearable. She maintained some distance from Nakin, fearing he might catch a whiff. The river valley was not extensive. Despite the hot spring being at the valley's end, they soon arrived. Hidden among the trees and nestled against the rocky hillsides were 4 or 5 pools of varying sizes, even with the sight of snow at the mountain's waist. Jiang Xi noticed a pool behind the trees, far more secluded than she had anticipated. She quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." "And no problem," Nakin stammered, his face flushed. However, due to his red hair and tail, it was not overly noticeable, lending him an air of allure. He had never bathed with a female before. Taking a deep breath, he was about to shed his tail and transform into his full beastman form when the female spoke again. "Then, I won't see you off." Nakin slowly raised his head. Confused. "Huh?" Chapter 9. "You're not her, Jiang." She shot him a puzzled glance. Nakin, inexperienced, did not understand that the female's invitation to bathe, followed by her refusal, signified something. He wanted to ask, but hesitated, fearing his inquiry might annoy her. So he could only walk away dejectedly. Jiang Xi did not dwell on the matter, as her mind was consumed with thoughts of bathing. The water in the hot spring was flowing. She estimated she would need to wash multiple times, starting with the smallest pool. She entered the pool with both herself and the animal hide, then stripped the hide off to wash it clean, placing it on the steaming stones to evaporate the moisture. The warm spring water enveloped her, and even before she began scrubbing her body, the water in the pool turned black. Once she shed the animal hide, she could see the black bumps on her skin. To her surprise, the bumps had diminished significantly. Jiang Xi speculated that her recent power upgrade had expelled some of the toxins. The first small pool was too dark to bear, so she switched to a cleaner pool. After contemplating, she released her healing abilities in the water, submerging herself completely while holding her breath. A familiar tingling sensation enveloped her entire body. After several rounds of breath holding, the pool turned dark once more. Jiang Xi switched to another pool, repeating the process of releasing her healing abilities and holding her breath. She treated 3 dark pools in succession, and by the last one, she refrained from using her healing powers and began to wash her hair. Her hair was tangled, and her scalp itched. She tugged at it but could not manage to detangle it. As she pondered her predicament, she suddenly sensed a gaze upon her, an emotionless stare. Turning her head, she saw a young man with black hair and red eyes, bare-chested with a serpent-like tail, standing amidst the trees, looking at her expressionlessly. The young man was strikingly handsome, yet exuded a chilling aura, his pale skin devoid of color, with only his vertically slit red eyes providing a hint of vibrancy. He resembled a vampire that had been confined within a castle for centuries, sending a shiver down Jiang Xi's spine. At that moment, she recognized him. Her eyes widened, and she instinctively shrank back into the water, shouting for help. However, before she could utter the word save, a shadow darted past her, and in the next instant, her mouth was covered. "Don't scream." A cold chest pressed against her back. The voice belonged to Jiang Xi, as chilling as his presence, as if he might snap her neck at any moment. Jiang Xi nodded rapidly, akin to a chick pecking for grain, indicating her understanding. Jiang Xi sniffed the air, a frown creasing his brow. Although he saw her all in black, a fragrant scent lingered in his nostrils. He released his grip, crossed his arms, and stepped back, his serpentine tail sinking into the scales at his waist, the long tail resting among the grass and rocks, glinting with dark scales. Jiang Xi turned to face him, her gaze lingering momentarily on his tail before she became aware of her own vulnerability and shrank further into the water. Despite the unremarkable appearance of her body, she could not meet the beast man in a state of undress. Jiang Xi looked at him and asked, "What do you want?" "As long as I can find the Jin Hongwa, I will agree to annul our marriage contract at any time." However, Jiang Xi merely fixed his red eyes on her, studying her darkly. After a moment, he parted his thin lips. "You're not her." Jiang Xi's heart stopped, a chill creeping down her back. Fortunately, her face was obscured in darkness, concealing any expression. "I don't understand what you're saying," she denied. Jiang Xi sneered. "I don't care who you are. I will retrieve the Jin Hongwa after spring arrives. You had better keep your word, or else." He did not complete his sentence, but Jiang Xi understood the implication. Otherwise, he would kill her, leading them both to their doom. What a lunatic. Jiang Xi instinctively shrank further into the water, as if that would offer her sufficient safety. Only her dark head remained above the surface. "I understand. If there is nothing else, I need to bathe. Can you leave?" Xi turned away, his long black hair cascading down his broad back. Upon seeing that smooth, flowing hair, Jiang Xi impulsively called out without thinking. Wait! Xi turned back, his expression darkening further. What is it? Jiang Xi steeled herself, stammering, what do you use to wash your hair? Can I use it too? Her hair was so severely tangled that she could not detangle it. Xi. Jiang Xi was unsure whether he had agreed or not. Noticing his disdainful expression, she raised her hand and gave him the middle finger, as if you could be of any help. Yet, before she could lower her finger, several objects whizzed through the trees towards her. Jiang Xi quickly ducked into the water. When she resurfaced, she saw 3 or 4 pods the size of fists floating on the surface. Her hazy memory told her that these could be used for washing hair. The pods were not as effective as shampoo or soap, but they were far better than using just water. Jiang Xi rubbed her hair with the pods multiple times until the dark pools gradually cleared, and at last, she managed to untangle her hair. Even if it were not to eliminate toxins from her body, Jiang Xi felt as if she had washed away tons of dirt. The animal skin had dried on the hot stone. Jiang Xi put it on and lay back on the stone, letting her hair dry in the sun. If she had not felt so filthy, she would not have interrupted her bath. Watching the remaining dark pools, she inexplicably extended her finger to poke at one. A slight burning sensation traveled from her fingertip, reminiscent of the contamination from the cursed land, but it was very mild, almost negligible, and without harmful or infectious properties. It was as if she were dispelling the cursed pollution. Xi furrowed his brow. Who exactly are you? Because along the riverbank, a vast pile of purslane, shepherd's purse, Sichuan pepper, chili peppers, and wild grapes had accumulated, so much that several sacks could not contain it all. Just then, 2 young beastmen swam into view, each holding a bag of grapes, appearing in the valley. The young beastmen, filled with excitement, did not notice Jiang Xi in the valley and were about to turn back to continue foraging. Jiang Xi quickly called out to them. Hello, what are you doing? The 2 young snake beastmen turned around at the sound. Their faces flushed and color spread from their cheeks to their necks. Chapter 10. A picnic in the valley. After a brief exchange, Jiang Xi learned that they were helping her gather food. She quickly called for them to stop. That's enough. Stop picking. At this rate, you'll clear the entire valley. And even with my beast husbands at home, we wouldn't be able to finish it all. Jiang Xi stood there, her mind blank. Moreover, the question arose. The young snake beastmen began to emerge from the woods. They were either in a half-beast form with human heads and snake bodies or entirely in beast form, wrapped in animal skins. But all gazing at Jiang Xi with bright eyes. Jiang Xi thought, I didn't feel like I had fallen into a den of snakes before, but now I do. Knock and squeeze through the crowd of beastmen, still feeling a bit down after being refused to bathe together. You're done bathing? Jiang Xi glanced at him and then at the eager young beastmen. She had no choice but to say, thank you all. Before she could finish, the young beastmen quickly waved their hands in astonishment. No need to thank us. This is what we should do. Do you need anything else? We can help you gather. Yes. I heard you only have 5 beast husbands now. The young beastmen perked up their ears. Jiang Xi quickly interrupted, fearing the topic might veer into uncontrollable territory. I don't need to gather a few things, but 2 or 3 people will suffice. The young beastmen eagerly volunteered. Just as Jiang Xi was about to call out to a couple of amiable beastmen, a chilling voice echoed from the woods. What do you want to gather? Jiang Xi stiffened, wanting to say that she did not need his help. After all, they were not her beast husbands, and it was inappropriate for them to intervene in this matter. She hesitated for a couple of seconds, just digging up a few things. After a moment, of course, his method of digging was not with a stick, but with his abilities. The coldly handsome young man stood among the trees, a mass of black mist forming in his palm. Wherever the mist touched, it dissolved. Watching the potatoes vanish, Jiang Xi could not help but exclaim, perhaps I should just do it myself. If this continues, we might not have anything to eat. Xi frowned slightly. You want to eat this? Can't they catch any prey? His disdainful red eyes glimmered, and he dropped 2 words. Wait. Jiang Xi sighed, and then found a stick, preparing to dig herself. But just as she began to dig into the soil, Nakin with red hair and golden eyes suddenly appeared, also holding a pointed stick. Do you wish to dig inside? Jiang Xi nodded. Indeed, there are potatoes within, which can be stewed with meat for a delightful flavor. Nakin, having visited the Grand Tribe in the giant tree forest, understood that the precious females do not relish a meat-only diet daily. They prefer to complement their meals with edible plants from the forest. With Nakin's assistance, Jiang Xi swiftly unearthed some potatoes, taro, and ginger. As Nakin was adept at climbing trees, she also requested him to gather some wood-ear mushrooms. With their harvest abundant, it was time for lunch. Presently, along the banks of the hot river valley, the young beastmen, brandishing their recently caught game, eagerly invited Jiang Xi to dine with them. Their catches mainly consisted of wild chickens, hares, and small bamboo rats. Observing the bounty in their hands and the heap of vegetables and condiments, Jiang Xi began to formulate an idea. She inquired of Nakin, "Is there a stone pot in the hot river valley?" Nakin nodded. "Do you need one? I shall fetch it for you." Although the snake beastmen typically did not use stone pots, a few had been prepared in case a female came to visit her mate or stayed for a while. However, they had rarely been utilized. Jiang Xi quickly added, "Please bring several down." The beastmen had assisted her in gathering so many ingredients. It was only right for her to express her gratitude. Since she could not carry all the ingredients at once, she thought it best to enhance their meal. The snake beastmen, though unaware of her intentions, complied without question. Jiang Xi picked up a handful of shepherd's purse to wash, but as she crouched by the water's edge, the young beastmen rushed forward. "Allow us. How could we let a female do such tasks?" Before Jiang Xi could refuse, the shepherd's purse was snatched from her hands. She then turned to wash the portulaca, only to have that taken as well. The potatoes, ginger, and wood-ear mushrooms. Ultimately, Jiang Xi found herself flustered and accomplished nothing as the young beastmen seized all her tasks. She couldn't help but think how industrious the beastmen of this world were. While waiting for the stone pots to be brought over, Jiang Xi stumbled upon something remarkable by the water's edge. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be garlic? Using a flat stone, she dug a bit and indeed unearthed cloves of garlic from the soil. Goodness, there is an abundance of edible delights in this world. She searched nearby and also discovered a cinnamon tree, a bay laurel tree, and cardamom. She had intended to delve deeper to seek out star anise and other spices, but Nakin had already brought 4 large stone pots, forcing her to abandon that idea. Prior to cooking, she enlisted help to peel the cinnamon, pluck the bay leaves, and gather cardamom. Jiang Xi asked him to help kindle the fire and slice the meat. Nakin blushed slightly. "Then may I call you Xi?" Jiang Xi paused for 2 seconds. Nakin continued, "I see everyone calling you that." Of course, only he knew who this everyone was. The other beastmen stared in disbelief, thinking him quite brazen. He was not at all as fearsome as the beastmen of the Lion Roar tribe had claimed. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xi felt a semblance of intimacy, but nodded in agreement. Very well. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. For a moment, the young beastmen gazed at her with envy. Before they could ask for favors, Nakin swiftly changed the subject. "What type of meat should we cut? Into slices or chunks?" Under Jiang Xi's guidance, the beastmen began boiling water in one pot, blanching the portulaca and wood-ear mushrooms, setting them aside to cool. The game in this world was entirely organic and unpolluted, thus Jiang Xi did not blanch the meat. In another pot, chicken fat was heated, followed by ginger, cinnamon, bay leaves, cardamom, garlic, and chili peppers, which were sought to release their fragrance before adding the chicken to stir-fry and simmer with water, using banana leaves as a lid to steam. Multiple pots were in action simultaneously. In a third pot, bamboo rat fat was heated, with ginger, garlic, abundant chili peppers, and a generous amount of peppercorns added before the bamboo rat was stir-fried to create a spicy dish. Rabbit meat was directly roasted over the fire, a task the beastmen executed with expertise, requiring no instruction from her. After the chicken had simmered for a while, she added the chopped potatoes and covered the pot with banana leaves to continue cooking. Some beastmen discovered a nest of bird eggs. Thus, in a fourth pot, Jiang Xi rendered chicken fat, adding minced garlic, chili peppers, bird eggs, and chopped shepherd's purse, seasoning with salt to create a stir-fried dish. Under Jiang Xi's direction, the beastmen were somewhat chaotic, yet enjoyed the process. Initially, they had not expected a female, who was unaccustomed to work, to produce anything palatable. However, as the appetizing aroma wafted through the valley, every beastman's taste buds were tantalized. The young beastmen glanced from one pot to another, utterly unable to distinguish from which pot the enticing fragrance emanated. Was that delightful aroma? I can't stop salivating. The scent pervaded the valley. Even those married beastmen who had not emerged could not resist peeking out. How delightful! Although the beastmen favored raw food, they were no longer primitive beasts, and their palates had been influenced by human characteristics. Observing their growing impatience, Jiang Xi quickly reminded them, "We must add salt before serving." Fortunately, this world had salt, sparing her the need to search for it again. The blanched portulaca and wood ear mushrooms had cooled, and Jiang Xi directed the beastmen to add salt, minced garlic, chili flakes, and pepper water, creating a cold dish. Regrettably, there was neither soy sauce nor vinegar. However, perhaps due to the organic nature of the ingredients, the dish was quite enjoyable. Moreover, having hunted, she still felt it necessary to leave a portion for the males. Once Jiang Xi finished her preparations, the young beastmen descended upon their large leaves as if starving. Jiang Xi sat by the riverbank, taken aback by the spectacle. Is it truly so exaggerated? Even more astonishing was when one beastman took a bite and cried out, "This is unbelievably delicious." Jiang Xi wondered, is it truly that good? Compared to the earthy porridge from the morning in the tribe, it was indeed far superior, yet it hardly warranted such an exclamation. Nakin approached her with a leaf full of food. Jiang Xi had removed the beast skin from her face, allowing Nakin to see her visage clearly for the first time. He was momentarily stunned. "Your face." Upon realizing the rudeness of his comment, he quickly apologized. "I did not mean it that way. I meant to suggest if you should consult a shaman." It seemed as though her complexion bore traces of something unclear. Jiang Xi smiled slightly. "I can treat it. I have been doing so and have seen improvement lately. The poison bumps have even subsided." Had he seen her at the outset, he might have been too disgusted to eat. Nakin, remembering she was a blessed female, awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed. The young beastmen devoured their meal voraciously, with their favorites being the chicken stew with potatoes and the spicy bamboo rat. Although they were less fond of the cold portulaca and wood ear mushroom dish, they polished it off as well. While Jiang Xi was enjoying her meal, a sudden eagle's cry echoed from the sky. A massive shadow descended upon them. Just as she glanced up, a giant eagle, grasping a black wild boar in its talons, landed with a thud on the sandy riverbank. Jiang Xi, stunned by the ferocious giant eagle, could barely process the sight. "Is that Lulu Feng?" Jiang Xi exclaimed in astonishment. The gentle and noble Lulu Feng possessed such a fearsome beast form. She approached, holding a banana leaf. Yet, Lulu Feng did not transform into a beast man. Instead, its neck feathers bristled, wings slightly spread, and the feathers trembled rapidly. In an instant, the snake tribe beastmen in the valley stood tall, while some newly adult snake beastmen could not help but flick their tails and retreat. Instinctively, Jiang Xi sensed that the atmosphere in the valley had become taut with tension. She glanced helplessly at the giant eagle, locking eyes with its familiar amber gaze. Taking a couple of hesitant steps forward, she instinctively raised her hand, ready to unleash her powers to soothe the situation. Yet, Lu Yofeng's abilities remained dormant. Instead, his wings, partially spread, folded slightly, enveloping her beneath their protective cover. He glared at the young snake beastmen, emitting a piercing cry filled with indignation. "You unruly beastmen! How dare you make my mistress cook for you?" Jiang Xi, momentarily stunned by the soft feathers brushing her face, was taken aback by his words. Was Lulu Feng angry? Nakin, flicking his tail nervously, rushed to clarify. "Lulu Feng, please don't be angry. We didn't team make Xi do anything. She directed us, and we simply followed her lead." However, his words only fueled Lu Yofeng's ire. "Nakin, how dare you address my mistress in such a manner? You have offended her. I demand a duel." Jiang Xi's mind was in a whirl. She quickly grasped Lu Yofeng's wing as the eagle's head tilted, its amber eyes reflecting her bewildered face. Lu Yofeng's tone softened slightly, yet his resolve remained firm. It is the duty of beastmen to assist females, especially those who are unmarried. His gaze turned back to Nakin, his voice deepening. "Even so, he has no right to offend you." As Jiang Xi was gently pushed outward by the large wing, she regained her footing, noticing that the giant eagle's feathers fluffed up, readying for an attack. Meanwhile, Nakin had transformed into a red-scaled python, hissing and preparing to strike. Jiang Xi attempted to step forward, but the married beastman, Yi Fei, quickly restrained her. "Mistress Jiang Xi, do not approach. Nakin has foolishly offended you and must face the challenges posed by your beastmen's suitors to prove his worthiness." Jiang Xi was taken aback. "Huh? When did Nakin pursue me?" She felt utterly perplexed. However, in the middle of the valley, the giant eagle took flight, letting out a shrill cry as it dove toward the red-scaled serpent. Jiang Xi could only retreat, like the other beastmen along the banks, entering the forest to avoid interfering with the battle. Yet, deep within, she was overwhelmed with anxiety. Fleeting memories of duels surfaced in her mind, though they were merely hearsay, tales of beastmen clashing over a female. When beast men sought the affections of a female, they often faced challenges from her suitors, who sought to demonstrate that the competitor was unworthy. However, if the female was inclined to accept the suitor, her existing partners could not interfere. In essence, duels were a commonplace occurrence prior to marriage. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xi felt an odd twinge of envy, likely a remnant of the original owner of her body. Yet, witnessing such events unfold before her, she felt no envy, only distress. Why must they fight? With the curse-infested beasts rampant in the cursed lands, and waves of beast tides recurring every 3 days, it seemed far more prudent to direct their aggression toward those creatures instead. Amidst Jiang Xi's rising anxiety, the young beastmen on either side of the valley, after a brief moment of tension, began to revel in the spectacle. Go knockin', go knockin'. Lu Lufeng, smash him. Chapter 12. The eagle's subtle thoughts. Jiang Xi thought. Are they relishing the chaos? Ife remarked, how delightful. It has been ages since the valley has witnessed such excitement. 2 small green serpents climbed up his tail, peering curiously in Jiang Xi's direction. Mistress, so fragrant. Mistress, so fragrant. Ife, exasperated, grabbed the 2 younglings and tossed them into the woods. I apologize. They're still quite young. Even if there's a duel, they will need at least another decade. Jiang Xi replied, it's all right, her voice dry. She thought it unnecessary to tether everything to duels. This was her first glimpse into the combat prowess of beastmen. Lu Lufeng wielded the power of wind, while Nakin commanded fire. When wind meets fire, it can amplify the flames and redirect their fury. Given that eagles are the natural adversaries of serpents, Lu Lufeng could easily lift Nakin into the sky and drop him. However, despite being a duel, it was not a fight to the death. Even so, as the giant eagle swooped down repeatedly, its claws tearing at the red python's scales, blood began to spill from the serpent's wounds. Jiang Xi couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. How could the females in this world dare to confront such beastmen? Even the weakest beastman could endanger a female's life if they chose to resist. Yet the seemingly unreasonable equilibrium bound the females and beastmen together. With a surfeit of beasts and a scarcity of females, without the soothing presence of females, the beastmen would inevitably succumb to their overwhelming powers. Not to mention the challenge of procreation. The seemingly fragile females were, in fact, the true dominators of the beastmen. When the battle concluded, the red python lay sprawled on the ground, its scales shredded and bleeding. The giant eagle was not unscathed either. Many of its beautiful feathers were singed. Those amber eyes turned toward Jiang Xi. Feeling irked, she disapproved of his penchant for violence. A shimmering green light emerged from her palm, gradually healing the python's wounds. Though she did not fully restore him, she staunched the bleeding. She hoped Nakin would learn a lesson. Acting recklessly when aware of an impending duel was unwise. In her memories, no one had ever called her Shi, leaving her uncertain of the significance of such an affectionate name. Yet, did Nakin not understand this? It seemed he was simply seeking trouble. Nakin, witnessing her willingness to heal him, raised his golden serpent eyes, shining brightly as he addressed her. Shi. The moment he uttered those words, Jiang Xi halted her actions. All right, I must take my leave. With that, she stood and walked over to Lu Lufeng. Maintaining his eagle form, Lu Lufeng appeared slightly disheartened at her treatment of Nakin, but his eyes brightened when she approached him for healing. Jiang Xi huffed softly. You must refrain from seeking out duels indiscriminately in the future. Your powers should be directed toward the cursed beasts, not your companions. Lu Yofeng's previously bright amber eyes dimmed once more, his voice trembling. Mistress, do you like Nakin? If the mistress favored him. I do not, Jiang Xi replied bluntly. I have only known him for a day. How could I possibly like him? Lu Lufeng was taken aback. But the beastmen you associate with often marry after just one meeting, right? What does that mean for your feelings? He struggled to comprehend her words, but found himself inexplicably drawn to her transformation. Nakin, feeling a chill, sank into despair. He had believed that her act of healing was a sign of acceptance, but he had misjudged her intentions entirely. After healing 2 beastmen and tending to her own wounds during a brief bath, Jiang Xi found her powers fully depleted, leaving her exhausted and unsteady. Lu Lufeng enveloped her with his wings, inquiring, Mistress, do you wish to rest for a while? Jiang Xi shook her head, yearning only for sleep. The provisions, packed into animal skin bags, remained abundant despite the midday consumption. The remainder would have to be managed by them. After all, she had already instructed them on how to prepare the food earlier. With Lu Lufeng having hunted a wild boar weighing around 200 pounds and nearly 100 pounds of foraged ingredients from the valley, they had amassed a total of 300 pounds. Jiang Xi could not help but worry. Lu Lufeng shook his massive eagle head. Lufeng can handle it. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi chose to trust him. After all, he is an orc endowed with unique abilities. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, humans possessing such powers can increase their capacity to bear weight as their abilities elevate. Lu Lufeng lowered his body, allowing the female master to mount. Jiang Xi climbed on, but before she could steady herself, the half-beast Nakin suddenly spoke up. I will go to the Lion Roar tribe when spring arrives. Jiang Xi was puzzled for a moment, then remembered he belonged to the Python Strangle tribe. His demeanor, despite being somewhat awkward, conveyed his intentions towards her, causing Jiang Xi to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Although she had encountered confessions before, she had never experienced one in such a wild and primal context. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, she might have deemed such behavior overly casual. However, in the orc world, it seemed a rather ordinary occurrence. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Xi found herself at a loss for words. She pondered how to delicately refuse him without hurting his pride. Yet, before she could formulate her response, the giant eagle beneath her flapped its wings, lifting her into the sky along with a hefty wild boar and other supplies. Jiang Xi hurriedly grasped the feathers beneath her, and as her form stabilized, they ascended to great heights, reducing Nakin in the valley below to a mere speck of red. She muttered, Lu Lufeng. I haven't finished my words. She assumed that the winds at such altitude would render her voice inaudible to him. Apologies. I thought the female master had concluded her statement. Moreover, as the day grew late, he refrained from uttering the rest. For Jiang, she had already implicitly forgiven him. It's all right. If it remains unsaid, then so be it. It is not of great importance. Lu Yofeng's amber eyes gleamed. What if he claimed it was intentional? He too felt apprehensive, particularly as the female master was resolutely severing their marital bond at this moment. Lu Lufeng realized he had become somewhat unscrupulous. Yet, for the sake of the female master, he was willing to indulge in a small transgression. Chapter 13. Do you wish to claim my orc husbands? In the hot river valley, he sensed the lingering presence of battle in the air. The remnants of Lu Yofeng's wind ability mingled with another fiery essence, though he could not immediately discern its source. An orc scratched his head and whispered, Nakin is pursuing your female master, and Lu Lufeng has engaged in combat. Duan Si frowned, is that so? The Lu Lufeng he knew was not one to be driven by jealousy or engage in brawls over trivial matters. Besides, they would prefer for the female master's affections to be drawn towards other orcs. After all, another orc courting her would be advantageous for them. A young orc stammered, Your female master prepared lunch for us. Nakin called her Shi. His gaze swept across the chaotic valley, his expression darkening. Are you provoking me? Where's Nakin? Duan Si's face grew stern as he swam towards Nakin's cave. Upon arriving at the entrance and seeing the bloodied Nakin within, he coldly declared, I shan't take advantage of you. Once you heal, we shall duel. Nakin's injuries appeared severe, but had already ceased bleeding thanks to Jiang Xi's healing. He promptly emerged, proclaiming, I accept your challenge. We can begin now. Shi has already tended to me. Duan Si narrowed his crimson eyes. Let us see if you possess the capability. At the Lion Roar tribe, Lu Lufeng carried the female master, soaring directly into the village, circling above his dwelling before addressing those below. Mu Ling. The Yuesh, come help carry the supplies. This aerial display drew numerous onlookers. Lu Lufeng, where did you hunt such a colossal wild boar? It has been ages since anyone in the tribe bagged one of that size. Before they could finish their observations, the orcs instinctively took a few steps back, for they had noticed the female figure seated upon Lu Yofeng's back. Jiang Xi rubbed her eyes, still somewhat dazed. Have we arrived? Exhausted from depleting her powers, she had dozed off on Lu Yofeng's back, only stirring when the orcs began to speak. Isn't that Jiang Xi? How did she accompany Lu Lufeng on a hunt? It's unlikely she went hunting. I suspect they visited the hot springs above the hot river valley instead. Poor Lu Lufeng, having to hunt and fly such a distance just to bring her for a bath. Jiang Xi slowly descended from the giant eagle, her mind still in a fog. It was not until the giant eagle transformed into a naked man behind a house that she jolted awake, quickly turning away. Lu Lufeng truly, how could he transform without a word, and in such a public setting, no less? Although he had an admirable physique, even if the orcs and females at the entrance could not see him transformed, she had. Jiang, she felt her cheeks flush, blood rushing to her face. Her mind swirling with images of what she had just witnessed. The young man's pale skin, tall stature, long legs, and beautifully defined muscles. She felt as if she might burst from embarrassment. Dressed in animal hide, Lu Lufeng emerged with an unchanging demeanor, still exuding his gentle warmth. Noticing the female master turn away, he kindly remarked, "Please wait a moment. My dear master, Mu Ling and Yueshi will arrive shortly." Although bearing the weight of 300 pounds was no challenge for him, juggling multiple animal hide bags was less convenient when transformed back into an orc. Jiang, she mumbled an acknowledgement. The orcs at the entrance ceased their chatter as Jiang, she turned to face them, for none desired to quarrel before her. Just then, a dark-skinned female approached, flanked by 3 orc husbands, exclaiming, "Wow, Lu Lufeng, you are incredible. Did you hunt this wild boar? Are the provisions in the hide bags also your doing?" Jiang, she stepped aside slightly to allow Lu Lufeng room to address the newcomers. Yet, he leaned closer to her, his voice imbued with gentle pride. "The wild boar was my hunt, but the food in the bags was all gathered by the female master in the hot river valley." The female rolled her eyes at Jiang Xi. "Lu Lufeng, you needn't defend her. Everyone in the tribe knows her character. You truly have it rough." One of the orcs beside her tugged at her arm. "Nanas, refrain from speaking. It may lead to another quarrel." The female, named Nanas, furrowed her brow. Shaking off his grasp and huffing, "I'm already wed to you. You should address me as female master, not by my name." Jiang, she paused for a moment, finally grasping that this female was challenging her. Although she disliked conflict, she was not one to be easily intimidated. Stepping forward, she raised her chin defiantly. "Hey, show some respect in your speech. I am right here, yet you shamelessly flirt with my orc husband and belittle me in public. What is your aim? Are your orc husbands not sufficient for you?" In this world, once an orc married and bound by a marital contract, it was nearly impossible to change female masters. While there have been instances of orcs finding Jin Hungwa to dissolve their contracts, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Jin Hungwa was notoriously difficult to find, almost mythical. Consequently, if a married orc were to cheat on his female master, she had the right to exact punishment upon him. As for the female involved, while she would not face punishment, her reputation would suffer, and her orc husbands would endure the scorn of the tribe. Orcs who could not satisfy their female masters, along with females who preferred married orcs, were unwelcome in any tribe. Thus, even if the orcs and females of the Lion Roar tribe did not favor Jiang Xi, many females still yearned to claim her husbands. However, everyone discreetly engages in flirtation, ensuring that it remains hidden from view, lest they bring shame upon their beast husbands and tarnish their own reputations within the tribe. Nanasi's face instantly flushed crimson, her dark skin taking on a deep, ruddy hue. She exclaimed in anger, "How dare you slander me? You vile female. All you do is beat and mistreat your beast husbands. They will not have a good life following you." Jiang, she shrugged her shoulders and retorted, "So, by your logic, they would have a good life by following you? What is it? One beast husband is not enough, and you want all of mine? Do you think you can handle such appetites?" Nanasi pointed at her, stammering, "You." Jiang, she tilted her head, her tone still infuriating. "What of it? Do you wish to strike me? My beast husbands are ready to accept the challenge. If an irreconcilable conflict arises between 2 females, their respective beast husbands may duel." This was a memory that suddenly surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. Her beast husbands had been compelled to face countless challenges from other beast men due to her troubles. Though they were reluctant, they had no choice but to uphold their dignity and could not afford to lose to other beast men. This was also the reason why the females of the Lion Roar tribe, aside from initial confrontations, began to avoid her. Consequently, in a mere 6 months, her beast husbands gained immense fame within the Lion Roar tribe, inciting envy among the females and sympathy from the beast men for their plight. Jiang, she did not intend to harm or coerce them. However, until she found the Jin Hungwa and dissolved the marriage contract, she had no qualms about leveraging them for her convenience. Chapter 14. Are we still the female lord? Mu Ling and Yueshi had been present for some time. They stood amidst the crowd, observing, even taking a step back to avoid drawing attention from the female lord. However, they did not anticipate that the once boisterous female lord, who would rush into confrontation at the slightest provocation, had now learned to retaliate with eloquence. The one shouting was now Nanasi. Nanasi had always been the most beloved female of the Lion Roar tribe, possessing strong mental fortitude and ample reproductive capabilities. Among her 15 beast husbands, she had already birthed 4 offspring. It was said that her mental prowess was evident from birth, yet due to her upbringing in a cursed land, the curse suppressed her abilities, rendering her an ordinary female. Of course, all of this was mere rumor. Yet, as with any persistent tale, it eventually garnered belief. Since the birth of her third beast egg, unmarried beastmen from the other 6 tribes of the cursed land had flocked to the Lion-Roar tribe, hoping to woo her and marry her. Thus, Nanasee's beast husbands were formidable. However, this strength was only evident before Jiang Xi's arrival at the Lion-Roar tribe. Since her presence and the ensuing altercations with the females forced her beast husbands to engage in combat, the title of the strongest was now attributed to them. Yet, this was all due to Jiang Xi's insistence. But in the next moment, Lu Lufeng suddenly stepped forward, speaking resolutely. "I'm willing to duel." The crowd fell silent. How could Lu Lufeng voluntarily fight for his female lord? Did he not despise such duels? The beastmen who had resisted the curse had heard him say that using one's abilities in such a duel was meaningless. It was more beneficial to slay cursed beasts or seek the source of the cursed beast tide to resolve the curse fundamentally. Jiang Xi was also taken aback. She had merely intended to assert dominance, not genuinely to engage in combat. However, Nanaseeh promptly unraveled the situation. She stomped her foot, exclaiming in frustration, "Today, I shall let this go, but you wait." With that, she fled in disarray, her beastmen following her with equally grim expressions. Jiang Xi quickly called after her. "I will be waiting." It was easy to speak harshly, but who couldn't? Lu Lufeng was perplexed, uncertain whether a duel was indeed required. He cast a confused glance at his female lord. She too did not wish for him to engage in constant violence and sustain injuries. If issues could be resolved through words, it was better than resorting to bloodshed. Mu Ling and Yueshi exchanged glances and stepped out from the crowd. Yueshi maintained his haughty demeanor, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge the female lord, his alluring fox-like eyes almost inviting her to curry favor. Yet, Jiang Xi did not spare him a glance. Upon seeing the two, she quickly called for their assistance with the beast skin bags. "Come help. They're filled with food." Recalling Mu Ling's comment about her pickiness earlier, she could not resist adding, "Dinner will show you what true delicacies are." Mu Ling fell silent, as he had seen the purple yam, also known as taro, spilling from the torn beast skin bag. Could this truly be edible? Nevertheless, even if he wished to dissolve the marriage contract, he would not disgrace the female lord in public before it was officially annulled. After all, no one desired to be beaten. While one could retaliate against beastmen, evade blows from other females, facing the female lord meant enduring it silently. Yueshi too noticed the taro, wrinkling his brow in distaste. "Isn't this the purple yam that causes itching? How can one eat this?" Jiang Xi replied, "This is taro. Once prepared, it is delightful in both savory dishes and desserts." Yueshi was about to say more when Lu Lufeng placed a beast skin bag upon his shoulder. Shaking his head at him, "The female lord commanded you to carry it, so just do it without all the chatter." There were 3 beast skin bags in total. Mu Ling hoisted 2, while Yueshi carried 1, and Lu Lufeng took the wild boar. The surrounding beastmen and females parted to clear a path. Among them, some clearly recognized the exposed taro and whispered in disbelief that it could be eaten. Jiang Xi chose not to explain. Over-explanation wastes breath. Those who refuse to believe will never be convinced. When the time is right, they will naturally come to believe. Upon returning home, Mu Ling and Yueshi placed the beast skin bags in a corner of the fire room, while Lu Lufeng proceeded to the riverbank behind the house to process the wild boar. Jiang Xi, concerned that he might discard the boar's entrails, hurried after him to remind him. The river behind the house had already frozen over, just as Lu Lufeng used his abilities to carve out a water intake. He heard the female lord's voice approaching. "Lu Lufeng, do not discard the boar's entrails, intestines, or stomach. After cleaning, they can be cooked." A strange expression crossed Lu Lufeng's face. He could understand the entrails, but intestines and stomach? At times, the female lord's excessive concern over food matters could be quite embarrassing. Lu Lufeng replied, "Female lord, we are not at the point where we need to eat these." Jiang Xi almost laughed aloud. "That is not what I meant. I meant that after they are cleaned, they can be used for cooking. They are quite delicious, and I gathered all the spices today from the hot river valley." Were it not for the abundance of spices, she would have had little confidence in her cooking. Lu Lufeng hesitated for a moment. "All right." Then he hesitated again. "But how should we handle them?" Jiang Xi had already prepared an answer. "First, turn the intestines and stomach inside out and wash them. Then scrub with salt or wood ash to eliminate odors. Salt was too precious to waste, But Lu Lufeng noticed the familiar, yet unfamiliar term. Wood ash, Jiang Xi explained. It is the ash produced by burning branches, leaves, and dried grass. Lu Lufeng pondered for a moment. He took a few steps forward and called out to Mu Ling from behind the house. Mu Ling, burn some dry grass for me to make ash. Mu Ling poked his head out from behind the house. What are you doing? After asking, he turned to Jiang Xi. Female lord, how should we handle the contents of the beast's skin bags? I will do it. But just as he stepped inside, she popped her head out from the fence, calling to Lu Lufeng. Lu Lufeng, set aside the fatty meat. I will use it to render oil and make soap. Although he did not comprehend fully, an inexplicable joy resided within him. He greatly cherished the current state of his life, brimming with vitality. It rendered the harsh winter of the curse's domain more bearable. Mu Ling, please prepare a bit more. Save some for me, I have my uses for it. As she spoke, she crouched in the corner, unfastening the animal skin pouch to retrieve ingredients, pondering what dishes to prepare for dinner. Braised pig trotters with potatoes, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, garlic-flavored ribs, stir-fried pig liver, braised pork offal, cold marinated purslane, and taro stir-fried with shepherd's purse. The pig's head could also be braised for preservation, while the fatty meat could be rendered for oil. Remembering the fatty meat, she quickly inquired, "Do you have any shells?" Mu Ling, tending to the dry grass, nodded absent-mindedly. He still found it difficult to grasp why the mistress had undergone such a profound transformation. Jiang Xi, could you also help me prepare some, and then grind it into powder? What? Jiang Xi blinked and nodded. Is there a problem? The shells could be used to produce quicklime, and the ash from the grass could create lye, both essential for soap making. Mu Ling cast her a peculiar glance, but refrained from further questioning. If you say to prepare, then do so. After all, in the curse's domain, it is all about barter. We need not trade in shell currency. Jiang Xi completely overlooked that shell currency was the trade medium in the holy city. Since arriving in the curse's domain, she had not used currency. Her recent memories were solely of bartering. Mu Ling worked swiftly, leaving half the ash for himself and sending the other half to Lu Lufeng. Watching Lu Lufeng separate the fatty from the lean meat, he could not help but say, "Don't you think the mistress has become rather strange? It's as if she has transformed into an entirely different person." Lu Lufeng paused momentarily, his amber eyes half-lidded, continuing to divide the meat with a casual tone. "Perhaps a little, but I find it quite good." He appreciated the current mistress. If earlier that morning he had been uncertain about whether he should, like the others, seek the Jin Hengua to dissolve the marriage contract, he now found this life pleasant, comfortable, and he wished to embrace it for a lifetime. Mu Ling stood by the riverbank, lost in thought. If the marriage contract were not still in place, he would almost suspect that the mistress had indeed changed into another person. Chapter 15. Cooking together, Lu Yofeng's eyes flickered slightly as he pressed his lips together. Why overthink? The mistress has agreed to dissolve the marriage contract. You can focus on finding the Jin Hengua. On the 15th of each month, the power of the curse was at its weakest. If you feel confident, you might venture into the curse's domain or consult Hualun on how he remains untainted. Hualun is the Golden Lion clan beastman, one of the most powerful beast tribes in the holy city. Although entering the curse's domain is fraught with peril, it is not without its means. Occasionally, powerful beast tribes venture into the curse's domain on the 15th to seek treasures. The Jin Hengua is one such treasure. It is said that many Jin Hengua exist within the curse's domain, collected by beastmen who wandered in and survived. Of course, many others cannot withstand the curse's power. Even on the 15th, Mu Ling's mind was solely occupied with the Jin Hengua, oblivious to Lu Yofeng's choice of words. You can search with peace of mind, rather than us searching together. He approached a nearby room and knocked on the door. A voice from within called, "Come in." Upon opening the door, Mu Ling found Yueshi in her beast form as a nine-tailed snow fox, leisurely grooming her fur. Her ice-blue fox eyes sparkled with a pride that irked him. "Yueshi, this is not the holy city. You are already married. Even if the mistress expresses a willingness to dissolve the marriage contract prior to its dissolution, you should bear your responsibilities as a beast husband. It is inappropriate for you to rest while the mistress is busy outside." Yueshi rolled her eyes. "Did I ask her to do that? What does it have to do with me?" He had grown accustomed to being pampered, both in the holy city and the curse's domain. While Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling often faced hardships, he had never been subjected to any punishment due to his stunning appearance, which only elevated his lofty demeanor. He had no intention of even glancing at Jiang Xi, let alone approaching her to assist. Heaven forbid she become narcissistic, thinking he had fallen for her. Mu Ling scoffed. "If you do not wish to help, Then go hunt for yourself. Do not consume what we have caught. We have no surplus food for you. Jiang Xi was at the water barrel washing potatoes, her hands turning red from a cold. As she washed, she reminisced about rubber gloves, wishing they could have an additional layer of fleece inside. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the courtyard as a door slammed shut. Jiang Xi called out in confusion, only to see Yueshi storming out, casting a haughty glance her way before departing. "Are you all right?" she asked, noticing Mu Ling standing at the door with a frosty expression. "Did you have a quarrel? How amusing. It feels like watching a drama." She turned back to continue scrubbing the potatoes. Mu Ling approached, intending to assist, but upon seeing her fingers redden from the cold, he froze. "Mistress, allow me." Jiang Xi graciously handed over the task of scrubbing the potatoes to him while she went to retrieve the seasonings. Once they had finished cleaning the ingredients, Lu Lufeng had also dealt with the wild boar. Jiang Xi observed that the hair on the pig's head and trotters had not been completely removed and instructed him to place them over the fire to singe, and scrape them clean with water. Lu Lufeng was somewhat surprised. Could it be processed this way? Seeing the two working diligently, Mu Ling felt a sense of involvement and actively assisted in slicing the pork into the desired shapes for the mistress. With only one fire pit at home, they constructed 2 additional ones for convenience, placing a stone pot atop to cook. Jiang Xi began preparing the braising liquid. Water, ginger, Sichuan pepper, garlic, cinnamon, bay leaves, grass fruit, chili, and salt simmered on low heat. In the second pot, the pig's heart, lungs, stomach, and intestines were blanched with ginger to remove the odor before being transferred to the first pot to braise slowly. Concerned about cross-flavoring, she did not place the pig's head meat into the same pot, intending to braise it separately after dinner. Braised dishes require sugar, yet she had not encountered any in her memories. Jiang Xi inquired, "Is there honey at home?" Lu Lufeng, who had already cleaned the boiled pig's trotters, replied, "I'll go get some." There was no honey at home, so he took a pig leg and went to trade with the bear tribe on the other side of the settlement. When the honey was exchanged, the pot of braised pork offal was already beginning to emit a delightful aroma. Mu Ling, who had initially been skeptical, gradually became more astonished, and his gaze towards the mistress began to shift. Jiang Xi added the fatty meat to the pot, rendering the oil, then removed it to caramelize it with honey. Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling intended to assist her in stirring, but fearing their inexperience would result in burnt caramel, she took it upon herself to do so. As she worked, she instructed them, "This is called caramelizing sugar. It should achieve this reddish-brown color. At this point, we add the pig trotters, coating them with the caramel." Next, she added ginger, garlic, cinnamon, bay leaves, and chili to release their fragrance. As the spices were introduced, the aroma began to waft throughout the area. Both Mu Ling and Lu Lufeng were astonished, exchanging glances but refraining from interrupting the mistress's instruction. Jiang Xi rather enjoyed cooking. Given the unsatisfactory meals in the canteen during the apocalypse, she had taken it upon herself to ensure they were well fed. Mu Ling's mouth began to water. He swallowed hard and could not resist asking, "Can we eat now?" Jiang Xi mercilessly declined. "Not yet. We need to add enough water to cover the pig trotters and let them simmer for a while." Since there was no suitable staple, she planned to add the potatoes as well. Braised pig trotters with potatoes. With both pots simmering, she prepared to start a third pot for several stir-fried dishes: garlic ribs, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, stir-fried pig liver, and taro stir-fried with shepherd's purse. Due to overwhelming circumstances, Jiang Xi refrained from preparing the cold dish of machi xian. While cooking, she instructed Lu Lufeng to grill the pig kidneys and pig intestines over the fire. A mere sprinkle of salt would suffice to yield a delectable flavor. Both Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling experienced this delightful taste for the first time, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Mu Ling, unable to contain himself, manifested wolf ears and a tail, the latter swaying back and forth vigorously behind him. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. In truth, Mu Ling was not as difficult to interact with as he appeared. Beneath his cool exterior, he was akin to an eager little wolf dog, wagging his tail at the prospect of tasty food. Lu Lufeng, while maintaining a semblance of composure, wore a look of utter satisfaction. He sliced the grilled kidney with a wind blade and personally fed his female master, who eagerly accepted the offering. Jiang Xi, one hand clutching a makeshift wooden spatula and the other holding spices, found herself unable to use both hands. Without a second thought, she opened her mouth to be fed by Lu Lufeng. Chapter 16. So delicious. For reasons unknown, Lu Lufeng's heart raced slightly. Meanwhile, Mu Ling's thoughts were consumed by the question of when they would commence their meal. The kitchen lacked a table, so the dishes were spread across the ground by the fire. As soon as Jiang Xi settled onto the grass mat, Mu Ling eagerly began to scoop up pig trotters. Yet, he was aware of the customary order of serving, ensuring the first pig trotter landed in Jiang Xi's bowl. Lu Feng also offered her a piece of rib. Jiang Xi expressed her gratitude. However, as she surveyed the scene, she felt something was amiss. It dawned on her quickly. Where was Yu Shi? She decided to call him for dinner. Mu Ling had already discarded the makeshift chopsticks and was gnawing on the pig trotter with both hands. Upon hearing Jiang Xi's words, he mumbled indistinctly that they need not worry about him, as he would not be joining them. Jiang Xi responded with an "oh," not pondering it further. After all, it seemed Yu Shi was quite discontent with their household. If he chose not to eat, so be it. One cannot force him. Lu Feng appeared contemplative but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, a voice suddenly called out from the courtyard. Jiang Xi, Lu Feng, are you home? Jiang Xi, holding a large wooden bowl, Mu Ling cradling a hefty pig trotter, and Lu Feng gnawing on a rib, all moved toward the door in unison. In the courtyard stood a silver-haired middle-aged beastman, swallowing hard while scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting the trio, he quickly smiled and exclaimed, "We're home, enjoying a meal." As he spoke, he swallowed again, tempted by the aromatic scents wafting through the air, almost wishing to transform into his beast form and roll around in delight. Jiang Xi recognized him as Rupert, the leader of the Lion Roar tribe. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. Rupert's gaze frequently drifted toward the pig trotter in Mu Ling's hands, as he swallowed again and said, "I came to inquire if it's true that Jiang Xi, the female master, has discovered edible food in the Rihi Valley." As the leader of the Lion Roar tribe, Rupert bore the weighty responsibility of guarding the cursed land, which naturally included the survival of the tribe. If too many beastmen starved, the exiled beastmen and females would be reluctant to join the Lion Roar tribe in the future. A decline in their numbers could jeopardize the defense of the cursed land, allowing the curse to seep back into their domain and bring about calamity. Indeed, Jiang Xi nodded. As a traditional Huaxiao person, she casually asked, "Leader, have you eaten? If not, please join us and eat while we talk." Generally speaking, most people would decline such polite offers. However, the middle-aged beastman's eyes lit up instantly. I haven't eaten. I would love to join and chat while eating." Mu Ling and Lu Feng exchanged glances, slightly disdainful of the leader's behavior. Yet who could resist such enticing aromas? Besides, since their female master had extended the invitation, they could not refuse without causing her to lose face. Rupert confidently strode toward the kitchen. Lu Feng and Mu Ling stepped aside and closed the door behind him, catching a glimpse of several beastmen and young beastmen lurking outside the courtyard. Particularly, the young beastmen, still in their undifferentiated state, had keen noses. One by one, they sniffed the air, peering eagerly over the fence. Mu Ling mercilessly shut the kitchen door. Outside, the beastmen chattered excitedly. "It smells so good. Did you smell that? It must be coming from here. I just saw the leader swallow hard as he entered. How shameless of a leader to mooch off a meal," one beastman remarked, licking his lips. "I want to eat too." Inside the kitchen, once the door was closed, the sound from outside were effectively muffled. The pot simmered with pig head meat, and a small stone bowl was placed over the fire to roast pig brains, filling the room with delightful fragrances. As Rupert entered, his stomach growled audibly. Jiang Xi handed him a bowl, intending to suggest he serve himself. However, Mu Ling seized the bowl and filled it with a small piece of braised meat and a few chunks of potato. Jiang Xi thought to herself, how protective of food. Could it be due to his canine ancestry? There were only 3 pig trotters, indeed gone, but the other meat from the pig's feet had also been braised, leaving plenty for sharing. Jiang Xi used the spatula to serve Rupert a generous helping of each dish, filling his bowl to the brim. Having some recollection, she understood that the leader bore the responsibility of the entire tribe. If he did not manage well, the Lion Roar tribe would not have become the largest tribe within the cursed land. A larger tribe naturally bore greater responsibilities. Though she was reluctant to boast about her discovery of food resources, she was more than willing to assist the leader in improving the food situation for the tribe. Having witnessed the abundance of ingredients in the Rihi Valley, she realized that it was not a lack of food in this world, but rather that the beastmen were unaware of how to properly utilize what was available, leading to hunger during the winter months. This year, winter had arrived earlier than usual, and many households were unprepared for the season, thus facing a more severe situation than in years past. Rupert thanked her profusely. Initially, he had assumed Jiang Xi would not be inclined to share. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find she was a kind-hearted individual beneath her tough exterior. These are potatoes. These are taros. These are black fungus. This is shepherd's purse. And in the corner of the bee skin bag, there is machi, cien, and an array of spices. For instance, when used to season the pig's stomach and intestines, these spices would eliminate any unpleasant odors, leaving only their delightful aroma. Please have a taste. Aware that there was no custom of consuming stomach and intestines here, Jiang Xi specifically introduced him to the braised pig offal. Rupert nodded enthusiastically, his mouth full, completely forgetting the purpose of his visit. Delicious. Truly delicious. They are so fortunate to have a female master like you. Yet, it was evident that over the past 6 months, he had previously advised several beastmen to seek the elusive Jin Hungua to escape from such a venomous female. Now, for the sake of a meal, he had promptly switched allegiances. Mu Ling was rendered speechless, and Lu Lufeng felt that Rupert's demeanor was unbecoming of a leader. Not wanting Jiang Xi to become overly fatigued, he interjected, the Snake Tribe beastmen from the Rihi Valley are aware of these ingredients. The female master has instructed them on their identification. If the females of the tribe wish to search for food, they may seek assistance from the Snake Tribe beastmen. After all, even if the Rihi Valley is discovered to contain ample food, until the agreements among the 3 tribes are lifted, only females may forage in the Rihi Valley. Once the beastmen flood in, aside from what can be gathered from the ground or trees, the prey will be swiftly depleted, leading to a food crisis for the Snake Tribe beastmen. It remained uncertain whether the females in the tribe would be willing to venture into the Rihi Valley to gather for their beast husbands. If there were Snake Tribe husbands present, they could certainly lend a hand. However, the females of the Lion Roar tribe were generally averse to the Snake Tribe beastmen, seldom marrying them. At that moment, the commotion outside resumed, and the sound of female voices drifted in. Is anyone home? Chapter 17. Speaking for the matriarch Jiang, she was somewhat taken aback. Was it possible for a female to dare approach someone? Who could it be? Jiang, she did not believe it was her. She held her bowl, glancing at Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling across from her. Perhaps they were the ones being sought. Neither Lu Lufeng nor Mu Ling moved. Lu Yofeng's clear and beautiful eyes gazed at the matriarch, and he spoke gently, yet resolutely. I am not familiar with the females in the tribe. It cannot be that they are looking for me. Mu Ling shot him a sharp look. If they are not looking for you, could it be that they are looking for me? Do not slander others. Jiang, she thought, what is this? A scene from a children's choral? She decided to go out herself to take a look. However, before she could rise, Lu Lufeng stood up first, smiling as he said, Matriarch, please enjoy your meal. I shall go see, even though they are not looking for me. He particularly emphasized that they were not seeking him. As Lu Lufeng approached the door, Mu Ling could no longer remain seated. If they were indeed looking for him, he would simply send them away. He had completely forgotten his earlier determination to dissolve their marriage contract before the meal. Throughout the meal, his mind was preoccupied with not allowing the matriarch to misunderstand him or his relationship with the females of the tribe. Rupert laughed heartily, commenting on how well Jiang Xi and her beast husbands got along. Indeed, outside were mere rumors. Once the door was closed, it was just their own lives. Jiang Xi thought to herself that he was overthinking. Yet, before they could exchange more words, Lu Yofeng's voice rang out from outside. Matriarch, a female is here to see you. Jiang, she looked up in surprise. Looking for me? She set down her bowl and walked outside in confusion. In the courtyard stood a female with wheat-colored skin, tall and strong, yet visibly fatigued with dark circles under her eyes. Rupert followed her out and quickly introduced. This is my Rue. She just arrived with her 3 beast husbands today and is now residing in the plot of land to your left. There had been someone living on the left previously, but after losing a contest for a headpiece with Jiang Xi, the beast husbands, unable to bear the loss of face, moved to the Ling Kong tribe with their newly married bird tribe, beast husband. Greetings, I am Rue. I previously lived in the Jianshui mountain tribe, which is 6 days' journey from the holy city. Jiang Xi nodded. I am Jiang Xi. What brings you here? It was not surprising that a newcomer female would come by. My Rue was accompanied by 3 tall beast men, all of whom were quite vigilant. They had warned the matriarch for quite some time not to approach this notorious female from the new tribe, yet the matriarch insisted on coming over, leaving them quite anxious. I dug up some of these on the way. I remember they are edible, but they turned out quite bitter when cooked. So I wanted to ask for your advice on how to prepare them, if it's convenient for you to share. After speaking, she hurriedly bent down to present the basket at her feet. This is the purple hemp we dug up along the way. We cannot consume it all, so I brought some for you. Jiang Xi then realized that my Rue had come bearing gifts. For such a polite female, she was more than willing to assist. However, since her own taro would take many days to finish, she had to decline her gift. My Rue was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had been rejected. But the next moment, the dark female whose face was not clearly visible spoke again. Come with me. I happen to have made this dish today. With that, Jiang Xi turned and led her towards the kitchen. My Rue hurried to follow. The three beastmen beside my Rue were momentarily stunned. They had not expected this female to be anything but the malicious figure of legend, but rather, she was quite warm-hearted. They felt a pang of guilt, increasingly empathizing with their matriarch's experiences in the Jiang Xi mountain tribe, her banishment, and their hearts grew heavier with remorse. From the moment they entered, the three remained on high alert, especially towards the other two beast husbands. Now, realizing their error, they quickly apologized to the two beastmen. We apologize. We have just moved here and should not have easily believed the slander against your matriarch. After apologizing, he hastily introduced himself and the other two beastmen who served the matriarch. I am Oshan, he is Cao Bo, and he is Mao Biao. The beastmen outside the courtyard were nearly dumbfounded. When Jiang Xi had stepped out, they had retreated several steps, fearful of making eye contact with her. Yet unexpectedly, she not only ignored them entirely, but was also exceedingly warm towards the new female. Had the tides truly turned? This revelation struck them with the same astonishment as if the curse of the cursed land had been lifted. The beastmen rubbed their eyes frantically, convinced that this must be an illusion. In the courtyard, Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling fell silent. For how could they put it? The rumors within the tribe were indeed true. Yet, observing the three earnest beastmen before them and considering the matriarch's transformation, Lu Lufeng cleared his throat. It is of no consequence. We are all neighbors. Mu Ling replied, yes indeed. His wolf-like eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. However, the matriarch's change was undeniably evident. Thus, let it be dismissed as mere gossip. After all, they had witnessed Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling being beaten to a bloody pulp. Truly the finest of beast husbands. The matriarch treated them thus, and they could still speak on her behalf without a trace of grievance. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi brought my Rue into the kitchen and offered her a taste of the stir-fried taro with greens. Does it taste bitter to you? She was uncertain whether it was my Rue's palate or a matter of undercooking. My Rue, feeling somewhat shy at being directly offered food, accepted the bowl, took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. This is completely different from what I cook. Jiang Xi confirmed that my Rue's taste buds were perfectly fine. The issue lay in her not cooking it long enough. You did not boil it long enough. The taro needs to be cooked longer until fully tender before it can be eaten. I stir-fried this with lard and added garlic and chili. Seeing her look of confusion, Jiang Xi realized she did not comprehend. Thus, she led her to the pile of fatty meat that had been cut. Jiang Xi guided her, showing her the raw forms of each ingredient or seasoning as she mentioned them. She allowed her to taste several other dishes, explaining potatoes, black fungus, purslane, and greens. My Rue listened, utterly bewildered. Upon tasting those delicious dishes, she could hardly believe that these mountain plants were edible and so delectable, understanding that she might not remember everything. Jiang Xi sent her home with a portion of each ingredient for her to experiment with in the Higu Valley. When sending her off with the ingredients, she added extra purslane and greens, as these two leafy vegetables would not last long even in cold weather. No, I have enough food from what I gathered today to last for many days. Jiang Xi quickly waved her hand. After sending my Rue off, Rupert did not linger for long either. He took a sample of each ingredient for comparison and stated earnestly, "This is a significant contribution to the tribe. Before I came, I had already discussed this with the tribal elders. If this can indeed resolve the tribe's food issues, the Lion Roar tribe will grant you 200 contribution points." Chapter 18, The Matriarch is Truly Impressive Contribution Points. Jiang Xi took a moment to grasp this information. The beastmen exiled to the cursed land were not without opportunities to leave. As long as an individual contributes 1,000 points to the tribe, or a family of up to 10 members contributes a total of 10,000 points, they could leave the cursed land. For families with more than 10 members, each additional beast husband would increase the contribution points from 1,000 down to 100. Based on current experience, a female could enter into a maximum of 20 marriage contracts. Contribution points in the cursed land were typically earned by participating in repelling the cursed beast tides. Each participation granted 1 contribution point, and each time a cursed beast was slain, it also granted 1 contribution point. However, only beastmen could participate in repelling the cursed beast tides. Females generally earn contribution points through collective gathering tasks and activities within the tribe, as well as by bearing offspring. The female members are nearly incapable of accumulating 1,000 contribution points individually. Those exiled to the cursed lands often rely on familial units to gather these points. Females strive to gather multiple beast husbands to amass contributions. However, even the most formidable beast husbands, participating in every cursed beast tide, would require 3 years to achieve the personal milestone of 1,000 points if they are unable to hunt cursed beasts. When considering the family unit, the contributions must be averaged between the female leader and the other beast husbands, coupled with the casualties incurred while fending off the cursed beast tides, and the fact that not every beastman can hunt cursed beasts. Most beastmen fail to contribute even 300 points in a year. Thus, a family of 10 would need at least 5 years to accumulate 10,000 contribution points. Yet, due to various unforeseen circumstances, most families struggle to reach 10,000 points even over a decade. Over time, this leads to a diminishing desire to leave, as contribution points and years of service increase. Beastmen and females can vie for significant positions within the tribe, gaining a degree of influence and enhancing their quality of life. The 200 contribution points provided by the tribe equate to the effort of slaying 200 cursed beasts or birthing 2 offspring. The cursed lands are heavily influenced by the power of the curse. Even if females journey to the great tribe in the Giantwood forest each spring to purify their bodies of the curse with a life mother tree, conceiving offspring remains a daunting challenge. Moreover, even if a female gives birth to beast eggs, the eggs may perish during the incubation process due to the curse's taint. Therefore, 200 contribution points represent a substantial reward. According to Jiang Xi's understanding, even the most skilled hunter of cursed beasts, Mu Ling, possesses only 260 contribution points. Naturally, she would not decline this opportunity, expressing gratitude to the tribe for this unexpected boon. Shortly after the chief's departure, Mai Rui's beast husband arrived, presenting them with a basket of fruits, claiming to have exchanged them while passing through the Giantwood forest tribe. This time, Jiang Xi did not refuse. She genuinely desired fruit, believing in the principle of reciprocity among good neighbors. As it was winter, the fruits in the basket were fresh, though some, being high in moisture, felt slightly frozen. Not recognizing the fruits, she washed a few, placing them in a wooden bowl on the ground. As she picked a fruit resembling a peach, she contemplated setting up tables and chairs the following day. Sitting on a grass mat with food on the ground felt too primitive and inconvenient. The fruits were sweet, but her teeth ached from the chill. Jiang Xi took a bite, her teeth trembling and producing a hissing sound. Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling were still engrossed in their meal, determined to clear every dish. Noticing the female leader's discomfort, Lu Lufeng raised his amber eyes to her in inquiry. Jiang Xi shook her head, assuring him it was nothing, just the cold fruit. However, aside from the initial chill, there was a certain charm to roasting ice-cold fruits by the fire. Lu Lufeng extended his hand, placing the remaining fruits on the hot coals. After roasting, they would lose their chill. Jiang Xi hesitated to stop him, then considered that since she did not recognize these fruits, they might indeed taste better once cooked. Mu Ling was so engrossed in his food that he could hardly pause, stuffing his mouth with braised meat and mumbling incoherently. Jiang Xi found it amusing how Mu Ling's attitude towards her had undergone a complete transformation. The nearest tribe in the Giantwood forest required 4 days for beastmen to traverse, and 12 days on foot. During winter, when the snow was thick, the time required would be even longer. It was quite the hassle. The stone bowl of roasted pig brain was ready, exuding a delightful aroma. Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling, having never tasted this delicacy, looked on with skepticism, wondering if it was truly edible. Jiang Xi chuckled, encouraging them to try it, assuring them not to force themselves if they did not like it. She had not liked pig brain in the past either, until she had tasted someone else's roasted version and became hooked, pleading for the recipe. Although the current conditions were limited and the seasonings incomplete, the presence of ginger and garlic could eliminate any unpleasant odor, and with the addition of chili and various spices, it would be truly delectable. Mu Ling was the first to take a bite. Having doubted her numerous times throughout the day, he was met with a pleasant surprise. His eyes lit up. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. They often avoided many parts of their prey because, regardless of preparation, they were hard to enjoy. Yet, they were astonished to find that the parts, when handled by the female leader, transformed into exquisite dishes. Jiang Xi pretended not to notice, thinking to herself how these creatures, akin to their wolf ancestors, would wag their tails for a taste of something delicious, while simultaneously maintaining a sense of pride. Lu Lufeng also sampled the dish, and his amber eyes sparkled with delight. He looked at the female leader and gently remarked on her impressive culinary prowess. Jiang Xi felt her heart skip a beat under his sudden, tender gaze. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Lufeng occasionally harbored a flirtatious demeanor towards her. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Xi quickly shook her head, dismissing it as mere self-importance. Surely, they were eager to find the Jin Hongua and dissolve their marriage contract. Besides, it was entirely normal for their attitudes to shift due to delicious food. This would not impact their eventual decision to part ways. Observing the female leader shake her head, Lu Yofeng's amber eyes gleamed with warmth, his smile growing ever more gentle. The female leader was too modest. Chapter 19. Does the female leader wish to enter? Jiang Xi found herself momentarily captivated by the warmth and kindness in Lu Yofeng's amber gaze, pausing for 2 seconds. Modesty? Did he say anything to that effect? Complimenting her skills and her cooking? Of course. She had no intention of being modest. Jiang Xi smiled brightly, encouraging him to eat more if he enjoyed it. As long as she could find the ingredients, she would prepare more delightful dishes. If the female leader required any ingredients, she would seek them out. Jiang Xi thought to herself that while he appeared cool, he certainly had a dog-like charm. However, even if she shared the names of these ingredients, it was uncertain whether they could find them, as the names differed, and some were even collectively referred to as weeds or plants. It would be a gradual process, and informing them did not guarantee successful retrieval, just as Mu Ling was about to insist that it was impossible to be unable to find them. Lu Lufeng intervened to explain. The female leader referred to taro as Zima. If she told you taro, could you find it? Mu Ling awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to cover his embarrassment as he took a bite of ribs, crunching down on the bone. Jiang Xi watched him devour, even the bones, shaking her head inwardly. What kind of life had they led before? After dinner, Lu Lufeng went to the river to wash the dishes, while Mu Ling ground the roasted shells into powder. Jiang Xi rendered pig lard to create lye water. When rendering the lard, before adding salt, she reserved a small pot without any additions for making soap the next day. The soap-making process primarily requires fats, quicklime, and lye water. The fat can be obtained from pig lard, the quicklime from the roasted and carbonized shell powder, and the lye water is made by boiling plant ashen water. By mixing the ashen water in a 3:7 ratio and simmering while stirring for 20 to 30 minutes, allowing it to settle overnight, it will be ready for use. In the future, if conditions allow, they could seek other fats for soap making. While pig lard could indeed be used, soap made solely from lard tends to be too hard. Incorporating some plant oils would yield a more moisturizing product. Given the vegetation coverage in this world, acquiring plant oils should not be overly difficult, and they could also extract essential oils from flowers for skincare. As Jiang Xi contemplated the future, she envisioned a bright path ahead. After Mu Ling finished grinding the carbonized shells, Jiang Xi instructed him to also dry the chili, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, bay leaves, and cardamom. Half should be ground into powder, while the other half could be preserved whole. This way, they could be used for direct seasoning or in cooking. Mu Ling was overwhelmed by the chili's spiciness, sneezing repeatedly, his wolf-like eyes turning red. However, despite this, he did not cease his actions. In the past, he would have surely assumed that the female master was intentionally trying to play tricks on him, dismissing it or merely going through the motions. Yet now, he was convinced that these were indeed delicacies. Jiang Xi maintained a slight distance from him, aside from the initial moment of being choked by the aroma. She had become accustomed to it. She suggested, "You should fetch a piece of animal skin to cover your mouth and nose." Mu Ling shot her a glance with his crimson wolf eyes, startling Jiang Xi. Ironically, Mu Ling added, "I am fine." Jiang Xi was perplexed. All she could say was, "Then let us open the door for some ventilation." Instinctively, Mu Ling was reluctant to open the door. He feared that once the scent wafted outside, a horde of beastmen would sneak in, and there was still pig head meat simmering in the pot, which the female master intended to serve tomorrow. If some shameless beastmen caught sight of it, the soft-hearted female master would surely relent, especially after having fed the chief so generously that afternoon. The moment the door was opened, he sneezed repeatedly, causing the bowl and chopsticks in his hands to rattle and clatter noisily. Jiang Xi glanced over and couldn't help but laugh. After a moment, she realized that if these spices were not dried, they would be difficult to preserve. In winter, the sun was not fierce, and with the reflection of snow and humidity, it was almost impossible to dry them out. They could only be dried by roasting. She noticed Lu Lufeng had cleaned the makeshift chopsticks and spatula that were hastily made for the evening and inquired, "Do you have time tomorrow?" Both Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for more delicious food. The more intricate tasks could wait until spring when the weather was warmer. Lu Lufeng nodded, though he still found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. As for the bamboo grove, what about tables and chairs? He understood that chopsticks were two wooden sticks, which, although not as convenient as spoons, were more suitable for picking up certain dishes. Jiang Xi pointed to the grass mat on the ground. "We can elevate the purpose of the grass mat so that we no longer need to bend down to retrieve things from it. Sitting and standing will also be much more convenient." Mu Ling appeared enlightened. "Isn't that a stone platform? The quarry was too far from here, and the nomadic beast tribe from the Great Wood Forest did not bring such heavy items with them. Thus, they had to rely on grass mats like the beastmen in their tribe. They had all been exiled from the holy city to the cursed land, and naturally, they had experienced better days. Initially, they struggled to adapt to the primitive lifestyle of the Lion Roar tribe, but as time passed, the cost of improving their living conditions was too great. Merely having enough to eat was a challenge, let alone concerns about comfort. Jiang Xi also vaguely recalled aspects of life in the holy city. She remembered it as a grand stone city, with houses built from stone and tables and chairs crafted from the same material. She couldn't tell if it was just her illusion, but she felt that the memories belonging to Jiang Xi were dwindling. Unlike the day she first traversed here, when a torrent of information flooded her mind. Now, if she did not actively try to recall, those memories no longer surfaced spontaneously. Jiang Xi did not dwell on this. She shared her thoughts with them and arranged to gather bamboo the following day. That night, it began to snow again, accompanied by a gusty wind. The wooden house was not well insulated. Even with animal skins secured around the edges, it could not keep out the biting cold. Wrapped in a layer of animal skin, Jiang Xi found it hard to sleep. Ultimately, unable to endure it any longer, she decided to head to the fire room to sleep by the hearth. She rose quietly in the dark, rubbing her hands together as she pushed open the door and made her way to the fire room. However, as she reached the doorway, she sensed something was amiss. There were rustling sounds emanating from inside the fire room, and her eyes widened in alarm. Could it be a thief? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xi turned and knocked on Lu Yofeng's door. Lu Lufeng quickly opened the door, draped in animal skin, his hair slightly disheveled. The blood-red moonlight and snow illuminating his pale skin with a rosy hue, soft and warm. Upon seeing the female master at the door, he felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. However, after taking a deep breath, Lu Lufeng invited, "Female master, would you like to come in?" Chapter 20. The little thief. In this courtyard, there were originally only two wooden houses, one fire room, and one living space. However, the beastmen were unwilling to reside with the female master, so they built their wooden houses separately. Consequently, the courtyard now housed a total of 7 small wooden houses. The beastmen possessed heightened senses with keen hearing, and despite the several steps between each house, they could still hear the sounds outside. Mu Ling transformed into a large gray wolf, lying on the animal skin mat. With his wolf ears perked up, he heard the noises outside, including the sound of the female master knocking on Lu Yofeng's door. He covered his head with the animal skin, pretending not to hear. Eating was one thing. Sleeping was another. He, Mu Ling, would never offer himself up for a morsel of food. Yet he soon pondered. If the female master were to knock on his door and he refused to open it, what if she forbade him from eating those delicious foods ever again? Mu Ling found himself in a dilemma, his sturdy paw scratching his head and dislodging several wolf hairs, still unable to comprehend what choice to make. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Jiang Xi noticed the tenderness and affection in Lu Yofeng's amber eyes as he looked at her. She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice to say, "There's a thief in the fire room. Come quickly to catch him." Jiang Xi was not foolish enough to rush in herself. It was likely that a beast man was inside, and as a female, she could hardly compete. Moreover, the beastmen possessed the ability to transform. She would be no match for them. Lu Lufeng was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a peculiar expression in his eyes, he glanced towards the fire room. "A thief?" Jiang Xi nodded vigorously, reaching out to pull him along. "Hurry, don't let the thief escape. There's the pig head meat I marinated earlier in there." The security in this tribe was utterly chaotic. Just as Lu Feng was about to say something, he was pulled towards the fire room by the female master. Snowflakes fell gently, and he suddenly noticed how thickly wrapped Jiang Xi was in animal skins, almost resembling a bear. His gaze became increasingly stunned. Yes, the female master was a female. Unable to transform into her beast form for warmth during the frigid winter nights, she must be terribly cold. While other female masters had their beast husbands to keep warm, Jiang Xi, due to their reluctance to approach her, had to wrap herself in animal skins, shivering alone in the dark. A flicker of guilt crossed Lu Liufeng's eyes. Just then, he was handed a piece of firewood. Jiang Xi also took a piece of firewood as a weapon. She turned to Lu Feng, nodded, raised her hand, and gestured for an attack. Then, she kicked open the door to the fire room, brandishing the firewood, and exclaimed, "Don't move." Inside the fire room, the embers in the hearth still glowed red, making the interior warmer than outside. After a brief silence, Jiang Xi spotted a pair of icy blue eyes glowing in the darkness. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly hid behind Lu Feng. "It's a beast-man thief. Quickly catch him." He pulled the female master back. "Female master, it's Iyueshi." Jiang Xi gasped in surprise. As she turned to look back into the fire room, the flames in the hearth flared up, illuminating the space, revealing Iyueshi crouched in front of the pot of marinated pig head meat, his hands hidden behind his back. His beautiful, icy blue eyes filled with evasion and guilt. "Jiang," she remarked, "is it necessary to be so sneaky? I never said you couldn't eat." The beastmen had well-developed senses, and Lu Feng detected no other beastman's scent, realizing that their home had not been invaded. Yet, he never expected Iyueshi to be stealing food in the fire room. The air fell silent, save for the sound of the wind and snow outside. Iyueshi, his eyes darting, stood up and coughed. "I will definitely catch something tomorrow. I won't take advantage of you." With that, he turned and walked out. As he brushed past, Jiang Xi noticed his disheveled white hair, with twigs and leaves tangled in it, and his animal skin was marred with various scratches and dirt. Jiang Xi instinctively reached out her hand. However, her outstretched hand was grasped by Lu Feng. He shook his head at her. "There's no need to concern yourself with him." The warmth enveloped her palm, and Jiang Xi felt a tinge of embarrassment as she withdrew it. That was not her intention. She wished to inquire if he was injured. Before the dissolution of their marital contract, they were a collective devoid of deep animosities. An additional healthy workforce would enhance the quality of life in their household. Lu Feng glanced at the night sky and asked. The thought of the bone-chilling cold inside the house made Jiang Xi shake her head immediately. As she spoke, she headed directly to the fire room. The warmth within was irresistible, prompting her to rub her hands together and bring them to her lips, exhaling softly. Lu Feng, momentarily taken aback, soon comprehended. Since the snow began to fall last night, the temperature had plummeted. After a brief silence, he spoke, suggesting that the mistress should sleep in his room. A flush crept onto Lu Liufeng's cheeks, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Naturally, he too would be sleeping indoors. Jiang, she quickly shook her head. It was inappropriate. This was not suitable. She gently pushed Lu Feng away, her tone casual and light. "You may leave first. I will sit here for a while before departing." With that, she closed the door in front of him. This should ensure he would leave, right? Jiang, she squatted by the fire pit, basking in the warmth that gradually enveloped her. She sighed contentedly, pondering the necessity of a heat source. If only there was central heating, or, at the very least, a heated bed would suffice. After warming herself for a while, she prepared to lie down on the straw mat for the night. Yet, just as she was about to recline, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the tightly shut door. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Xi approached and opened the door, only to be startled. "What are you doing standing there?" Lu Feng stood outside, covered in snow, even his eyelashes dusted with white, reminiscent of the first time she laid eyes on him. Jiang, she hurriedly pulled him into the fire room, brushing the snow off his body. Her tone turned stern. "Why are you not leaving? Do you not realize that standing out here could freeze you to death?" Lu Feng wiped the melting snow from his face, his amber eyes cast down in self-reproach. It is entirely Liufeng's fault for failing to ensure the mistress's warmth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi first assumed he had guessed her intention to sleep in the fire room, then felt somewhat helpless. The marriage system in this world, with its abundance of males for each female, was indeed rather twisted, akin to a form of slavery where everything revolved around the mistress. She did not wish for Lu Feng to feel uneasy, so she reassured him. "You need not blame yourself. The cold weather has nothing to do with you. Rest assured, even if I were to freeze to death, I would not hold you accountable. However, she quickly realized the flaw in her words. If she were to die, they would presumably have to follow suit. The air grew heavy with silence. Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together, the guilt in his amber eyes intensifying. Mistress, he began to speak, but Jiang Xi hastily interrupted him. How about this? Could you help me place the charcoal in the stone pot and bring it to my room? She feared he might utter something strange again. With coal fire, the night would be much warmer. The wooden house was drafty. In Jiang, she did not need to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning. The purpose of coming to the fire room was indeed to utilize the burning charcoal in the pit. Lu Lufeng hesitated. Jiang Xi pressed on. You see, it is precisely because of the charcoal fire in the fire room that it is warm, right? Moving the charcoal fire to my room would yield the same effect. Lu Lufeng bit his lip, a trace of imperceptible disappointment crossing his amber eyes. Very well. The former mistress would have eagerly squeezed into the beast husband's rooms. Yet the current mistress, even when invited, was reluctant to enter. The stone pot, initially used for cooking during the day, transformed into a charcoal basin. Following the mistress's instructions, Lu Lufeng placed the glowing coals from the fire pit into the stone pot and carried it to her room. The interior was no different from before, still quite messy. Jiang Xi longed for a thorough cleanup, but time was scarce. She merely tidied up the sleeping area. As she gazed at the drafty wooden boards, she contemplated digging some mud from the river the next day to plaster the exterior walls. After delivering the charcoal, Lu Lufeng finally ceased his insistence on her sleeping in his room. Jiang Xi bid him farewell, pushing the charcoal basin closer to the beast's skin-covered mat. Wrapped in the skins, she sat in front of the fire basin, warming herself for a while. Only when the room warmed and drowsiness overtook her did she drift off to sleep, perhaps due to the rising warmth from the charcoal. This time she did not awaken in the middle of the night as she had previously, but instead slept soundly until the following morning. When she rose, the snow had ceased and the sky was a brilliant blue. Mu Ling had been squatting at the threshold of the fire room for quite some time, and upon seeing the mistress emerge, his wolf-like eyes lit up as he stood up. The mistress is awake. Quickly wash your face and then have breakfast. He had no choice but to squat at the fire room's entrance, watching the mistress's room intently. Jiang, she cast her gaze around the fire room and, upon spotting Lu Lufeng cooking, instantly understood Mu Ling's enthusiasm. Lu Lufeng was not truly cooking. He merely reheated some pig's head meat from the previous night, adding a few potatoes to simmer alongside it, resulting in a delightful breakfast. Jiang Xi washed her face and brushed her teeth with a twig. She continued to infuse the water with her healing abilities. However, this time, the black water in the stone basin was poured by Mu Ling. He easily carried the basin to the yard behind. Upon seeing the dark liquid, he realized why the mistress's face had seen a significant reduction in black blemishes. Yet he vaguely remembered that in the holy city, the mistress and her holy mother had attempted countless healing methods without success. How could she suddenly be healed after losing her external spiritual power and then recovering? It appeared that the mistress harbored a tremendous secret. However, Mu Ling was not one to pry, and as a beast husband, he lacked the standing to question the mistress. Jiang Xi, unaccustomed to overly rich breakfasts in the morning, did not serve herself too much meat. The excess meat all found its way into Mu Ling's bowl. Jiang Xi scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of Yueshi, which piqued her curiosity. Lu Lufeng, as if reading her mind, spoke up. Yueshi ventured into the mountains early this morning. Mu Ling scoffed. If I had known he was sneaking food last night, I would have caught him. Lu Lufeng shook his head in disapproval. Mu Ling, do not act this way. We are all the mistress's beast husbands. Mu Ling chewed on his meat, his sharp wolf eyes flashing with discontent, refusing to relent. Who is he trying to impress with his superiority? Everyone here has been exiled to a cursed land. Who is more noble than whom? If he truly had the capability, he would find a female capable of procuring the golden soul fruit for him. Jiang Xi sensed the atmosphere growing tense and hurriedly shifted the topic. Upon hearing about food, Mu Ling's gaze shifted and his previously fierce wolf eyes brightened instantaneously. What is potato powder? Jiang Xi replied. It is a powder made from potatoes, suitable for breakfast. Lu Lufeng appeared somewhat speechless. Jiang Xi continued. It can be prepared as a delightful meal. Though Mu Ling did not comprehend, he understood it to be something delicious. As long as it is tasty, that is sufficient. Before processing the ingredients, Jiang Xi first dragged all the bee skins from inside the house outdoors, laying them in the snow to clean them. She also cleared out the clutter of jars and bottles that had accumulated in the house. Lu Lufeng inquired, "Mistress, what are you planning to do?" Jiang Xi, wrapped in thick beast skins, placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Of course, I am conducting a thorough cleaning." Lu Lufeng responded, "A thorough cleaning? Cleaning?" He understood each word separately, and while he grasped their combined meaning, it felt somewhat disjointed, much like describing the furniture of a stone table. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, and soon stepped forward to offer his assistance. The snow in the courtyard was thick, and the beast skins left shallow imprints in the snow. Jiang Xi rolled dry grass into a ball, using it as a brush to scrub the fur on the beast skins. Most of the beast skins in her house were utilized for shelter from the wind, serving as mats, backrests, and so forth, totaling over a dozen. Jiang Xi worked diligently, and despite Lu Liufeng's repeated offers for her to rest inside, she remained undeterred. However, once the white snow began to turn a yellowish-brown, she felt the urge to escape. She felt so embarrassed that she dare not look at Liufeng, especially as the white snow he used to clean the animal skins had also changed color. Liufeng, perceptive as ever, sensed the subtle shift in the female's breathing. His eyes flickered, and he quickly deduced the reason, graciously offering her an escape from her embarrassment. The animal skins lay scattered across the ground, inevitably stained with mud. His silence was a blessing, but once he spoke, Jiang Xi felt even more humiliated. They both understood why the skins were in such a state. Since entering Jiang Xi's abode, they had not been cleaned, compounded by the mud and hair accumulated from yesterday's activities in the RHG. Jiang Xi rightly suspected that she had not bathed in months. How could these animal skins be clean? She forced a laugh, and noticing the emptiness of the left courtyard and the tightly closed door, she shifted the conversation. "Where are you and her beast husband not home? Had they gone to the RHG?" Liufeng confirmed with a nod. They had set off early, but without the LNK-SHURN, they could only travel by land, likely spending the night in the RHG. The LNK-SHUR were the most favored beast tribe in the land of curses, as they were swift in their travels. From the SHU tribe to the RHG, even the slowest LNK-SHUR required only half a day. However, for LDSHURN, in the thick winter snow, it would take at least a day to reach the RHG. Jiang Xi nodded, realizing the advantages Liufeng possessed. She couldn't help but compliment him. "It seems we cannot do without you in this household." Chapter 22. The ungrateful beast husband's faint blush crept across Liufeng's pale cheeks, his amber eyes shimmering under the sunlight in the snowy landscape. This was the first time a female had praised him. For a moment, he worked with renewed vigor. Jiang Xi remained oblivious to his change. After all, there was an overwhelming amount to be done if they wished to improve their living conditions. After washing the animal skins, she and Liufeng went to the riverbank to dig up mud. Initially confused, Liufeng soon grasped Jiang Xi's intentions when he saw her apply the mud to the outer wooden walls. The sweetness that had momentarily blossomed in his heart vanished in an instant. The female preferred to repair the house rather than allow him to keep her warm at night. With wings unfurled, he transformed into his half-beast form. He seized a bag of wet mud and earnestly said, "Mistress, allow me to handle the exterior walls. You should take a moment to rest." Jiang Xi pondered for a moment and agreed, as she had other tasks to attend to, such as transforming wild grapes into wine. Fortunately, though they lacked many items, they had plenty of stone pots. While washing the grapes in the courtyard, she looked up to see Liufeng soaring in the air, covering the upper section of the wooden house with mud. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that his wings appeared considerably smaller. Was it possible to control their size? She recalled Liufeng mentioning that beast transformation was prohibited in the tribe, so this scaled-down version of functional beast transformation should be allowed. However, as she continued to observe, she noticed a difference. With his wings not fully extended, Liufeng seemed unable to fly too high and needed to land and rest after a short while. The intensity of her gaze was so heated that even Liufeng noticed. He turned around, his face flushing once again. "Mistress, is something the matter?" The young man, with flowing dark hair and a gentle, handsome demeanor, stood with his wings slightly extended, appearing like a snow-white crane in the midst of winter. Jiang Xi snapped back to reality, feeling utterly embarrassed at having been caught sneaking a glance. "And no, nothing. I just think you're truly remarkable." Liufeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. His spirits lifted once more. The mistress praised him again. You are quite remarkable as well. Jiang mumbled a few indistinct words. She then took half of the potatoes from the bag and began washing them, preparing to make potato flour later. In the courtyard, the female and the beast had clearly defined roles, each fulfilling their duties. When a young beastman came looking for Lefing and saw Jiang hard at work, he nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. For a moment, the beastman was at a loss as to whether he should be surprised or envious. So, Jiang's malice was only directed outward, within the household. She was so kind, even willingly helping the beastmen with their tasks. It was no wonder Lefing and Mling, despite often returning with injuries, were eager to defend their mistress. It turned out that their mistress treated them entirely differently compared to outsiders. The intensity of the beastman's stares caused Jiang to instinctively look up. This time, the large beastman outside did not hastily turn away as before. Instead, he grinned widely, revealing a row of white teeth. Jiang thought to herself, he seems rather dim-witted. Lowering her gaze, she continued to wash the potatoes. Lefing noticed the beastman outside the courtyard and inquired, Lu and I, is there something you need? The young beastman named Lu and I turned to him and quickly replied, Lefing, the chief asked me to check if you are available tomorrow. He wishes to organize the Shur from the tribe to transport food to the RHG, offering 5 contribution points. Lefing instinctively glanced at the female by the water. After a moment of thought, he replied, I'm not certain. Please inform me before you set off tomorrow. Lu and I acknowledged him and couldn't help but glance at Jiang by the water, though she was somewhat unattractive and a bit malicious to outsiders. It was rare to find a mistress who treated her beast husband so well. Lu and I quickly waved to Lefing. Although confused, Lefing approached him. Standing outside the fence, Lu and I leaned in and whispered, Lefing, what type of beastman does your mistress prefer? Lefing's gaze fell on a robust bull-type beastman before him, and he politely declined, my mistress does not favor your type. Lu and I scratched his head. Then what type does she like? Lefing replied with calm indifference, someone like me. Lu and I felt the pressure. Lefing was the most popular beastman in the tribe, second only to Yux. He was handsome, gentle, powerful, and Alink Shurn. After some thought, Lu and I remained undeterred. If he couldn't win Lefing, perhaps he could marry someone from his family. He had heard from the chief that the food Jiang found was indeed edible. I have a brother who is still unmarried, a bird tribe member with a lovely voice. Several females in the tribe want to marry him. Do you think your mistress would like him? Lefing replied coldly. She would not. The bird tribe brother was furious, feathers bristling in anger. I would rather die than marry that malicious female. If Jiang were aware of all this, she would merely say, do not flatter yourself. Lefing only applied mud to the exterior walls of Jiang's house, neglecting his own. Once finished, he cleaned the mud from his body and went to help Jiang with the potatoes. With his animal skin half unfastened, revealing a portion of his muscular upper body, he stood there for a while, taken aback by the sight of the muddy house in the courtyard. Even he, who was usually slow to comprehend, realized the reason. As the mistress's beast husband, it was truly derelict of him not to keep her warm. He forgot the resolution he made last night to abstain from intimacy, tossed aside the bamboo, and pushed open the fire room door. Mistress, come sleep in my room tonight. In the fire room, Jiang and Lefing were busy mashing potatoes to extract starch. The sudden declaration startled Jiang, while Lefing's eyes flickered. Sensing the impending crisis, Mling, with half his muscular body exposed, presented an enticing offer. I am of the wolf tribe. My fur is thick, and you will be warm sleeping beneath me in winter. Lefing bit his lip, unwilling to be outdone. Mistress, I can keep you warm too. Jiang glanced between Mling and Lefing, feeling perplexed. Why were both of them inviting her to sleep together, especially when they were on the verge of dissolving their marriage bond? In the past, one would rather endure hardship than sleep. Yet how is it that, after just a few days, one has become so indifferent? Chapter 23. The Tsundere Beast Husband. Jiang Xi's gaze flickered between the two individuals before settling on the mud house with its outer walls coated in clay. I believe my house should be quite warm now. Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling both directed their attention to the mud dwelling, falling into silence. In that moment, Lu Lufeng felt a twinge of regret for having completed the outer wall so hastily. Noticing the absence of any further risk of discussions, Jiang Xi turned to Mu Ling. Mu Ling, we are preparing sweet potato noodles. Would you care to join us? Sweet potato noodles? Upon opening the door, Mu Ling was met with the sight of the female leader and Lu Lufeng engaged in an unusual task. While he did not fully comprehend it, he instinctively felt that what the female leader said was indeed correct. As he approached, Jiang Xi quickly interjected, "Wash your hands first. They must be impeccably clean." Mu Ling glanced at his hands, a hint of embarrassment crossing his stern features. He turned away to wash his hands. Jiang Xi stretched languidly. "The kitchenware is scant. This is truly quite the ordeal." The process of mashing the sweet potatoes into powder took an extensive amount of time. With no sieve available, she had improvised a makeshift one from grass. But even so, one had to be cautious, as mishaps could easily lead to spillage. Had she known it would be this troublesome, she would have chosen not to make sweet potato noodles. When Mu Ling returned after washing his hands, Jiang Xi willingly relinquished her spot to him, allowing him and Lu Lufeng to work together. After all, this was a slow endeavor that did not require much skill. Upon Mu Ling's arrival, the female leader offered a few instructions before departing, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Was she dissatisfied with him? Jiang Xi, however, was simply preoccupied with other tasks, such as making soap. She had already separated the lye earlier in the morning. After adding carbonized shell powder and filtering it, she had achieved a second sedimentation. Now, the clarified lye was ready for the final step of soap making. But another dilemma arose. Jiang Xi's eyes scanned the fire room before landing on the bamboo outside. The stone knife was heavy and cumbersome. Raising it required tremendous effort, prompting her to seek assistance from Lu Lufeng. Lu Lufeng readily agreed. Just as Mu Ling was about to offer his help, he witnessed Lu Lufeng wielding a wind blade, effortlessly slicing several bamboo tubes with precision. Yet, he pondered, could his wolf claws not have done the same? However, it was all over now. Jiang Xi entered the fire room with several bamboo tubes, her dark eyes sparkling with joy. Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback. He finally understood why Lu Lufeng remarked that life in the present was delightful. He too began to sense this feeling. The female leader before him radiated an aura of joy and relaxation. In contrast, the former female leader had perpetually exuded a gloomy disposition that made one want to keep their distance. Now, however, she drew him closer, compelling him to heed her words and provide her with anything she desired. Jiang Xi gently heated the lard she had set aside from the previous night. Since the lard had solidified, it was inconvenient for mixing with the lye. A slight warming would suffice to melt it. The lard transformed from a milky solid into a golden liquid. Pouring the second sedimented lye into the lard, she added a pinch of ground salt and stirred until the mixture attained a white, sticky consistency, ready to be poured into the bamboo tubes to harden and set. Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling, while mashing the sweet potato noodles, cast curious glances toward the female leader. Soap? Something akin to pods? Capable of removing dirt? This was utterly unheard of, as marvelous as something that did not belong to this world. Even Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling, despite their usual dullness, sensed that something was amiss. Yet, none were foolish enough to voice their thoughts. Jiang Xi filled 3 bamboo tubes. Just as she finished, a cacophony erupted from outside. The voices of beastmen floated over, filled with praise and admiration. Mu Ling's nose twitched, and he exchanged glances with Lu Lufeng, who appeared somewhat surprised. As he peered outside, he saw Yueshi entering the courtyard, carrying a sheep. Surrounding them were various beastmen, both large and small, filled with envy. Jiang Xi's beast husbands had successfully hunted substantial game for 2 consecutive days, stirring envy among the onlookers. The chief's female leader had mobilized the females of the tribe today to venture to Rihe Valley to gather food. However, only a few females participated, as most did not believe Jiang Xi would find anything edible. They merely thought Jiang Xi was toying with them. Only females were permitted to forage in Rihe Valley. Without the female leader's participation, the beast husbands were powerless. With winter's heavy snow, the prey had taken refuge, and they had failed to hunt anything substantial for several days. At this rate, they would surely face starvation. Jiang Xi approached Yueshi in surprise. Yueshi still looked disheveled, with twigs tangled in her beautiful long hair and her bee-skin clothing marred with scratches, some even torn open. It was evident that she had endured a challenging pursuit. Mu Ling's tone was tinged with complexity. Did you go to the cliff? The cliff was an exceedingly steep precipice, unfathomably deep at its base. Falling would mean certain death. Lu Lufeng pursed his lips, his expression turning serious. Iyueshi, you are far too reckless. Jiang Xi, unaware of the cliff's peril, sensed the gravity of the situation from Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling's changing expressions. As she observed Iyueshi's lovely visage darken, she hastily interjected, "You are so impressive." He snorted softly. "I told you, I will not take advantage of you." With that, he raised his chin defiantly and strode toward the glacial river at the back of the courtyard to tend to the sheep. He had chased it for 2 days, nearly falling off the cliff several times, but had finally caught it. Although Iyueshi had not helped with anything yesterday, she had attentively listened, absorbing everyone's words. "Mu Ling, gather some ash from the burnt grass for me. It turns out that intestines and stomach can be quite delicious." The flavors from last night in the fire room still lingered in his mouth. How could there be such delectable food in this world? In the fire room, Mu Ling thought, "Is he giving me orders now?" Lu Lufeng remarked, "Go assist him. I can manage the sweet potato noodles. I am nearly finished." He understood Iyueshi's temperament. Although she exuded an air of pride, her nature was not malevolent. As fellow beast husbands serving the female leader, there was no need to strain their relationship. Furthermore, Lu Liufeng's amber eyes flickered as he glanced at the female leader. Previously, she had favored Iyueshi above all else. He wondered if that sentiment still lingered. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi's mind was consumed with thoughts of food. She exclaimed, "Let's have sheep offal soup today." Chapter 24. Beast Husbands with Integrity. Sheep offal soup? Lu Lufeng mused, another new dish. Upon hearing of the delicious fare, Mu Ling's lingering discontent toward Iyueshi instantly dissipated. He promptly gathered some dry grass to burn for ash. As he was doing so, another thought struck him, prompting him to look up at the female leader. "What about the wild boar meat from yesterday?" Jiang Xi did not grasp his inquiry, but replied, "We can eat the wild boar meat and the lamb too. With the winter chill, we can savor it for several days." Mu Ling thought to himself, the female leader has indeed changed. The former female leader would never have consumed meat that had been left overnight. Perhaps it was her finicky eating habits that had rendered Jiang Xi so slender, often feeling devoid of strength. Iyueshi, emulating Lu Lufeng, also set aside the lamb fat separately, as it was from a lactating ewe. He also extracted several bamboo tubes of sheep's milk. Though beastmen typically shunned it, the females in the tribe adored it. Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled upon seeing the goat milk. It could be transformed into facial soap. Iyueshi noticed the glimmer in the female master's eyes directed at him, and smugly lifted the corners of his lips. He had resolved to dine in the kitchen that day, and seeing that the other two were occupied, he inquired if there was anything else to be done. Jiang Xi instructed him to wash the vegetables and seasonings, while Mu Ling was tasked with crafting bamboo bowls, chopsticks, spatulas, and spoons. These tasks required little skill, so she felt confident letting them proceed without her constant guidance. She estimated that the tables and chairs would be set up after the meal. Lu Lufeng had already completed his tasks, and now needed to allow the ingredients to rest. Thus he assisted the female master in cooking. Since she intended to cook the lamb as well, she prepared an ample amount of it. The lamb and offal were placed in cold water with slices of ginger to blanch. Given the abundance of lamb fat, Jiang Xi opted for lamb fat instead of lard. Sod-ing it with ginger slices, Sichuan peppercorns, grass fruit, cinnamon, bay leaves, garlic, and chili to release their aromas before incorporating the lamb and offal for stir-frying. Logically, the offal would cook faster than the lamb, so it was preferable to add them separately. However, due to limited conditions, she decided to add everything at once. With each addition of seasoning, Jiang Xi explained to Lu Lufeng its purpose. Ginger eliminates the fishy smell, Sichuan peppercorns provide numbness, while chili adds spice. Grass fruit, cinnamon, and bay leaves were primarily for enhancing fragrance. Garlic not only adds aroma, but also boosts immunity and possesses certain antibacterial and detoxifying properties. Lu Lufeng gradually looked at her, his handsome face revealing astonishment at the mention of detoxification. Jiang Xi quickly clarified, "Oh, it's not what you think. It simply means it can eliminate some harmful substances in the ingredients." Lu Lufeng appeared to understand partially. Garlic is suitable for all dishes, whether stir-frying vegetables or meat. Ginger, due to its function of removing odor, is generally used only in meat dishes. Lu Lufeng nodded, grasping some of the concepts. "What about Sichuan peppercorns and chili?" Jiang Xi responded, "Sichuan peppercorns are generally not used in vegetable dishes, but chili can be added according to taste." Lu Lufeng deduced further, so grass fruit, cinnamon. And bay leaves are also primarily used in meat dishes? Jiang Xi confirmed exactly. A promising student indeed. However, she added, but regarding the marinated pig's head from yesterday. Did you add potatoes to it this morning? It was quite delicious, wasn't it? Vegetables can also be marinated. Lu Lufeng learned numerous new cooking methods. Mu Ling, in the courtyard, listened intently for a while, but, unable to comprehend, eventually stopped. After finishing the vegetables, Yueshi found himself unsure of what to do next and loitered in the kitchen. Jiang Xi noticed his disheveled appearance and couldn't he help but comment. Yueshi's beautiful fox-like eyes widened in disbelief. Are you implying that I am dirty? Jiang Xi scanned his form silently. Was it not evident? Yueshi huffed off to bathe. Lu Lufeng opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Yueshi, who was exceptionally fond of cleanliness, transformed into his beast form daily to groom himself. It was perhaps the first time he had been told he was dirty. Jiang Xi shrugged and continued teaching Lu Lufeng how to cook. Among the beast husbands, Lu Lufeng was the most agreeable, exhibiting initiative without needing her prompts. He was indeed very virtuous. Even when Mu Ling was making bowls and chopsticks, he frequently interrupted to ask if his methods were correct, demonstrating enthusiasm, but lacking independent thought. Mu Ling had long figured out how to make them, but was displeased with Lu Lufeng monopolizing the female masteress' attention, hence his frequent attempts to assert his presence. Once the lamb and offal were fragrant, water was added to simmer, with salt added just before serving. The salt was coarse. As Jiang, she had not refined any fine salt. Given the family's impoverished conditions, fine salt was a luxury they could not afford at the moment. So coarse salt would suffice for the time being. The remaining marinated pig's head was reheated, with a few potatoes thrown in to cook together. A stir-fry of wood ear mushrooms and meat was also prepared. As for the purslane and shepherd's purse, they would be added to the lamb soup just before serving, turning it into a hot pot. With the eager and quick-learning Lu Lufeng, Jiang Xi found herself with a bit of leisure. She counted on her fingers what else needed to be done today. The grapes had drained. They would make wine in the evening. Goat milk and lamb fat could be turned into goat milk soap, but she wished to add some plant oil, preferably with floral essential oils. As she pondered, Jiang, she looked up at Lu Lufeng. Are you going to Rihe Valley tomorrow? The female master wished for Lu Lufeng to join her. He left the decision to her. Jiang, she was preoccupied with thoughts of finding plants that could yield oil and hardly registered the significance of his words. She nodded. We have enough food at home for a few days. Let us go to Rihe Valley tomorrow. By the way, I'll wash up on the mountain. In such cold weather, there were no bathing facilities at home. Firstly, there wasn't a large enough tub. Secondly, the low temperatures caused the water to cool quickly, meaning the first batch would likely be cold by the time the second was ready. It was too much hassle for her and the beast husbands. It would be far better to bathe in the hot springs, which would also facilitate her using her abilities to treat any poison on her body. Suddenly, Jiang Xi realized that even if she found oil-yielding plants in Rihe Valley tomorrow, the extraction process would take several days. However, the goat milk could not wait that long. Never mind. She would still go to Rihe Valley and gather whatever she could. After all, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. She would make goat milk soap tonight. And with honey readily available at home, she could create honey goat milk soap. As evening approached, snow began to fall gently. After consuming a bowl of steaming lamb soup, warmth enveloped her. The expressions of satisfaction on the faces of those in the kitchen were evident, particularly Yueshi's. Yet for every 2 bites of lamb he took, he would glance around, observing everyone's somewhat crude manner of eating, and then elegantly dab at his mouth. However, regardless of how much he tried to draw attention to himself, no one seemed to notice. Mu Ling had already devoured his meal to the point where his tail and wolf ears were exposed, flailing behind him as he ate, beads of perspiration appearing on his stern face. Lu Lufeng was slightly more restrained, his warm and handsome face tinged with a blush as he occasionally turned to serve the female master, demonstrating a thoughtful demeanor. Jiang, she had not enjoyed lamb this heartily in a long time. Furthermore, perhaps due to the pure, ecological nature of this world, the lamb was more tender and flavorful than any she had previously tasted, devoid of any gamey odor. She even prepared a dipping sauce. However, the 3 beast husbands were so ravenous that they hardly had time to dip. They simply ladled the lamb into their bowls, consuming it as if it were soup. Noticing the female master's bowl was empty, Lu Lufeng promptly offered to serve her more. Jiang, she quickly waved her hand. I'm full. You all take your time. Mu Ling glanced over, unable to resist saying, Female master, do eat a bit more, It's so delicious, and once today is over, we won't tea have any more. Jiang Xi pointed to the remaining half of the lamb in the corner. Isn't there's still half left? Mu Ling's wolf eyes sparkled with delight once more. Yueshi's fox-like eyes flicked with excitement, his voice rising. Once it's finished, I will go hunting again. There are more than just this one. Although the meal was enjoyable, it had been Yueshi's life that was risked to procure it. Before Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling could speak, Jiang Xi hurriedly interjected. Eating lamb every day would become monotonous. We should seek other prey as well. I can prepare many types of dishes. Variety makes for delightful meals. She refrained from directly mentioning Yueshi, as he was also contributing to the household by finding food, and she did not want to dampen his enthusiasm. Upon hearing her words, Yueshi, indeed, became intrigued. You're right. Before tasting tonight's lamb, I thought the pig's head from last night was the best food in the world. Hearing the female master's comments filled him with anticipation for future meals. However, he soon grew wary. He supported his chin with one hand, his striking fox-like eyes glancing at the female master as he declared, Once I find the Jin Han Gua, I shall certainly annul our marriage contract. No matter how you attempt to win me over with food, my resolve will not waver. Jiang Xi cast him a speechless glance, acknowledging that Yueshi was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an air of nobility and allure with every gesture. She was worthy of the tales of females fighting for him. However, compared to such a captivating beastman, she preferred a more stable existence with a beastman. Jiang Xi spoke softly. I hope you find the Jin Hungwa soon. Just then, Lu Lufeng glanced at Mu Ling and Yueshi and suddenly said, I no longer intend to seek the Jin Hungwa. The previously cooling atmosphere instantly ignited once more, and everyone in the fire room turned to look at him. Jiang Xi was particularly taken aback, her dark, grape-like eyes filled with confusion. Yueshi was equally astonished, asking, Why? Mu Ling, holding a bowl, took a few sips of lamb soup, unable to question Lu Lufeng or meet the gaze of the female master. Yet his wolf ears perked up in curiosity. Lu Lufeng tilted his head, his amber eyes gently fixed on the female master. I cherish this life I have now and wish to spend my days with you. Seeing the female master in a daze, he smiled and added, Moreover, I was destined to be a marriage partner. Without you, where else would I go? The Ying Haixia would not accept a tribesman abandoned by the female master. Yueshi's expression grew complex. He knew Lu Lufeng well. As the eldest son of the chief of Ying Haixia, Lu Lufeng was revered as the esteemed young leader. If he remained in Ying Haixia and married one of its females, he would undoubtedly become its chief in the future. Unlike other tribes, Ying Haixia was uniquely governed by the Eagle clan, controlling trade routes with the Sea tribes, thus becoming one of the most prosperous clans along the coast. Many females longed to live in Ying Haixia, with even the revered females choosing to settle there. The thought of the revered females made Yueshi's emotions more complicated. He recalled that 2 days prior, Mu Ling had informed him that the female master's external spiritual power had recovered. Was this the reason Lu Lufeng chose to stay? However, Yueshi would never remain for the revered females, as even they had previously extended an olive branch to him. The Fox clan, blessed with divine beauty, valued aesthetics highly, and Yueshi was no exception. His mother was the most beautiful female in the tribe, and his father was the most handsome beastman. His dream had once been to marry the most beautiful female in the world and bear the most exquisite children. To achieve this, he traveled from his tribe to the holy city, a legendary place said to harbor the most beautiful females. He sought to find the most stunning female, marry her, and raise offspring. Yet all of this was shattered by Jiang Xi, who, upon meeting him at the banquet, caused a scene and insisted on marrying him. Her mother was the revered female of the holy city, the highest authority. With a mere wave of her hand, she bound him before her and forced him into a marriage contract. To be frank, when the revered female passed and the new one ascended, Jiang Xi's external spiritual power vanished and she was exiled. Yueshi felt a sense of relief. Even if he was forced into exile to the cursed land, it was a sweet revenge. Moreover, he had a way to annul the marriage contract. The ancestral land of the Fox clan held a secretive Jin Hungwa tree. However, when he journeyed to the holy city, he never anticipated being forced into a marriage contract, hence he did not bring the Jin Hungwa with him. Before his exile, the new revered female had offered to help him annul the contract, but demanded he marry her. The new revered female was not the most beautiful in the world, and he rejected her, knowing his tribesmen would surely come to find him in the cursed land. Yet now, with heavy snow sealing the mountains and the giant forest roads impassable, they would not arrive until spring. Iyueshi admired Lu Lufeng and felt he should not remain in the cursed land to suffer under the female master's torment. But since he was unwilling, Iyueshi did not press the issue. He lazily remarked, "It's up to you." After saying this, he turned to Mu Ling, asking, "What about you?" Chapter 26. Suddenly anticipating, although Iyueshi was at odds with Mu Ling, he regarded the underground fighters as cold-blooded monsters who knew only slaughter. As for that Huoluan, he looked down upon others, boasting about being from the Golden Lion clan, one of the most powerful tribes in the Holy City. And Iyueshi had no interest in him. To be honest, he still could not comprehend why Huoluan had not annulled the marriage contract, but instead followed the female master into exile in the cursed land. After all, with the strength of the Golden Lion clan, it was implausible that he could not annul the contract. Moreover, after arriving in the cursed land, Huoluan often disappeared for 10 days to half a month. Iyueshi suspected he had other motives for coming to the cursed land. Mu Ling was already reluctant to confront the topic. Suddenly being pointed out by Iyueshi only muddled his thoughts further. He cast his gaze upon the female master, whose face remained obscured in darkness, but she had improved significantly compared to before. The female master had undergone considerable changes, and it was possible that some inexplicable events had transpired. Yet, he dared not gamble or easily offer his true heart, as Iyueshi began to show signs of impatience. Mu Ling nodded. "Of course, I will annul it." Mu Ling was unaware that Iyueshi could procure the Jin Hongua, but Lu Lufeng was informed. Iyueshi did not conceal this and straightforwardly stated, "After spring, before the height of summer, a fox beast man will arrive in the cursed land with the Jin Hongua. At that time, I can provide you with one." Mu Ling was taken aback, his sharp wolf-like gaze clouded with confusion. Was this truly what he desired? Without the female master, where could he possibly go? He was an orphan, unlike Lu Lufeng and Iyueshi, who had their own tribes and families. He was utterly alone. He longed to find his destined female master, to share a lifetime together. Yet, where was this destined female master? Iyueshi paid no heed to his bewilderment and stretched lazily. However, he did not allow Mu Ling to take advantage of him. He shot him a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, "You should listen." Mu Ling, lost in thought, barely registered what he was saying and nodded absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi had been in disarray since Lu Lufeng spoke. Fortunately, Iyueshi granted her some time to ponder. She sensed Lu Liufeng's gaze upon her, warm and perhaps waiting for her response. Noticing the female master with her head lowered and silent, Lu Lufeng spoke up, "You need not feel pressured. I am here of my own volition, wishing to serve you for a lifetime." Jiang Xi felt even more pressured. Taking a deep breath, she abruptly stood up and said to Lu Lufeng, "Let's speak outside." There were 2 other beast men in the fire room, both wishing to annul their marriage contracts. Discussing such a personal matter here seemed inappropriate. Lu Lufeng paused momentarily before hastily rising, replying, "All right." He felt a mix of anxiety, fearing the female master might refuse him. Although he was already the female master's beast man, and even if she declined, he could continue in that role, he still hoped to win her affection. The snow grew heavier that night, cascading from the heavens, the blood-red moonlight intertwining with the silver-white snow, casting a hazy glow over the tribe. Yet, he soon realized that this topic was inherently ambiguous, and being alone with the female master could easily cloud one's judgment. She stood firm in the snow, silver-white covering his dark hair, snowflakes resting upon his long eyelashes, gently falling with each flutter, reminiscent of the first time she laid eyes on him. The young man, gentle and refined, possessed a pair of amber eyes that sparkled with clarity against the backdrop of the falling snow. Lowering his gaze, he cast a glance back, creating an illusion in Jiang Xi's mind that he was wholly focused on her. Her heart skipped a beat, yet she steadied her racing thoughts, tilting her head to meet his gaze, and inquired, "What did you mean by what you said earlier? Have you not always wished to dissolve our marriage contract?" Lef pressed his lips together, his eyes cast downwards, revealing a hint of anxiety. I no longer wish to." Jiang Xi observed him closely before asking, "Is it because I have regained my identity as a favored female?" "No." Lef suddenly lifted his gaze, looking at the female master with determination. Lef wants to be with the female master, regardless of status. He simply wishes to be with her. Jiang X gazed into his amber eyes and fell silent for a moment before stating, Are you aware that I am not your female master? In the fire room, M.L. Ing eavesdropped with keen interest. Despite the howling winds and snow, he could faintly hear the dialogue between the female master and Lef Ing. However, as he caught a glimpse of their conversation, the howling winds outside intensified, causing a sharp pain in his ears. How petty! He cursed. It's just a few words. Why can't I listen? Clearly, Lef Ing was using his abilities to interfere with the sounds outside. Yux cast a languid glance at him. Why are you so curious? You don't intend to stay. In the courtyard, Lef Ing's heart raced almost to the point of stopping. He stared blankly at the female master. Snowflakes drifted down, landing softly on her fur hat, with a few occasionally brushing against her cheeks. Though he could not discern her features clearly, he could see the luster of her dark eyes, a clarity that was entirely different from before, bringing him peace and a willingness to accept. He had thought that the female master would keep this secret forever, yet unexpectedly, she shared it with him alone. Lef Ing nodded, I know. At this, Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback. You know, Lef Ing affirmed, from the night before last. When the female master emerged from the house, I realized she was no longer just a female master. The heightened senses of the beastmen allowed them to distinguish the scents between females. That night, he had detected a new, enchanting fragrance, though uncertain at first. Over the next 2 days, he became certain. Jiang Xi fell silent. Do you not find this frightening? She had not intended to deceive him, hence her revelation. Yet, she had not anticipated that he had already known. Thus, Lef Ing desired to be with her for who she truly was. Jiang Xi felt an ambiguous sense of relief or perhaps anxiety, but at the very least, he was aware of the truth. If you truly wish to stay, Lef Ing shook his head. It is not frightening. On the contrary, I believe the female master's presence has transformed what was once a daunting life into something to look forward to. His past life had been unbearable. He would rather face the explosion of his abilities than have the female master tend to him. Yet now, he found himself anticipating her guidance in managing his powers. The beastmen with female partners often fought fiercely over such matters, yearning for the female master's affection and assistance in honing their abilities. Previously, Lef Ing had not understood the allure of such competition. Now, however, his thoughts wandered uncontrollably. I've heard it is quite pleasurable. Chapter 27. Then let us try anticipation, Jiang Xi murmured quietly. She too harbored great expectations for her future life. She understood clearly that in this world, where there were many males and few females, survival was a daunting challenge for one alone. It was not merely about hunger, but the lack of resistance against the dangers of nature. With impassable roads and rampant wild beasts, one could only remain within the tribe for safety, but such a life was untenable. At this juncture, the existence of beastmen became crucial. From the outset, Jiang Xi had resolved to find a dependable beastman with whom she could share a peaceful life, experiencing the world's wonders together. Among the beastmen, she indeed favored Lef Ing the most. However, this affection had not yet reached the level of love. It was merely a sensory inclination. She had to admit that her interactions with Lef Ing were genuinely comfortable and relaxing, allowing her to focus on her own pursuits without the concern of disruptions. If she were to choose a partner, she would willingly select Lef Ing. Having clarified her thoughts, Jiang Xi decided not to hesitate any longer and spoke directly. We can give this a try. Lef Ing tensed to the point of rigidity. Sensed from her words an implicit agreement, yet it was tinged with uncertainty. Try? He echoed, voicing his confusion. Jiang Xi nodded, smiling slightly. Yes, a trial. This means we will first get to know each other, interact, and adjust. During this time, if we find ourselves incompatible, we can still dissolve the marriage contract. Lef Ing quickly interjected, I do not wish to dissolve it. Jiang Xi replied, do not rush, let me finish. In my home, there is no such thing as a life-and-death marriage contract. Even if two people marry and have children, if they are unsuitable for each other, they can still part ways. Lef Ing was momentarily taken aback. Where exactly did the female master come from? He had never considered that she hailed from a world entirely different from his. Sharing this secret made his heart race with excitement. Had he earned her acknowledgement? Taking a deep breath, Lef Ing gazed into Jiang Xi's eyes with renewed determination. Once Lef Ing has recognized the female master, he will not contemplate dissolving the marriage contract. The female master's world was novel and intriguing, yet was also beyond his comprehension. Before having offspring, He could understand the reasoning behind dissolving a contract. However, to do so after having children would be a matter severe enough to earn the ire of the tribal elders. Such a beast man did not deserve to live in this world, nor to receive the blessings of the beast god or the grace of a life-giving tree. Seeing that Lef remained obstinately unyielding, Jiang Xi felt a twinge of helplessness. She refrained from discussing the dissolution of the marriage contract further, but took the time to explain the differences between dating and marriage. They should first date before considering marriage. At present, it could only be termed as a marriage followed by love. Naturally, whether love would blossom remained to be seen. Lef grasped the female master's intent. Although he felt a slight disappointment at not being able to refine his abilities immediately, he could not suppress his elation. He resolved to be a worthy suitor, one that would make the female master willing to marry him. Despite their somewhat convoluted communication, they managed to reach a tentative understanding. As the door to the fire room swung open, Lef shielded Jiang Xi from the biting wind and snow. Noted the smile on Lef's face, which radiated an air of relaxation and joy. Has she agreed? Does the female master wish for him to stay? L's expression shifted dramatically. Yux narrowed his eyes. Even he, usually slow to catch on, noticed L's unusual demeanor. Since Lef expressed his desire to remain, had seemed to be in a constant state of agitation. Yux's gaze lingered momentarily on the obscured face of the female master. Although the swelling on her face had diminished significantly, she was hardly presentable enough to venture outside. How had these two become so infatuated? Jiang Xi was entirely oblivious to Mling and Yux's states. For her heart raced with excitement over Lef's attentive care. Before their relationship had been clarified, Jiang Xi could convince herself that Lef's actions were merely the responsibilities of a beast man. Now that the veil had been lifted, self-deception was no longer an option. This realization rendered every subsequent interaction and shared glance disconcertingly overwhelming. During the process of rendering mutton fat, Lu Lufeng took the initiative to assist. When crushing grapes, he joined her as well. Their eyes met, and their fingers brushed against one another. These gestures were distinctly reminiscent of their past interactions. Yet, when confronted with those amber eyes gleaming with laughter, Jiang Xi felt her heart skip a beat, engulfed by an indescribable sense of flirtation and intimacy. Before this unspoken tension was addressed, she believed she could manage her feelings just fine. Alas, it was all Lu Lufeng's fault for being so extraordinarily handsome. The division of labor for the evening was clear-cut. Mu Ling and Yueshi were tasked with crafting tables and benches, while Jiang Xi and Lu Lufeng focused on producing wine and goat milk soap. The wild grapes were crushed, honey was added, and everything was mixed thoroughly before being placed in a clean large stone pot, sealed with animal hide, and kept near the fire pit to maintain warmth for fermentation. The process of making goat milk soap was quite similar to that of regular soap, but without the addition of carbonized shell powder. Instead, the alkaline water obtained from the first sedimentation of wood ash was utilized. As she had some alkaline water left from yesterday's preparations, Jiang Xi did not need to boil anymore. She gradually added the alkaline water to the warm goat milk, stirring gently, then poured the milk and alkali mixture into the rendered goat fat, continuing to stir until it thickened into a paste. Finally, honey was mixed in before pouring the concoction into bamboo tubes, allowing it to saponify and solidify naturally. Lu Lufeng observed the 5 bamboo tubes in the corner with a hint of confusion. What was the distinction between these two types of soap? 3 of the bamboo tubes contained regular soap, while 2 held goat milk soap. At first glance, they all appeared white. Mu Ling and Yueshi, equally perplexed, turned to Jiang Xi for clarification. She explained, regular soap is harder and coarser, typically used for washing hair, clothes, and hands. Goat milk soap, on the other hand, is more nourishing and delicate, making it suitable for facial cleansing and beneficial for the skin. Mu Ling saw little difference, reasoning that they were all for washing. Yet, Yueshi's fox-like eyes sparkled with interest. I prefer goat milk soap. Jiang Xi glanced at his handsome face, thinking that he truly embodied the beauty for which the fox tribe was renowned. To Lu Lufeng, there seemed to be no significant difference. However, he understood that females were particular about such matters, and a simple nod of acknowledgement from him would suffice. His amber eyes, filled with a gentle smile, turned towards the female leader, acknowledging her prowess. Jiang Xi clenched her fist against her lips, stifling a cough. Darn it! She wished he would stop teasing her. If it weren't for her dark complexion, a blush would surely have surfaced. As it stood, only a shadow of embarrassment lingered. That night, just before sleep, Lu Lufeng invited Jiang Xi to share his bed once more. Naturally, she declined. The following morning, Jiang Xi indulged in a bowl of steaming honey goat milk before embarking on her journey to the hot valley. Mu Ling and Yueshi expressed their desire to accompany her, but Jiang Xi instructed them to continue with the furniture making. After a long night of labor, they had produced a plethora of substandard items. Leaning lazily against the doorframe, Yueshi observed Jiang Xi and Lu Lufeng as they departed, narrowing his eyes. It appeared that Jiang Xi was distancing herself from him and Mu Ling, seeking closer proximity to Lu Lufeng, as if intent on severing ties with the two of them. Mu Ling glanced at the twisted remains of bamboo in the fire room and picked up a stone knife. The aerial warriors of the tribe had already gathered outside. 17 or 18, most were young warriors. Upon noticing Jiang Xi's arrival, they momentarily froze before quickly averting their gazes. Despite her contributions to the tribe through food discovery, it did not erase the sins of her past. Chief Rupert stood at the tribe's periphery, greeting Jiang Xi promptly upon her arrival. "The female leader is here," he remarked. Jiang Xi nodded in acknowledgement. Rupert, being a land-dwelling beastman, was not participating in this venture. He was merely there to assemble the group. With a smile, he introduced a tall, slender youth. "Jiang Xi, this is our second son, Jiaxi, from the Kite tribe of the Eagle clan. Though his beast form is not as grand as Lu Liufeng's, he is quite graceful in flight." The chief's enthusiastic demeanor made it evident that he was attempting to arrange a match for her. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Jiang Xi shot a glance at Lu Lufeng, who merely regarded her with gentle, smiling eyes. Since visiting Jiang Xi's home, Rupert was convinced that marrying her would ensure a prosperous life. Were it not for the fact that his own beastman's son still required a couple more years to transform, he would not have introduced her to the offspring of other beastmen. As the chief, he possessed a keen intuition. He sensed that if he did not forge a marital bond with Jiang Xi soon, it might become impossible in the future. By marrying Jiaxi to her first, a connection could be established, paving the way for his son in a couple of years. Rupert's plans were well conceived. However, Jiaxi frowned with impatience, stepping back and declaring, "I already have a female I wish to marry." Jiang Xi exhaled in relief. "Well, that is wonderful. Having someone you wish to marry is a good thing." At that moment, Lu Lufeng, standing behind Jiang Xi, suddenly unfurled his massive wings, casting a shadow over them. The pressure from his ancestral eagle bloodline drained the color from Jiaxi's face, causing him to retreat repeatedly, his previous impatience replaced by fear and respect. Beastmen of the Eagle tribe, hailing from the Eagle Straits, bore the ancestral eagle bloodline and were considered royalty among the Eagle clans. The strength of their lineage allowed them to exert pressure strong enough to ground other eagles. As the former young leader of the Eagle Straits, Lu Liufeng's bloodline was unparalleled. In the Cursed Lands, no other eagle bloodline could rival his. Jiang Xi, not being a beastman, felt no such pressure. Yet, the other aerial beastmen shivered. And even those who did not belong to the Eagle tribe sensed the looming oppression. They subtly stepped back, creating space, aware that Lu Lufeng might challenge Jiaxi to a duel. Cold sweat trickled down Rupert's forehead. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Nor did he expect Jiaxi to express disdain for his female leader in Lu Liufeng's presence. Just as he opened his mouth to call for Jiaxi to apologize, Jiang Xi's voice rang out, "Are we ready to depart?" Seeing that Lu Lufeng had already transformed, she assumed the other aerial beastmen would follow suit and then set off. Lu Lufeng responded with a low hum, refraining from dissent. Even though his amber eyes radiated warmth and affection, Jiang Xi could not shake off the faint sense of aggression they conveyed, a primal instinct inherent to beastmen. Jiaxi took a deep breath, tremblingly apologizing. "Jiang Xi, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said earlier." Jiang Xi regarded him with confusion. "What did you say just now?" After pondering for a moment, she realized he merely mentioned having a female he liked. She found it perplexing. "Isn't it good that you have someone you like?" Jiaxi was taken aback, while Rupert quickly interjected, "Let us depart. The chief female and the other females are already waiting for everyone in the hot valley." The chief female, also known as Rupert's mate, was responsible for managing female affairs within the tribe. She looked up at Lu Lufeng and suggested, "Would it not be swifter if you transformed into your full beast form?" Rather than the awkward princess carry, she preferred to ride upon his back as an eagle. Lu Lufeng gently folded his wings against his back, gazing into Jiang Xi's sparkling eyes without directly addressing her suggestion. There's no need. If I were to take my full beast form, they wouldn't be able to keep up. This is a collective outing for the tribe, and we shouldn't break formation. With this, Jiang Xi found herself without further excuses. One by one, the young beastmen transformed into their complete beast forms and soared into the sky. Lu Feng bent down, sweeping Jiang Xi in his arms, spreading his wings wide as they ascended into the heavens. Jiang Xi wrapped her arms around his neck, enveloped in the strong embrace of an adult male, her heart racing with each beat. After 2 days, she found herself once more cradled in his arms as they flew, but evidently, their mindsets had shifted, and the atmosphere felt entirely different. This time, without the curiosity of Jiang Xi, Lu Feng would proactively introduce her to the snow-laden forest beneath their feet. That grove of bamboo was where Mu Ling went to harvest bamboo. Ahead lay a lake, where, during the summer, the orcs of the tribe enjoyed bathing and swimming. The mountain below was abundant with fruits, ripe for picking in the summer months. Lu Feng shared everything he knew with her, revealing the intricacies of this world and the life within the tribe, subtly infused with a hopeful anticipation for the future. These were all revelations for Jiang Xi. Her attention gradually captivated, no longer solely fixated on Lu Feng. Lu Feng guided her through myriad scenic vistas, occasionally lagging a few steps behind the young aerial orcs, only to swiftly catch up. Groups of aerial orcs, flying closely together, whispered among themselves upon witnessing this scene. Did they not say that Lu Feng had no affection for his female counterpart? My sister has been urging me to seek the Jin Hungua, hoping to win Lu Liufeng's heart. A large bird sighed. My female counterpart also admires Lu Feng, insisting that we search for Jin Hungua, claiming my beast form lacks the imposing presence among the aerial orcs. Chapter 29. The greedy females, the aerial orcs, were quite popular among the 7 tribes in the Cursed Land. Before Lu Liufeng's arrival, the unmarried aerial orcs had garnered the attention and invitations from many females. However, since Lu Liufeng's presence, that admiration had dwindled significantly. Particularly, Lu Liufeng's female counterpart was perceived as a vile creature, one whom everyone deemed unworthy of him. Just 2 days prior, when they heard rumors of Lu Feng taking on a duel to defend his female counterpart at the tribe's entrance, they dismissed it as mere gossip. Yet, witnessing the events unfold today, they began to believe it might be true. Lu Feng and his female counterpart seemed to have reconciled, leaving the females of the tribe with little hope. Contemplating this, the unmarried aerial orcs felt a complex mix of emotions, unable to discern whether to feel joy or frustration. They were relieved not to worry about matrimony, yet frustrated that Lu Liufeng's disinterest had now turned them into options. The voices of the young orcs drifted on the wind, reaching Lu Liufeng's ears. A slight smile graced his lips, wishing for this news to spread further, ensuring no one would intrude upon him and his female counterpart. After a lengthy journey, they arrived at the Rehat Valley. The valley gradually expanded in their view. Before they landed, Jiang Xi was left in awe. Countless heaps of food, resembling mountains, were piled on the riverbank. Potatoes and taros stacked high, nearly forming a wall. The sound of eagles echoed as the figures of the Serpent tribe orcs emerged from the valley. After 2 days apart, these once lively Serpent orcs wore somber expressions. Upon seeing Jiang Xi, they no longer greeted her with the same warmth as before. Instead, they turned away with cold faces. Only a few approached, one of whom was Eve. As Lu Feng landed and set down his female counterpart, Jiang Xi could not help but inquire about the mountains of food. Were they attempting to deplete the Rehat Valley? Eve, adorned with 2 small green snakes, was about to speak when a middle-aged female voice interrupted. Is a female counterpart of Jiang Xi here? In the next moment, a gentle-faced, middle-aged female emerged from behind a potato pile. Jiang Xi recognized her as Rupert's female counterpart, the tribe's leading female responsible for guiding the others in food gathering. Jiang Xi nodded at the leading female. Looking around, she noted the scarcity of females in the valley, likely because most had ventured into the forest. A few middle-aged females sat beside the food heaps, constantly on guard, as if forbidding anyone from approaching. Jiang Xi felt a sense of bewilderment. Had all the females from the tribe come? Many young females, skeptical of her words, had chosen not to attend. Most of those present were middle-aged females who had resided in the tribe for many years. Yet, if the entire tribe's females had not mobilized, how could so much food have been gathered? Natalie, the leading female, shook her head, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. I failed to properly manage them. However, females like Senna and Muley, having serpent husbands and sons residing in the Rehat Valley, have been solely focused on their own gathering, nearly exhausting the few food sources you discovered. I could only encourage everyone to gather as much as possible. Yet evidently, such avaricious behavior had incited the displeasure of the serpent orcs residing in the valley. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow. The intentions of both the leader and the leading female were commendable, mobilizing the orcs and females to diversify their diet and address the issue of food scarcity. However, they overlooked the diversity among the orcs and females. Most young females were skeptical of Jiang Xi, stubbornly clinging to their beliefs. Meanwhile, some older females, driven by greed, insisted on hoarding food even when it was unnecessary. From Jiang Xi's perspective, the food surrounding those greedy females would likely go to waste, even if each household had over 10 members. As the leading female, Natalie had lived in the tribe for decades, long beyond the age of engaging in rivalry with other females over mates. She regarded the faceless female before her, having heard countless tales of her misdeeds. Yet it was their first encounter. Natalie trusted Rupert's judgment and refrained from casting judgment on Jiang Xi, instead expressing gratitude. Regardless, thanks to your discovery this winter, the tribe will manage to survive. Otherwise, who knows how many orcs would perish. Jiang Xi waved her hand. The leading female speaks too harshly. Having earned my contribution points, I no longer seek additional praise. Yet she could not condone the actions of those greedy females. After some contemplation, Jiang Xi proposed an idea to the leading female. Upon hearing it, Natalie paused for 2 seconds. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Eve, who had been listening nearby, clapped in approval. What an excellent idea. The serpent orcs of the Rehat Valley are powerless against them. Only the females can manage the females. Lu Lufeng chuckled, affirming, indeed, the female counterpart's methods are abundant. Each female can bring along one orc to assist in transporting the gathered goods, taking as much as they can. First come, first served. Once it's gone, they must gather for themselves. Orcs and females are also human. Being human, they cannot resist the allure of free handouts. Those young females reluctant to come merely believed Jiang Xi was toying with them, sending them into the forest to toil for nothing in return. But what if they could receive without effort? Jiang Xi mused that they would surely come. By then, those greedy older females would find themselves challenged by the younger ones, perhaps even competing for dominance in the Rehat Valley. Seeing the leading female hesitate, Jiang Xi smiled. This is merely a suggestion. Whether you use it or not matters little. With that, she prepared to venture into the forest in search of food for oil extraction and essential oils. As an Eagle tribe orc, Lu Lufeng could not accompany her in the search for food. No need to trouble him. I will just look for a few items. Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together, scanning the area but failing to spot Nakan, the one who had challenged him for his female counterpart. A flicker of discontent crossed his eyes. The orcs of the Cursed Land possess no resilience at all. Eve, noticing his searching gaze, felt awkward but refrained from speaking, as Nakan had forbidden him to do so. If you don't mind, Jiang Xi, I can accompany you into the forest. My 2 little ones have been clamoring to find you these past few days. The sweet, childish hissing sound emerged as 2 small green snakes peeked out, their round eyes gleaming. Female counterpart, fragrant. Female counterpart, fragrant. Chapter 30. I did not come here to dig potatoes. Lu Lufeng glanced at the 2 slender green snakes, each no thicker than his finger. Ifu chuckled awkwardly, having corrected himself several times without success. He hoped that as they grew older, they would understand better. Jiang Xi declined Ifu's offer, but accepted the 2 small snakes. Let these little ones accompany me, she said, refusing Ifu purely out of consideration for his marital status and the presence of a female companion. Wishing to avoid any rumors that might tarnish his reputation, she felt no fear towards the 2 small snakes. By the way, what are their names? She inquired. Ifu lifted the 2 snakes and introduced them. This is the elder, Dana, with slightly yellowish eyes. And this is the younger, Dale, with slightly grayish eyes. Dana, Dale. Dale, Dana. Jiang Xi looked closely, but could not discern much difference, though she nodded in acknowledgement. She was uncertain how long it would take to search the forest. If she took too long, it might delay Lu Yofeng's important matters. However, the Rehe Valley offered warmth, sustenance, and a place to rest, likely more comfortable than the tribe at night. Lu Lufeng gazed at her, his amber eyes filled with affection. Rest assured, my dear, you may go, he seemed to convey. Jiang Xi could not help but smile, her dark eyes sparkling. The feeling of being cared for was delightful, instilling in her a growing sense of belonging in this world. She turned and ventured into the forest with the two small snakes. The little snakes slithered at her feet, occasionally calling out sweetly, "Mistress, mistress," in an endearing manner. After wandering for a while without finding what she sought, Jiang Xi encountered a scene of chaos and upheaval. The forest was littered with excavated soil and stones. One could easily stumble if not careful. She crouched down and asked the two small snakes, "When you play in the woods, have you ever seen green fruits the size of my finger?" While uncertain about other matters, she felt that this warm, humid environment might yield olives suitable for oil extraction. The two small snakes blinked their large eyes and shook their heads in unison. Jiang Xi had no choice but to continue her search. This time, however, it was not as easy as before. The forest had been ravaged, as if by a swarm of locusts. Occasionally, she encountered serpent folk carrying animal hide bags, who would immediately divert their path upon seeing her. Jiang Xi mused that these were likely the greedy female serpent folk or their husbands. She sighed, feeling as though she had caused trouble for the serpent folk of Rihe Valley. If this relentless foraging continued, it might affect the prey in the forest, driving them away. If that happened, the serpent folk would struggle to find food. After all, they could not survive solely on the forest greens. She herself would not endure a diet of vegetables every day. After a brief rest, as she stood up, she noticed a disturbance in a nearby thicket. Furrowing her brow, she called out, "Who is there? Come out." The thicket remained silent, and just as she thought it was her imagination, a voice suddenly cried out from behind the bushes. A middle-aged female emerged, hopping in fright and scolding, "Damn those snake brats! Who told you to crawl in here? You scare me to death." Jiang Xi recognized her as one of the females she had seen earlier beside the potato pile in the valley, though she couldn't recall her name. "What are you following me for?" Muli tossed her hair and rolled her eyes. "Who is following you? Is the Rihe Valley your home?" Females are allowed in the woods to gather. Jiang Xi assessed her closely, formulating a plan. She asked, "Have you dug the potatoes and taro by the Shuejin water pool? If you have, I won't bother going." The Shuejin water pool was nearly at the edge of the Rihe Valley, beyond which lay the snow-capped mountains. Making the round trip take a good half day. Mu Li's eyes glinted with greed. "Yes, we've dug them. There is hardly any food in the Rihe Valley. It's a struggle for us to make the trip." With that, she quickly turned to descend the mountain, seeking her companions and serpent folk. They had stripped this area bare, so upon seeing Jiang Xi, she had immediately followed her, believing she must know of undisclosed finds. Jiang Xi watched her retreating figure, a smirk playing on her lips. She trusted that the head female would employ her own methods, for the survival of the entire tribe was far more significant than a mere handful of families. At that moment, a familiar cold voice rang out behind her. "There are no potatoes or taro at the Shuejin water pool." The mere presence of the speaker chilled the air in the forest. The two little snakes hurried over, calling out, "Mistress, mistress, we're scared." Jiang Xi crouched down and patted the heads of the little ones. "It's all right, don't be afraid." She extended her arms, inviting them to coil around her. The little snakes joyfully complied, having been told by their father that they were not allowed to coil around her until she invited them. Seeing her invitation, they were elated, flicking their tongues and hissing excitedly. "You deceive them," Dancy remarked, his red eyes glimmering with intrigue. He turned and gestured for Jiang Xi to follow him. Confused for a moment, she complied, asking along the way, "What is it?" "Follow and you shall see," he replied. Jiang Xi had no choice but to comply. Dancy nodded toward the small hillside, his handsome yet mischievous visage revealing a hint of discomfort. "The food you left 2 days ago, I ate it. It was delicious. Unlike anything I've tasted before. I hunted a deer. I don't know when you'll come, but it's already gone." He gestured again towards the small hill. "Shall we dig now?" Jiang Xi was perplexed. She walked a few steps towards the small hill and then spotted the potato leaves concealed beneath the soil. Here lay a hidden treasure trove of potatoes. Jiang Xi paused for a moment. Though she felt grateful, she still explained, "Thank you for leaving me the potatoes. However, I did not come here today to dig potatoes." Chapter 31. As a condition for exchange, then, why did you just ask that female? Dancy's words trailed off abruptly. The phrase "I deceived her" replayed in his mind, darkening his expression. He realized he had been fooled as well. "What brings you here? Speak plainly." I doubt a beast man so desperate for self-destruction would suddenly show kindness due to a meal you left behind. To Jiang Xi, the potatoes were not merely a gesture of gratitude. They were a bargaining chip. She remained uncertain about what door she was meant to knock upon. Although he did not understand the nuances of the phrase, He instinctively felt it was not a compliment. He did not dwell on it, knowing that since she was so forthright, he need not adopt the beastman's ways to curry favor with females. 2 days ago, you helped me navigate the realm of psychic powers. Although I do not comprehend how you managed external soothing without a guiding stone, I wish to continue this soothing process in the same manner, rather than through mating. In exchange, I shall help you seek out and gather all the food you require in the Rihi Valley this winter. Logically, this was a beastman's duty and hardly constituted a trade. He loathed such constraints and commands, unable to fathom why a bond of life and death would exist in the world. Freedom and vengeance were so close at hand. Yet Jiang Xi's presence had once again disrupted his path. Should he fail to free himself from this bond, he would rather perish along with her. However, a turning point had emerged. He could sit down and converse with Jiang Xi. He did not care who she was. As long as she could grant him freedom and deliver what he desired, he was willing to temporarily heed her commands. Jiang Xi held no objections to this arrangement. After all, the assistance of a serpent beastman would greatly facilitate her endeavors within the Rihi Valley. However, the candid discussion about mating left her feeling inexplicably awkward. She cleared her throat. All right, no problem. As she spoke, she extended her hand, eager to experiment and see if this time, the grooming of her abilities could result in an upgrade, much like the last occasion. Not only could it detoxify her, but could also enhance her healing powers. Yuan Shi, with his crimson serpent eyes, was momentarily taken aback. Was she not going to stipulate any further conditions? Given his understanding of the pampered females, it seemed implausible that she would so readily agree. Jiang Xi, puzzled, inquired if the timing was inconvenient. Yuan Shi slowly shook his head, gazing into her dark, clear eyes to discern her sincerity. Surprisingly, those ebony irises were devoid of any deceit or avarice. With a slight pressure of his serpent eyes, he resolved to trust her. In the next moment, he transformed from his half-beast form into a massive black serpent, coiling his robust body around Jiang Xi. The sleek black scales shimmered, and as he hissed, his crimson eyes loomed large. When his serpent head lowered, Jiang Xi caught a glimpse of her own reflection within his immense gaze, an image so obscured in darkness. With her black hair, dark skin, and the deep-hued beast hide she wore, she almost doubted her humanity were it not for the brightness of her eyes. After observing her for a moment, Yuan Shi closed his serpent eyes. Let's begin. Jiang Xi raised her hand, placing it upon his serpent head, and similarly closed her eyes. The vast ocean of her dark abilities continued to churn, but compared to the previous tempestuous storm, this time it was markedly more tranquil, though waves still occasionally surged. The sense of impending catastrophe had dissipated. A gentle green light spread above the sea of abilities, and the tumultuous waves gradually calmed. A soothing aura enveloped Jiang Xi. An invisible energy coursed from her palm into her body, invigorating her healing powers. Yet this time, there was no sensation of fullness. Rather, as time elapsed, she became aware of the depletion of her abilities. Jiang Xi halted after utilizing about half of her healing power, not wanting to exhaust it completely. Yuan Shi slowly opened his crimson serpent eyes, a hint of confusion lingering within. Is this the process of grooming abilities? 2 days prior, he had fainted during the grooming, thus missing the experience. Today, however, he was fully conscious and engaged in the grooming process. The sensation of being enveloped in a warm ocean was so comforting that he wished to remain in that state forever. As a beast man, his senses were heightened, particularly in his full beast form. Yuan Shi could detect the fragrance emanating from the female before him, a scent entirely different from the Jiang Xi he once knew, compelling him to draw closer. He had heard tales from other beastmen about the exquisite pleasure of grooming abilities, claiming that once a female groomed one's powers, it was impossible to part from her. Initially, he believed it to be mere exaggeration, but now, even he found himself harboring an absurd desire to be near her upon opening his eyes. She was inspecting her healing abilities, but evidently there had been no upgrade. They remained unchanged. However, upon closer examination, she discovered a slight expansion, indicating that her efforts had not been entirely in vain. Though it was but a small increment, little by little, it would eventually reach a critical threshold, leading to a breakthrough. After concluding her inspection, Jiang Xi raised her gaze to the colossal black serpent. How do you feel? The serpent, still coiled around her, lowered its head to regard her, resembling a statue in its stillness. The massive serpent head nodded slightly. Jiang Xi cast a glance at its gleaming scales and thought to herself how convenient it was for the Serpent clan to possess a built-in lower garment, unlike Lulu Feng, who had to carry beast hide to avoid exposure upon transformation. This thought made her cheeks flush, recalling the awkwardness of witnessing Lu Liufeng's nakedness at the tribe's entrance. Duanshi pressed his lips together. Very well, there is nothing better. For the past 6 months, he had been adrift, mentally shattered, with his abilities on the verge of erupting at any moment. 2 days ago marked his first return to consciousness and clarity of thought. However, now, his abilities were again in turmoil. Thus, he approached Jiang Xi with a proposal to trade food from the Rihe Valley for the grooming of his powers. Duanshi's serpent eyes partially closed, and after a brief silence, he murmured, "Thank you." Chapter 32. Is he about to grow antlers? Jiang Xi was oblivious to the complexities of his feelings and waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a mutually beneficial arrangement. I help you with your abilities, and you help me find the food I desire. Duanshi's heart grew even more complicated, for it seemed the female before him was entirely unaware of the true value of grooming abilities, which could not merely be exchanged for a meager amount of food. Duanshi pondered for a moment. I am uncertain, but I can take you to see. Jiang Xi's eyes brightened. Then let us hurry. Duanshi transformed back into his black serpent form, his crimson eyes fixed on her. Climb aboard. It is a bit far. I shall carry you. Just as Jiang Xi was about to ascend, she suddenly felt as though she had forgotten something. With a quick slap to her forehead, she exclaimed, "Oh no! Where are Dana and Dala?" She frantically searched the area. Duanshi's tail swept aside to reveal 2 small green serpents lying in a little mound of earth, their eyes swirling with stars. Jiang Xi gasped and rushed over. What happened? She reached out to lift the 2 little serpents, who, in their dazed state, began to entwine around her arm. Mistress smells so good. Mistress smells so good. Jiang Xi pointed a finger at the 2 little ones. What time is it? Still saying you smell good? Are you feeling unwell? Her concern prompted her to cautiously channel her healing abilities into the 2 serpents. However, they became even more disoriented, losing their grip and tumbling from her arm. They were still young and had been affected by the mental energy of the grooming, causing them to feel tipsy. They would recover shortly without worry. Typically, beastmen could only experience ability grooming once they were married. Before the transformation period, their powers remained calm, without turmoil, yet deeply intertwined with their minds, making separation impossible. In such instances, receiving ability grooming would leave them disoriented, but a short nap would suffice to restore them. Moreover, for younglings to receive grooming before their transformation period was a coveted opportunity for many fathers. Undergoing grooming prior to transformation would ensure their powers became more stable and potent. Only in places like the Holy City, with its sacred guiding stones, could younglings hope to receive grooming before this critical period. Yet even then, not all younglings were qualified for such an honor. Generally, only the offspring of the blessed or sacred females, or the core progeny of powerful beast clans, could attain this privilege. Ifu was indeed fortunate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. If anything were to happen to the 2 little ones she had brought, explaining it to Ifu would be impossible. Duanshi lowered his serpent head, pressing it to the ground. Come aboard. Jiang Xi gazed at the imposing serpent head, her eyes bright with excitement as she climbed onto it. The scales felt cold and rigid, and the central scales atop the serpent's head were hexagonal, resembling a tortoise shell. Intrigued, she reached out to touch them. Yet, the moment her fingers made contact, the serpent head shifted slightly. Duanshi's voice emanated from below, cool and slightly hoarse. Sit still. Feeling somewhat guilty, Jiang Xi quickly complied, refraining from further exploration. All right, let's go. However, in the next instant, as a serpent body surged forward, her instincts kicked in, and she tumbled backward. To regain her balance, Jiang Xi lunged forward, finding herself sprawled across the serpent's head. At this moment, not only had she touched him, but her entire being was pressed against him. Duanshi, the serpent, paused for a moment before gliding forth once more, as if nothing had transpired. My apologies, it's my first time riding a serpent, I lack experience. Jiang Xi awkwardly propped herself up on the serpent scales. However, shortly thereafter, she felt a protrusion near the direction of the serpent's eyes, as if a horn was poised to emerge. The serpent transforms into a jiao, and the jiao transforms into a dragon. Duanshi was momentarily perplexed, yet his movements remained uninterrupted as he swam through the forest. What horn? Jiang Xi lowered her gaze, scrutinizing the area, and discovered a small white dot nestled within the gaps of the scales, seemingly on the verge of breaking through, akin to a form of evolution. For instance, the leader of the Lion Roar tribe, possessing the bloodline of the six-winged white lion, had given birth to a son with two wings as a throwback. Might this be a throwback evolution as well? Duan Si's thoughts began to drift. As for throwback evolution, he was uncertain. All he knew was that he had grown up in the ancestral land of the Serpent tribe, Kulkin. Before his transformation, the ancestral land had been invaded by the Bai Fu Serpent tribe, resulting in the death of his parents and kin. He was sold to the underground city of the Holy City, forced to become a gladiator for entertainment, battling ceaselessly day and night. In his world, there was only bloodshed and revenge. Upon hearing his uncertainty, Jiang Xi did not ponder further. All right then. After all, as time passed and generations changed, even the most formidable ancestral beast bloodlines would gradually dilute into the ordinary. Unless a family lineage remained unbroken, many beastmen would only discover the greatness of their ancestors at the moment of their own throwback. It was much like the peaceful era before the apocalypse, where every common person had noble ancestry. The beastman world was no different. Ordinary bloodlines simply could not be passed down. Ordinary beastmen struggled to find mates, let alone continue their genetic lineage. Yet, Mu Ling seemed to possess better fortune. Although he too served others, he did not have to risk his life daily. For the remainder of the time, the two ceased conversation. The only sounds that filled the air were the rustling of scales against grass and branches. Jiang Xi relaxed, savoring the fresh air of the forest. As they ventured deeper, the ground became less uneven, and the temperature dropped slightly. The enormous serpent head approached a tree with lush foliage. Duan Si did not transform, but inquired, "Is this it?" Jiang Xi collided with a heavy cluster of fruit. She picked up a fruit the size of her thumb and shook her head in disappointment. No, her luck today was truly dismal. Why couldn't it be like the day before yesterday, where every step led to an abundance of food? Duan Si halted, uncertain of what to do next. Hunting was his forte, yet he genuinely did not know what food could be found in the forest. He could only ask where to now, hoping she would provide him with direction. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged atop the serpent's head, resting her elbows on her thighs and her chin in her hands. Letting out a sigh, Lu Lufeng had his own matters to attend to. Although Jiang Xi had instructed him to prioritize listening to the chief female, she instinctively felt that Lu Lufeng would undoubtedly wait for her. The thought filled her heart with an inexplicable sweetness. It felt wonderful to know someone was waiting for her. Chapter 33. This posture is rather peculiar. Duan Si remained silent for a moment. The sky was still early. Should they continue searching? He had received the reward he desired today. Although he was not a beastman known for his integrity, he subconsciously hoped she would find what she sought. Lu Lufeng, however, crossed his mind. Did Lu Lufeng not know she was not herself? Over the past 6 months, he had wandered aimlessly, his consciousness muddled, and many events had faded from memory. Yet, during the 2 occasions when Lu Lufeng brought the chief female to the hot river valley, his display of care was unlike the indifference he recalled. As Duan Si pondered, an exclamation suddenly echoed from above. Wait, to the left, a little further, just a bit more. Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled as she knelt with excitement, unable to restrain herself from leaning toward that direction. Duan Si swam over, confused, and halted at her direction. Jiang Xi leaped from the serpent's head and took a few steps forward, standing beside several stalks of plant resembling straw. On either side of the straw were elongated leaves, with several encased cylindrical objects nestled between them. It was corn. Moreover, it was super corn, 2 to 3 times the size of ordinary corn. Duan Si's serpent head leaned closer, his crimson serpent eyes narrowing as he observed her. Can this be eaten? Jiang Xi peeled back the leaves, popped a kernel in her mouth, and chewed, her eyes lighting up as she nodded. It can be eaten. Duan Si transformed into a human-headed serpent body and began to pluck the corn. Before them stood 4 or 5 corn stalks, and a single enormous ear of corn could fill half a beast hide bag. The rest, once we leave, you and the serpent people of the Hot River Valley can come back to harvest. Today, the Hot River Valley was too chaotic. There were too many with ulterior motives. Instinctively, Jiang Xi wished to reserve some for the serpent people living in the Hot River Valley. After all, 2 days prior, everyone had enthusiastically helped her. If this corn were to be revealed now, it would likely be stripped bare within a day. Corn is a staple food, typically boiled in water or roasted for consumption. Duan Si appeared puzzled. Why? The serpent people of the hot river valley could find food for themselves. They did not require your assistance. As he spoke, he began to pluck the second stalk. Jiang Xi hurriedly reached out to stop him. Moreover, food should be eaten fresh. If all of this is harvested now, it will spoil in a few days. Naturally, it was winter now, and food did not spoil as easily. Jiang Xi stood amidst the corn stalks, his crimson serpent eyes gazing at her, his handsome, devilishly charming face etched with contemplation. Finally, he nodded in agreement, though his agreement was more about the need for fresh food rather than sharing with others. Maintaining his human-headed serpent form, he discreetly tossed 2 small green serpents into the food-filled beast-hide bag while Jiang Xi was distracted. He slung the bag over his shoulder and extended a hand toward her. "Let us go." Jiang Xi, bewildered, hesitantly reached for his hand. Suddenly, she gasped in surprise, quickly wrapping her arms around his head to maintain her balance. Feeling embarrassed as she exclaimed, "Put me down quickly. This posture is too strange." Although she understood that beastmen were generally tall, sitting closely on his shoulder revealed just how broad his shoulders were, with muscular arms that could easily envelop her. Despite being wrapped in beast hide, she was still quite slender. Jiang Xi saw nothing amiss and coldly explained, "We still have a distance to cover. Sit tight and don't move." With that, he flicked his serpentine tail and surged forward. Jiang Xi, fearing she might tumble from his shoulder, remained perfectly still. The speed of his human-headed serpent form was significantly swifter than his fully beast form. It was merely a matter of riding a swift serpent. Yet, despite this understanding, the posture was undeniably humiliating. His skin was pale and devoid of color, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, and under the gaze of his crimson, serpentine eyes, his already handsome and devilish face appeared even more enchanting. Jiang Xi sensed her gaze upon him. His serpent eyes shifted, glancing sideways. "What's wrong?" Jiang Xi met his crimson serpent eyes and felt an overwhelming embarrassment, almost toppling from his shoulder. She quickly denied it repeatedly. No, it's nothing." Being caught stealing glances was mortifying. Yet, how could she resist the allure of his form? After all, the beastmen of this world were utterly fascinating to her. Beastmen, half beastmen, in fully beast forms. It was astonishing how swiftly they could transform. Upon reaching the hot river valley, Jiang Xi wished to be set down. The number of females and beastmen above the valley had significantly diminished. Subsequently, all eyes gradually shifted upward, settling upon Jiang Xi, who was perched upon his shoulder. Jiang Xi was the most enigmatic serpent beastman in the Rihe Valley. Since entering the valley, he had rarely been seen, except for bathing. The beastmen, being inherently gossipy, had long since gleaned the details of his affairs with the female leader from the serpent beastmen of the Lion Roar tribe. Thus, upon witnessing the scene before them, many exchanged knowing glances. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Jiang Xi momentarily froze, her face instantly ablaze with embarrassment. She raised her hand to shield her face, utterly mortified. "Please put me down." Chapter 34. Did the female leader help him refine his abilities? Jiang Xi tossed the animal skin bag onto the ground. Just as he bent down to set the female leader down, Lu Lufeng swooped down. With wings spread wide, the young man landed on the riverbank before the female leader, extending his hand toward her. Jiang Xi, upon seeing him, opened her arms and leaned toward him. Lu Lufeng embraced the female leader warmly. The unique fragrance that belonged to her enveloped him, and the softness of her body wrapped in the animal skin made his cheeks flush. Jiang Xi stood on the riverbank, exhaling in relief. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Yifu swimming toward them. "Where Dana and Dale?" Jiang Xi bent to open the animal skin bag, and as Yifu approached, he retrieved 2 small green snakes from within the bag filled with corn. Jiang Xi stiffened as she looked at Yifu. She was about to apologize when Yifu, beaming with joy, took the 2 little ones and hurriedly thanked Jiang Xi. "Thank you, Jiang Xi, female leader. My 2 little ones are truly fortunate." As their father, Yifu could naturally sense their condition. Lu Yofeng's handsome and gentle face displayed a trace of confusion, but the female leader's next words provided clarity. Yifu could not have wished for more. He was oblivious to any negative implications. In the entire cursed land, it was likely only his 2 little ones who could enjoy the privilege of refining abilities before transformation, a distinction not even afforded to those born in the Holy City. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, prepared to spend the forthcoming winter foraging for food that Jiang Xi desired in the Rihe Valley. Yet, Lu Lufeng stood in a daze. He was unaware that the female leader could use her externalized spiritual power to directly refine abilities. A complex and indescribable discomfort brewed within him. They were all to dissolve their marriage contracts, yet he chose to remain. They were oblivious to the fact that the female leader hailed from another world, a truth known only to him. He believed himself to be special, that he could pursue the female leader most swiftly and win her favor and the opportunity to refine abilities. Why, he pondered, would the female leader still wish to assist him in refining his abilities and engage with him intimately, when he too was to dissolve their bond? Lu Lufeng recognized that such thoughts were inappropriate. They were all beastmen serving the female leader, and she would refine abilities for whomever she chose. Yet perhaps the special treatment he received from her had ignited an unwarranted possessiveness within him. He lamented to himself, "I am indeed a wretched beastman, consumed by jealousy." Jiang Xi was blissfully unaware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. With her bright, dark eyes fixed upon him, she smiled and said, "Yes, if you wish to refine your abilities, I can assist you as well. But it will have to wait until tomorrow. I still need to treat myself today and do not have excess spiritual power." Jiang Xi cleverly adjusted her words, saying, "I do not have surplus spiritual energy." Lu Yofeng's previously dimmed eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. His fingers, which had been hanging down, instinctively clenched the animal skin as his heart raced. "All right, that sounds wonderful. Lu Lufeng is ready whenever you are, as long as the female leader is willing." His pale skin flushed lightly, and his amber eyes remained fixed on Jiang Xi, filled with admiration. Duan Si, upon reflection, realized that Lu Lufeng had misunderstood something. However, he had no intention of clarifying and instead remarked, "In the future, when the female leader comes to the Rihe Valley, I will assist in foraging for food, allowing you to hunt without worry." Lu Lufeng assumed that Duan Si's change of heart stemmed from the prospect of refining abilities with the female leader. He nodded, "I understand." This was indeed the duty and obligation of Beastman, and he felt no need to intervene. While the two conversed, Jiang Xi glanced toward the riverbank. Noticing the scarcity of ingredients and the absence of the beastmen and the head female, she turned to Lu Lufeng and inquired, "Has everyone left?" Lu Lufeng nodded, a rare glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Jiang Xi chuckled lightly, and Yifu shared a knowing smile. Duan Si, unable to grasp their exchange, refrained from prying. Apart from their transaction, he had no intention of delving into their lives or forming connections. He gestured for Lu Lufeng to observe the animal skin bag. "These are the supplies the female leader gathered. Remember to take them with you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Even though the tumultuous energies had settled, the relentless life in the underground fighting arena had left his heart steeped in bloodlust. Before winter arrived, he could still engage in battles with the cursed beasts. However, once winter set in and he relocated to the Rihe Valley, he would have to channel his burgeoning bloodlust through hunting. In the Rihe Valley, aside from a few greedy females, all others had departed with the head female. Jiang Xi could not find the female who had been tailing her, surmising that she likely took her companions to the Snow Gorge waterpool. The amount of food Lu Lufeng needed to transport was not excessive. With 3 animal skin bags, plus the one Jiang Xi held, that made 4. The time was still early, and she desired a therapeutic bath. Considering that many females had likely already used the valley's hot springs in the last couple of days, and given the water's flow rate, she intended to bathe in the hot spring pools on the snow-capped mountains. She directly proposed, "Lu Lufeng, let's go bathe in the snow mountains." Lu Yofeng's heart skipped a beat, and even the tips of his ears flushed crimson. All right, of course. How could he possibly refuse the female leader's invitation to bathe? Before leaving, Jiang Xi opened the animal skin bag to show Yifu the corn and explain how to prepare it, advising him and the Serpent beastmen to wait until the greedy females had departed before they could harvest the corn. Yifu paused, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Thank you, Jiang Xi, female leader, for considering us. In these past days, the greedy females had stripped the Rihe Valley bare." Even Yifu felt a flicker of dissatisfaction within. However, he was not one of those unmarried young Serpent beastmen. He understood that this was beyond Jiang Xi's control. If the Python tribe were also so near, their females would undoubtedly come to the Rihe Valley to forage extensively. What he did not anticipate was that Jiang Xi had discreetly left other food for the Serpent beastmen in the valley, without informing the tribe. Lu Lufeng transformed into his full eagle form, his sharp claws gripping the 4 animal skin bags as he soared into the sky with Jiang Xi. As the sound of rushing air faded, a red figure emerged from the forest. Yifu glanced back at him, shaking his head in resignation. Now that everyone has left, what good does it do for you to appear? Chapter 35. He would not defy the female leader's wishes. Nokken emerged, dark circles around his eyes, and large patches of red scales missing from his beautiful tail. He forced a smile and said, "In this state, I might frighten her. I shall wait until I shed my skin and grow new scales before I approach." Ifu found himself at a loss for words. Unless bloodline and high-tier suppression were at play, there were no rivals at the same level. The beastman's abilities were divided into 12 tiers, with 3 tiers constituting a major tier, for a total of 4 major tiers. It is said that above the 12 tiers, there exist earth and heaven tiers. However, only beastmen possessing ancestral beasts and powerful beast bloodlines have the potential to break through the 12 tiers and reach the earth and heaven tiers. Since the curse befell them, a multitude of ancestral beasts had fallen, and the stories of earth and heaven tiers had become increasingly rare. The bloodline of the ancestral beast, unless awakened, is lesser than that of other powerful beast clans. In comparison to the ancestral beast bloodline, the power of other formidable beast clans is more readily ignited. Within the Cursed Land, there are but a few orcs who have awakened their ancestral beast bloodline. Among the 3 nearby tribes known to Nokken, only Lu Feng stands out. However, his identity is markedly different from many others, as only orcs with the bloodline of the ancestral eagle can hold the title of leader in the Eagle Strait. As the son of the chief, Lu Feng possesses a pure lineage and was born with the power of the ancestral eagle awakened within him. The Cursed Land lacks measuring stones, making the precise assessment of the 12th tier impossible. Yet, with each significant breakthrough, impurities overflow from the orc's body, leading to the fortification of their muscles and bones. Thus, orcs in the Cursed Land are typically classified by major tiers, with most of their extraordinary abilities residing within the 1st to 3rd major tiers, and virtually no orcs reaching the 4th major tier. Due to the influence of the curse, orcs in the Cursed Land are unable to surpass the 3rd major tier. Nevertheless, the Cursed Land is not devoid of 4th major tier orcs. The Holy City's Sacred Beast Hall regularly dispatches orcs of the 4th major tier to guard the 7 tribes within the Cursed Land in order to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. However, due to the curse's effects and the tribe's underdeveloped living conditions, these guardians often reside within the tribal confines of the Great Wood Forest. Unless the protective walls are breached, they generally do not appear within the tribes. Yet, it is evident that the ability to devour is far stronger than he had anticipated. "I am too weak," Nokken lamented. "I have heard that she has a 9-tailed snow fox beast husband, a wolf beast husband, and a golden lion beast husband. The power of the Fox clan's bloodline is determined by the number of tails. A 9-tailed fox is the apex of the Fox clan. Thus, it is unnecessary to ponder. The 9-tailed snow fox must be a powerful beast husband endowed with bloodline strength. He is unsure about the wolf husband. But the golden lion belongs to the prestigious golden lion family of the Holy City, one of the 9 great beast clans." Nokken couldn't help but smile ruefully at this thought. Ifu did not know how to comfort him, and could only say, "Think positively. She has only 5 beast husbands. And moreover, they all wish to dissolve their marital contracts. You still have a chance." Nokken looked at him. "Do you truly believe that?" Lu Feng does not seem inclined to dissolve anything. But today, he was uncertain. Although he had not made an appearance, he had been observing from the shadows. As Jiang Xi dismounted from the eagle's back, she eagerly sought out a secluded cluster of hot springs, one pool connected to another. This arrangement was convenient for her to alternate her healing. She had gathered a few pods for washing her hair from the river valley. Although they were not particularly effective, they were better than nothing. As for soap, she would have to wait a month before it could be used. The snow-capped mountains were cold, yet the hot springs were warm. Jiang Xi shivered as she shed her beast skin and quickly jumped into the pool. The warmth enveloped her, prompting a sigh of comfort. Her skin remained dark and mottled, with many of the poisonous blisters having shrunk significantly, releasing a multitude of black flakes. As she rubbed her hands together, she felt the dead skin sloughing off, and amidst the blackened blisters, she faintly discerned patches of pale skin. A spark of joy filled her heart, nearly causing her to cry out. At last, hope is within sight. Bearing such a burden of poisonous blisters and darkened skin was difficult to accept, even for someone with her resilience. Jiang Xi began to channel her healing abilities into the water, and a shimmering green light rippled through the pool. However, before she could complete her healing, she suddenly heard splashing sounds approaching from the shore. Jiang Xi turned her head and instinctively exclaimed, "Ah!" She quickly covered her eyes and turned away, her heart racing uncontrollably. "Lu Feng, what are you doing here? We should wash separately." Jiang Xi's mind was consumed with the image she had just seen. Behind her were the stone walls of the snow-capped mountains, steam rising from the hot springs, enveloping the bare youth, making him appear almost ethereal. Of course, it would be better if certain aspects were overlooked. Jiang Xi had never experienced such a close encounter. Even the transformation outside the tribe had maintained a certain distance, a fleeting glimpse. But this time, everything was laid bare before her eyes. Lu Feng stepped into the pool. Upon hearing the female master's words, he froze. Why would the female master invite him to bathe together and then refuse? The female master turned her back to him, her slender silhouette framed by her flowing dark hair dancing upon the water surface. He murmured her name softly, instinctively reaching out to touch her. Yet, as soon as his fingertips brushed against her, she swiftly submerged into the water, as if he were some monstrous flood. Lu Feng pressed his lips together, his gentle and handsome face falling. I understand. He would not defy the female master's wishes. The splashing sound resumed, but this time it was the sound of retreating water. Jiang Xi, aware of their tentative relationship, feared hurting his feelings and spoke without turning to face him. Lu Feng, I refuse you because I need to treat my skin, so we cannot wash together." As soon as those words escaped her lips, Jiang Xi felt a burning shame, wishing she could dive into the water. Yet, she knew Lu Feng was not the type of beast to enter the water without her consent. Considering Na Can from 2 days prior and Lu Feng before her, she surmised that her words might have been ambiguous and inadvertently suggested an invitation, leading both Na Can and Lu Feng to contemplate bathing together. The realization deepened her embarrassment. Lu Feng was, after all, the beast husband she had intended to test the waters with. Na Can, oh heavens! What had she done? Chapter 36. The hot river valley erupts. Fortunately, Jiang Xi did not encounter Na Can today. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more awkward. Lu Feng had already turned away, and his previously forlorn gaze brightened upon hearing the female master's words. He wished to turn back and tell her that he did not care about her skin. However, he remembered that the female valued her appearance, and she would certainly not wish for him to see her current state. After some deliberation, Lu Feng chose not to turn back. Yet his voice carried a note of joy. "All right, I'll wash on the other side." As his footsteps faded, Jiang Xi slowly turned around. Her face burned with an intense heat. Even with only the warm waters of the hot springs remaining in sight, she found herself unable to meet his gaze. Holding her breath, she closed her eyes and sank into the water. Her skin tingled and her heart raced. Despite being submerged, Jiang Xi could not calm her nerves. In 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such a scene. She could only immerse her thoughts in the healing process. The water turned black, then the second pool turned black, the third, and the fourth. It wasn't until her healing abilities were depleted that Jiang Xi emerged from the water. The poisonous blisters on her skin had mostly deflated, and she assumed that within a few days she would begin to shed her skin. Climbing ashore and wrapping herself in a beast skin, she felt the cold air assault her almost instantly. Before long, her damp hair and eyelashes began to frost over. Even leaning against the warm volcanic stones, she found it impossible to dry off. With no other option, Jiang Xi called out, Lu Feng, are you done washing?" Lu Feng's voice came from the other side of the stone. "I'm finished." After a moment's pause, he asked, "May I come over?" Jiang Xi quickly nodded, realizing he could not see her. "You can come over." Lu Feng soon appeared, but upon seeing the frost on the female master's hair, he paused for a moment. He instinctively wanted to use his wind abilities to dry her hair, but, recalling the fragility of females, he quickly spoke. "Female master, wait for me." With that, he spread his wings on his back, and soon vanished into the snowy peaks of the hot springs. As Jiang Xi opened her mouth to speak, all that remained to her sight was the distant silhouette of Lu Feng. She was unsure of his intentions, but regretted not bathing in the river valley. In the valley, at least there was no snow, allowing her to dry her hair with volcanic stones. However, she soon discovered the purpose of Lu Yofeng's actions. Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled with hope as she hurriedly approached him before he could speak. The warmth enveloped her, dispelling the cold. Then, she observed Lu Feng extending his hand. An invisible breeze began to swirl in the air, mingling with the warmth of the flames, caressing her frost-laden damp hair. Jiang Xi's dark eyes widened in astonishment. This was akin to a manual hairdryer. She gazed at Lu Feng with bright eyes, unable to contain her admiration. "You are so clever." Lu Feng smiled gently. His amber eyes sparkled in the firelight, reflecting Jiang Xi's silhouette at its center, momentarily leaving her entranced. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, a rhythm starkly different from before. It was rather peculiar. Jiang Xi felt a bit shy to look at Lu Feng. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. The warm breeze enveloped her wet hair, melting the frost into water, which then evaporated into the air. Her dark hair gradually dried, fluttering softly with the warm wind. Lu Feng gazed at the female master and suddenly noticed a few strands of white appearing on her cheeks, as if the true skin beneath the darkness was being revealed. When the warm breeze ceased, Jiang Xi felt a gentle touch on her face. She lifted her gaze, only to find Lu Yofeng's face mere inches away. It seemed her complexion was indeed improving. Jiang Xi brushed his hand away, mumbling a vague, "Let's go home." She began to feel a sense of belonging to that drafty abode. Lu Feng smiled and agreed. However, before they could rise, an eagle's cry suddenly echoed through the sky. Both of them looked up simultaneously. In the distance, a cluster of dark figures approached, gradually enlarging. Various aerial beastmen, carrying females on their backs, swooped down toward the warm valley. Jiang Xi stood up in surprise. Have they arrived so soon? This time, the number of aerial beastmen was significantly greater than what she had seen outside the tribe earlier that day, roughly estimating in the dozens. Lu Feng stood as well, glancing at the female master with a rare sense of mischief. "Would you like to see the commotion?" "Absolutely." Jiang Xi eagerly nodded. Gossip and spectacle, regardless of the world, were ingrained in the very essence of humanity. Extinguishing the fire, Lu Feng transformed into a giant eagle, grasping for beast-skin bags in his talons, carrying the female master as he soared back into the sky. However, this time, he did not descend into the warm valley, but circled above, letting the female master observe the unfolding spectacle below. Jiang Xi nestled against his back, enveloped by the soft feathers. The valley below had descended into chaos. The aerial beastmen began to frantically fill their bags with provisions. A greedy old female stomped in the valley, shouting furiously, "What are you doing? This is our food. You wretched aerial thieves. Who allowed you to come here? Stop it." The old female attempted to grab a beastman, but was restrained by another female. "Who permitted you to touch my beastman?" The old female's eyes widened as she realized. "It's the chief female, isn't it? The chief female sent you here, didn't she? You greedy, unruly females. You shall not touch my food." A brawl erupted in the warm valley. The greedy old female clutched the hair of a younger female, only to be pulled away by others. The males could not intervene in the affairs between females and could only continue to fill their bags with food. The snake beastmen of the valley, hearing the commotion, swam out, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Firstly, it was their first time witnessing so many females in the warm valley simultaneously. Secondly, the females were fighting. The Lion Roar tribe was indeed fierce, openly engaging in such acts of robbery. Lu Feng circled above the warm valley, and many beastmen took note of his presence, along with the curious head peeking out from his back. "Wow," Jiang Xi exclaimed. "This spectacle is truly captivating." At the edge of the valley forest, Ifu waved at the sky, holding two young cubs. Nakan stood beside him, also gazing upward. Jiang Xi noticed the figures of blue and red at the forest's edge and extended her hand from the eagle's back to wave. Her gaze lingered on the red figure for a moment. Then she felt relieved that she did not have to face him directly. The thought of inviting a single beastman to bathe on her first day as a female in the warm valley made her want to shout for help on Nakan's behalf. It was too bold. After enjoying the spectacle for a while, Jiang Xi suggested they leave, primarily concerned that lingering any longer would embroil them in the conflict below. It was best to remain uninvolved. Lu Feng agreed. Before departing, his keen eagle eyes spotted snake beastmen hastily descending the slopes on either side of the valley, and he let out a sharp eagle call as a warning. The aerial beastmen in the valley quickened their pace in response to the warning. Shortly after Jiang Xi and Lu Feng left, the greedy female's mate and the snake beastmen offspring arrived, almost instinctively engaging the aerial beastmen in combat. However, the aerial beastmen had always been the natural enemies of the snake tribe, not to mention that there were dozens of them in the warm valley. The snake beastmen, swimming with their tails, quickly realized they were at a disadvantage and looked around for their fellow snake kin. The warm valley had been overtaken by these aerial beastmen. Would they simply stand by and watch? The snake beastmen on either side of the forest retreated, especially the python and aerial tribe members. They had no intention of getting involved in the lion roar tribe's affairs. After all, why not enjoy the show? Moreover, it was about time to teach those greedy beastmen and females a lesson. Some snake beastmen friendly with the lion roar tribe stepped forward to assist. Yet, under the siege of dozens of aerial beastmen, the situation was unlikely to change. This even allowed the lion roar tribe's females to briefly reunite with their snake beast husbands in the warm valley. After these aerial thieves departed, carrying their bulging beast skin bags and the female master, the warm valley was left in disarray. The fighting snake tribe beastmen were injured, and the greedy old female had blood on her neck, sitting on the sandy stones of the valley, wailing loudly. Damn it, I will report this to the tribe elders. Seeing her mate injured only intensified her cries. Jiang Xi, isn't she the blessed female? Why isn't she here to help us heal? That malicious female, through her snake husband. She learned that Jiang Xi had restored her visible spiritual power. However, she refrained from informing the chief female, fearing that Jiang Xi's status would rise from being universally despised to one that demanded respect as a blessed female. Yet now, seeing her mate and herself injured, she thought of Jiang Xi again, wishing for her to come and assist in their healing. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi sat on the eagle's back, admiring the snowy landscape. As she gazed, she suddenly noticed numerous moving dark spots among the snow-laden forest floor nearby. Lu Feng seemed to sense her curiosity and flew closer, allowing the female master to see more clearly. Those were the land beastmen, each carrying a female, rushing toward the warm valley. Tigers, ferocious wolves, lions. Jiang Xi watched in astonishment, akin to observing a wildlife documentary. The beastmen and females also noticed the circling Lu Feng and his female master. The beastmen roared in greeting, but the females felt quite discontented. When did Lu Feng become so close to his female master? How infuriating! Nanas urged her tiger beast husband impatiently. Hurry up, why are you so slow? By the time we arrived at our HG, all the food was gone. It was utterly infuriating. Had it not been for waiting for Lef-ing, I would have married that Link-ing tribe's Link-ing orc last autumn. Her previous Link-ing mate had succumbed to corruption while fighting off the autumn beast tide. She intended to remarry. But ever since she laid eyes on Lef-ing, no other Link-ing orc could capture her interest. Now it seems, the Link-ing orc she had not married has been taken by a lesser female in the tribe. At this very moment, they must be busy relocating food in our HG, while she remains lost in the snowy forest, unaware of when she might arrive there. The tiger orc dared not express his anger or frustration, merely quickening his pace. Yet, no matter how fast he moved, each step sank into the snow, rendering any effort futile. 2 days prior, upon learning that Jiang, the female leader, had found food in our HG, they had urged their own female leaders to take action. However, the female leader had refused to believe them. Now, upon hearing that the food was ready for collection, they hastily set off for our HG. Nevertheless, the tiger orc could not suppress a bitter smile. With those Link-ing orcs around, there would hardly be anything left by the time they arrived. In our HG, amidst the chaos, the greedy female serpents and their offspring were compelled to continue foraging. The blood-red moon hung in the sky, illuminating the guardian wall with flickering powers. Outside the wall, the cacophony of countless beasts echoed within. From high above, Jiang could see pairs of crimson beast eyes glowing on the ground beyond the wall. Even without close contact, she could sense the madness and murderous intent radiating from those eyes. The cursed beast surged like a tide towards the guardian wall, only to be repelled and slain by the powers at play. Jiang had forgotten that today marked the arrival of the cursed beast tide. A wave of worry washed over her, especially since many orcs had already ventured to our HG. Lef-ing caught the sound of her soft sigh and offered an explanation. Winter marked the peak of the cursed beast tide, and half of the orcs in the tribe were sufficient for defense. As spring brought rebirth, the cursed beast tide would also awaken, peaking in late spring and early summer. Jiang was momentarily taken aback by the ferocity of it all. It seemed he truly cared for the orcs. Lef-ing circled above their courtyard, emitting a cry reminiscent of an eagle. Yux pushed the door open and looked up. She quickly emerged to assist with the relocation of goods. This time, Yux was remarkably swift. Draped in snow-white hair and wrapped in animal skins, he lazily yawned with his fox-like eyes shimmering. Ling had gone to the guardian wall. Jiang X leapt down from Ling's back, smiling as she recounted the commotion she had observed in our HG. Yux had heard of the excitement, but paid it little mind. At the tribe's entrance, only the three of them remained. Ling stood directly behind Jiang X and transformed. He bent down to pick up animal skins, don them, and asked Yux for assistance with the animal skin bags. Yux's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly. Orcs possess acute senses. Even in the dim light of the blood-red moon, he could discern a hint of pallor beneath Jiang X's dark skin. He believed she had restored her external spiritual power, yet he found it hard to believe she could cure the toxic swellings on her face and body. After all, during her time in the Holy City, her Holy Mother had employed countless methods without success. The swellings seemed to cling to her soul. Even if they temporarily subsided, they would inevitably reappear within 2 days. Yux's ice-blue fox eyes flickered. If memory served him right, it had been 3 days since Jiang X had regained her external spiritual power and begun treatment. Chapter 38. How adorable the female leader is. In just 3 days, not only had the treatment shown results, but there was also no sign of relapse. While Yux pondered this, 2 animal skin bags were placed upon his shoulders. Interrupting his thoughts, Ling hoisted 2 additional bags, gazing tenderly at Jiang X. She followed suit, patting her belly. Having missed dinner, she was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Yux could only bear the weight of the animal skin bags and trailed behind. Jiang X assumed that since the 2 were burdened with the heavy bags, they would postpone delivering them to the chief female until the next day. However, when she saw Ling place the animal skin bags in a corner of the kitchen and retrieve a handful of shepherd's purse, she was taken aback. Wasn't that meant for the chief female? Ling explained with a smile that after the chief female adopted Jiang X's suggestion, she canceled the transport. And the food they gathered was shared among the Ling orcs, aside from what they needed for themselves. Naturally, the contribution requirement was also waived. Since the method was suggested by Jiang X, he received an additional animal skin bag of food. Jiang X's eyes brightened as she approached to inspect the contents. 1 bag contained potatoes, another yams, and yet another was a mixture of wild vegetables and seasonings. She cast a satisfied glance at Ling. Ingenious. In the kitchen, there was braised pig's head meat, so Ling prepared a dish of shepherd's purse stir-fried with yams, while Jiang X boiled 2 bags of corn. As the aroma of the corn wafted through the air, Yux's eyes instantly lit up. Leaning against the door, he tousled his snowy hair and struck 2 ostentatious poses. But seeing that Jiang X hardly noticed him, he resignedly approached and said, "I would like to have one too." Jiang X, perplexed, replied, "If you want to eat, just boil another one, right? We are all part of the same family. How can I not let you eat?" Yux's beautiful fox eyes sparkled as he attempted to mimic the method he had just witnessed to peel the corn. Jiang X glanced at the sky and noticed that the light from the powers had diminished considerably. Defending against the cursed beast Tide relied on these powers. But it could also be considered a physically demanding task, especially for speed-focused orcs like Ling, who relied on weapons and close combat. Yux's peeling action faltered. For some reason, a pang of jealousy stirred within him. He blurted out, "Jiang X is so kind to Ling." Jiang X, unable to detect the underlying bitterness in his tone, simply responded, "Before the marriage contract is dissolved, we are all family, just doing something convenient." Ling, busy cooking, cast a surprised glance at Yux upon hearing his words, but quickly returned to his work. He understood that Yux was an orc who only cared for appearances, determined to find the most beautiful female in the world to be his mate. Yet, even a newly crowned holy female, renowned as the most beautiful in the holy city, had failed to capture his heart. Ling shook his head, dismissing the matter, and focused intently on his cooking. Yux could not help but speak up again, his tone still tinged with that unquenchable bitterness. Jiang X finally noticed the sarcasm in his voice as she exchanged glances with Ling. Could it be that during this day apart, some conflict had arisen between these two? She was perplexed. Ling smiled and shook his head, indicating that Jiang X need not concern herself. Jealousy and rivalry among the orcs were commonplace within every female leader's household. Typically, if such matters escalated to the female leader's attention, she would mediate. However, since Yux and Ling were on the verge of dissolving their marriage contract, there was no need for Jiang X to intervene in their disputes. Ling was smeared with blood, the deep crimson hue a testament to the battles he had fought. He regarded Yux, his fierce wolf-like gaze still carrying the aura of a recent skirmish. I didn't eat your share. During dinner, a minor disagreement had indeed occurred between them. The remaining boiled lamb and offal were scarce, and both desired to partake. Thus, they had engaged in a contest of speed. Ing paid, Yux no mind, continuing to eat while coldly remarking, "Isn't there half a lamb left? If you want to eat, make it yourself." Yux was well aware of the remaining half, but unfortunately, he could not cook. So he begrudgingly heated some pig's head meat and tossed in a few potatoes to boil. "Enough," Ing interjected, attempting to mediate. Ing, with all that blood on you, don't frighten Jiang Xi. Change into animal skins before coming to dinner." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Yuexi. "Isn't the mistress asking you to prepare tables and chairs today? Have you completed the task?" Jiang Xi felt a wave of relief as Lu Lufeng took on the role of the head of the household. She truly had no idea how to balance this family. Yuexi cast a glance at the mistress with her enchanting fox-like eyes, noticing that the mistress didn't even acknowledge her presence, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. Countless females had come before him, all in hopes of catching his eye. Yuexi could certainly discern the change in her scent, yet he instinctively thought it was entirely normal, given that she was recovering her external spiritual power and treating the toxins within her body. Although he was puzzled by the significant transformation in the mistress and her sudden culinary prowess, he had never paid her much attention and understood little about her. Therefore, he unconsciously attributed it to his previous lack of interest in her. After all, in the presence of a palpable bond of marriage, few beastmen would doubt the mistress's identity. Jiang Xi finally found a reason to speak and promptly exclaimed, "Then let us move in." Yuexi snorted lightly, raising his exquisite chin as he went out to fetch the tables and chairs. Soon, Jiang Xi understood why he had remarked that they took up too much space. They were, in fact, oversized versions designed for beastmen. When seated, it fit him perfectly, while Jiang Xi felt as if she were a child perched on an adult's chair, her toes barely grazing the ground. Jiang Xi, feeling helpless, settled into the chair, allowing Lu Lufeng and Yuexi to observe her. Before long, Mu Ling, having changed his clothes, entered and joined the spectators. Jiang Xi lifted her dark, glistening eyes innocently towards the three towering beastmen, lamenting, "It's not that I'm too short. You're all just too tall." Mu Ling gazed at the mistress's long lashes framing her large, expressive eyes and felt a flutter of affection, thinking how adorable she was. Chapter 39. Speed without thought. Even with the mistress sporting a rather gloomy expression, Mu Ling found her striking black and white eyes irresistibly cute. His fingers itched with a desire to touch. As a speed-oriented beastman, his hands often moved faster than his thoughts. Just as the idea crossed his mind, his fingers instinctively reached out to brush against the mistress's eyelashes. In the next moment, the air in the kitchen fell silent. Everyone turned to stare at Mu Ling, who stood frozen, bewildered by his own actions. "What are you doing?" he stammered, clearing his throat. "The mistress has something in her eye." Yuexi, observing Mu Ling's flustered demeanor, narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is it?" Mu Ling's gray-blue, wolf-like eyes darted around before he confidently declared mud. Yuexi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Xi raised her hand to touch her eyes, but found no trace of dirt. Lu Lufeng, pursing his lips, broke the odd atmosphere in the kitchen. "The mistress is hungry. Let us eat." After saying this, he turned to Mu Ling, instructing, "Make the tables and chairs shorter." Upon hearing his command, Mu Ling hurriedly moved the furniture outside to adjust their height. Jiang Xi jumped down from her chair, about to question why they needed to go outside, when a blur of motion darted in and out. She paused, ready to speak, only to realize the chair behind her had vanished. Bewildered, she peered outside into the yard. Is this what it means to have speed-based abilities? Lu Lufeng and Yuexi exchanged glances, the latter clearly amused by the spectacle. It was evident to anyone that Mu Ling was flustered. Lu Lufeng ignored him, focusing instead on separating the settled potato starch from the previous night. "Mistress, the potato starch is settled. What should we do next?" The potato starch requires a gelling agent, typically alum. In the flurry of activity yesterday, she had forgotten that they lacked alum. However, her gaze shifted to the corn. "Let us make some cornstarch tonight, just like we did with the potato starch." While lacking alum, cornstarch could help enhance the potato starch's viscosity and transparency. This corn is truly a significant blessing. Lu Lufeng smiled and agreed, then inquired about the other items they had prepared the day before to see if anything needed to be addressed tonight. After finishing his questions, Mu Ling had also completed the adjustments to the tables and chairs. Snow clung to his sleek gray hair, and his sun-kissed skin bore a hint of red, giving his stern face an almost frostbitten appearance. Jiang Xi blinked in surprise. Has it snowed again? She looked outside to see snowflakes gently descending, adding a soft white haze against the backdrop of the blood-red moonlight. Observing Mu Ling's seemingly frostbitten face, she couldn't help but comment, "Your face looks a bit frostbitten. You should apply some sheep oil before bed. It may have a bit of a smell, but if you don't protect it, it could crack." She pondered aloud. "Over the next couple of days, I'll see if I can find a plant to neutralize the odor of the sheep oil." She then added, "If only we had snake oil, it can prevent cracking." Upon hearing the mistress's words, Mu Ling's cheeks flushed repeatedly. Yet, he did not protest, only stammering a response. Meanwhile, Jiang Xi, stroking his chin, turned his gaze towards the mistress. "Snake oil?" Jiang Xi recognized from his tone that he had connections. She quickly asked, "Do you know where to find some?" Jiang Xi lowered his gaze, noticing the mistress's large, bright eyes looking at him eagerly. Something stirred within him, as if he began to understand Mu Ling's restless fingers. He felt a similar itch. However, he was not the type of beastman who only prioritized speed. Clearing his throat, he raised his chin slightly, attempting to boast. "A nest?" Jiang Xi froze for 2 seconds, then felt goosebumps rise. She quickly replied, "That is far too much." Jiang Xi, reluctantly, nodded in agreement. "All right." Yet, as her gaze fell upon the 3 beastmen, silence returned. The chairs that were just right for her were too low for them, forcing the 3 to awkwardly stretch their long legs to the sides, creating a comical sight. Jiang Xi suggested, "You could sit in the higher chairs. The lower ones are fine for me." Lu Feng shook his head as he served the dishes. "No need to fuss. We'll just sit for a meal." Mu Ling quickly agreed. Yes, that works well. As long as the mistress is comfortable." Jiang Xi was indifferent, as it was merely a tool for sitting. Seeing that they were unconcerned, Jiang Xi relented. With a new recipe added to the household, everyone was in high spirits. The corn was too large for Jiang Xi to finish. She passed it to Lu Feng, asking him to help her split it in half. Lu Feng, "I can't finish this. Please eat half." Lu Feng gently agreed, appreciating how the mistress always thought of him. However, just as he reached out, a blur shot through the air. In the next moment, the corn was in Mu Ling's hands. He deftly split it in half. The other 3 at the table looked at him in unison. Mu Ling remained silent for a moment before casually placing 1/2 into the mistress's bamboo bowl. "Mistress, eat up." The remaining half naturally found its way into his own stomach. At this point, even Jiang Xi sensed something was off about Mu Ling tonight. He was far too perceptive, but it was not at all like him. Did he have something he wanted to ask her? Jiang Xi suspiciously completed her meal. Yet even as they prepared the cornstarch for settling, Mu Ling remained silent. Distracted by Mu Ling, she failed to notice Lu Yofeng's quiet demeanor that evening. Only Jiang Xi continued to smile, enjoying the spectacle. That night, Mu Ling tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He was a wandering beast man. Since his earliest memories, he had lived in the misty forest. Later, he encountered a pack of forest wolves and subsequently killed the Wolf King, ascending to the rank of the new Wolf King, commanding hundreds of forest wolves. Within the misty forest, devoid of orcs, he had long believed himself to be merely a wolf. Until one fateful day, a group of unexpected guests arrived in the misty forest. They were both wolves and humans, surrounding a beautiful female and a child. The female was the holy female, and the child was Jiang Xi. At that time, Jiang Xi's face and body were still largely unblemished, with only a portion of her body darkened, lying feebly in the embrace of the holy female. Chapter 40. Memories of Mu Ling. Mu Ling could no longer recall Jiang Xi's face. He only remembered her skin as pale as if illuminated. Or perhaps it was the glow of the holy female's hands. Mu Ling could not comprehend their speech. He merely understood that they had invaded his territory. He summoned the forest wolves of the misty forest and surrounded them. Standing amidst the pack, he coldly regarded these strange intruders, determined to make them pay for their trespass. He recalled that, despite being surrounded, the intruders showed no fear, only astonishment as they gazed in his direction. Those individuals seemed to be conversing with him, but he could not understand their words, only able to emit threatening growls from his throat. Even if they transformed into wolves, they would still have to submit to his claws as the Wolf King. The outcome was inevitable. He was captured by an orc of equal speed. He had anticipated that the orc would slay him, usurp his position, and become the new Wolf King. However, that was not the case. The orc merely restrained him, incessantly whispering incomprehensible sounds into his ear. Bound, they continued deeper into the misty forest, to a perilous realm even he dared not tread. Yet they showed no fear. At that time, Jiang Xi occasionally awakened in the embrace of the holy female. When she opened her eyes, they were large and vividly black and white, curiously fixed upon him. Even when he bared his teeth and growled threateningly, she remained unafraid. At times, when she could stand, she would stealthily place her hand upon his head. A pleasant warmth emanated from his head, filling his body with comfort. He had intended to intimidate her into leaving, but it felt too delightful, and he chose to feign ignorance. As time passed, her periods of unconsciousness grew longer. Wishing to continue experiencing that comfort, he would surreptitiously nudge her. However, her awakenings became increasingly rare, and even when she did awaken, she was always surrounded by the holy female and those orcs. Eventually, they arrived at the deepest part of the misty forest, a place adorned with luminous vines. The orcs remained outside, while the holy female carried Jiang Xi into the glowing vines. He could not gauge how long he waited, lacking a sense of time. He only knew that when the holy female emerged with the small Jiang Xi, he could vaguely comprehend a fragment of their speech. Yet, the complexities eluded him. Emerging from the luminous vines, Jiang Xi was entirely transformed, her body now shrouded in darkness. They took him away from the misty forest to a place populated by many strange beings like themselves. He never saw Jiang Xi again. Instead, he followed the swift orc, learning and training, gradually redefining his understanding of orcs. 3 years later, having passed through the metamorphosis phase, he was assigned to protect the daughter of the holy female. He felt a mix of joy and anticipation to see her again, hoping to ask if she could once more illuminate his head. He recognized her at once. Compared to 3 years prior, the darkness on her body had morphed into protruding black lumps. Yet she did not recognize him. The once clear, bright eyes that lingered in his memory were now clouded with resentment, making it difficult for him to meet her gaze. Her personality had drastically changed. She was prone to violence, frequently striking those around her. She reveled in watching orcs battle and indulged in the underground city, lavishly spending wealth. Any orc without connections who crossed her path would find themselves thrown into the underground fighting arena, with death awaiting either way. Those females without connections who offended her faced exile or disappearance. Later, when Jiang Xi fell for the young lord of the Golden Line clan, Hulun, she abruptly transformed her previously brutal demeanor, striving to appear gentle and affectionate. However, the young lord was uninterested in her, prompting her to compel her mother, the holy female, to forcefully wed him. Yet, due to the Golden Lion clan's formidable influence, even after marrying him, she could not act freely. Mu Ling had also reached an age where he could choose a mate. He wished to leave, but Jiang Xi forbade it. And when she married the prince of the merfolk, she coincidentally brought him along, keeping him close to vent her frustrations. Subsequently, she married one orc husband after another. Yet they all shunned her, avoiding her as if she were venomous. As her guard, he could not evade her, becoming the primary target for her outbursts of anger. Mu Ling's thoughts were tumultuous. He had witnessed all her forms, and thus understood her tendency to feign appearances to achieve her objectives. Once her goals were met, whether successfully or not, her true self would swiftly emerge. The changes within her signified to him that she was no longer the person she once was. Yet, memories continually warned him that regardless of her transformation, she would ultimately revert to her original nature, capricious and relentless in pursuit of her desires. Mu Ling spent a sleepless night. The next morning, Jiang Xi was conversing with Marue at the door. Marue had heard of the events in Rihi Valley and had come specifically to ask if she needed food, having gathered a substantial amount. Jiang Xi graciously declined her offer. After bidding farewell to Marue, she turned and was startled to see Mu Ling standing outside the fire room, his eyes shadowed. "What were you doing last night?" Jiang Xi exclaimed. Mu Ling lowered his gaze, mumbling an indistinct response. "Couldn't he sleep?" Shi, wrapped in animal skins and yawning, emerged. Upon seeing Mu Ling's appearance, he paused momentarily before laughing heartily. "Is it really that serious? If you want to stay, just stay. No one will say anything." Lu Lufeng had prepared breakfast and called for the mistress to eat. Noticing the shadows under Mu Ling's eyes, his amber gaze flickered, but he remained silent, merely urging the mistress to dine. Since teaching Lu Lufeng to cook, Jiang Xi had liberated her hands. with such a partner skilled in both the kitchen and the hall. Life was not burdensome. This time, Lu Lufeng did not give Mu Ling the chance to use his speed. He simply broke the corn in half before placing it in the mistress's bowl. Jiang Xi held the corn, her eyes crescent-shaped as she smiled at him. "Thank you," she said, her voice carrying a hint of playfulness. Lu Lufeng's lips curled upwards, his amber eyes filled with gentle mirth. Mu Ling, having not slept all night, felt his mind clouded. Seeing the scene before him, he inexplicably found it somewhat jarring. Acting on impulse, he seized the remaining half of the corn from Lu Liufeng's bowl. At this point, even if Lu Lufeng wished to ignore him, he could not. He looked at Mu Ling with exasperation. "What are you doing?" Mu Ling, biting into the corn, appeared somewhat dazed. He, too, was unsure of his actions. Shi could no longer hold back his laughter, clutching his stomach as tears streamed down his face. "Ha, this is too funny." Jiang Xi only realized that Mu Ling had taken Lu Liufeng's corn when he spoke. In a moment of absent-mindedness, she placed the uneaten corn from her bowl into Lu Liufeng's. Just as Lu Lufeng was about to protest, Mu Ling, without thought, placed the bitten corn back into the mistress's bowl. Chapter 41. The mistress's hands are so small and soft. Jiang Xi's gaze fell upon the bitten corn, and she fell silent. Lu Lufeng was about to speak when a shadow flickered, darting in and out, snatching 2 bags of corn before vanishing from the fire room. The voice of Mu Ling drifted in from outside, gradually fading away. "I'm going to chop some bamboo," Lu Lufeng remarked. Jiang Xi gazed at the empty space across from her, growing increasingly silent. The room fell into a hush. Jiang Xi awkwardly attempted to ease the atmosphere. Such is the nature of speed abilities, truly swift. As soon as she uttered this, the ambience turned even more peculiar. Lu Lufeng cleared his throat, placing a bitten corn cob from the female leader's bowl into his own, and in offering her an intact cob from his bowl. The female leader could choose to ignore him. Shi, with a playful smile, remarked, "Beastmen with speed abilities love to do such things." Jiang Xi looked at him in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning. Shi added, "The mind is not as quick as the ability. In simpler terms, it is quite foolish." Jiang Xi was even more bewildered. If the mind were as fast as the ability, what a marvel that would be. Shi, observing her innocent dark eyes, thought that only such a naive female leader would choose a rather dull beast husband. He had no intention of associating with foolish individuals. In the next moment, he raised his hand, boasting, "My ability is far more splendid than his speed ability." No sooner had he said this than icy blue snowflakes began to swirl within the room. Jiang Xi, astonished, extended her hand to catch them. But as the hexagonal snowflake touched her fingertip, she shivered from the cold. So chilly, the snowflakes continued to fall, resting upon the female leader's hair and the steaming dining table. Lu Lufeng shook his head in resignation. With a swift wave of his hand, he blew the snowflakes away. On such a cold day, the snow outside was already substantial enough. Witnessing the display of abilities, Jiang Xi recalled an important matter. She turned to Lu Lufeng, stating, "Once we finish preparing the potato flour, I shall help you refine your abilities." She was eager to see if assisting Lu Lufeng would also enhance her healing ability. If that were the case, she could expedite her own growth in powers. Although she faced no immediate danger, the curse's land posed the greatest threat. Should trouble arise one day, her current healing range would be utterly insufficient. Upon hearing her words, Lu Lufeng's face flushed instantly. He glanced quickly at Shi, who was seated at the table, before turning back to the female leader. "All right, yes," he stammered nervously. The female leader was about to assist him in refining his powers? How swiftly it was approaching. He had heard it was quite pleasurable. His thoughts began to drift, and he found himself distracted during breakfast, his mind preoccupied with the impending refinement session. Shi, observing Lu Lufeng's love-struck demeanor, raised an eyebrow. Being a Fox clan member, he was well-versed in matters of affection, even without personal experience. Initially, he had thought Lu Lufeng stayed for external reasons. However, seeing the current situation, it appeared he had genuinely developed feelings for the female leader. His gaze subtly shifted towards her. Her hair was glossy and black, her dark eyes captivating, yet her entire being was shrouded in darkness. How could one fall for such a visage? Did one not need to look at a face to develop affection? He found it bewildering. After breakfast, Lu Lufeng, moving with unprecedented speed, helped the female leader prepare the potato flour. Shi lingered out of curiosity, assisting in the process. Jiang Xi directed him to use bamboo tubes to create a strainer, which would be employed shortly. The potato flour first required thickening. By mixing the flour with warm water to create a thin batter and then pouring it into boiling water while stirring vigorously with a wooden stick until it achieved a glue-like consistency akin to lotus root powder. The thickening was deemed successful. Following this, cornstarch and potato starch were added and kneaded until the mixture no longer stuck to hands and exhibited elasticity. Resembling dough, but with a higher moisture content. She returned with the strainer, the water now at a near boil. Next to the stone pot, a basin of cold water awaited to cool the mixture. Remembering Shi's freezing ability, Jiang Xi quickly instructed, make that cold water even icier. Shi paused in confusion. How? Jiang Xi, puzzled, replied, use your ability. Shi never anticipated that one day his powers would be employed in the kitchen. Nevertheless, motivated by the prospect of a meal, he dutifully set about freezing the water. The trio divided the tasks clearly. Shi was to hold the bamboo strainer above the nearly boiling pot, while Lu Feng was responsible for molding the potato flour into balls and placing them into the strainer, utilizing his wind ability to cut and control the length of the potato strips. Jiang Xi, meanwhile, wielded a pair of extra-long chopsticks to retrieve the potato strips from the boiling water, plunging them into the ice water for final shaping. Although Lu Feng was working, his thoughts had long since wandered. His gaze frequently drifted toward the female leader, only to shyly avert when caught, his amber eyes glimmering with light. Not just his cheeks, but even his ears had turned crimson. Jiang Xi merely assumed he was flushed from the heat of the fire, considering they were all gathered around the hearth. The process of making potato flour was not particularly difficult, though the steps were numerous and cumbersome. However, the satisfaction derived from the final product was immense. After working tirelessly for an entire morning, it was finally time for lunch. Jiang Xi heated the last of the pig's head meat, adding it to the potato flour along with shepherd's purse, creating a dish that encompassed meat, vegetables, and carbohydrates all in one pot. Lu Feng and She had never encountered such a long, stringy food before. They were unsure how to slurp or roll it. As they attempted to pick it up with chopsticks, they found themselves standing up awkwardly, bending over to catch the end of the potato strips. The scene was utterly comical, prompting Jiang Xi to stifle a laugh. Unable to help, she resorted to teaching them how to roll the food up with their chopsticks to eat or simply bite through it. Two large chairs positioned her between them. As she instructed from both sides, Lu Feng quickly grasped the technique, while Shi struggled awkwardly. His grip on the chopsticks was incorrect. Jiang Xi had no choice but to place her fingers over his to correct his hold. Yet, for the sake of enjoying the meal, he persevered. However, the female leader's hands felt so small and soft against his. Shi curled his fingers awkwardly. Jiang Xi urged him, don't clench your fists. Shi replied, oh. Lu Feng cast a glance at him, and then said, female leader, you eat. I'll teach him. Jiang Xi contemplated this, agreeing, that sounds good. You can teach him more conveniently. Both of their hands were larger and did not require the meticulous adjustment she had to undertake. She exchanged positions with Lu Feng. He lowered his gaze to Shi's glimmering fox eyes, discreetly demonstrating his grip on the chopsticks. Shi responded with a quiet, oh, though his tone had grown noticeably colder. Chapter 42. Heartache for the female leader. Jiang Xi had not slurped on noodles in ages. She was blissfully unaware of the strange atmosphere in the kitchen. After all, it was rare for this household to experience an ordinary atmosphere. This time, Shi quickly mastered the technique. Internally, he scoffed. Did Lu Feng really need to be so wary of him? He would not stay behind to compete for the female leader's affection. Even in this desolate, cursed land, he could still circle the protective wall twice for the sake of the female he adored. Of course, even if all the females from the 7 tribes in the cursed land gathered, they would likely not encircle the protective wall even once. Lu Feng pretended not to notice the glance she cast his way. After all, Mu Ling had initially been resolute about breaking their marriage contract. And now, Lu Feng had not considered that he could bask in the female leader's affection alone. Yet he hoped that this time could last a little longer. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xi took a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. She walked from left to right and then back again. Even Jiang Xi, who often missed subtle cues, sensed his gaze upon her. Turning to look, she could not help but ask, is something the matter? Lu Feng quickly averted his eyes, his voice tinged with nervousness. No, nothing at all. He wanted to inquire of the female leader when they would begin refining her abilities. Aren't we going to refine the abilities yet? The stronger the ability, the longer the time required for its refinement. coupled with the entanglements of emotions and desires. The duration would certainly not be brief. Lu Liufeng's abilities were formidable, and as it was his first time refining them, it was likely to consume a significant amount of time. Yueshi glanced at Lu Lufeng, inexplicably feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Had the female master changed her mind? His voice was too soft for the female master to hear. After all, female masters were all the same, always acting on their whims. Changing one's mind was a common occurrence. Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together. The female master would not change her mind. She had already promised him. As the two murmured by the fire room, Jiang Xi had also finished her meal. She could hardly contain her excitement and spoke up. Lu Lufeng, shall we begin? What would you like to refine? Your room, my room, the courtyard, or the fire room? Lu Lufeng was momentarily taken aback, and Yueshi was equally stunned. While it was not impossible, was it really appropriate to be so uninhibited during a first refinement? The female master was quite audacious. After recovering from his shock, Lu Liufeng's face flushed crimson, stumbling over his words. Anyway, it is fine. After speaking, he noticed a beastman passing by the house in the distance and hesitated to suggest, perhaps we shouldn't do it in the courtyard, in a hot spring pool. The female master was so shy that she dared not even look at his body. That works, Jiang Xi replied with great confidence. Considering the warmth of the fire room, she added, let's do it in the fire room. It's much warmer. Yueshi sighed inwardly. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, then I shall not disturb you. With that, he quickly fled the fire room. With such a wild female master, what if she wanted to involve him later? Yueshi contemplated going up the mountain to dig for hibernating snakes, but couldn't help feeling a twinge of curiosity. He leaned against the door of his room, straining to hear the sounds coming from the fire room. He heard Lu Lufeng ask, should we close the door? The female master replied, no need to close it. Lend some fresh air. Yueshi's fox-like eyes narrowed. What? He pictured the slender figure of the female master and wondered, is this really wise? Could it possibly lead to a mishap? Inside the fire room, Lu Lufeng was also taken aback. After speaking, he felt a surge of irritation. He was truly inconsiderate of the female master's well-being. Jiang Xi blinked, her mind filled with questions. Can't you use your beast form? Lu Lufeng gazed into the bright, clear eyes of the female master, his heart aching. That damn Jiang Xi. How could he be so thoughtless regarding the female master's health? Female master. Lu Lufeng could no longer contain himself and embraced the female master before him. Jiang Xi found herself suddenly wrapped in his arms, momentarily dazed. However, sensing something was amiss with Lu Liufeng's emotions, she did not pull away. She wanted to comfort him by patting his back, but as she raised her hand, she awkwardly realized that her bulky clothing prevented her from reaching his back. Lu Lufeng closed his eyes, resting his chin atop the female master's head. The unique fragrance that belonged solely to her enveloped him, and he felt a surge of tenderness for the soft, petite figure in his embrace. After taking a deep breath, he made a decision. Female master, let us postpone the refinement of our abilities for a few days. Those reckless fighters in the underground city, those who dance on the edge of a blade, are utterly unworthy of you. Jiang Xi was taken aback. Huh? Why? She leaned her elbow against his chest, slightly pulling back to look up at him. Do we have other matters to attend to today? As she observed Lu Lufeng, she noticed the typically gentle amber hue of his eyes was now clouded with an unshakable gloom. She sensed an unsettling energy pulsating in the air. Instinctively, she raised her hand to smooth his brow, but a glimmering green light emitted from her fingertips, and she and Lu Lufeng slowly, uncontrollably closed their eyes. Outside the fire room, Yueshi, leaning against the outer wall, instantly changed countenance upon sensing the surge of energy. Lu Liufeng's abilities had always been the most stable among everyone. How could they suddenly erupt? This is bad. The female master is still inside. He immediately rushed forward. With a wave of his hand, ice blue snowflakes enveloped him, and layers of wind blades sliced toward him. Yueshi's expression darkened. He only managed to exit the courtyard before the attacking wind blades ceased. Fortunately, the wind blades were merely attacking him instinctively and had not struck the house. Otherwise, this dilapidated structure would likely be reduced to ruins. The door to the fire room remained open, allowing him to see the scene within. Upon witnessing the two figures embracing, Yueshi was momentarily stunned. He saw the glimmering green light emanating from the female master's fingertips. Was Lu Lufeng injured? No, wait. Yueshi furrowed his brow as a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind. He suddenly raised his gaze towards the fire room. An improbable possibility surfaced in his heart. Could it be that the female master was helping Lu Feng refine his abilities? Chapter 43. The nature of refinement. Yueshi's face was filled with disbelief. In a nearby Marue household, Oshan remained at home with the female master. He sensed the aggressive energy and stepped outside to investigate. Upon seeing Yueshi standing in the courtyard, he paused momentarily. Marue followed behind. What happened? Do you need assistance? Yueshi's fox-like eyes flickered as he shook his head. It's nothing. He was uncertain whether this was a good or bad thing. He waved his hand, causing ice-blue snowflakes to fall in the courtyard, stirring up the accumulated snow as the wind energy surged, enveloping the courtyard in swirling snowflakes and obscuring the view of the fire room. Oshan glanced at the snow-filled courtyard and reassured the worried female master. It seems Lu Liufeng's abilities are unstable, and his female master is assisting him in the refinement. Upon hearing this, Marue ceased to inquire further and simply invited Yueshi to come inside. Yueshi declined, saying, "No need, you all carry on, don't mind me." Lu Liufeng's abilities were in turmoil and overflowing. Had it not been for the absence of a destructive aura, he might have believed this was a precursor to Lu Liufeng's explosive demise. However, now he was uncertain. He needed to remain here to ensure that the female master and Lu Feng were in a sufficiently safe environment. Such a significant surge of energy would soon attract the attention of the entire tribe of beastmen. Inside the fire room, after closing her eyes, Jiang Xi did not immediately enter Lu Liufeng's sea of abilities. Instead, she observed a series of memories flashing before her like a cinematic experience. Waves crashed against the cliffside, and the sea breeze rustled the leaves. Numerous caves dotted the cliff, and atop the highest point stood a statue of a human-faced eagle. Eagles soared against the sea wind, landing upon the platform, transforming into beastmen who knelt on one knee before the statue in prayer. Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, and the waves surged violently. An elder raised a scepter, standing before the human-faced eagle. The kneeling beastmen spread their wings, connecting one after another, encircling the statue at the center. An incomprehensible and complex language, like sacred sounds, echoed amidst the thunder and lightning. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, crashing down upon the human-faced eagle statue. The face of the statue slowly split apart. Jiang Xi witnessed the lightning coursing through the cracks of the statue, spreading into the cliff. As the scene shifted, the vast sky and ocean appeared, the sea a brilliant blue. Suddenly, a colossal eagle's phantom emerged in the sky, its sharp and ancient gaze locking onto Jiang Xi, causing her consciousness to shatter. When her awareness returned, she saw the elder who had once held the scepter. Now, with a fledgling eagle resting upon his shoulder, its dark brown feathers interspersed with amber, a lightning-like pattern adorning its back. The elder stood before the cracked, human-faced eagle statue, accompanied by the fledgling. This time, Jiang Xi comprehended the words within the vision. Lu Feng, you are the sole descendant of the ancestral eagle bloodline to awaken in a century. Ancestral eagle above, you must bear the future of the Yinghaixia. As the scene shifted again, she beheld a youthful Lu Feng. Rather than exhibiting warmth, his amber eyes revealed a sharpness inherent to the eagle clan. The spirited young man, with the sea breeze tousling his hair, had several youthful beastmen subdued beneath his extraordinary powers, rendered immobile. The vision shifted once more, and she sensed an invisible layer of ominous clouds looming over Yinghaixia. Within the stone cave beneath the statue, an elder and a group of people knelt on the ground, encircled by the altar where human-faced eagle was embedded into the earth. The familiar figure of Lu Feng emerged in the cave, addressing the kneeling elder. High Priest, under the ancestral eagle, this is a divine decree. Allow me to proceed. The elder lamented, you are the only descendant of the ancestral eagle bloodline in a century. The vision faded, replaced by a tempestuous sea of powers. Thunder and lightning erupting before Jiang Xi's eyes. Following her instincts, she slowly tilted her head upwards. She witnessed the sky splitting open with a tremendous fissure. A luminous green light radiated from her being, while the tumultuous storm above the sea of powers intensified, seemingly erupting from the depths below and surging towards the heavens. Simultaneously, a flash of light streaked across the sky above the Lion Roar tribe, followed by a rolling thunder that startled all the beastmen within the tribe. Yet in an instant, it vanished as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, within the sea of powers, the fissure in the sky widened further, and just before it could completely open, a layer of blood-red darkness descended. In the next moment, the fissure sealed, the lightning dissipated, yet the sea of powers roiled with unrest. Concurrently, Jiang Xi felt a piercing gaze upon her, a chilling scrutiny that sent shivers down her spine. The gaze flickered past, and the healing powers within her were abruptly siphoned away, swept toward the raging sea of powers. The tumultuous waves calmed. She abruptly opened her eyes, the depletion of her powers rendering her feeble. Subsequently, she fell into a warm and sturdy embrace. Lu Feng awoke, instinctively clutching his mate. His amber eyes, clouded with confusion, gradually lowered to gaze upon her. What has transpired? He sensed signs of a breakthrough in his powers. However, since arriving in the cursed land, his abilities had stagnated, ceasing to grow. Upon entering this cursed realm, his powers had been at the late stage of the third great tier, at the 9th tier. He understood that a breakthrough in the cursed land was futile. Yet just moments ago, the barrier had loosened. That sensation of transcending a great tier was unmistakable. Lu Feng lifted his mate, cradling her horizontally, and seated her upon his lap. Observing her frail appearance, he deduced what had just occurred. The gentle caress that had enveloped him was indelibly etched in his mind, while the powers within the sea had attained an unprecedented tranquility and compliance. His mate had refined his abilities, and remarkably, without relying on any guiding stones. In that instant, a complex and disheartened feeling welled within Lu Feng. He noticed the uneven patches of white appearing on her skin. Raising his finger, he reached out to touch them. The muddy slickness met his fingertip, accompanied by a burning sensation. Lu Feng raised his finger to his eyes for closer inspection. Jiang Xi gradually regained her composure. That feeling of being drained had left her utterly spent. However, it was not long before the healing powers surged within her like a spring, filling her rapidly. Realizing she had reached the 3rd tier, she opened her eyes, about to speak, only to see Lu Feng's hand smeared with dark stains, sniffing it near his nose. Her eyes widened in shock, nearly leaping from his embrace. Lu Feng quickly tightened his hold, gazing gently at her. Mate. Chapter 44. Memories of Xia. What are you doing? Jiang Xi exclaimed, her eyes wide, struggling to articulate her words. With a glimmer of hope, she raised her hand to touch her face. Upon encountering the sticky, dark residue, she silently screamed in her heart. Ah, Lu Feng, what are you smelling? I care about my dignity. What kind of good beast husband sniffs the impurities that overflow when their mate's powers upgrade? Furthermore, along with the impurities, Jiang Xi had also released a host of toxins. Realizing this, she quickly checked his hand. Are you all right? Lu Feng shook his head, only experiencing a slight burning sensation. He added, It's too late to head to the hot springs now. Should we boil some water for you to bathe, mate? I know you like to be clean. Other matters could wait until after a bath. Jiang Xi eagerly nodded. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Yueshi leaned against the doorframe. Observing Lu Feng holding his mate closely, he raised an eyebrow. It seems you are both all right. He turned to Lu Feng. There was quite a commotion outside. The chief has arrived. You'll need to explain the incident of the power surge to him shortly. If a beastman's powers surge to a certain extent, they are no longer permitted to reside within the tribe to prevent catastrophic repercussions. After all, the tribe consists of many vulnerable females and numerous young ones whose powers have yet to manifest. No chief would willingly take such a risk, nor would any beastman want their mates and offspring exposed to such dangers. Lu Feng nodded. I will explain to the chief shortly. Please bring in some firewood. My mate needs to bathe. Since his mate often referred to bathing, the other beastmen had gradually adopted the term for washing. Once the momentary chaos subsided, Jiang Xi finally noticed her intimate position, seated on Lu Feng's lap, nestled against him. As her strength returned to her limbs, she hurriedly attempted to rise. However, in the next moment, Lu Feng effortlessly lifted her, standing up and gently placing her onto a chair. Mate, sit for a moment. I'll fetch some water. Jiang Xi bit her lip, awkwardly replying, all right. It was so embarrassing. Jiang Xi felt an urge to scream in frustration. Yueshi entered carrying firewood, and after tossing it in the fire pit, glanced toward Jiang Xi. Mate, did you refine Lu Feng's powers? Without overthinking, Jiang Xi nodded. Yes, it's done. Then, recalling the sensation of her powers being drained, she couldn't help but add, I am still too weak. I must improve quickly. Improve? Yueshi's fox-like eyes widened in surprise. Can mental strength be enhanced? Yes, Jiang Xi replied directly. While I help you refine your powers, I also enhance my mental strength. However, I am currently too weak and lack sufficient experience, so I'm not yet certain of the patterns. Yet, it is clear that while I refine their sea of powers, I can also level up alongside them. What a delightful win-win. Iyueshi observed the seated mate, his gaze flickering. She seemed to possess many incredible secrets. Lu Feng returned with water, simultaneously setting up 2 stone pots to boil water. He surveyed the fire room, then glanced toward the courtyard, ultimately resting his gaze on a large stone vat filled with water in the yard. They would have to make do with it for now. Jiang Xi wrapped herself tightly in animal skins to prevent the odor from spreading. She was unaware that Lu Feng was moving the large stone vat of fresh water from the courtyard into her room. Iyueshi, however, took note. He paused momentarily, his lips moving, but ultimately said nothing. After all, prioritizing the mate was the duty of the beastmen, and it was no issue to let her use the water vat for bathing. At worst, they could break the ice at the river daily to fetch water. Iyueshi had completely forgotten his earlier demeanor, added fuel to the fire, and watched as Lu Feng and Iyueshi helped her carry the hot water into the house. She thought to herself how exceedingly troublesome it was to take a bath at home. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she noticed a familiar large stone tank in her room, from which white mist began to rise. For a moment, Jiang Xi was taken aback. After a brief silence, she concluded that since things had come to this, she might as well accept it. As Lu Feng stepped out, he kindly closed the door behind him and called out from outside, reminding her that if she needed anything, she could call for Iyueshi, who was at home. While removing her animal skin, Jiang Xi shouted towards the door, affirming that she understood. However, Lu Feng did not leave immediately. Instead, he sought out Iyueshi. His expression, typically gentle and harmless, now bore a hint of sharpness. He looked at Iyueshi and asked seriously, "The external manifestation of abilities in high has not been seen by other beastmen, has it?" Iyueshi shrugged, palms open. "If you're referring to what I just said, I covered the courtyard with my abilities, so the beastmen outside saw nothing. However, regarding the Rihi Valley, I cannot be certain." Lu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He felt it was his fault for not having investigated thoroughly during his recent trip to Rihi Valley about what had transpired concerning the Mistress. Iyueshi, with a teasing glint in his fox-like eyes, smiled and said, "Why are you so anxious? Isn't this a good thing?" Meeting his gaze, Lu Feng fell silent for a moment before replying. "Just now, when the Mistress was helping me manifest my abilities, I sensed the loosening of the 4th great tier." "What?" Even Iyueshi's expression changed dramatically. The 4th great tier was a nightmare that the beastmen of the Cursed Land could never hope to breach in their lifetimes. Even if they left the Cursed Land, without the secret methods of the major clans, it would be challenging to enter the 4th great tier again. Yet, Lu Feng claimed that while the Mistress was assisting him, he had felt a shift within the 4th great tier. Suddenly, he recalled the thunder he had heard above the tribe earlier. Initially, he thought it was nothing unusual, but now it seemed likely related to this manifestation of abilities touching upon the 4th great tier. This was not a good sign. It posed a colossal problem for the Mistress. Iyueshi informed him of the explosions and thunder in the sky. Lu Feng's eyes flickered rapidly. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "I will ask the Mistress shortly. If she agrees, we should publicly acknowledge the restoration of the external manifestation of mental power. After all, this matter cannot be concealed for long. Rather than allowing the beastmen to uncover more secrets, it would be better to focus their attention on the identity of the sacred blessed Mistress. The identity of the sacred blessed Mistress alone would be enough to stir significant waves in the Cursed Land." As Lu Feng and Iyueshi engaged in their serious discussion, deep in the remote and lightless depths of the Cursed Land, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened wide. An ancient, hoarse voice, reminiscent of vast oceans and changes through time, began to resonate in the darkness. Chapter 45. Intruding among you. When Jiang Xi emerged from her bath, she found Lu Feng at home. She was somewhat surprised. Lu Feng shook his head, stating that he wished to seek the Mistress's opinion on certain matters. It was rare for Jiang Xi to see Lu Feng in such a manner. She sat by the fire pit, her curiosity piqued. "What is it?" Lu Feng first raised his hand, allowing the wind to swirl around the warmth of the fire pit, gently drying the Mistress's damp hair before sharing what had transpired in his thoughts. Iyueshi observed Lu Feng's adept movements and couldn't help but click his tongue following the conversation. The identity of the sacred, blessed mistress has already attracted the attention of the entire cursed land, even the great wood forest. If news of the fourth great tier's disturbance spreads, it may catch the attention of the holy city or even the great clans of the ancestral lands. Holy city, Jiang Xi murmured silently, her memories of it growing increasingly vague. Although she hoped to visit this sacred city of the beastmen, if given the opportunity, she did not wish to attract the attention of the holy city. The matter of the fourth great tier should not be leaked. However, she paused, realizing that the external manifestation of abilities would likely be difficult to conceal. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression grew grave. Yu Shi, however, felt that compared to the fourth great tier, the external manifestation of abilities was not as troublesome. At most, it would simply lead to an increase in challenges they faced. Regardless of the sacred, blessed mistress's identity or the external manifestation of abilities, it would signify that countless beastmen would flock to seek the mistress's favor in the times to come. Yet, what powerful beast husband did not have 10 or 8 strong companions by their side? If they truly possessed strength akin to theirs, they would be willing to accept them. Looking on the bright side, it was winter, the roads were blocked, and they only had to face the beastmen of the Lion Roar tribe for now. When spring arrived and the news spread, the Lion Roar tribe would likely see the largest influx of beastmen in history. Jiang Xi did not perceive the external manifestation of abilities as a problem. After all, assisting the beastmen in manifesting their powers would also benefit her. With the enhancement of her healing abilities, she would eventually be able to assist more and more beastmen, inevitably extending her help to those beyond just her husband's. Perhaps I could say that my sudden loss of external manifestation of mental power was due to an accident involving the explosion of a guiding stone while I was in the holy city. The rest could be left to their speculation. Secrets, after all, should always have a hint of ambiguity to remain mysterious. However, Lu Feng looked at the mistress and remarked, in that case, the first mistress may want to request that you assist in manifesting abilities for the beastmen in the tribe who lack a mistress. The thought of such a scenario made Lu Feng somewhat reluctant. Yu Shi, with no intention of entertaining such a notion, also felt averse to the idea. The notion of the mistress assisting them in manifesting abilities was overly optimistic. Jiang Xi explained to Lu Feng that she could enhance her mental power through manifestation. At present, I cannot assist too many beastmen, but in the future, the more I assist, the better it will be for my mental power. Lu Feng pressed his lips together, but if that happens, those beastmen will be bound to you for life. Yet, regardless of his reluctance, he would abide by the mistress's decision. Lu Feng understands. I will explain the situation to the first mistress and the chief. Lu Feng rose to leave. Jiang Xi recalled the memory she had seen and wanted to call out to him, but after a moment of consideration, she decided to wait until they were alone that evening to discuss it. For now, Yu Shi was still present, and given his intention to dissolve their marriage pact, it was inappropriate for him to know certain secrets. After Lu Feng departed, Yu Shi noticed the mistress sitting by the fire, lost in thought, and he too found himself staring at her. The pallor on her face had increased. After the toxic spots had scabbed over, only dark remnants remained, intertwining black and white, creating an enigmatic allure that compelled him to want to see her clearly, to outline her features. Jiang Xi's thoughts were a tumultuous mess, yet her mind felt blank, unable to retain anything. She stood up and turned to Yu Shi. Shall we prepare a meal? Engaging in simple tasks when her mind was cluttered could be quite fulfilling. Yu Shi met her dark eyes and, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered his own. All right. Damn it. How could he be so mesmerized? There was nothing particularly captivating about her. The water tank in the courtyard, intended for bathing, meant that the two could only carry their ingredients to wash in the ice river behind the courtyard. As the cold wind blew outside, Jiang Xi shivered slightly, wrapping her animal skin tighter as she waited for Yu Shi to melt the icy layer. He wielded ice and snow abilities, undoubtedly possessing greater control over the ice river than an ordinary beastman. Yet, Jiang Xi watched as Yu Shi raised his hand and conjured a few blue snowflakes, beginning to slice through the ice surface with a crunching sound. She was taken aback and asked, "Isn't your ability ice and snow?" Yu Shi replied, "Only snow, not ice." Yu Xi's fox-like eyes narrowed as she glanced over. "Does the female master find me too weak?" Jiang Xi quickly shook her head. No. Even in the apocalypse, there are those with extraordinary abilities, and powers within the same system are interconnected. She had witnessed a spectacular phenomenon where a snowstorm of abilities transformed zombies among the ruins into icy sculptures by the next morning. It was truly magical, blending with the weather to kill invisibly. Thus, she instinctively assumed that UXE was similar. However, UXE was not like Lulu Foam. So Jiang Xi chose to stop there and not continue the conversation. He raised his hand to take the bamboo strainer dripping water from the female master's hands and began to recount a humorous incident. At the first female's place, they were all beastmen seeking justice. Lu Feng chuckled, saying, "I just entered, and they arrived right after me." UXE felt a strange displeasure in her heart as she saw the two laughing and chatting while heading towards the fire room. Why the different treatment among the beastmen? With that thought, she walked over, squeezed between the female master and Lu Feng, and naturally spoke up. "What are you talking about? I want to listen." Jiang Xi fell silent for a moment as she looked at UXE, who had just intruded. They were discussing matters regarding Hehigu. Lu Feng scrutinized him with a fleeting glance. Chapter 46. The enchantment of the fox. He tossed the bamboo aside and eagerly wanted to show the female master the snake. "I found a snake." Yet, as he stepped into the fire room, the atmosphere felt oddly tense. Jiang Xi, unable to withstand UXE's overly familiar enthusiasm, quickly offloaded the task of cooking onto him and came to check on Mu Ling's snake. She reached to open the bamboo basket, intending to say a few complimentary words about Mu Ling. However, as soon as the basket opened, a dark gray snake head with flickering tongue sprang out. "Ah!" Jiang Xi screamed in fright, grabbing Mu Ling's arm and hiding behind him. Mu Ling swiftly reached out, his shadow slicing through the air as he seized the snake's head and yanked it out of the basket. "Don't be afraid, female master, I've pulled its fangs." He attempted to present it to the female master for her to see. Lu Feng hurriedly stepped in to block him. "Handle it properly before bringing it inside." Mu Ling was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing UXE's gloating expression, he quickly apologized. "I didn't know the female master was afraid of snakes. I'll take it out to deal with it." After all, in his view, the female master had married a snake beast man. So how could she possibly still be afraid of snakes? But that was not the same. Snake tribe beastmen know to keep their distance and wouldn't attack. Moreover, they wouldn't be entangled in such a way that it made one's skin crawl. When Jiang Xi peeked into the basket, the snakes were coiled together, and she lost count of how many there were, triggering her claustrophobia. Mu Ling went outside to deal with the snake. UXE held a small bowl containing a piece of mutton, and with chopsticks in hand, approached the female master, smiling as she offered the meat to her. "Try it, female master." Jiang Xi's eyes widened, and she took 2 steps back, clutching Lu Liufeng's hide, feeling the urge to hide behind him. "Lu Feng, you try it." UXE's overly affectionate demeanor could easily mislead anyone into thinking he had a deep fondness for his female master. Yet, Jiang Xi was well aware that come spring, when the Fox Tribe beastmen delivered the Jin Hun fruit, she would be able to dissolve the marriage contract. Thus, she had no desire to get too close to UXE. After all, even with her strong willpower, she could not help but be dazzled by his extraordinarily beautiful fox-like face. Not to mention the sticky way he approached her. Lu Feng stood protectively in front of the female master, casting a disapproving glance at UXE. He reached for the chopsticks that UXE held, but UXE pulled them back, his fox eyes narrowing as he coldly snorted. "Want to eat? Go fetch it yourself. Want me to serve you? What a bold request." Lu Feng, at mealtime, the seating arrangement is the same as in the morning. Jiang Xi sat opposite Mu Ling, with Lu Feng and UXE on either side. She picked up her chopsticks and was about to grab some food when suddenly 3 pairs of chopsticks shot forward, dropping food into her bowl. The quickest was naturally Mu Ling. Jiang Xi fell silent for a moment. "Thank you." UXE propped his chin on his hand, watching her with a smile. "Is it tasty?" In an instant, Jiang Xi choked, breaking into a fit of coughing. Lu Feng helped her gently, casting a warning glance at UXE. "Stop causing trouble." UXE exclaimed, "Where's the trouble?" He merely found the female master amusing and wanted to tease her. Although the female master obviously lacked a tail when he approached. She appeared to be trying to hide one, which was utterly amusing. Mu Ling was somewhat bewildered. What happened? Jiang Xi seized the opportunity to change the topic, hurriedly recounting the events of the afternoon. Mu Ling's wolf-like eyes widened. But that was Lu Liufeng's extraordinary ability, so he did not dwell on it. Seeing how much had occurred since he ascended the mountain, he felt a twinge of regret for leaving. However, considering the scene from the morning, if he had stayed, he probably would have made some irrational decisions. Reflecting on the female master's mention of external power refinement, He felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but ask, "Can the female master help me refine my abilities?" He grew a bit nervous as he spoke. "If it's not convenient, that's perfectly all right." Strangely, Mu Ling's heart raced a little faster, feeling as though asking for power refinement was akin to seeking the female master's affection. After all, for beastmen, refining abilities was indeed a form of courtship. Jiang Xi, lacking any preconceived notions, felt no psychological burden whatsoever. "Sure, I will help you refine it tomorrow." Mu Ling gazed into the female master's dark and bright eyes, his heart racing even faster. "Thank you, female master." He noticed that the darkness on the female master's face had faded a little, revealing a fairness that contrasted beautifully with the black, almost shimmering. Yuexi turned his head to glance, quickly blinking his fox eyes. "Then can I schedule for the day after tomorrow?" "Jiang Xi, don't flirt indiscriminately." "Sure," concerned about potential misunderstandings. Jiang Xi clarified, "Once my mental strength increases, I might help the beastmen in the tribe who lack a female master with their power refinement. Helping you now serves as practice." Mu Ling was taken aback for a moment. "Why? Isn't it enough for the female master to refine for the beastmen? Why also for the outsiders? Is it because they can't satisfy the female master?" Although Yuexi understood the reason behind the female master's actions, as a native beastman, he could never feel happy hearing it. Lu Lufeng spoke directly. "The female master does this to enhance her mental strength. Although they could monopolize the female master every day." Mu Ling pursed his lips. "Then why not have the female master marry a few more beastmen? At least beastmen can serve the female master together and share life and death with her. Who knows if those dubious outsiders are clean or not? The shameless unmarried beastmen in the cursed land who flirt with other female masters are far more numerous than those in the holy city." Jiang Xi bit down on her chopsticks, her eyes widening. Were they not discussing the refinement of abilities? How did it suddenly turn into marrying more beastmen? Lu Lufeng, however, did not oppose this notion. After all, as the wholly favored female, the female master might even marry 10 beastmen in the holy city, not to mention in the cursed land. With more beastmen, the pressure during challenges could be dispersed, preventing a final defeat after a wheel battle. He gazed tenderly at the female master, about to speak, but saw her place her bowl down and shake her head. "One beastman, Lu Lufeng, is enough for me." Chapter 47. Opening up to the female master, the 3 beastmen at the dining table were all momentarily stunned, especially Lu Lufeng, who looked at the female master in disbelief. The female master was interrupted before she could finish her sentence by Mu Ling. "He is a beast husband, so what are we?" he emphasized, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. "The female master clearly has 5 beast husbands." Jiang Xi expressed her confusion with a soft exclamation. "Once spring arrives, when the Fox Clan beastmen bring the Jin Hungua and you dissolve the marriage contract, I will only have Lu Lufeng left." Mu Ling instinctively wanted to say that he would not dissolve it. Yuexi spoke first. "Who knows when my clan members will arrive? And who can say whether they have brought the Jin Hungua?" As he spoke, his fox-like eyes sparkled with indifference, and his handsome face bore an air of nonchalance. Jiang Xi blinked and tilted her head in confusion. "Then we shall wait until you find the Jin Hungua. What else can we do? After all, we are currently living together without any irreconcilable conflicts, so we might as well continue as we are." Mu Ling pressed his lips together and couldn't help but say, "You claim that you only have Lu Lufeng as your beast husband." Jiang Xi felt ensnared by his words. "Indeed, although you have the title of beast husband, there is no substance to it, whereas Lu Lufeng—" She hesitated at this point, quickly glancing at Lu Lufeng. After all, the two had not yet reached that stage. She diplomatically stated that perhaps, years from now, I would only have Lu Lufeng by my side. Lu Yofeng's emotions fluctuated. One moment he felt elated, the next he was apprehensive. Although he yearned to monopolize the affection of the female master, as a beastman from the Yinghai, he understood all too well that he could not let possessiveness cloud his judgment. Unexpected events could arise at any moment, and for the sake of the female master's safety, he must not, and could not, claim her entirely. Yuexi squinted his fox eyes. Even though he had been indifferent towards the female master, he now sensed something amiss. The former female master would never linger for just one beast husband. Often, shortly after marrying one, she would already be eyeing another beastman. Mu Ling stubbornly asserted. Who could predict the future? Yet, deep down, the scales of his heart were gradually tilting towards staying. However, years of experience had incessantly warned him not to be deceived by the present illusion. That night, Mu Ling dreamt of the misty forest. In the dream, there was a child female master, half shrouded in darkness and half glowing with light. Her small, soft hand rested on his head, radiating warmth, and a soothing aura enveloped him. The half-dark, half-white face began to merge with that of the female master. Those deep, sparkling black eyes seemed unchanged. Mu Ling abruptly opened his eyes and rubbed his head with his paw. In the final moment before waking, he thought he glimpsed the shimmering hue of light, a brilliant green intertwining with the rich greenery of the misty forest, dreamlike and ethereal. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep, his erect ears twitched slightly. The voice of the female master? Jiang Xi suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to tell Lu Lufeng about the memories of Ing Haixia before sleeping. However, concerned that he might already be asleep, she decided to wait until the next day. Yet for some reason, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Perhaps it was due to the impending public revelation of her identity as a blessed female, or perhaps it was because Yueshi had been persistently bothering her, or even the notion of Mu Ling suggesting she marry more beast husbands, along with the memories she had seen in Lu Yofeng's mind. In any case, her thoughts were tumultuous, and sleep eluded her. After an indeterminate amount of time, she suddenly heard some commotion outside. Wrapped in fur, she opened the door to find Lu Lufeng standing before her, holding a basin of glowing coals, snow clinging to him, as if he were about to enter. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, and Lu Lufeng paused for 2 seconds before gently smiling and saying, "The wind and snow are fierce tonight, and it may be a bit cold. We might need to add some coals to the fire in the female master's room." Jiang Xi quickly stepped aside to allow him to bring in the coals. She glanced past him and looked outside. The snow was falling heavily, obscuring even the red moon, and the snowfall seemed unusually intense. After closing the door, the room felt warm, a stark contrast to the world outside. The atmosphere was inexplicably charged with a teasing intimacy. Lu Yofeng's heart raced a little faster. He stood for a moment, contemplating leaving, but Jiang Xi stopped him. "Wait, I have something I want to discuss with you." With no chairs in the room, they could only sit on the fur mat or the soft fur bed, layered and warm, still holding the warmth of the female master. As Lu Lufeng sat down, he felt the warmth, and a faint blush crept onto his pale cheeks. What is it?" Upon seeing the female master, his thoughts immediately turned to her earlier words that one beast husband was sufficient for her. Just one would be enough. The room was unlit, but the beastmen had keen eyesight, especially the Ying clan. Thus, Lu Lufeng could see the warm glow of the coals softly illuminating the female master's cheeks. Blending into the darkness of the background, her deep black eyes sparkling beautifully in the firelight. Jiang Xi did not notice his nervousness and began, "This afternoon, while helping you sort through your abilities, I saw some of your memories." Lu Lufeng was taken aback. "Memories?" Jiang Xi affirmed, and then began to describe the scene she had witnessed, speculating, "I am not certain if it is due to your beast form." After speaking, she suggested, "Perhaps next time, you should transform into your complete beast form. There should still be a degree of privacy." Lu Lufeng shook his head, his amber eyes gazing gently at her. Lufeng is willing to open his heart to the female master. A beast husband has no secrets to hide from the female master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi found herself at a loss for words. After all, she had her own secrets that she kept hidden. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Lu Lufeng spoke again. "The female master need not feel pressured. It is said that when a beast husband fully opens his heart to the female master, a sufficiently strong female master can indeed see the beast husband's past at certain moments, and this is not an unusual occurrence." Hearing this, Jiang Xi felt even more conflicted. She had not anticipated that Lu Lufeng would trust her to such an extent. She bit her lip, realizing that she could not reach that level of openness herself. For a moment, the room fell silent, the only sounds being the crackling of the coals and the howling wind and snow outside. "Lu Lufeng." Jiang Xi suddenly lifted her gaze to meet his. Her vision was not as keen as that of the beastmen, so she could only make out his handsome, gentle face in the warm glow of the coals. The young man looked down at her, his amber eyes focused and tender, filled with her reflection. Jiang Xi's heart raced, and she summoned her courage to say, "Once I fully recover, let us truly be together, like beast-man couples, genuinely united." Chapter 48, The Blessed Female Envoy. Jiang Xi spoke boldly and confidently, but only she knew that her face was already flushed, and her dark eyes sparkled, unable to meet Lu Yofeng's gaze. She could feel his intense stare enveloping her, an invisible aggressiveness filling the room. Lu Liufeng's lips curled into a smile, his voice slightly hoarse. All right. His heart also raced, and he felt an overwhelming impulse to stay the night. The room was warm, filled with the scent of the female master, intoxicating him and clouding his thoughts. Fearing that if he lingered, he would truly not want to leave, Lu Liufeng could only say, then the female master should rest early. Jiang Xi responded with a soft acknowledgement and opened the door to see him out. In the nearby room of Mu Ling, he raised his wolf paw and angrily thumped the fur. Why is it that all beast husbands receive such different treatment? His sharp claws scratched at the fur, leaving 4 deep marks. Perhaps he should stay too? The following morning, the snow had yet to cease. During breakfast, Jiang Xi heard a commotion from outside. Instinctively, she looked towards Lu Liufeng. He perked up his ears and listened intently. Before he could discern the sounds, Mu Ling burst in, shaking off the snow from his body as he spoke. The house of the Queek family has collapsed under the weight of the snow. He deftly brushed aside his grizzled hair, shaking off the snow, and gazed outward with wolf-like eyes, tinged with a hint of worry. This winter is likely to be harsh. Yuexi held a bowl, lazily leaning against a chair. What is there to fear? As long as the issue of food is resolved, everything else is trivial. Saying this, he deliberately cast a glance at the female leader. However, Jiang Xi remained oblivious to him as the clamor outside grew louder. Even Lu Liufeng stood up to peer outside. The cries, mingled with the wind and snow, approached from afar. Lu Liufeng pressed his lips together. It seemed a young cub had been injured. No sooner had he spoken than a group of beastmen surged into the courtyard through the snowstorm. At the forefront, a beastman cradled a bloodied little lion. As Jiang Xi stepped forward to greet them, the beastman knelt before her. Holy favored female leader, we beseech you to save little D. Without uttering much, Jiang Xi knelt and extended her hand toward the little lion. Place him down. A shimmering green light emanated from her palm, enveloping the little lion. Instantly, silence fell within and around the fire room, as all the beastmen stared, stunned, at Jiang Xi who was emitting the green light. Deep down, they struggled to believe it. After all, she was a holy favored female, and even in the holy city, there were only 9, while the vast giant wood forest had but 1. Moreover, how could a cursed land possess a holy favored female? It was said that when Nanas was born, her mental power was manifest, but due to the curse, it gradually faded. Thus, the younger generation of beastmen subconsciously believed that the curse similarly obstructed the manifestation of the holy, favored female's mental power. Just as beastmen could not surpass the 4th major tier. Yet, it was evident that this was not the case. As the little cub gradually regained vitality, Queek knelt in gratitude, joyfully bowing his head to Jiang Xi. Great beast God above, Mother Tree, bless us. Thank you for your favor, holy favored female leader. The title of holy favored female leader is a mark of respect from the beastmen and females towards the holy favored female. Wherever she may be, a holy favored female is a treasure of the tribe. After all, the healing abilities of shamans are limited, and in such life-threatening injuries. Without the favor of the female leader, it would likely result in death. Lu Liufeng pulled back on Queek's shoulder, shaking his head. Do not disturb the female leader's treatment. He then inquired what happened. How could a perfectly good house collapse? After all, the houses in the tribe had withstood years of wind and snow, and were not so easily toppled. Queek wiped his tears and said, this must be the punishment from the beast god. Queek's female leader was Senna, one of the greedy females. The expressions of the onlooking beastmen changed in unison. Some of them, even without having been to Rihi Valley, were aware of the events that had transpired there. The beastmen involved in the Rihi Valley incidents spoke up. The Mother Tree sent the female leader to resolve the tribe's food issues, yet you wish to hoard all the food for yourselves. So the beast god bestowed punishment upon you. Indeed, this must be the beast god's punishment. The Mother Tree is the progenitor of all things, while the beast god is the father of all beasts. Together, they are the ancestral female and ancestral beast that safeguard and inherit all. Queek's face was filled with regret. Had he known this would happen, he would not have gone to Rihi Valley. Among the 8 beast husbands of the female leader, except for one who stayed behind to guard the house, the others had gone to Rihi Valley to transport supplies, filling an entire house. Among the gathered beastmen, a few females appeared, but notably absent was Little D's mother, Senna. Queek had never agreed with the female leader's actions, but as merely her beast husband, he had no right to interfere with her decisions. Yet why did the punishment of the beast god fall upon his Little D? He lamented that if only little D could awaken, he would do anything. After arriving in this world, it was Jiang Xi's first time treating such severe injuries. Thankfully, the little lion was still small, so the range of internal organs and bones needing repair was not vast. Nevertheless, even after exhausting her abilities, she could not completely heal him, merely mending the fatal wounds enough for the little lion to barely awaken. The little lion's brown-yellow eyes opened, confused. Upon seeing Jiang Xi's unevenly colored face, he let out a frightened whimper and attempted to flee. However, the injuries that were not yet fully healed caused him to stumble and fall to the ground in pain after just a few steps. Queek hurriedly picked up the little lion and looked to Jiang Xi. "Holy leader, how is little D?" Jiang Xi felt somewhat drained, and Lu Lufeng promptly crouched down. Lifting her onto the chair, Jiang Xi grasped the armrest, shaking her head. "His life is preserved, but he requires further treatment. Please ensure he is brought to me regularly in the coming days." Queek quickly expressed his gratitude and, pressing his forehead against the little lion's head, bowed to Jiang Xi. "Little D, it is the holy leader who saved you. You must thank her." He whimpered, his youthful voice expressing gratitude. "Thank you, holy leader." After expressing his thanks, he felt even more guilt, regretting that he had been frightened by the holy leader's appearance. The holy leader is the messenger of the mother tree, the right hand of the mother tree's sacred offspring, executing the divine will of the mother tree upon the earth. To receive the holy leader's healing is the blessing of the mother tree and the grace of the beast god. How could he allow himself to be afraid? Among the onlooking beastmen, some had significantly changed their perceptions of Jiang Xi, now that they witnessed her truly as a wholly favored female, the mother tree's envoy. Their hearts were filled solely with respect and admiration, afraid to act rashly or speak carelessly. The beastmen gathered outside the fire room were just about to disperse when suddenly someone exclaimed, "Holland?" Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback. She had nearly forgotten his existence. Her gaze traversed the crowd of beastmen, facing the wind and snow, and spotted a tall, golden-haired man carrying a cow, appearing at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon seeing the sudden gathering of beastmen, Holland halted outside, his emerald-green lion eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. "What has happened?" he inquired. The beastmen in the courtyard quickly shook their heads and then nodded. Queek, holding the little lion, offered a respectful gesture. "Lord Holland, little D has been injured. I have come to beseech the holy leader to treat him." Queek had once been part of the Brown Lion tribe of the Holy City, but had been exiled to the Cursed Land after accidentally injuring a female. For the Holy City and most lion tribes, the Golden Lion tribe is regarded as the king among lions, and they cannot afford to act recklessly. Holy leader? Holland's brow furrowed slightly. If he recalled correctly, only the wholly favored female could bear the title of holy leader, right? Had Jiang Xi's manifested mental power not vanished? Holland raised his gaze toward the fire room. Uxe leaned against the door, still wearing that expression of watching a spectacle. Inside the fire room, several peculiar low platforms had been added. Mu Ling and Lu Lufeng stood behind one of the low platforms, on which sat a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Beastmen possess keen senses, allowing Holland to clearly see the uneven skin tones on Jiang Xi's face. When he met her dark eyes, he paused for a brief moment. Those were not the eyes Jiang Xi should have. Yet, the bond of their marriage contract revealed that the female seated on the low platform was indeed Jiang Xi. Holland stepped into the courtyard, unceremoniously dropping the cow he had been carrying onto the ground, and strode towards the fire room. The beastmen quickly parted to make way, some casting envious glances at the cow before leaving. As he drew nearer, Holland's face began to overlap with Jiang Xi's memories. Golden-haired and green-eyed, striking and sharp-featured, with a deep and noble profile, he approached like a majestic lion, exuding an imposing aura. Jiang Xi had yet to regain her strength and leaned against the chair, resting her head on Lu Liufeng's hand. As that towering figure drew closer, she gradually tilted her head back. Holland came to a halt before her, his fierce gaze descending fully upon her. He narrowed his eyes, a sharp glimmer passing through them, leaned against her chair, gazing up at him. Neither spoke. Just as Lu Lufeng was about to utter a word, Huoluan bowed his head first, his tousled hair falling to obscure his cold, sharp features. He placed one hand over his chest and performed a solemn gesture of reverence unique to the holy city. "Lady," he said, rising from his bow, feigning surprise as he inquired, "has the lady regained her external mental strength?" Yet, despite his pretense, the inherent arrogance and indifference within him remained unmasked. He scrutinized Jiang Xi, seemingly searching for her weaknesses. Unfazed by his gaze, Jiang Xi nodded. Yes, I just regained it not long ago. Her eyes briefly flicked to the cow discarded in the courtyard, her tone calm. If you haven't had breakfast, let us sit and eat together. Yet, internally, she was overjoyed. Excellent. The family's meals were secured. Hualun's gaze fell upon the peculiar food laid out on the table, and after a moment of astonishment, his brows furrowed. You're eating this now? He had only been away for a month, and their lives had already become so dire, they could not even afford a decent meal. Although the unfamiliar aroma wafted from the kitchen, he instinctively could not associate the colorful dishes on the table with food. He gestured with his chin toward a few beastmen standing by. His eyes flickered as he discreetly glanced at Jiang Xi. Additionally, he had matters he wished to discuss with them privately. The Jin Hungguo was not difficult for him to acquire, but it would likely be challenging for these beastmen. Having located the Jin Hungguo, he could easily barter with them. After all, this was the cursed land, no matter how powerful he was. Without the assistance of the Huang Jinshi tribe, it would be hard to withstand the beast tide alone. Mu Ling, oblivious to the disdain in his words, handed him a bowl. Let's eat first. We can deal with it afterward. One must eat well to have the strength to work. Iyueshi, holding a bowl, sipped the meat broth made from boiled potato noodles with a look of satisfaction. He relished teasing others, so he easily discerned Hualun's contempt. Glancing at him, he chuckled lightly. Eat up. It's a good meal, and you want to find this outside. Though Hualun exuded an imposing aura, a closer look revealed that he had not fared well during his time away. His leather garments were tattered, and despite his efforts to shave, some roughness and weariness were evident along his jawline. Hualun hesitated as he looked at the strange dishes on the table, but having traveled all night without food, he was indeed starving. Preparing the cow would also require considerable effort. He reluctantly nodded, deciding he could manage to eat a little. The kitchen felt somewhat crowded with an additional beastman. Fortunately, Mu Ling had made a chair for the lady early that morning, providing Hualun with a place to sit. The table was square, and the sudden addition of a fifth chair made it quite cramped. Lu Lufeng nudged his chair closer to the lady. Iyueshi, eyes gleaming, also moved his chair nearer, even pressing it against the lady's. In an instant, the space beside Jiang Xi became spacious, while the rest felt congested. Mu Ling wished to join them, but, seeing no available space, reluctantly settled beside Hualun. Initially, Hualun's attention lingered on the peculiar food, but soon it shifted entirely to the oddly behaving beastmen. If he did not know how much they all despised the lady, he might have thought they were vying for her affection. A moment's delay caused several dishes to grow cold. Lu Lufeng reheated them and brought them back, kindly tearing half a corn cob for the lady, saying, "Lady, eat while it's hot." After several days, he had discerned her eating habits. She preferred not to eat meat in the morning, and even when she did, it was only meat broth with potato noodles, occasionally adding leafy greens or sweet, tender corn. As soon as Hualun placed his bowl down, he couldn't help but glance at Lu Lufeng, his cold and handsome face revealing a hint of surprise. However, the actions of the other two beastmen astonished him further, nearly causing him to drop his bowl. Mu Ling quickly served the lady a piece of meat, his wolf-like eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Lady, eat meat." Iyueshi, however, was different. He produced a slender bamboo skewer from seemingly nowhere, threading through the corn kernels and elegantly offering it to the lady, saying, "Lady, eat corn." At this, not only Hualun fell silent, but Mu Ling and Lu Lufeng too were rendered mute. They glanced at the corn skewer in Iyueshi's hand and then at the half-ear of corn, which was nearly as large as the lady's face. Their silence deepened. Perhaps this was indeed the proper way for the lady to dine. Conversely, Jiang Xi preferred to eat directly, believing that what she bit into tasted especially delightful. She shook her head at Iyueshi, lifting the half-ear of corn in her bowl and shaking it. "I can eat it myself." With that, she took a bite, chewing vigorously, her cheeks puffed with corn juice, appearing quite endearing, which made Iyueshi itch to poke at her. Yet, before he could act, Lu Lufeng approached with a piece of animal skin, wiping her face clean. Noticing her beautiful eyes wide with curiosity, he smiled. "You have corn juice on your face." "Ah, oh, all right. Thank you," Jiang Xi replied, her gaze wandering, embarrassed enough to dig her toes into the ground. She raised her hand, wiping her face haphazardly, as if she were a dish to accompany the meal. Hualun sensed he was out of place in this household. Why did 1, 2, 3 beastmen all appear to be enchanted by Jiang Xi? He wanted no part of their antics and merely picked at the so-called corn. Yet, the moment he bit into it, his eyes lit up, and he quickly devoured the meal with both hands, as if he had been starving. Jiang Xi and the three beastmen slowly raised their heads, astonished, staring at Huolun. How long had it been since he last ate? The once charming atmosphere in the kitchen rapidly transformed into a scene of gluttony. Shi, holding his bowl of potato noodles, slurped while watching Huolun's antics. Oh, our esteemed young chief of the Huang Jinshe tribe can really stomach these wild vegetables? Shi had stealthily learned the art of noodle slurping from the lady and had adeptly applied it to his mockery. Lu Lufeng shook his head at him, signaling Shi to tone it down. He stood up, saying, "No need to rush. I will prepare more corn. We have plenty at home." Jiang Xi watched the spectacle, though not as flamboyantly as Shi. After all, Huolun had arrived with an air of arrogance, behaving like a young lord. Yet he was merely an indigenous beastman who had yet to taste anything good. Huolun's eating pace slowed somewhat, and having consumed too quickly, he belched, a faint blush creeping onto his handsome face, revealing a hint of embarrassment. "Indeed, it has been a day since I last ate. I apologize for my behavior." As Lu Lufeng vacated his seat, Mu Ling swiftly claimed it with his bowl. He leaned toward the lady, speaking in a tone that was neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring all in the kitchen could hear him. His words were straightforward and unabashed, lacking any hint of shame. Huolun paused for a moment before responding. "The snow is quite heavy." After all, he did not share the belief, as these beastmen did, that he had a responsibility to care for the lady. Jiang Xi's fate in the land of curses is of no concern to him, for even if Jiang Xi were to perish, he is confident in his own survival. The price he would need to pay, however, is exorbitant. Thus, he shall refrain from making such a choice unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, his affairs in the land of curses remain unresolved, making it unnecessary to sever ties with his family at this moment. Although Huolun is unaware of why Jiang Xi has regained his overt spiritual power and undergone such significant changes, he is indifferent and does not intend to involve himself. Jiang Xi's beast husband is merely a facet of his identity in the land of curses. However, judging by the attitudes of the three beastmen, it seems that the collaboration he wishes to achieve through the Jin Hangua may not come to fruition. "Are you not leaving?" Shi inquired, her fox-like eyes glinting. She mused that perhaps there had been some gains. The beast husbands of the great beast clans in the sacred city, upon the death of the sacred matriarch, swiftly dissolved their marital contracts, eager to avoid entanglements with the matriarch. Only Huolun of the Golden Lion clan did not dissolve his contract and followed into exile in the land of curses. She finds it hard to believe that he harbors no ulterior motives. Now, Huolun has suddenly ceased his previous busyness, and even the expression on his face unconsciously reveals a hint of relaxation. He does not relent and directly reaches out to pat Jiang Xi. Mu Ling remains still, indifferent to where he sits. "What's wrong with me sitting here for a moment?" he retorted. He continued, "Lu Lufeng, I remember you have the best relationship with Huolun. Why don't you go keep him company?" Lu Lufeng replied, "Get away." Mu Ling grasped the armrest. "I won't budge," Jiang Xi exclaimed. This is simply a scene from a large kindergarten. She helplessly turned her head towards Mu Ling. "Lu Lufeng is the head of this household. You must listen to the head." Mu Ling pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. "Lu Lufeng can stay. So why can't I?" Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening, her voice trembling. "Stay? What do you mean by stay? I hope it is not what I think." Mu Ling, throwing caution to the wind, gazed into the matriarch's eyes and declared with utmost certainty, "I will stay, without dissolving the marital contract, and be the matriarch's beast husband. Even if the matriarch were merely putting on a fade to deceive him, he would accept it." Huolun nearly spat out the soup he had in his mouth. Struggling to swallow, he could only direct his gaze towards Shi, the only one not embroiled in the chaos. Shi shrugged, indicating with his hands that he was unclear. Although he had sensed Mu Ling's indecisiveness, he did not anticipate such a swift resolution. Lu Lufeng lowered his gaze, instinctively glancing towards the matriarch. He clearly understood that Mu Ling's decision to stay was not a negative outcome. In fact, it could be deemed advantageous. After all, Mu Ling had spent the most time with the matriarch and understood her best. With Mu Ling present, any matters related to the matriarch's past could be easily resolved. Yet, Lu Lufeng could not help but recall the matriarch's insistence that she only desired one beast husband. His heart raced with tension as he wondered what the matriarch would say this time. Would she accept Mu Ling, or continue to insist on him alone. Chapter 51. I will be the beast husband. Lu Feng felt a twinge of greed. He often fantasized about things that did not belong to him. But the next moment, he heard the matriarch say, "But I already have Lu Feng. I only need one beast husband, and that is enough." Lu Feng's heart raced once more, almost leaping from his chest, sending waves of exhilaration throughout him. In stark contrast, Mu Ling felt as if struck by lightning. Though he possessed a childish demeanor, his sharp features conveyed an intimidating presence, making Jiang Xi feel as if she were being hunted. Jiang Xi instinctively leaned back. "You. Scaring me won't help. I said I only need one, and that is all I want." As she retreated, she moved towards Yu Shi. Yu Shi, who had been leaning against the back of his chair, straightened up, leaning closer. He rested one hand on the back of the matriarch's chair, his chin nearly resting on her shoulder, his fox-like eyes sparkling with mischief. "Mu Ling, you frightened the matriarch. When the matriarch liked you, you fled faster than anyone. Now that she is willing to dissolve the contract, why are you coming back?" Yu Shi, ever the instigator, sensed the matriarch's temperament and understood that the current situation was not one where simply expressing a desire to stay would guarantee their retention. Similarly, should they express a wish to dissolve the contracts, they would not easily acquiesce. Thus, an alternative strategy was necessary. Yu Shi clicked his tongue, but chose not to create a scene like Mu Ling. He bit his lip tightly, remaining silent. Witnessing the matriarch's fearful retreat only deepened his discomfort. Finally, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Regardless, I will stay. I will not dissolve the marital contract." With that, he stood up, stormed out in anger, and took the cattle from the yard to the ice river behind the courtyard. He was furious, yet he remained industrious, not forgetting his chores. Inside the kitchen, silence suddenly enveloped the room, amplifying the sound of Huoluan sweeping the dining table. He was gnawing on freshly cooked corn when he noticed the gazes of the others upon him, causing him to awkwardly pause. "I saw you all busy, so I helped myself." He had already devoured 2 packages from the 3 available. Lu Feng remarked, "You don't need to be coy. It's not as if you're starving. If you need more to eat, there's plenty." Huoluan had not enjoyed a meal this comfortably in a long time. Though he had yet to discern what was different about this occasion, it allowed him to relax completely. "No need, I am full." After speaking, he could not help but inquire, "What are these foods? How come there are so many delicious dishes I have never encountered before?" Lu Feng's amber eyes softened as he gazed at the matriarch. These are the matriarch's new discoveries. Now the tribe is enjoying these foods, and the matriarch has also earned 200 contribution points. His tone bore pride and delight, as if the accolades were bestowed upon him rather than the matriarch. Huoluan's azure eyes flickered as he glanced at the matriarch, flanked by Yu Shi and Lu Feng. Were one to note the most significant difference, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Xi herself. She no longer regarded him with the same loathsome gaze as before, nor did she cling to him. It was as if he were merely a stranger in her eyes. Huoluan was quite pleased with this development. "Thank you for the matriarch's hospitality." Jiang Xi, too, felt satisfaction. She nodded and reiterated the matter of dissolving the marital contract. "You are prepared with the Jin Hungua. You can come to me any time to dissolve the contract." She had intended to mention that after spring, Yu Shi's kin would bring the Jin Hungua, and he could consider purchasing it from him. However, recalling that Mu Ling had suddenly declared he would not dissolve the contract, she thought it better not to concern herself with the matter of the Jin Hungua. As a member of the Golden Lion clan, Huoluan would surely obtain the Jin Hungua. She simply needed to wait for the dissolution to occur. Huoluan nodded. "It is best if we could dissolve the contract amicably." Thus, both parties reached a consensus. This household, with 1 matriarch, 1 beast husband, and 4 prospective beast husbands, achieved a successful alliance. At that moment, Mu Ling's voice echoed from the yard. Grass and wood ash. His roar was akin to that of an enraged bull, indicating that he was still fuming. Huoluan could not comprehend the meaning behind those words, but Lu Feng had already gone to fetch hay to stoke the fire. Yu Shi beamed. "It seems we will have more delicious food today." Once more, Huoluan felt acutely aware of his incongruity within this household. After a satisfying meal, weariness washed over him, and he expressed his fatigue. "After a long night of travel, I shall take a brief respite. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Without any objections, Huoluan retired to rest. Jiang Xi gazed out at the swirling snowflakes and pondered before suggesting, "Let us indulge in hot pot today." "What is hot pot?" Both Lu Feng and Yu Shi were puzzled, yet they nodded in unison. "Excellent. What the female master says must be right." Lu Feng, possessing the ability to manipulate elements, went to assist Mu Ling with the cattle, while Yueshi remained behind to help the female master with other ingredients. Jiang Xi contemplated the various cuts of beef and called out to Lu Lufeng, "When you are ready to carve the beef, please summon me. I shall instruct you on the proper way to divide it. Different cuts require different cooking methods. Choosing correctly will elevate the flavor to a new level." Lu Lufeng smiled gently. Very well. Jiang Xi found herself unable to withstand his smile, her heart racing uncontrollably. She playfully pushed against his waist, urging him toward the door. "Hurry!" As Lu Lufeng stepped outside, his fingers tingled with an irresistible urge to caress the female master's hair. He paused, turned back, and boldly raised his hand to stroke her head, the soft strands brushing against his palm, an intoxicating fragrance wafting toward him. He lowered his gaze and smiled at her. "Should the female master require anything, do remember to call for me." Yueshi, feeling a twinge of jealousy, intervened, stepping between them and disrupting their intimate atmosphere. "With me around, what could the female master possibly need? Off you go. Your presence here is quite bothersome." Chapter 52. A truly impressive strategy. Jiang Xi had yet to feel embarrassed when Yueshi's interruption shattered the moment. She attempted to glance at Lu Lufeng outside, but Yueshi, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, subtly shifted to block her view. She tilted her head up, only to see Yueshi's long, snow-colored hair cascading down his back, smooth and fragrant. The towering height of the beast man was indeed a source of annoyance. Lu Lufeng observed Yueshi's demeanor and shook his head helplessly, admonishing, "Take good care of the female master." After a brief glance back, finding her absent, he resigned himself to leave. "Female master, I shall take my leave now." Yueshi extended a small hand from behind, waving rapidly, accompanied by soft sounds of agreement. He inwardly muttered, "Why act as though one is embarking on a long journey? It's merely a trip to the ice river behind the courtyard to fetch beef." Utterly speechless, once Lu Lufeng departed, Yueshi turned, leaning against the doorframe, his fox-like eyes sparkling as he twirled a lock of snow-white hair, grinning as he spoke. "Female master, what shall we do next?" Jiang Xi, oblivious to his pose, began counting on her fingers. "Potatoes, taro, shepherd's purse, purslane, pork belly lamb. Apart from the already consumed black fungus, we need everything else. Chop some pig bones for me. I will start brewing the broth for the hot pot." Of course, the hot pot will consist of 2 large stone pots, one spicy and one with broth. Just thinking about it made Jiang Xi's mouth water. "I am so eager to eat, especially in such heavy snow. A chill beer would be delightful." Although there was wine fermenting in the cooking room, it would take another month or 2 before it could be enjoyed. Moreover, wine and hot pot do not pair well. If only we could find some wheat in the future, not only could we make noodles, but also brew beer. Jiang Xi was lost in her delightful fantasies, her dark eyes sparkling with excitement. Yueshi, watching her, felt an itch in his fingers from her long, luscious lashes. As he thought this, he reached out and gently brushed her beautiful lashes. Jiang Xi abruptly turned her head, wary of his actions. "What are you doing?" Yueshi, confident in his charm, acted with impunity, and she was aware of it. However, she did not wish for him to become as reckless as Mu Ling, insisting on staying. Clearing his throat, Yueshi coughed awkwardly, his fox-like eyes darting elsewhere as he stubbornly stated, "I merely found your lashes quite long and was curious." Jiang Xi responded with an "oh," taking 2 steps back to distance herself from him. Fortunately, during the ensuing moments, Yueshi refrained from any actions exceeding their partnership and diligently assisted her in chopping pig bones, fetching water from the ice river, and slicing pork belly and lamb, while carrying the vegetables to wash in the ice river. Lu Lufeng had just finished cleaning the entrails and was about to call for the female master to confirm how to divide the beef. The snow fell heavily. In Jiang, she used a piece of animal hide to shield her head as she made her way to the ice river in the backyard. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the snow, and just as she was about to call out to Lu Lufeng, Mu Ling's fierce visage appeared. Jiang Xi instinctively took a step back. Yueshi, holding vegetables in one hand, wrapped the other around the female master's shoulder. Although the hide was thick, the shoulder beneath it felt delicate, and Yueshi's fingers sank slightly into the hide as he couldn't resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Jiang Xi remained unaware of his gesture, instead clutching his hide coat and shifting to the other side to evade. Mu Ling pursed his lips, his wolf-like eyes lowered, concerned that the blood might taint the water. He stepped a few paces downstream, stating, "Lu Lufeng sent me to fetch the female master." After a moment of silence, he added somberly, "The female master need not fear me. Mu Ling will not act against your will." Yueshi, reveling in the unfolding drama, raised his fox-like eyes. "What are you intending to do?" "You." Mu Ling had endured Yueshi long enough. He reached out to grab Yueshi's hide coat. "Come with me for a fight." He had no intention of seeking the golden soul fruit and no longer felt the need to restrain himself. Yueshi, with a swift motion, clasped the female master's hand, playfully swaying it. "Female master, you want to fight me?" Jiang Xi, suddenly seized by the wrist, had yet to react before Yueshi ducked behind her. His other hand resting on her shoulder, as if genuinely frightened by Mu Ling. Jiang, she raised her gaze and unexpectedly met Mu Ling's eyes. The wind and snow blurred his figure, yet his traditionally cold and fierce wolf-like gaze bore a hint of vulnerability as he quietly regarded her. Jiang Xi's heart skipped a beat. Noticing Mu Ling turning to leave, she instinctively reached out to him. "Where are you going? Aren't you supposed to take me to Lulu Feng?" At that moment, the pressure on her shoulder intensified, accompanied by a warm breath brushing against her neck. She lifted her shoulder, slightly avoiding it, and turned to shake off Yueshi's hand resting on her shoulder, stating, "If you wish to fight, it would be wise to wait for the weather to improve. Furthermore, it is nearly mealtime. If you both go to fight, who will be left to eat? The hot pot must be enjoyed promptly. We cannot keep waiting for you." Mu Ling's wolf-like gaze fell upon her slender fingers clutching his hide coat. The female master's hand, darker than her face, was now almost completely pale and delicate. The mere act of her grasping his hide stirred his heart, causing it to race once more. "Very well. We shall heed the female master's wishes and postpone the fight." He then reached out, taking the female master's hand and pulling her toward the ice river. "Let us find Lulu Feng." Yueshi only lightly held the female master's hand, but unexpectedly, he was pulled along as Mu Ling whisked her away. "Hey, wait for me." Jiang Xi, bewildered, followed him forward. The snow was deep, each step a struggle, prompting her to call out, "Slow down." Mu Ling paused, and Jiang Xi sensed something amiss. Just as she was about to retreat, Mu Ling suddenly bent down and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. "Mu Ling, put me down." Jiang Xi kicked her legs and pushed against his chest. Mu Ling's heart raced as he tightened his embrace, desperately suppressing the smile, threatening to break free. "Female master, I shall use my abilities to traverse swiftly. It will be quick." Jiang Xi was momentarily stunned, then felt the wind and snow intensify around her. She quickly closed her eyes and instinctively nestled deeper into Mu Ling's embrace, fully surrendering to his hold. As the ethereal figure of Yueshi was briefly caught, in the blink of an eye, Mu Ling embraced the female master and vanished from his sight. He stood there, seething, and struck the thick snow twice in frustration. By the icy river, Lu Feng stood beside the excavated soil of the cattle. Suddenly, the sound of wind and snow slicing through the air echoed in his ears. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of the fleeting shadow as it brushed past him. Puzzled, Lu Feng glanced towards the direction where the figure had disappeared, only to be enveloped by a familiar fragrance that wafted through the snowstorm. His eyes widened as he quickly turned to the vanishing point of the shadow. "Where are you taking the female master?" Mu Ling responded, "Farewell, my family. I shall embark on a journey with the female master." As Lu Yofeng's voice howled through the tempest, the sound of slicing air continued. The shadow darted back and forth, and after several moments, it finally came to a halt beside Lu Feng. Jiang Xi was oblivious to when they had stopped, feeling somewhat dazed, her mind echoing Yueshi's earlier words at the dining table. The brain could not possibly match the swiftness of abilities. How could her mind keep up with such rapid speeds? She felt dizzy, her thoughts lagging behind. Mu Ling's face flushed with excitement. The female master was so petite, her softness sinking into his embrace, emanating a delightful fragrance. Lu Feng glanced down, and his expression changed instantly as he quickly reached out to catch her. "Mu Ling, put the female master down." Startled, Mu Ling slowly looked down and realized, "Female master, what is wrong?" Lu Feng was on the verge of seizing him and tossing him into the sky. He gritted his teeth. The female master lacks abilities. How can she withstand your rapid speed? Jiang Xi, feeling fuzzy, transitioned from one embrace to another. Snowflakes landed on her face, but were swiftly blown away by a localized whirlwind, creating a pocket of calm amidst the storm. As her awareness gradually returned, she propped her head up with her hand. Upon opening her eyes, she found Lu Feng's handsome face mere inches away. Unable to resist, She leaned into his embrace and murmured, "Lu Feng, I feel so dizzy." Mu Ling, filled with regret, held the female master's hand and hastily apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. It's all my fault. Please punish me, female master." Even if the female master were to whip him in the snow, it would be his just desert, and he would harbor no grievances. Iyueshi approached with measured steps, instantly comprehending the situation. He had hoped Mu Ling had matured, but it seemed he was still the same. He shook his head in disbelief and extended his hand. Lu Feng gently touched the female master's head. Gazing in her dazed, dark eyes, a wave of guilt washing over him. If it weren't for his attempt to ease the relationship between Mu Ling and the female master, this incident would not have occurred. Henceforth, he vowed never to facilitate any other beastman's courtship of the female master again. Lu Feng shook his head at Iyueshi, then stood up with the female master in his arms. Mu Ling, having erred, dared not speak, biting his lip before finally uttering, "Actually, Jiang Xi is already awakened. She's just a bit dazed and unable to think clearly, wanting only to lie in Lu Feng's embrace and clear her mind." Lu Feng poured a cup of warm water, adding a touch of honey, then held the cup to the female master's lips. "Female master, please drink some honey water." Jiang Xi mumbled an acknowledgement, drinking a sip from Lu Feng's hand, then grasped the bamboo cup to sip delicately. Watching the female master drink like a small creature, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile gently. "Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" Jiang Xi shook her head, blinking her eyes. "Much better." Initially, she thought the speed ability was exhilarating, but later it was truly overwhelming. She couldn't help but ponder that Mu Ling's mind must be extraordinarily stable. He would surely never suffer concussion. With such rapid movements daily, his brain structure must be quite exceptional. The warm water tinted Jiang Xi's dark red lips with a hint of color, making Lu Feng feel slightly parched. Just then, Mu Ling entered, carrying a cow, prompting Lu Feng to rise and assist. There was insufficient space in the fire room, so he found several animal skins, laying them on the ground for Mu Ling to place the cow upon. Since entering the fire room, Mu Ling's wolf-like eyes had been drifting towards the female master. After setting down the cow, he hesitated for a moment before approaching her. Then, with a thud, he knelt before the female master and bowed his head once more in apology. "Please punish me, female master." Startled, Jiang Xi quickly reached out to pull him up. "What are you doing? Get up." But she couldn't budge him at all. Mu Ling was as unmovable as the cow. "Please punish me, female master." Jiang Xi, feeling helpless, reiterated, "I've said I won't hit you anymore. I keep my word. Get up." Mu Ling hung his head, pleading, "Please punish me, female master." Jiang Xi felt tears welling up for him. She glanced at Lu Feng, seeking his intervention. But this time, Lu Feng responded, "Female master, he did wrong and deserves punishment. If you do not punish him, he may not find peace afterward." Jiang Xi's eyes widened. What kind of twisted rule is that? But then she glanced at the kneeling Mu Ling, whose broad shoulders and striking features gave her the impression that striking him might result in her own injury. "I really cannot hit anyone." She was on the verge of tears. Mu Ling slightly lifted his head, gazing at the female master, but for some reason, a vision of her delicate fingers gripping his animal skin flashed through his mind. He swallowed hard, then gently took her small hand into his and pressed it against his face, his voice steady. Then, "Female master, please slap me a few times." Jiang Xi's eyes widened further. His warm palm enveloped her hand, pressing it against his chiseled, cold visage. The faint stubble brushed against her palm, intensifying her conviction that she would be left with a mark. "I don't want to." But she couldn't pull her hand away. Mu Ling's gray-blue wolf eyes held a steady gaze, filled with determination. "Female master, please hit me." Jiang Xi protested. "I really have no interest in hitting you." Mu Ling insisted, "But I made a mistake. Please hit me." Jiang Xi realized he was singularly focused, unable to comprehend her refusal. How could anyone so relentlessly seek punishment from another? It was utterly absurd. She felt her frustration rising. "If you keep this up, I will hit you." This was precisely what Mu Ling had hoped for. His wolf eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if his tail were wagging with delight. Hit me, come on." Jiang Xi, caught off guard by her own words, realized she had spoken too late. With a sigh, she decided to humor his insistence, gently striking his face. "Then close your eyes." Mu Ling obediently closed his eyes. Jiang Xi raised her hand and lightly tapped his face, her palm grazing the bridge of his nose. I hit you. No more asking me to hit you." As she spoke, she quickly turned to Lu Feng, extending her hands to him, seeking assistance to extricate herself from the predicament between the table and Mu Ling. Lu Feng. "Let us quickly divide the beef." Lu Feng approached, observing Mu Ling dazedly touching his half-tinged face while kneeling on the ground. "All right, the female master has hit you. No more foolishness from now on." With that, he reached out and lifted the female master from the chair. Kneeling on the ground, Mu Ling caressed his face, his mind filled with thoughts of how fragrant and soft she was. Chapter 54. My chosen beast man is truly wonderful. Jiang Xi failed to notice Mu Ling's dazed expression. She wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's neck, sinking into his embrace, enveloped by the unique cool scent of youth, his strong arms securing her waist. It was only upon touching the ground that she became aware of her embarrassment. Fortunately, Lu Feng exhibited no unusual behavior. After setting her down, he merely caressed her hair before redirecting his focus to the task of butchering the beef. The head of the cow required a brief exposure to fire to burn off the hair, followed by a thorough cleaning. The tongue needed to be scalded in boiling water before the outer skin could be removed. The brain should be extracted and soaked in clean water to rid it of blood. The meat from a neck was relatively tough and sinewy, making it suitable for slow braising. The shoulder, particularly where it connects to the neck, known as shang nao, was versatile for both frying and grilling, and today we would slice it for hot pot. Other shoulder cuts could be used for stews or braised dishes. The brisket, with its alternating layers of fat and lean meat, contained tendons that needed to be stewed until tender. The brisket could also be minced for dumplings, but lacking flour. We would simply stir-fry it instead. The ribs could be roasted directly. The sides of the chest housed the ribeye, ideal for grilling or hot pot. The belly portion close to the abdomen was called niu nan, and with potatoes available at home, we could prepare a potato stew with beef brisket. The tenderloin, also known as fei li, is the most succulent part of the cow. Care must be taken while frying it. Overcooking would render it tough and unpalatable. The hind leg meat is predominantly lean and somewhat dry, making it suitable for marination before being minced for burgers or dumplings. Of course, lacking ingredients. We would chop it into mince for patties, with some reserved for the hot pot today. The foreleg, also known as jianzi roe, contains sinew and, when braised, showcases beautiful marbling. This portion would be prepared as braised beef. When we enjoy potato noodles, we can slice some to add, which is delightful. The beef in the hindquarters is tender, and we will slice it for hot pot, while the remaining parts can be slowly dried to make beef jerky. Perfect for travel and as sustenance. Cattle possess 4 stomachs. Jiang Xi pointed them out one by one. The first 3 are the esophagus variations: rumen, reticulum, and omasum, with the last being the true stomach, called the abomasum. The rumen can be stir-fried, served cold, or made into soup. The reticulum, known as money stomach, can be braised. The omasum, or beef tripe, requires the removal of its outer black membrane with hot water, revealing the white tripe. Suitable for hot pot today, or later served cold or braised. The abomasum will be braised as well. Beef liver, heart, and intestines can be braised or stir-fried, while the tendons require lengthy stewing. Oh, and we must not forget the bone marrow. We shall roast it shortly, sprinkling a bit of salt. It's incredibly fragrant. Mu Ling knelt by the table, one hand covering her face, grinning foolishly. The mistress was very close to Lu Feng, pointing at the earthy cowhide on the ground. Her words difficult to comprehend. Is there really so much to consider when preparing beef? Cannot we simply chop it and roast it over the fire? Yet, Lu Feng listened intently, mentally cataloging each method the mistress described, classifying them into categories for stewing, frying, stir-frying, and roasting. Notably, the mistress mentioned cutting thick slabs for direct frying, collectively referred to as steak, shang nao, ribeye, fei li, and 11 lung. However, shang nao and ribeye were intended for hot pot today, and he contemplated setting aside a few exquisite slices to prepare steak for the mistress. Lu Feng raised his hand, the blade of wind slicing through, impeccably segmenting the meat as per the mistress's instructions. Jiang Xi observed this spectacle, even without obsessive tendencies. She felt an immense satisfaction. It was cut so beautifully. Upon completion, Lu Feng turned to shout for Mu Ling to prepare the cow's head. But as he called out a single name, he fell silent, for Mu Ling remained kneeling at the table. Yueshi placed the cleaned vegetables on the table and kicked Mu Ling lightly. Lu Feng instructed, "You assist." What? What is it? Jiang Xi noticed he still covered his face, momentarily taken aback. She thought, Did she merely pat him gently? Was it really that severe? Jiang Xi asked him, somewhat embarrassed. Is your face all right? Mu Ling quickly dropped his hand, his gaze flickering uncertainly. It's fine, really. Jiang Xi, skeptical, inquired, then why cover it? Lu Lufeng shook his head in resignation and spoke directly. Mu Ling, char the cow's head to burn off the hair, and then clean it thoroughly. Mu Ling responded with a reluctant "oh" and went off. His mind was filled with thoughts of the Mistress' fragrance that had slapped him across the face. How he longed to be slapped again by her. Jiang, she went to prepare the spicy hot pot base. The fire pit had been improved, with one of the pits expanded outward to accommodate a second, allowing for 2 stone pots side by side, thus creating a Mandarin duck pot. The pork bone broth had been simmering for quite some time, beginning to emit a delicious aroma. However, before preparing the spicy hot pot base, Jiang Xi first rendered a large pot of beef tallow. Using a significant portion of the tallow, she stir-fried the hot pot base, portioning it out so that future hot pot gatherings would not require immediate frying. Dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, garlic, cinnamon, bay leaves, and grass fruit were all generously added. In no time, the kitchen was filled with coughing from the pungent aroma. Yet no one fled. Mu Ling coughed until tears streamed down his face, all fantasies turning into tears. Jiang, she was equally overwhelmed by the scent. Once it was nearly done, she quickly removed the heat and called to Yueshi, who was free after cutting the potatoes and taro, for assistance. Quickly bring me several bamboo tubes. We need to portion the hot pot base into them. For our next hot pot, we won't have to fry it fresh, nor will it be so pungent. Yueshi went to the courtyard to chop the bamboo tubes. The moment he stepped out of the kitchen, he took a deep breath, even amidst the swirling snow. It felt as though he had entered a sacred place. It was truly challenging to obtain a meal. Lu Lufeng raised his hand, a gentle breeze swirling around the Mistress, carrying the pungent air, circling the kitchen before wafting outside. His beautiful fox-like eyes instantly welled with tears. He glanced at Lu Lufeng, suspecting it was intentional. Jiang Xi, belatedly sensing the breeze, looked at Lu Lufeng, her eyes sparkling. She thought to herself, how fortunate I am to have chosen such a capable beast husband. Mu Ling, in an unnoticed corner, Yueshi, in an unnoticed doorway, in an unnoticed room, Duan Si, in an unnoticed hot river valley. The unmentioned beast husbands, in unnoticed places. Chapter 55. Jealousy makes one itch. Jiang Xi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she smiled back at him. Yet, before she could speak, her gaze was abruptly interrupted by a white figure. Yueshi, carrying several bamboo tubes, approached with a cheerful smile. Mistress, the bamboo tubes are ready. How should we portion them? Jiang Xi cleared her throat softly and turned to guide him in dividing the spicy hot pot base. A total of 4 bamboo tubes were filled with the hot pot base, with the remainder boiled, and once it reached a boil, meat and vegetables could be added. While waiting for the base to heat, Jiang Xi prepared the dipping sauces. Considering they had never tasted them before, she decided to create 2 distinct flavors rather than allowing them to mix their own. One was a dry spice blend, and the other was a spicy blend. Regrettably, without sesame oil, she could not prepare an oil dip. The dry spice blend primarily consisted of ground dried chili, Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, bay leaves, grass fruit, and salt. The spicy blend included ginger and garlic, seasoned with pork bone broth. Today's ingredients included lamb, pork belly, beef, tripe, layered beef tripe, potato slices, taro slices, purslane, and shepherd's purse, along with roasted beef marrow, beef ribs, and lamb ribs over the fire. Just thinking about it made Jiang Xi's mouth water. The chairs encircled the fire pit. Everything was ready, just waiting for the pot to boil. Jiang Xi eagerly sat down, but soon felt that something was amiss. It seemed something was missing. As she pondered this, a golden figure, drawn by the aroma, appeared at the door of the kitchen. Huoluan's nose twitched as he sniffed the fragrant air filling the room. Is it time for lunch? Jiang Xi exclaimed. Oh no, I completely forgot about Huoluan. She quickly stood up, realizing, yes, it's all ready. We were just waiting for you to join us. Jiang Xi's dark eyes flickered nervously, avoiding Huoluan's gaze. But upon seeing the table laden with beef, her unease deepened. Most of the meat was from Huoluan's hunt, yet the main character was forgotten. Mu Ling and Yueshi were momentarily taken aback upon Huoluan's arrival, only to recall the situation moments later. They did not feel guilty at all. Instead, they boldly faced him and added another chair to the table. Lu Lufeng also seemed to have forgotten, but he calmly smiled at Huoluan, ready to call him over to join the meal. Huoluan chose not to expose their oversight. Although he had gone to rest, he had not actually fallen asleep. He was acutely aware of the movements in the kitchen and kept an eye on this peculiar household. The unfamiliar female master and the strange male companions left him feeling somewhat overlooked, as if his absence would render him forgotten by them. He sensed that in this household, he had become somewhat superfluous. Feigning ignorance, Huoluan glanced at the 2 pots on the fire and the abundance of dishes on the table, inquiring how to eat. Just as Jiang Xi was about to enthusiastically explain, Lu Lufeng spoke first, saying, "You can simply put whatever dish you want into the pot. There's a spicy pot and a non-spicy pot, depending on your taste. The female master has prepared 2 small dipping sauces. You can dip the cooked meat and vegetables in them to enjoy." After speaking, Lu Lufeng turned to the female master with gentle inquiry. "What meat shall we start with?" "Female master?" Jiang Xi hurriedly interjected. "Let us put everything in. A little bit of everything. Oh, and don't put the leafy greens in the spicy pot. They soak up too much oil and spice. They taste better in the pork bone soup." Lu Lufeng sat beside the female master and began to add meat to the pots. This time, Mu Ling, using his speed ability, managed to sit on the other side of the female master before Yueshi could. Yueshi, holding a bowl, stood before Mu Ling, staring at him. Mu Ling pretended not to notice and eagerly peered into the pot, wondering when they would finally eat. Huoluan, detached from the situation, sat opposite the female master, assisting Lu Lufeng in adding meat. Although he did not understand the difference between spicy and non-spicy pots, he refrained from asking, fearing it might reveal his lack of knowledge. Jiang Xi, clutching her bowl, shared the same eager expression as Mu Ling, fixated on the 2 large stone pots, genuinely hungry and yearning to eat. The enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted through the kitchen, causing Jiang Xi to swallow hard. The thin slices of meat were ready to eat once they changed color, while the thicker pieces required a bit more cooking. Mu Ling, quick and deft, swiftly picked up a chopstick full of meat from the spicy pot. But just as he was about to place it in his own bowl, he inadvertently dropped it into the female master's bowl instead. "The female master is having meat," he declared. Jiang Xi paused for a moment, recalling his earlier words about wanting to stay, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet she still expressed her gratitude, saying, "I can serve myself. You should eat quickly." Naturally, Mu Ling was oblivious to the nuances of politeness. He merely thought how considerate and gentle the female master was. Yueshi, having missed out on a seat, sat beside Mu Ling, feeling disgruntled, but mealtime could not be halted. Over at their side, after Lu Lufeng added a wave of meat, he reached for the pot again, only to discover it was left with nothing but chili peppers. He fell silent. Huoluan took the last piece of meat, pretending not to notice Lu Lufeng's silence. Looking around, he followed Mu Ling and Yueshi's lead, dipping into the sauce and tasting it. Then, he learned what it meant to be spicy. Cough, cough, cough. Huoluan coughed incessantly, his skin flushing red as he quickly stood up to fetch water. Yueshi glanced at him, saying, "Young Master Huoluan, don't eat so hastily. There's plenty of meat." Though he said this, his eyes were already glued to the pot, anticipating the next wave of meat from Lu Lufeng. Jiang Xi, savoring the hot and spicy beef, wore a blissful expression. Outside, the wind and snow swirled, while the kitchen remained warm, filled with the fragrant aroma of the hot pot, with hints of spice, bone broth, and the delightful sense of roasted beef marrow and lamb ribs wafting through the air. Happiness, bliss, such profound happiness, when she went to scoop the second wave of meat. Just as Jiang Xi lifted her chopsticks, Mu Ling filled her bowl to the brim with meat. As she placed a piece of meat on her bowl, she felt a sense of fullness, as if she hadn't eaten for several lifetimes. At that moment, she noticed Lu Lufeng fishing in the pot, but coming up empty. Thus, she placed the meat she had scooped into his bowl, smiling as she said, "Here, eat." Lu Lufeng was momentarily startled, lowering his gaze to see there was still plenty of meat in the female master's bowl, and he smiled, saying, "Thank you, female master." In her heart, Jiang Xi chuckled, delighted to have activated her skill of feeding Lu Lufeng. Mu Ling, sitting by, was consumed by jealousy. Why does he get to be served by the female master? At that moment, he did not understand, but now he finally grasped the feeling of grinding one's teeth in frustration. Lu Lufeng, with a gentle smile, remarked, "What should I do if the female master loves me so much?" Huoluan interjected, "Does anyone care about my well-being?" Jiang Xi, crossing his arms, gazed at the female master, stating, "Welcome to the Rihe Valley." In this instance, Huoluan learned the true meaning of spiciness and mastered the art of eating without choking himself. Although his throat remained dry, itchy, and hot, he continued to pick meat from the spicy pot. For some reason, the experience was inexplicably delightful, making it difficult for him to stop. In the kitchen, the only sounds were those of focused meat consumption. Compared to the pork bone soup, everyone preferred the spicy pot. Adding meat, keeping an eye on the meat, and scooping it all happened in one seamless motion. Yet, among them, Mu Ling was the fastest. He would often scoop 2 or 3 times before anyone else managed a single scoop. Shi, unable to catch any, rolled her eyes at him. "Ain't not eaten in days?" Mu Ling scoffed in reply. "Don't blame me for your lack of skill." Jiang Xi had already eaten to a point of satiety, and at that moment, the beef ribs, lamb ribs, and beef marrow were ready to be served. She asked Lu Lufeng to help her cut a piece of each. Lu Lufeng used his fingers to measure, asking, "Is this width sufficient?" Jiang Xi's dark eyes sparkled. "Make it smaller. I can't eat that much." With a swift motion, he sliced them to her desired size. Jiang Xi couldn't help but marvel inwardly, realizing how wise her choice of Lu Lufeng as her male companion was. He could handle affairs in the kitchen and the hall, and he could even soar through the skies. He was capable in every aspect of life. After separating the portions for the female master, Lu Lufeng divided the remaining meat into 4 equal parts to prevent any food snatching among the others, handing them out to the 3 male companions. 3 bowls extended toward him, all with identical expressions of eagerness to eat. Initially, Huolun had held back a bit, but eventually, he too shed the burdens of his formidable lineage and joined the ranks of the food enthusiasts. With thick pelts, spicy chili, and the heat from the fire, aside from Lu Lufeng and Shi, both Mu Ling and Huolun were sweating profusely. Huolun wiped his brow and stood up, shedding his pelt. Jiang Xi, who was gnawing on a beef rib, was surprised to notice that Huolun wore a fabric underneath, white and slightly wrinkled, yet of high quality, accentuating his broad shoulders and slim waist, giving him a strong and fit appearance. Huolun, aware of her gaze, offered an explanation. "This fabric is woven by the spider tribe from the giant wood forest. After spring arrives, nomadic beast tribes will bring it out, but the fabric is highly sought after, so it may not reach the lion roar tribe." After 2 meals together, Huolun had already adapted to the dramatically changed personality of the female master. Knowing she held no romantic interest in him, he was willing to engage with her in a calm and friendly manner. Spider tribe? Jiang Xi thought of large black spiders. Feeling a bit odd, shouldn't fabric be produced by silkworms? However, she had indeed never heard of silkworm beastman. This fabric from spiders must have excellent defensive properties, right? After all, in her mind, spiders spun webs to hunt, not to make clothing. It was strange, yet intriguingly novel. Noticing the female master's interest, Lu Lufeng added, "After spring, the females in the tribe will need to go to the giant wood forest to purify the cursed power with the life mother tree. I'll take the female master there then, bringing food and pelts to trade for fabric. Mu Ling, it is ill-suited for flight within the great wooded forest. Allow me to escort the female master instead." As he spoke, he rose to his feet, feeling the heat compel him to shed his fur cloak. However, beneath it, no fabric concealed his form. His well-defined muscles were now fully exposed, showcasing impressive abdominal muscles and a tantalizing V-line that disappeared into the fur draped around his waist. Exuding a certain sensuality, Shi cast him a disdainful glance, raised her hand, and summoned a localized snowfall upon him. The perspiration-soaked skin of Mu Ling instantly turned a vivid crimson from a cold, prompting him to hastily wrap himself in the cloak, fuming, "Are you out of your mind? Shi, after we finish eating, join me for a spar in the mountains." Jiang Xi silently turned to Lu Lufeng, presenting her back to the 2 childish brats. Fortunately, this time Shi kept his distance, otherwise she would likely have to hide behind her again, just as she had in the morning. Lu Lufeng noticed the female master turning away, his amber eyes lowered in confusion. Jiang Xi motioned with her lips and made exaggerated expressions at him, referring to the 2 immature individuals. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Lu Lufeng quickly stifled it and redirected the conversation. "Does the female master desire any more dishes?" Jiang Xi, suppressing her laughter, replied, "Let's add some purslane and shepherd's purse to the pig bone soup. We've consumed too much meat, and it will be nice to lighten it up." Lu Lufeng agreed. At that moment, Shi's voice rang out as expected. "Female master, Mu Ling is trying to strike me again. You must stand up for me." Jiang Xi replied, "I hear nothing." Lu Lufeng raised his gaze, considering, "In that case, why not let you 2 have a duel?" Huoluan observed the unfolding drama for a while, a smirk playing upon his lips as he incited. I think that's a splendid idea. Yueshi rolled his eyes. I refuse to fight. Mu Ling is a close-range ability user. His speed counters my long-range abilities perfectly. While he relished the chaos, he was well aware of the consequences. Hearing Yueshi's words, Mu Ling scoffed dismissively. If you won't fight, then don't provoke me. Jiang Xi blinked, unable to suppress a thought. Mu Ling is far too easy to appease. He extinguished his own fire without even a struggle. Mu Ling picked up a pair of chopsticks, retrieving some greens to offer to the female master, only to see her turn away, intimately engaged with Lu Lufeng. Consumed by jealousy, he transferred all the greens into a pristine bowl. Setting the bowl aside, he ignored the vegetables, opting instead to feast on meat while stealing glances at the female master. Determined to see her turn around, Lu Lufeng, noticing his behavior, resignedly fetched another helping of greens. Just as he reached for them, Mu Ling swiftly snatched them into his own bowl. He was eager to see when the female master would finally notice him. Lu Lufeng understood that, given Mu Ling's temperament, if he kept serving more vegetables, they would be swiftly cleared out, leading him to gaze down at the female master. Female master, Mu Ling has prepared greens for you. Jiang Xi turned around, somewhat bewildered. In the next instant, a phantom flickered, and a large bowl brimming with greens was placed into her hands. Mu Ling proclaimed with pride, Female master, enjoy it while it's hot. Jiang Xi stared at the overflowing bowl, momentarily silent before exclaiming, This is far too much. I cannot finish it. Mu Ling insisted. What you cannot finish, give to me. Reluctantly, Jiang Xi leaned towards him. I shall take some for you. Mu Ling, with glee, extended his bowl, casting a provocative glance at Lu Lufeng, as if to say, See, the female master still favors me. Before Lu Lufeng could respond, Yueshi could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and summoned a second wave of localized snowfall. Mu Ling's striking gray hair was instantly coated in icy flakes. Meanwhile, Yueshi, enveloped in wind and snow, darted out of the fire room. The three inside the fire room peered outside, where snow swirled through the air, quickly obscuring the figures of the two immature boys. Jiang Xi and Lu Lufeng exchanged glances. At that moment, Yueshi's voice echoed from the courtyard, mingled with the howling wind and snow. Female master, save me. Jiang Xi and Lu Lufeng remarked simultaneously. This household is in utter disarray. Huoluan quipped. Might as well enjoy it while it lasts. Chapter 57. This has nothing to do with you in the snowy woods outside the tribe. Ice-blue snowflakes danced amidst the white flurries, phantoms darting through the snow. Yueshi's voice thundered. Do not assume I would hesitate to harm you. Mu Ling appeared in a flash, delivering a punch. You may certainly test that. Within the tribe, certain beastmen sensitive to abilities sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air. Yueshi? Who was he fighting? Compared to Mu Ling's abilities, Yueshi's were more easily recognizable, as his snowflakes bore a distinctiveness unlike any other beastman's powers. The ice blue hue mirrored his eye color, rumored to be a trace of ancestral beast bloodline. However, among the Fox clan and the tribe, they only felt the pressure of the nine tails from him, which was not as terrifying as the ancestral beast. Moreover, many beastmen's abilities matched their eye colors, showing no remarkable differences. Gradually, the legend lost its credibility. Not far away at Senna's home, Quek cradled little D, shedding tears within his dwelling. He had just informed the female master about the punishment imposed by the beast god and the mother tree. The female master had reprimanded him on the spot, forbidding him from seeking the esteemed female for little D's treatment. He vividly recalled her furious countenance. If it weren't for the first female being swayed by Jiang Xi, how could we have lost so much food? This matter is far from over. If you dare to seek her out again, bringing your offspring with you, I will cast you out. Do not expect me to help you refine your abilities. At your age, without my assistance, you would have perished long ago. Little D, nestled in his father's embrace, stirred groggily awake. Seeing his father weeping, he assumed it was due to concern for his health, bravely enduring the pain. He lifted his head and licked away his father's tears, childishly proclaiming, Father, do not cry. I will recover soon. Quek, stroking little D's fluffy head, shifted from tears to laughter. Do not fear, my little D. Your father will ensure your safety. His little D had yet to reach the transformation phase. His abilities had not manifested, and he still had a long journey ahead in his beastly life. After little D's transformation, he would encounter a female who genuinely loved him, leading a blissful life and giving birth to healthy, lively little lion cubs. Unlike Quek, who lost consciousness due to an upheaval of abilities and was forcibly refined by Senna, subsequently captured by her beast husbands and the tribe as elders. He had not wished to marry her, yet Senna had become pregnant with little D. Beastmen who neglect their offspring faced continuous duels from others in the tribe until they were rendered incapable of fighting and cast into the cursed land outside the walls, forever barred from re-entry. Thus, he had no choice but to marry Senna, living a life worse than death. The birth of little D had reignited his will to live. Without little D, he would have preferred to perish rather than serve Senna any longer. Although he was exiled, he had once belonged to the Golden Lion clan of the Holy City, responsible for maintaining order and patrolling. Quek gazed at the obedient little D, his heart made up. Even if it meant risking his own life, he would save little D. The beastmen born in the cursed land needed only to achieve 200 contribution points after their transformation to leave the cursed land, free from the burdens of their mothers and fathers. Little D still had a bright future ahead. Meanwhile, he had reached the age of potential explosion. On the opposite end of the tribe, unlike Quek's grim fate in the snowy woods, the atmosphere in Jiang Xi's fire room was warm and joyful. Jiang Xi had even consumed another half bowl of hot pot. Ultimately, she could eat no more, leaning against the chair while holding her belly, repeatedly gesturing to Lu Feng, who had prepared the hot pot for her. "I cannot eat any more. Truly, I cannot." Observing her condition, Lu Feng placed the freshly cooked meat into his own bowl and generously praised her. "If it were not for the presence of the mistress, we would remain oblivious to the fact that this belly can be filled and that it is so delectable." To this, Huoluan wholeheartedly agrees. It is simply exquisite. Even in the holy city, amidst those purportedly skilled in culinary arts at the popular beast folk eateries, he has never encountered such delightful fare. The trio harbored no concerns about the happenings in Shuelin. However, after finishing their meal, they did not clear the hot pot away. Jiang Xi stretched her hand, twisted her waist, and sauntered around the fire room to aid digestion. Suddenly, she spotted the soap and goat milk soap bamboo tubes tucked away in a corner. Her dark eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten this?" Lu Feng turned to her, and she promptly called out to him, Lu Feng, please help me divide the soap and goat milk soap." Once shaped successfully, they would need to cure for a month and half a month, respectively, before they could be used. Lu Feng approached, fulfilling the mistress's request by first splitting the bamboo tube, then extracting the molded white cylindrical solid, placing it on a bamboo mat, and slicing it into neat pieces. Jiang Xi crouched beside him, observing as he cut with a wind blade. How delightful! How pleasing! The cuts were so beautifully executed, smooth, tidy, and perfectly aligned, visually impeccable. She was certain that even with a ruler, it would measure without a flaw. Huoluan sat his chair, his gaze repeatedly drifting towards the mistress and Lu Feng. Eventually, curiosity overcame him. He rose and walked over, questioning, "What is this?" Jiang Xi, feeling soft-hearted after their earlier meal and having forgotten him, greeted him warmly, explaining with a smile, "This is soap, and the finer one is goat milk soap. Soap can be used for washing hair and fur. Goat milk soap can be used for bathing, washing the face, and hands." As she spoke, Jiang Xi stroked her chin. Deep in thought, Lu Feng sensed the mistress's good-natured demeanor towards Huoluan, his eyes flickering briefly. Yet, he said nothing more, simply affirming, "All right, I have noted it all down." Huoluan listened, utterly baffled. Soap? Goat milk soap? Shampoo? What strange items are these? In this moment, even though he typically did not pay attention to the mistress and had no intention of doing so, he found himself compelled to regard this matter with seriousness. His gaze fell upon Lu Feng's face, which bore a gentle smile, reflecting warmth, as if the mistress before him exhibited no peculiarity. He sensed the bond of the marriage contract within him, confirming that the person before him was indeed the mistress. Huoluan furrowed his brows slightly. During a moment of respite for the mistress, Huoluan summoned Lu Feng to the icy river in the backyard. Lu Feng raised his hand, summoning swirling winds and snowflakes that danced around him. He looked at Huoluan, his amber eyes calm. "Huoluan, I know what you wish to say. However, this matter does not concern you." Chapter 58. I shall never be tempted by beauty. Legends tell of a curse descending upon the earth a millennium ago. The world became populated with many lingering beast spirits who, under the searing sun and crimson moon, transformed into malevolent spirits that brought calamity upon the land. In the holy city, there was an incident involving a black tiger beast man who, possessed by a malevolent spirit, annihilated his entire clan and fled. The Holy City dispatched countless third- and fourth-tier experts to pursue him, yet nearly all perished. Ultimately, it was the three sacred beasts of the Holy City, along with Earth-tier powers, that succeeded in slaying him. Consequently, the 9 beast clans of the Holy City united to establish a dedicated extermination team to eradicate these malevolent spirits. However, Lu Feng understood that the Mistress hailed from another realm and was not a malevolent spirit. Huoluan, being from the Golden Lion clan among the 9 beast clans, felt it necessary to clarify this matter. The Mistress is not a malevolent spirit. Once you conclude your affairs in the Cursed Land, you may dissolve the marriage contract and leave at your discretion. Whatever transpires in the Cursed Land will not affect you. Huoluan's handsome brow furrowed. I did not claim she is a malevolent spirit. During his time in the Holy City, he had also undertaken missions to hunt malevolent spirits. Thus, he was aware that females possessed spiritual power and were seldom possessed by malevolent spirits. Typically, it was beastmen who fell prey to such possession. Yet, the Cursed Land harbors many strange occurrences. Even if Huoluan initially held uncertainty, Lu Feng's attitude assured him that something mysterious transpired with Jiang Xi. Though our acquaintance is brief, I must advise you, even if the marriage contract is dissolved, with your excellence, there will be no shortage of females vying for your affection. Why invest your entire life in adherence to the tribal rules of the Eagle Strait? Lu Feng shook his head. Indeed, I have wavered due to tribal regulations, but my decision to stay is not constrained by such rules. He looked at Huoluan, speaking earnestly. I love the Mistress and wish to serve her for a lifetime. Nothing more. Huoluan pressed his lips together, a hint of unease crossing his face. I'm not concerned about her clinging to me. Then, as if struck by a thought, his expression turned serious. I merely believe you should remain vigilant. The Cursed Land is far more dangerous and complex than you can imagine. Lu Feng sighed inwardly. I understand. Thank you for the warning. I will be cautious. Furthermore, you did not summon me merely for this matter, did you? Like Huoluan, he was also a young leader of his clan, though for him it was a thing of the past, while for Hun, it remained current. Thus, Lu Feng comprehended Huoluan better than most and recognized that his presence in the Cursed Land was intricately linked to the Golden Lion clan. Let's speak plainly. Huoluan glanced around before continuing. Lu Feng pondered the phrase. Without hesitation, he firmly declined. I cannot assist you with this matter. The Mistress cannot be left unprotected. Seek Mu Ling and Shi instead. At least for now, they have yet to be accepted by the Mistress, so their presence in the tribe is of no consequence. Huoluan replied, the tribe is quite safe. Lu Feng shook his head apologetically. He lowered his azure lion eyes, refraining from further comment, yet he did not relent. After all, with Lu Feng's presence, their withdrawal would be expedited significantly. Ordinary aerial beastmen could not fly in the Cursed Land beyond the walls. Only Lu Feng, bearing the bloodline of the ancestral eagle, was untroubled by the curse that loomed overhead. She fell into a deep slumber swiftly. In a state of half-dream, she vaguely heard sound. Yet, before she could fully awaken, it vanished. She continued to sleep soundly. When she awoke again, Jiang Xi felt entirely enveloped in something fluffy, warm, dense, and so comfortable that she could not resist snuggling against it. Gradually, her mind cleared, and she quickly opened her eyes. Before her lay a sea of white. Upon raising her gaze, she found herself frozen in astonishment. An exceptionally beautiful snow fox was elegantly seated before her, its ice-blue eyes half-lidded, gazing at her with a mesmerizing glimmer. Jiang Xi nearly drew in a sharp breath. Her eyes widened. Shi, the snow fox's delicate mouth opened slightly, as if smiling. Several fluffy tails swayed behind the snow fox. Shi, grinning, inquired, does the Mistress fancy my beast form? Jiang Xi's lips moved, intending to say she did not, but she simply could not bring herself to utter such a falsehood. Irrespective of anything else, it was simply too beautiful. And who doesn't have a penchant for fluff? Especially white fluff. She could only respond honestly, well, it's quite lovely. The smile on the snow fox's face deepened. Then, Jiang Xi heard him boast with unabashed narcissism. The Mistress was just mesmerized. If you like it, just say so, I won't mock you. Jiang Xi realized she had been caught staring in awe. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly lifted the animal skin to divert the topic. Where are the others? How did you end up in my room? Before she could finish her sentence, she froze. A fluffy tail had nestled beneath the animal skin, trapped between her legs. Jiang Xi's face turned crimson in an instant. Even with the black veil covering, one can still perceive the striking white beneath, tinged with an undeniable red that captivates the eye. She quickly recoils in a flurry, both flustered and embarrassed. Why you? How did you end up on my blanket? Iyueshi's other tails swayed over, brushing against the female master's body, as he grinned and said, "It is because the female master kept holding on to me, not allowing me to join everyone else in fishing." It was essential for him to promptly report to the female master. First, he would let her see his magnificent beast form, and then reveal the dismal sight of his beautiful face marred by a bruise from Muling. With this thought, he transformed right there in the room. Jiang Xi saw a flash of white, and the snow fox stood before her, transformed into a living being. Upon catching sight of his cold, white skin, she hastily closed her eyes and wrapped herself in a hide, muttering in indignation. Could you at least give a warning before transforming? For even with her eyes shut tight, she had seen far more than she should have. How infuriating! So envious and jealous. Why must a grown man be so beautiful? Jiang Xi declared, "I will never be swayed by mere beauty." Iyueshi replied, "The female master would never be swayed by mere beauty." Lulu Feng, Mu Ling, and Hua Luan exclaimed, "Fish! Fish! Quick, let's catch fish!" Duan Si, with arms crossed, gazed at the female master, saying, "The snow is too heavy and my heart too cold. I am in urgent need of warmth." Chapter 59. Why did the female master have a nosebleed? Iyueshi watched as the female master avoided him, as if he were a fearsome beast, chuckling within. So many females wished to see him, yet he had denied them that privilege. He was confident that if the female master dared to open her eyes, there was no way they would remain empty. He casually wrapped himself in a hide, deliberately exposing his upper body, and declared, "I am dressed." Jiang Xi sighed in relief and opened the hide. Before her sat an extraordinarily handsome figure, clad in snowy hair, adorned with fox ears, bare-chested, propping his chin up, gazing lazily at her with flirtatious eyes. His jade-white skin bore hues of green and purple, with beautifully defined muscle lines, resembling a perfect sculpture carved from jade. Jiang Xi's mind erupted in chaos, and she felt warmth trickling from her nose. Iyueshi was momentarily taken aback, and before he could further unleash his charm, he knelt closer, asking, "Female master, what is wrong?" As he knelt, his beautifully muscled torso came closer. Jiang Xi widened her eyes, one hand clutching her nose, while the other pushed him away. "Don't come any closer." However, her palm inadvertently pressed against his firm chest. Smooth, warm, and powerful, it pulsed beneath her touch. "Oh!" Jiang Xi's mind screamed. Iyueshi paused for a moment, then, realizing the situation, looked down at his bare upper body and chuckled. He swept his snowy hair back, knelt before the female master, and cornered her against the wall. With a sly smile, he asked, "Female master, are you shy?" As he spoke, he took her hand and pressed it against his abs. Isn't this what the female master desires most? Just as Jiang Xi touched the solid muscle, she quickly withdrew her hand, indignantly exclaiming, "Iyueshi, have some respect." Iyueshi leaned closer, his body slightly bent, asking, "Why is the female master afraid to look at me?" In such close proximity, he unexpectedly found that the features hidden behind the black veil were far more beautiful than he had imagined. Indeed, the female master's reaction was far more amusing than anything else. Jiang Xi felt she might go mad. Who would dare to open their eyes? Iyueshi waited for her to speak, yet she remained silent. The room gradually filled with the sounds of their breaths, heartbeats, and the heat radiating from their skin, the air growing increasingly charged with tension. Suddenly, Iyueshi's erect fox ears twitched. He withdrew his hands, pulled on the hide, and quickly clothed himself. The fox ears and 9 fluffy tails vanished in an instant. He opened the door and called out into the swirling snow outside. "The female master has a nosebleed." With a loud crash, a shadow darted past, and Mu Ling was already standing inside the room, his face marred with cuts, and his gray hair frozen into icy clumps. What happened to the female master? Lu Feng and Hua Luan were a step behind. As Lu Feng entered, he glanced at Iyueshi leaning against the door, but chose not to engage, walking inside. Hua Luan, however, remained outside, peering in before saying, "I will go prepare the fish." Inside, Jiang Xi finally felt she could open her eyes without fear. Her heart raced as she tried to regain her composure. Meanwhile, the source of her distress, Iyueshi, stood neatly dressed by the door, twirling his snowy hair with a smile. Just moments ago, her mind was filled with images of his jade-white skin and the bruises that marred it. Now, as Iyueshi donned his hide, She noticed the dark bruising around his left eye, an absurd sight on his otherwise beautiful face. Shifting her gaze to Mu Ling, she observed the blood marks on his face. Yet the man, with his sharp, cold features, looked at her with such concern, as if he felt no pain at all. Compared to Yueshi, Mu Ling appeared far more pleasing to the eye. Just as Jiang Xi was about to offer her assistance to Mu Ling, Lu Lufeng approached with a piece of hide. Soon after, she sensed an unusual shift in the air, a disquieting energy that had subtly entered when the door opened. However, in her earlier fluster, she had failed to notice it. Now, as Lu Lufeng stood alongside Mu Ling, the atmosphere thickened with an ominous and familiar sense of danger. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow. "Where have you both been?" "We went to the ice river to fish." Suddenly, an abundance of fish appeared in the river. All the beast men from the tribe went. I saw the female master was sleeping, so I did not wake her. Jiang Xi reached out, taking hold of Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling's hands, closing her eyes to sense their energy. Though she had only partially restored her drained powers, it was sufficient to envelop their bodies. Lu Lufeng looked momentarily confused. Is something wrong? But Mu Ling's face flushed red. The female master is holding my hand. Jiang Xi detected nothing amiss within their bodies. Yet as a former advanced healer, she was attuned to such energies. It felt like an unknown virus, akin to the zombie virus. She was certain that both Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling had come into contact with it. Snatching the hide from Lu Lufeng, she hastily wiped her nose and declared, "Take me to see the fish." Lu Liufeng's expression shifted slightly, hastily agreeing. "The fish are in the yard. An entire basket of them." Huoluan was just coming out of the fire room with a stone knife, preparing to kill the fish. Upon seeing the female master and Lu Lufeng approach, he was about to speak but keenly noticed their unusual expressions. What happened? An entire basket of black fish still wriggled energetically, appearing perfectly normal at first glance. Jiang Xi extended her hand, closed her eyes, and unleashed her power. A shimmering green light enveloped one of the black fish, which then began to thrash violently, dark and eerie vapors rising from it and evaporating into the air. Soon, the fish in the basket began to struggle intensely, one after another dissolving into a black, putrid liquid. In mere moments, the entire basket of fish had transformed into a pool of black water, seeping into the snow with a corrosive sound. The expressions of all the beastmen changed drastically. Jiang Xi, nestled in Lu Liufeng's embrace, slowly opened her eyes. Lu Liufeng's face was grave. Chapter 60. Something is amiss. I have encountered orcs afflicted by the curse of pollution. If they perish within the walls, they dissolve into black water. If outside, they become cursed beasts. Before I could finish my thought, Lu Liufeng's expression shifted dramatically. He exchanged a glance with Huoluan and spoke in unison the tribe. This afternoon, the orcs in the tribe have all gone fishing. Jiang Xi realized the gravity of the situation and urgently urged, "You must notify every household at once." She looked up at Lu Lufeng and added, "Forget the tribe's rules. Transform into your beast form and alert everyone from the skies." Before she could say more, a lion's roar echoed, and Huoluan transformed into a magnificent golden lion, bounding out of the courtyard. Lu Lufeng nodded at the female leader, stepped back a few paces, and transformed into a colossal eagle, soaring into the sky. However, his expansive wings inadvertently swept away a large portion of the roof of the fire room. Jiang Xi glanced at Mu Ling, noting his dazed expression, and nudged him. "Your speed ability is swift. You must go now." He cast a wary glance at the fish basket that had turned to black water in the courtyard, then looked at Yueshi. "Do not stray from the female leader's side. Ensure her safety." In that moment, all discord dissipated. With that, Mu Ling vanished from the courtyard in a blur. Though none understood why the curse of pollution had suddenly infiltrated the walls in the form of a living entity, it was undoubtedly a dire matter. Orcs could only be tainted by the curse outside the walls. However, these fish had been contaminated within the walls. Where the water source was compromised, this river was vital to the entire Shurho tribe. Yueshi, having shed her previous languor, now regarded the situation with vigilance. A flurry of icy blue snowflakes danced among the swirling snow, probing for any disturbances to preempt the emergence of cursed beasts. Her gaze lingered on the pool of black water in the fish basket, her thoughts wavering. "Female leader, have you discerned anything?" Yueshi inquired. Jiang Xi shook her head and turned her gaze towards him. Just as she was about to speak, Yueshi's bruised eyes reminded her of the earlier events that transpired in the house. The blood beneath her nose had not been completely wiped away. She could still feel the crusting around her philtrum. Feeling somewhat awkward, Jiang Xi averted her gaze, striving to regain her composure. I was merely pondering whether the fish from our household alone had been contaminated, or if the entire tribe had suffered the same fate. If it is just this basket, before Jiang Xi could delve deeper into her thoughts, she received her answer. My Rue and her 3 beast husbands emerged from the neighboring backyard, carrying a basket of fish. Upon seeing Jiang Xi and Yueshi, they waved excitedly. Jiang Xi, there are plenty of fish in the ice river. Have you caught any? Jiang Xi hastily called out to her, My Rue, those fish are problematic. Do not approach. She stepped out of the courtyard towards My Rue. Just as she did, she hesitated, intending to caution Yueshi to keep an eye on the fish basket. But as she turned, she collided with Yueshi's solid embrace. The impact stung her nose, and tears welled in her eyes. With a hint of reproach, she covered her nose, stepping back, and said, You stay here and watch that pool of black water. What if it begins to flow? Yueshi gently adjusted her shoulder and shook his head. I must accompany you. His fox-like eyes flicked towards the black water in the courtyard. If the female leader is uneasy, we can incinerate it. Jiang Xi was taken aback. Fire can burn it? She added, but we cannot set it ablaze just yet. If it is only our household's fish that are tainted while others are unaffected, notifying everyone would be tantamount to lying. This black water serves as evidence. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yueshi's eyes. In the days prior, he had merely found it amusing to tease the female leader. Yet now, he genuinely perceived a shift in her demeanor. At that moment, My Rue, noticing Jiang Xi's lack of movement, urged her beast husbands to bring the fish closer. Unlike others in the tribe, she held unwavering faith in Jiang Xi as the blessed female, the earthwalker of the mother tree, possessing wisdom surpassing that of any female or orc. As Jiang Xi spoke, she watched My Rue approach. Very well, she conceded, stepping aside to allow My Rue's beast husbands to enter the courtyard with the fish basket, directing them towards the pool of black water. These fish may have been tainted by the curse. In truth, from the moment the fish basket entered the courtyard, she sensed something amiss. Strangely, while she felt a moment of relief, it was quickly replaced by anxiety. The relief stemmed from Lu Feng and the others not having lied, while the anxiety arose from uncertainty about whether any orcs or females in the tribe had already consumed the fish. My Rue and her 3 beast husbands paled, instinctively retreating from the basket they had brought. Jiang Xi reassured them, Do not worry. Merely being close will not pose a problem. With that, she approached, ready to reach out, but hesitated again. She stepped back a few paces, glancing at Yueshi. Yueshi, use your snowflake blade to dissect a fish as a test. She sought to confirm whether the fish had transformed into black water due to her healing abilities or if any external harm would suffice to cause the same transformation. If it were the latter, there was no need to worry about anyone in the tribe consuming them. However, if it were the former, the consequences could be dire. Yueshi acquiesced. Icy blue snowflakes manifested on the belly of a black fish, slicing it open with precision. As the fish's belly ruptured, a pool of black liquid spilled forth, not resembling cursed pollution, but rather the decayed innards of the fish. Orcs possess acute senses, yet this time, even Jiang Xi, whose senses did not match those of the orcs, caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance as the fish was opened. My Rue's beast husband, Kaabo, stared at the gutted black fish, salivating profusely. It smells delicious. I want to eat it. As he spoke, he took a step forward. My Rue looked on with concern. Just as she was about to speak, a flash of icy blue snowflakes swept past, slicing across Kaabo's hand. In an instant, he yelped, snapping back to reality. Jiang, she looked up at Yueshi. Yueshi shrugged, waving his hand, smiling as he said, Why not give it a try? If the black fish is tempting, the orcs can test it too. Jiang Xi, with her hand lowered, reached out to pinch his finger gently, shaking her head, signaling him with her eyes. The beast husbands from our household may spar freely, but those from other households must not act recklessly. Yueshi regarded the female leader's earnest blinking with a smile playing at his lips. He then seized her soft hand, grinning as he said, If the female leader wishes to hold my hand, she may do so openly. Jiang Xi retorted, Behave yourself. Yueshi teased, Does the female leader wish to hold my hand? Lu Feng, Mu Ling, and Hua Luan called out urgently, Emergency report. Emergency report. Chapter 61. Has the female leader developed affections for him? Jiang Xi noted Kaabo's look of dread as he glanced at Yueshi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Yueshi replied with a smile, "No problem," then turned to Jiang Xi, as if to imply that even the beast husband from other households could be reprimanded. Jiang Xi did not wish to engage in that discussion. She pulled her hand away, but found it firmly grasped, unable to free herself. At that moment, Lu Yofeng's voice resonated through the wind and snow, approaching from afar. "The curse has tainted the ice river blackfish. Please do not consume them. Do not consume them." As his voice echoed down, the sound of urgent footsteps erupted from a snowy tempest. Iyueshi's expression shifted to one of alertness, but it soon softened. A white lion emerged from the storm, bearing upon its back the chief female. Before Jiang Xi could locate them, the chief female and the leader had already approached. Clearly, in the face of an emergency, no one could afford to adhere to the tribe's prohibition against beast forms. The white lion crouched, and, as the chief female dismounted, it turned and retreated into the snowstorm. Subsequently, the leader, clad in animal skins, emerged from the swirling snow. On this occasion, both the first female and the leader displayed considerable deference, slightly bowing to Jiang Xi. "Esteemed female envoy," Jiang Xi gestured dismissively, indicating there was no need for such formalities. She then guided them to inspect two fish baskets. One contained black water, while the other exuded an enticing fragrance. Jiang Xi provided a brief explanation to prevent any confusion. "After I released my healing mental energy, the black fish transformed into black water, and after Iyushi disemboweled the fish with her snowflake blade, it surprisingly emitted a delightful aroma, enticing Kayabo to consider tasting it. This suggested that orcs in the tribe had likely consumed the black fish." Upon hearing this, both the first female and the leader's expressions turned grave. The first female remarked, before departing, "I dispatched beastmen and offspring to inform the elders and various families, hoping it will be timely." Marue stood nearby, her face a mask of relief, grateful that she and the beastmen had not consumed the black fish, as the consequences could have been dire. However, as this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xi, instinctively wanting to call out to her. She suddenly realized Jiang Xi was a revered female envoy and quickly amended her approach, inquiring, "Since you have discovered the contamination of the black fish, might you also be able to heal the orcs affected by it?" Upon her utterance, both the first female and the leader turned their hopeful gazes towards Jiang Xi. The Lion Roar tribe had never encountered a revered female. All they knew about revered females came from the tales of exiled females and orcs, which they understood only in fragments. Although the first female was also an exile in the Cursed Land, the tribe where she spent her youth was primitive and had no revered females. After being exiled, she settled in the Lion Roar tribe and had long ceased to yearn for departure. Now, as the first female, leaving was out of the question. Over the years, she had glimpsed revered females in the great tree forest. Yet revered females were treasures who would not deign to interact with the females of the Cursed Land. Even as the first female, she could not converse with them. Marue had only heard of revered females. She had never seen one, thus her curiosity was piqued. It was known among the females and orcs that revered females could manifest mental energy to heal injuries, but the finer details remained obscure. Jiang Xi too was curious. She pressed her lips together and shook her head slightly. "I cannot be certain, but I can attempt it." However, her voice faltered momentarily before she continued. "This morning, when I treated Xiao Di, my mental energy was utterly depleted. Now, I possess only a thin layer. I can identify the black fish, but if any orc has indeed consumed it and been contaminated, even if I can heal them, it is unlikely to be today." Despite her words, a glimmer of hope shone in the eyes of the first female and the leader. Jiang Xi's lips moved, yet ultimately, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She feared to instill in them excessive hope, or, conversely, to extinguish all hope. Even in the Cursed Land, females and orcs needed hope to survive. Soon, sounds emerged once more from the wind and snow, this time revealing Lu Lufeng and a tall middle-aged orc. The middle-aged orc Hong belonged to the Yuan Yao clan and was the first female's mate. Initially, at the tribe's entrance, when the leader Rupert intended to introduce Jiang Xi to Jiaxi, he was referring to Hong's offspring. Lu Lufeng approached the female leader directly, while Hong reported to the first female and the leader, "I have notified each household, and all black fish have been taken to the wall altar. Currently, no orc has been found to have consumed any." Over the centuries, the orcs in the Cursed Land had become adept at eliminating the taint of curses. Once delivered to the altar, they would be incinerated. The wind would carry the ashes of the orcs into the cursed land, leaving them no rest even in death. Though the blackfish were not orcs, they too deserved to be treated at the altar due to their contamination. As Hong spoke, he caught sight of the black water in the courtyard, and his pupils narrowed slightly. Initially, he harbored doubts, feeling that the first female was overly trusting of the revered female's status. After all, given Jiang Xi's past reputation in the tribe, even if she restored her mental energy and her revered female identity, it would only instill greater trepidation among the tribe's females and orcs. Thus, when Rupert expressed the desire for Jiang Xi to wed her, his immediate reaction was to refuse. However, with the female leader present and in agreement, he felt unable to decline. Privately, he had conveyed his feelings to Jiang Xi, hoping she would not marry someone who had suffered in the past. Yet, upon seeing the basket of black water and the basket of aromatic black fish, a sense of regret inexplicably surfaced within Hong. Perhaps he had erred. He wondered if there would be another opportunity. But then, Lu Yofeng's figure came into view, and he bitterly smiled to himself, realizing that even if he had wished for Jiang Xi to marry from the start, with Lu Lufeng, who possessed the bloodline of the ancestral eagle, present, the revered female would hardly take an interest in Jiang Xi. Lu Lufeng slowly approached the female leader, but soon his gaze was drawn to the intertwined hands of the female leader and Yu Shi. He halted before the female leader, his amber eyes lowered, fixated on their clasped hands, and an inexplicable emptiness and unease stirred within him. Had the female leader developed feelings for Yu Shi? Lu Lufeng silently chuckled at his own folly. He should have known that with Yu Shi's appearance, any female would be powerless to resist the allure of his Fox clan's charm, even one from another world. He merely hoped that, even with Yu Shi in the picture, the female leader's gaze would linger on him for a moment. Lu Lufeng raised his eyes, gazing tenderly at the female leader, and managed a somewhat forced smile. Chapter 62. You do not intend to stay, do you? Jiang Xi took a step towards Lu Lufeng. Yet as she did, her hand was tugged back. She looked down, momentarily taken aback, then her eyes widened in panic. How was she still holding hands with Yu Shi? Jiang Xi quickly withdrew her hand and lowered her voice. What are you doing? Let go. With other females and orcs present, she kept her voice low to avoid any unfavorable gossip. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yofeng's previously dimmed eyes sparkled instantly. His amber gaze gleamed, and a smile spread across his face that he could scarcely conceal. He could hardly wait to address Yu Shi. Yu Shi quickly released the female leader's hand. Yu Shi clicked his tongue internally. Ever since Lu Lufeng arrived, the female leader had sought to distance herself from him. How heartless! With a cheerful smile, he tightened his grip. What can you do about it? Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together, contemplating unleashing his wind blade. But noticing the orcs in the courtyard perk up their ears, he suppressed his abilities. Orcs possess acute senses. Even if Jiang Xi spoke softly at such close proximity, her words would clearly reach their ears without special attention. Rupert coughed and spoke up. Esteemed female envoy, should we proceed to the altar to address the contamination? Jiang Xi, having failed to free her hand, quickly turned to the leader. I will accompany you. The moment she voiced her intention, the orcs in the courtyard and the first female were taken aback. Due to safety protocols, females in the tribe never approached the wall and would never ascend to the altar. Even if their own mates were contaminated, they would remain below the wall or be carried by aerial beastmen to observe from above the tribe. Although the origin of this practice remained unclear, it had become a consensus within the tribe. Females, being gentle, could not approach the wall or ascend it. Jiang Xi was oblivious to the unusual reactions of those around her, focused instead on investigating certain matters. Rupert was about to express his concerns delicately when Lu Lufeng interjected. I will take the female leader to observe from above the tribe, and since she is a female envoy, she can sense the contamination. The leader need not worry. With Lu Yofeng's reassurance, Rupert could no longer voice his objections and could only respond, just to not get too close. Compared to the orcs, the precious females, if contaminated, would cause far greater harm to the tribe. Every spring, the 7 tribes of the Cursed Land expend considerable resources, including food and animal hides, to offer to the tribe dwelling within the Great Wood Forest, which is home to the Mother Tree of Life. This ritual aims to encourage the females to approach the Mother Tree and cleanse themselves of the curse's influence, preventing residual effects that might hinder their ability to bear beast eggs or result in deformities. It is said that many years ago, the Yangchuan tribe of the Cursed Land, discontented with the greed of the tribe in the Great Wood, ceased to exchange food and hides for purification opportunities. The Yangchuan tribe believed it was normal for females to have low fertility and that abstaining from the mother tree as purification would not lead to any issues. However, this decision backfired spectacularly. In the first year without purification, the Yangchuan tribe produced normal beast eggs, but from the second year onwards, deformities began to emerge. Though these eggs had a high hatching success rate, the resulting young beast folk were severely deformed and prone to violent tempers, attacking mothers and fathers indiscriminately when displeased. Following this incident, the other 6 tribes of the Cursed Land, even those who had contemplated halting their offerings, were deterred from such thoughts. No one dared gamble with the future of their tribe. Despite being a land of exile, it remained a home for the females and beast folk, filled with partners, offspring, and comrades to withstand the onslaught of cursed beasts. As Lu Bo departed, Hong remained to accompany the female leader. Also leaving was Ma Rui's beast husband, Oshan. As this was to be their future dwelling, it was imperative to better understand the curse's pollution in order to protect the female leader more effectively. Only one beast husband, Mao Biao, remained by Ma Rui's side. She could not resist addressing Huoluan and Yueshi, suggesting that she and Lu Feng scout the skies above the tribe, while they should explore the surroundings for any overlooked threats. Her words served as a reminder to the chief female. The chief female reassured her, declaring that she would dispatch beast folk to investigate each household situation. Listening to the tone of her report, Jiang Xi felt a bit embarrassed and offered her assistance, acknowledging the chief female's hard work. After all, the chief female was older and deserved her respect. Yet, the dynamics shifted and she found herself in a position of esteem. However, understanding their differing worldviews, she refrained from imposing her beliefs and instead radiated goodwill. Ultimately, having lived in the Lion Roar tribe, she recognized that facilitating others was akin to facilitating herself. As long as no one wronged her, she would not retaliate. Yet, if wronged, she would not back down. This time, as Jiang Xi prepared to join Lu Feng in the skies, Yueshi did not forcibly grasp her hand and was easily brushed aside. Jiang Xi shot him a glare, which held no intimidation in Yueshi's eyes. He chuckled lightly, stroking his chin, as the female leader took flight. Carried by Lu Feng, she waved her hand in a natural gesture. Huoluan looked at him oddly. You aren't also planning to stay behind, are you? To his knowledge, initially only Lu Feng had chosen to remain. Mu Ling had only decided to stay a short while later. At present, Yueshi did not seem inclined to depart. Yet, based on his understanding of the Fox clan, they would not select a female leader with such a flawed appearance. Yueshi cast him a sidelong glance, a smile playing on his lips. What does it matter to you? Indeed, what concern was it of his? Do remember to cook the black fish in the courtyard. I'll check the tribe. Above the tribe, the snowstorm grew increasingly relentless. Even with Lu Feng's extraordinary abilities to shield them, the biting winds lashed against Jiang Xi's face, making it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. The snow obscured their view, rendering the tribe invisible from their aerial vantage point. Jiang Xi nestled against Lu Feng's plush feathers, tucked within the plumage around his neck, exclaiming, "Let us get a bit closer." Lu Feng responded with a soft hum, his neck tingling as his feathers fluttered lightly. He guided the female leader closer to the altar on the wall, maintaining a safe distance typically observed by females. In the swirling snow, the grand and formidable reddish-brown protective wall re-emerged before Jiang Xi's gaze, though still not entirely discernible. She could glean the altar from the flickering torches and the throngs of people gathered. The altar, reminiscent of a beacon tower, stood circularly atop the wall, facing the direction of the Cursed Land. It featured a 6-winged lion that leaned forward, seemingly roaring and threatening to pounce at any moment. Jiang Xi's gaze drifted beyond the altar, narrowing as she detected something unusual. Chapter 63. The authority of the chief female. Does it not snow in the Cursed Land? Despite the blinding storm, Jiang Xi could see that the Cursed Land remained shrouded in dark crimson, devoid of any signs of snow cover. His sharp, hawk-like eyes pierced through the tempest, surveying the Cursed Land, and he affirmed with a grunt that it was unchanged. In truth, he harbored an unvoiced suspicion, yet lacked the means to confirm it. As Jiang Xi gazed at the indistinct red obscured by snow, she wished to draw nearer. "Let us move a bit closer," she urged. However, this time Lu Feng refused. "My dear, it is too perilous." Jiang Xi nestled against his neck feathers, pleading just a little. "If I feel unwell, I will surely tell you." Lu Feng instinctively hesitated to allow the female leader to approach danger, yet feared displeasing her. After deliberation, he conceded, then just a little. Jiang Xi nodded eagerly. Lu Feng adjusted his flight path, moving forward at a painstakingly slow pace, ever mindful of the movements behind him. Upon hearing a muffled grunt from his back, he immediately veered away without waiting for Jiang Xi to speak. "Is something wrong, my dear?" Jiang Xi pressed a hand to her heart and another to her head. The sudden thump, akin to a heartbeat, had jolted through her mind, prompting her to shield her head. Yet now, the air was filled solely with the howling winds and snow. The heartbeat sound seemed to vanish as if it had never existed. Jiang Xi shook her head slowly. "I'm fine." However, her eyes betrayed a hint of uncertainty. As she turned her gaze toward the cursed land, she inquired of Lu Feng, "Did you hear any sound just now?" That sound could not merely be a figment of her imagination. The sensation of her heart racing still lingered within her. A trace of barely perceptible fear flickered in her obsidian eyes. Was the boundless, cursed land alive? Concerned for the female leader, Lu Feng had descended outside the tribe. Landing softly, upon hearing her words, he shook his hawk-like head. "No." Jiang Xi then noticed that he had landed. She remained perched upon his back, questioning. "Why did you come down?" Lu Feng twisted his head back, unable to see her due to the angle, and explained, "I sensed you seemed unwell, so I descended." Jiang Xi nestled into his feathers, nuzzling against him. "I'm fine. I merely thought I heard a heartbeat as we approached the wall." "A heartbeat?" Lu Feng expressed surprise. Jiang Xi nodded, contemplating. "Shall we investigate further? I wish to ascertain whether it was merely my imagination or if there truly was a sound." Lu Feng had withstood numerous waves of cursed beasts and even ventured into the cursed land from the air. Yet a heartbeat? He had never encountered such a thing. Nevertheless, he harbored no doubts about the female leader, only concern. "Are you truly well, my dear?" Jiang Xi, perched upon his back, reached out to caress the feathers at his neck, cheerfully assuring him, "I'm fine, have no worries. I am the one capable of sensing pollution." Lu Feng was exceptional in every regard, except for being overly concerned for her well-being, treating her as if she were fragile glass, fearful of breaking or melting away. She was not so delicate. Ultimately, Lu Feng ascended once more into the stormy skies, but he firmly emphasized his caution. "I merely flew over for a brief moment before descending." Jiang Xi agreed with a soft hum. Approaching the previous distance would suffice, though a bit closer would not be amiss. However, given Lu Liufeng's disposition, it would require some time for him to realize that his female master is not a fragile entity. Patience is essential. One cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. Yet this time, Jiang Xi did not hear the familiar thump of her heartbeat. The air was filled solely with the howling of the wind and snow. She observed that a fire had been kindled upon the altar. The flames, imbued with an enigmatic blue hue, consumed the altar with remarkable speed, swiftly enveloping it entirely. Black smoke ascended from the altar, swirling amidst the tempest and drifting towards the cursed lands. Many of the orcs surrounding the altar believed their leader was overreacting, asserting that the black fish was not contaminated at all. This incident was merely the first display of Jiang Xi asserting her authority as a favored female emissary upon regaining her identity, intending to wield her power within the tribe. However, as the black fish transformed into black water and ignited in the flames, the expressions of all the orcs shifted dramatically. One orc, in particular, stumbled back in terror, swiftly turning to leap from the wall, transforming into his beast form, and racing towards his home. Leader Lu Buti glanced at the other orcs and spoke coldly. "I am aware that among you, there are certainly those who have secretly retained fish. If you wish to avoid contamination, promptly surrender the black fish. Due to the conditions in the hot river valley, the food crisis this winter has been resolved. Nevertheless, the females and orcs cannot subsist solely on meager vegetables. They require meat to replenish their strength. For those orcs incapable of hunting in the snow, these fish are akin to salvation." Lu Buti suspected some orcs would discreetly keep fish, yet he was taken aback by the sheer number. He watched as orc after orc leaped down from the wall, letting out a deep sigh. Lu Buti turned and knelt before the statue of the six-winged white lion outside the altar, praying earnestly. "Beast God above, grant the lion roar tribe the strength to overcome this hardship." The other orcs followed suit, kneeling and praying in unison. "Beast God above, safeguard the lion roar tribe through this trial." The orcs' prayers, akin to sacred hymns, mingled with the wind and snow, swirling into the sky. After the prayers concluded, Lu Bute rose and regarded everyone with a serious expression. I understand that many of you harbor prejudices against Jiang Xi, the female emissary. But those are relics of the past. Today, the emissary has regained her manifest spiritual power. She is a chosen envoy of the Mother Tree, sent to the earth to bring sustenance to the Lion Roar tribe and to uncover the contamination of the black fish within our walls. This is the grace of the Mother Tree, a blessing from the beast god. I do not wish to see any further doubts about the female emissary within our tribe. Lu Bute's gaze swept across the faces of the orcs. Some bore expressions of indifference. He recognized that this was due to the cursed lands, which had never witnessed the presence of a favored female emissary, and even the life-giving Mother Tree was reluctant to take root here to protect the females and their offspring. Thus, they were predisposed to dismiss the significance of this event. Lu Bute's tone intensified. This is the first time a female emissary has graced the cursed land since its inception, the first time we have received the Mother Tree's favor. And it has descended upon our Lion Roar tribe. Chapter 64. As long as there are enough beast husbands, reflect on it with your tales, and you shall understand. The other 6 tribes undoubtedly yearn for the Mother Tree's blessing and the presence of a female emissary. Lu Bute's words shifted the expressions of the orcs. At that moment, a mischievous ape tribe orc raised his hand. Leader, how can one think without a tale? Instantly, the solemn atmosphere on the wall shattered, and the orcs erupted into laughter. Lu Bute raised his foot and kicked him in the rear, sending him tumbling off the wall, exclaiming, "Fool, think with your backside." The orcs on the wall stifled their laughter. Lu Bute turned his attention back to the orcs. I do not speak these words to compel you to act. I merely hope you can forget the past entirely. Should anyone make the female emissary uncomfortable in the tribe, I, Lu Bute, shall ensure they feel unwelcome first. Think of your female master, your future female masters, offspring. The cursed lands have awaited the grace of the Mother Tree for far too long. To disappoint the female emissary is to disappoint the Mother Tree. Among the orcs on the wall, some were married while others were single. The married orcs appeared far more serious than their unmarried counterparts. Although the unmarried orcs typically enjoyed jesting, they understood that having a favored female emissary reside within the tribe would attract countless exceptional females and orcs to settle here, significantly increasing their chances of marriage. Several handsome unmarried orcs had previously caught Jiang Xi's eye, yet this was the cursed land, and they had not succeeded in their pursuits. Now, they wore expressions tinged with concern. If she were to forcibly marry one of them, what would they do? Given the leader's demeanor, it seemed likely they would be captured, cleaned, and presented to the female emissary's bed. The allure of a favored female emissary was undeniable, yet they could not bring themselves to face Jiang Xi's face marred with blemishes. They each silently resolved that this winter, they must steer clear of the icy river. Once winter passes, if they have not found a suitable female master, they would gather their belongings and seek a new tribe to reside in. They would never marry that unsightly female emissary. The other orcs were oblivious to their thoughts and hastily assured the leader. Please rest assured, leader. We shall ensure the female emissary is content. The grace of the Mother Tree. The Lion Roar tribe will not disappoint. Yes, indeed, we shall not fail. Jiang Xi did not hear their rallying cries, for after she felt the absence of the heartbeat of the cursed lands, Lu Lufeng sensed unusual activity on one side of the tribe. His keen eagle eyes scanned a particular direction. It was Muling. A conflict had erupted over there. Jiang Xi nestled within the feathers, craning her neck to see, but the wind and snow were too fierce, obscuring her view. She quickly urged, "Let us hurry." Lu Lufeng responded affirmatively, ensuring his female master was secure. With that, he tilted his eagle form slightly and altered his course. Jiang Xi nearly slipped, yet she felt neither fear nor anxiety, for she knew Lu Lufeng would not let her fall. Thus, she only felt exhilaration. Lu Lufeng, concerned about startling her, reassured, "Rest easy, my female master. Lufeng shall not let you tumble." Jiang Xi nodded in acknowledgement, even though he could not see her. She caressed his feathers, smiling, "I know. Lu Lufeng will protect her." The giant eagle's amber eyes softened significantly, as if smiling. Lu Lufeng declared then, "My female master, brace yourself. We are descending." Jiang Xi replied, "Yes." Lu Lufeng took her down in a dive. The wind and snow parted, revealing a small courtyard that bore no distinction from the other buildings in the tribe, except that one of the structures had collapsed. Within the courtyard stood 3 fully beastified orcs, a lion, a tiger, and a canine, all transformed into creatures with black fur and red eyes. Between the 3 contaminated orcs, shadows flickered intermittently, and the moment Mu Ling's figure materialized, he delivered a powerful punch to one of their heads. The 3 giant beasts with crimson eyes spun about like headless flies, roaring in fury as they attempted to seize the wretched fly. Yet soon, all 3 pairs of scarlet beastly eyes turned skyward, gazing at the giant eagle, or rather, the female seated upon its back. In their minds, a singular thought arose simultaneously. We have found it. We have found it. Lu Lufeng unleashed a windblade, and before diving down, he soared back into the sky. A sharp eagle cry erupted from his beak, carried away by the wind and snow. Compared to words, the cry traveled much farther. Jiang Xi laid tightly on the back of the eagle as Lu Lufeng swooped down. The moment she locked eyes with those 3 pairs of crimson, beastly pupils, an unsettling feeling of being targeted enveloped her. Within those scarlet eyes, there lingered a hint of temptation, evoking a strange desire to leap into the abyss below. However, Jiang Xi quickly regained her composure. The instant that allure surfaced, a wave of clarity washed over her mind, allowing her to break free from its grasp. Moreover, whether it was merely her illusion or not, it seemed that the healing powers within her surged, as if a hidden switch had been triggered, hastening her recovery. Fueled by curiosity, Jiang Xi remained vigilant over her healing abilities. Thus, when another transformation occurred, she instantly took notice. A lion's roar echoed, and Huolun made his entrance. The majestic lion was no longer cloaked in the golden fur she had previously seen, but rather adorned with golden scales, exuding an air of dignity and sanctity. In an instant, he charged forth, colliding with one of the cursed beastmen. The golden scales shimmered with a faint golden aura, and the moment the cursed beastman drew near, he was swiftly wounded. Jiang Xi observed that her healing abilities were recovering even more rapidly, disregarding the reason behind her gaze meeting the cursed beast. Another hypothesis began to form in her mind. She addressed Lu Lufeng beneath her, urging him to join the fray. Lu Lufeng, engage in battle attack. Since he bore his female master, Lu Lufeng had been circling in the air, hesitating after his initial assault. Sensing his reluctance, Jiang Xi promptly clarified, as you fight these cursed beastmen, my mental energy recovers at an accelerated pace. Try attacking. Perhaps it's due to our marriage contract that it has a reciprocal effect on me. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of surprise appeared in his eyes. No longer hesitating, he dove into the fray. As blades of wind sliced through the air, Jiang Xi's recovery sped up further. At this rate, the healing abilities that would normally require an entire day and night to replenish could potentially be restored in just over 10 hours. If she had 10 beastmen, perhaps that time could be reduced to an hour or even mere minutes for complete restoration. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement in Jiang Xi's eyes. Although it could not compare to the absorption of crystal cores during the apocalypse, it was still a formidable method of recovery. Furthermore, as long as there were enough beastmen, she could heal while simultaneously assisting them in battle. Such a coalition would be utterly invincible. However, Jiang Xi quickly regained her composure. 10 beastmen? Wouldn't that be akin to courting death? Presently, with 5 beastmen, despite only Lu Lufeng being her designated partner, her household had already descended into chaos. She dared not imagine the chaos that would ensue with 10. It was unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Lu Lufeng was strong enough. They merely needed to survive. Fight if they could, flee if they could not. The beastmen from the tribe soon arrived for reinforcement. However, under the chief's orders to spare their lives, they fought cautiously, ultimately capturing them and confining them in a massive cage made of blackwood. As the battle drew to a close, Jiang Xi discovered, hiding amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, a small cat-like beastman. No, it was more akin to a lynx. With a round face and triangular ears adorned with tufts of fur, its limbs were long and sturdy, cloaked in short gray-brown fur, and its body bore irregular patterns with a white underbelly. As the commotion subsided, the lynx cautiously emerged from the debris, its pale yellow eyes sweeping over the assembled beastmen before briefly pausing on Jiang Xi, only to avert its gaze and nonchalantly sit aside. Suddenly, an enraged beastman approached it, demanding, "Sul, where's the female master?" The lynx glanced at him, its youthful voice cold as it replied, "She left long ago." The Beastman's fury intensified as he raised his hand to unleash his powers, only to be restrained by another Beastman. Kylie, enough. Why bully a small Beastman? The priority now is to locate your female master. With the tribe in disarray, we don't even know if any other Beastmen have been tainted. Kylie shot a fierce glare at the lynx before turning away. Subsequently, Jiang Xi noticed several Beastmen emerging, all directing hostile glances at the small Beastman, demanding to know the whereabouts of their female master. Curiosity piqued within her, but as Rupert approached, she suppressed her questions. My lady, shall we detain them for now? Once you have regained your mental energy, we can decide what to do next. Jiang Xi understood he wished to test whether she could treat the taint. She nodded. Of course. Although she had already recovered a fair amount, she preferred to face this eerie and terrifying contamination at full strength. The Beastmen continued their investigations throughout the homes. Observing that Mu Ling's wounds had not healed and had only multiplied, Jiang Xi beckoned him over. In an instant, Mu Ling stood before her, his wolf-like eyes gleaming, resembling an eager puppy. My lady, you called for me. Jiang Xi found his demeanor amusing, almost causing her to chuckle, but she managed to restrain herself. Clearing her throat, she extended her hand. I've regained some strength. Let me help you with your wounds. She thought about how he would need to continue his investigations. And if he encountered more battles, his injuries would only worsen. If the cursed contamination seeped through his wounds into his body, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing her words, Mu Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly reached out, grasping one of her hands, and then swiftly took hold of her other hand that hung by her side. My lady is so kind to me. Jiang Xi felt his calloused, warm palms enveloping her hands, and she cast a furtive glance at Lu Feng before attempting to pull away. You mustn't move. I'm the one holding you. Though anyone could hold anyone, she wished to maintain some distance to avoid any misunderstanding from Lu Feng. He, of course, noticed the glance Jiang Xi cast his way, but pretended not to see. He understood well that such an exceptional and powerful female master could not possibly belong to him alone. As long as she was willing to spare a glance in his direction and hold a place for him in her heart, he would be content. A shimmering green light blossomed between their clasped hands, drawing the attention of numerous beastmen, their gazes filled with complexity, envy, and some even brimming with desire. The lynx-like beastman discreetly turned his head to observe. The green light flickered brightly, only to vanish just as swiftly. Mu Ling's wounds, as if they had never existed, disappeared instantaneously, leaving all the beastmen in awe. Those few handsome beastmen, who had once been the recipients of Jiang Xi's affections, were hidden behind a house, peering out. They were taken aback to see Jiang Xi's facial lesions nearly vanished, revealing a hint of her fair complexion. Upon witnessing the manifestation of her mental energy that had healed Mu Ling's wounds, they began to feel a stir of interest. Now, Jiang Xi appeared to be more acceptable than before. Mu Ling's wolf-like eyes sparkled with excitement. As soon as the healing concluded, he instinctively grasped Jiang Xi's hand once more, unwilling to let go. My lady's hand is so small and soft. Jiang Xi attempted to pull her hand back, but for a moment, it remained trapped in his grasp. Just as she was about to speak, Huoluan's voice resonated. Mu Ling, I require the lady's healing as well. Kindly step aside. Hearing this, Mu Ling cast a reluctant glance at Huoluan before reluctantly yielding. Jiang Xi turned to Huoluan, noticing a few golden scales still adorning his handsome visage, momentarily taken aback. The scales shimmered with a golden brilliance, tracing along his well-defined jawline and extending toward his neck, melding into his beast hide. So cool, so cybernetic. Though Jiang Xi was curious about how Huoluan, the magnificent golden lion, had come to be covered in golden scales, she refrained from inquiring, as they were still unfamiliar with one another. Huoluan approached the female master, raising his right arm, his emerald eyes slightly averted, speaking with a hint of shyness. Please allow me to assist you, my esteemed mistress. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. If it were not for the incessant bleeding, he would not have sought her aid, given his temperament. The Huang Jinshi family owes no one anything. Without further contemplation, Jiang Xi extended her hand to treat him. Huoluan had sustained a severe laceration on his arm, from which blood flowed, shimmering with hints of gold, captivating her gaze. The wound on Huoluan was more challenging to heal than Mu Ling's. After the treatment, Jiang Xi's restorative powers were nearly depleted once more. Taking a deep breath, she felt an urgent need to enhance her abilities. This was not Huoluan's first experience receiving treatment from a Shang-Wan female, as his mother was indeed a Shang-Wan female. Nevertheless, witnessing his wounds cease to bleed so swiftly and heal completely in mere moments left a look of astonishment in his eyes. It was astonishing how quick the recovery was, especially considering she had not regained all her mental strength. He had never witnessed a Shang female's intervention, but he suspected this was the extent of their capabilities. In that moment, Huoluan's expression deepened with contemplation. What had transpired with her? He cast a glance at Lu Feng, instinctively feeling that he must know the whole story. Yet, it was evident that he would not divulge it to him. Noticing Huoluan's gaze, Lu Feng's amber eyes flicked towards him as he casually inquired, "What is it?" At least the changes in the mistress were positive and not harmful to him. He shook his head. Lu Feng nodded in response. This time, he did not transform entirely into an eagle, but merely unfurled his wings, cradling the mistress in his arms as he soared into the sky. Huoluan remarked, "We are leaving. Do not look. There is nothing to see." The fierce wind and snow rendered them completely invisible once they ascended. Mu Ling extended 2 fingers towards his eyes, gesturing towards the sky. "My vision can see for great distances." Huoluan, uninterested in engaging in further banter, turned to depart. However, as he exited the small courtyard, he cast a glance at his injury. Then, his jade-colored lion eyes narrowed, a glint of sharpness crossing them. That thing had vanished. There were few entities in the cursed land capable of harming him. Yet earlier, when he collided with the ruins, he had been cut by a sharp object. At the time, faced with adversaries, he lacked the luxury to investigate and had to deal with 3 frenzied beastmen first. Now that the matter was resolved, he had time to contemplate, but he discovered that the object had disappeared. Huoluan scanned the ruins and the courtyard. Aside from a few beastmen who remained enviously, he noticed only the small lynx beastman crouched among the debris. He had vaguely heard tales about this little beastman, but had not paid much attention. Approaching the lynx, he lowered his head and exuded the pressure of the Huang Jinshi clan. "Did you see the object that just scratched me?" Though not of the same beast clan, they shared a close lineage, and the Huang Jinshi's aura would still have an effect on him. The lynx seemed intimidated by this force, bowing its upper body and shaking its head, stammering, "And no, I did not see it." Mu Ling, witnessing Huoluan intimidate the small beast man, flashed over and gave him a light smack. "What are you doing?" Huoluan withdrew his pressure and shot him a glance. "It's nothing. Let us go." The lynx did not raise its head, still hunched, seemingly truly intimidated by Huoluan's presence. However, Huoluan furrowed his brow. Inexplicably, he felt that something was amiss. Yet, considering the other party was merely an undeveloped small beast man, he dismissed the thought from his mind. Once all the beastmen had departed from the ruins, the lynx slowly raised its head, its pale yellow eyes devoid of fear, only cold indifference. It gazed up at the swirling snowflakes, pondering how wonderful it was. Since the curse had arrived, there was no need for him to take action. Why did those beastmen treat the small beastman so poorly? Logically, small beastmen were treasures of the tribe. Why did Keek cherish Xiaodi so, while these beastmen treated the lynx with such disdain? Before Lu Feng could speak, Iyushi took the initiative to provide an explanation. After all, as the adored figure among the tribe's females, he was well acquainted with such gossip mixed with a hint of scandal. It was said that over a decade ago, 2 half-sisters from the tribe both fell for a lynx beastman. Eventually, this beastman married the younger sister, swiftly fathering the small beastman. So, the elder sister also wed another beastman, residing adjacent to her sister. 8 or 9 years ago, a beastman in the tribe succumbed to a cursed affliction, accidentally killing the younger sister during an outburst. Several of her beast husbands perished as well, leaving only the small beastman, Saw, alive. Consequently, the elder sister adopted the small beastman. Jiang Xi listened to this narrative, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. The tale seemed innocuous enough. Was it possible that the female beastmen resented the small beastman for living off others, thus their poor treatment of him? Iyushi paused before continuing. However, it is said, Jiang Xi's eyes widened in anticipation, eagerly looking at him. Iyushi, stroking his chin, smiled mischievously and asked, "Would you like to know? My mistress?" Jiang Xi nodded vigorously. Iyushi grinned, "Then my mistress." Lu Feng shot him a helpless glance and directly explained for her. Suo is nearing his transformation. Chunya wishes to marry him, but her beast husbands disapprove. Over the years, Chunya has prioritized feeding Saw over her own 2 offspring. who often go hungry, while Suo frequently bullies the other two small beast men, which Chunyu ignores. Thus, her husbands harbor ill feelings towards Suo and refuse to allow him into the family. While Iyushi elaborated at length, Lu Feng succinctly clarified the situation. Nonetheless, Jiang Xi still appeared taken aback. What about Suo's opinion? Does he wish to marry? It seemed that throughout the discourse, no one had inquired about Suo's desires. Furthermore, although beastmen have long lifespans in this world, and the mistress could share the life of the strongest beast husband, the ethical implications of raising a child from infancy weighed heavily on Jiang Xi's conscience. Moreover, by this logic, Suo was still Chunyu's nephew, was he not? The thought of an aunt marrying her nephew sent shivers down her spine. Let us repair the roof, Iyushi exclaimed. Huh? Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback. How did the topic shift from the small beastman's saw to fixing the roof? Yet, he still nodded with a smile, very well. Meanwhile, unnoticed at the courtyard entrance, a small figure with tufted ears vanished swiftly. The chaotic aura among the beastmen in the tribe that day had distracted Lu Feng and Iyushi, preventing them from noticing the small presence at the door. As they worked on the roof amidst the wind and snow, Jiang Xi increasingly comprehended why the tribe prohibited beastmen from shifting forms. The structures were far too flimsy. If the buildings were sturdier and the paths wider, beastmen could roam freely within the tribe, facilitating the transportation of heavy loads. However, even if they intended to improve the housing, it would have to wait until after winter. Endeavors to enhance living conditions in such frigid weather would likely leave them frozen solid. Jiang Xi rubbed her hands together and breathed into them. It is indeed cold. She looked up at Lu Feng on the roof and gestured a fist, encouraging him. Lu Feng, you can do it. At that moment, Iyushi's voice, carried by the wind and snow, floated down from the rooftop. Can't you see such a large Iyushi up here, mistress? Jiang Xi instantly realized, her face flushing with warmth. You too, give it your all. You too. Jiang Xi felt even more flustered within. Due to the heavy snowfall, Iyushi appeared as if she were one with the wind and snow, her hair white like the flakes themselves. She leaped down from the roof and walked a few steps to stand before the mistress, her fox-like eyes half closed as she crossed her arms and gazed at her. Can you see me now, mistress? Jiang Xi replied, of course I can see you. Hurry and help Lu Feng with the roof. Iyushi lazily leaned back against Jiang Xi, her weight pressing down on her like a large stone. At this point, Jiang Xi found it utterly impossible to push her away. Jiang Xi gave Iyushi a couple of light pushes. Get up. Don't lean on me. You're too heavy. Her words seemed to have the opposite effect. Iyushi leaned even more into her, teasingly responding, come on, mistress. How am I supposed to get on the roof like this? Jiang Xi gritted her teeth, almost wishing to bite him. Yet, feeling the substantial weight resting on her shoulder, an idea sparked in her mind. She cleared her throat and said, you should really move, while forcefully pushing him forward and quickly stepping aside. Iyushi stumbled backward, realizing too late that the mistress had dodged, and he teetered for several steps before regaining his balance. Jiang Xi stood nearby, hands on her hips, laughing heartily. Huh, serves you right. Iyushi stood frozen for a moment, looking at her, but just as he was about to exclaim, his voice faltered. The mistress's laughter was delightfully enchanting, her dark eyes sparkling with joy, and inexplicably, he felt the urge to laugh alongside her. Inevitably, he averted his gaze, snorting fine. I'm not as childish as you. With that, he stepped onto the icy blue snowflakes and leaped onto the roof. Yet, curiously, he felt a slight heat on his cheeks. Noticing Lu Yofeng's gaze upon him, he shot a glance back and retorted, I was just teasing the mistress. Is there really any need to look at me like that? Lu Yofeng's scrutinizing gaze only intensified Iyushi's blush and inexplicable feelings of guilt. Lu Feng handed him a bundle of hay, his voice calm. It's nothing. Just get to work. Though his exterior remained composed, internally, he had already reached a conclusion. He had always known that such an admirable mistress would be cherished by many. If a few days ago he felt a twinge of jealousy, with Mu Ling's infatuation and Iyushi's unconscious affections, his heart had settled considerably. As he glanced into the courtyard, he saw the mistress quickly raise her hand, beaming at him with a wave. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile gently in return, for he knew that the mistress held him dearly in her heart. That was sufficient for him. Jiang Xi stood outside for a while, feeling the chill. Once the fire was set, she began to prepare dinner. Due to the black fish, she dared not use the icy river water. Instead, melting snow for a basin of water. Having overindulged at lunch, she only ate a bowl of lamb and potato noodle for dinner. During the meal, Mu Ling recounted his findings from the tribe, while Jiang Xi shared her experiences with healing powers, referred to as the restoration of mental strength. Mu Ling paused, his wolf-like eyes suddenly brightening. If the mistress were to marry a dozen beast husbands, wouldn't we be unafraid of injuries when battling cursed beasts? The mistress's mental strength not only can be upgraded, but can also accelerate recovery through the battles fought by her husbands, making it stronger than even a holy mistress. The beast husbands in the room exhibited varying expressions. Lu Lufeng calmly sipped his soup, while Yueshi looked at Mu Ling as if he were foolish, and Huo Luan appeared contemplative. Jiang Xi rolled her eyes at Mu Ling. Do you think finding beast husbands is as easy as raising piglets? Mu Ling, perplexed, questioned back. Raising piglets? What does finding husbands have to do with that? Jiang Xi fell silent, realizing that communication was indeed an art, as was comprehension. Just as she was about to change the topic, Lu Lufeng interjected to explain to Mu Ling, I heard that pig tribe beastmen have a strong reproductive ability, often giving birth to several offspring at once, sometimes exceeding a dozen. However, since pig tribe beastmen are not favored by females, they seldom interact with outside tribes and prohibit other beastmen from entering their territory. Jiang, she was momentarily bewildered. So there really are pig tribe beastmen? The world of beastmen is truly diverse. Mu Ling expressed his surprise as well. I only knew that snake tribe beastmen had strong reproductive capabilities. But pig tribe beastmen are even stronger? I once saw a pig tribe beastman in the Holy City. They were formidable in close combat. But since they were never chosen by females, they eventually left the Holy City. At this moment, Yueshi smiled and said, I know where their tribe is. He had once traveled with several tribesmen on a quest to find the most beautiful females in the world. But they were beaten back before they even reached the tribe's entrance. Naturally, he would never divulge that he had been expelled. Yueshi shook his head, fabricating tales. Those beastmen were jealous of our fox tribe's beauty and drove us away, fearing we would steal their females. Seeing that the conversation was veering into Yueshi's self-aggrandizing beauty contest, Jiang Xi promptly changed the subject. Tomorrow, after attempting to heal the contaminated beastmen, I want to conduct an experiment to see if I can restore my strength only when battling curses or if I can recover through any combat. If only the husbands need to fight for me to recover quickly, it would be as if I could roam the beastman continent freely. Mu Ling was visibly eager, practically itching to go out and fight that very night. Yueshi's interest was equally piqued. Huo Luan had been lost in thought, occasionally glancing at the mistress and then at Lu Lufeng. Lu Lufeng understood Huo Luan's contemplations and chose not to engage. He would never consent to such a notion. Instead, he served a steaming bowl of lamb soup to the mistress. Please eat a bit more, mistress. You've worked hard all day. Jiang, she was already full. But out of courtesy, she accepted the bowl and sipped the soup in small increments. As the warm soup filled her, she felt revitalized. Chapter 68. The mistress's house is so warm after all. The past few days had involved tending to Lu Lufeng, treating the unfamiliar young beastman Xiao Di, healing Mu Ling and Huo Luan, and even addressing Yueshi's dark circles before dinner. Tomorrow, she would attempt to heal the curse on an unknown beastman, making healing a routine task for her. Mu Ling remarked, the mistress doesn't need to worry about him. He can hunt for himself. He won't starve. Jiang Xi retorted, Mu Ling, do you really understand what it means to be soft-hearted? Lu Lufeng naturally chimed in, perfect. We can have lunch at Rihe Valley. We won't let the mistress go hungry again like last time. For him, as long as the mistress avoided dangerous endeavors, he was entirely supportive. After their meal, Lu Lufeng replaced the cold coal in the mistress's room with hot coals, quickly warming the previously frigid space. Jiang Xi's hands, likely due to frequent use of her healing powers, were notably fair and delicate, resembling fine jade. Lu Liufeng's gaze lingered on the mistress's elegant fingers, and his heart raced inexplicably. The mistress had mentioned that once her health improved, his heart raced even faster, his face flushing, and he found himself unable to meet her eyes, hastily excusing himself. Mistress, I'll take my leave now. Jiang Xi nodded appreciatively. Thank you. She stood to see him out. Though it was merely a few steps, it felt better than not seeing him off at all. That was close. She almost let Mu Ling come over. Otherwise, with his speed and abilities. Mistress, are you avoiding me? Suddenly, Mu Ling's voice rang out from inside. Jiang Xi slowly turned around to find Mu Ling seated comfortably in a chair, warming himself by the fire. The dimly lit room was suffused with the crimson glow of the dying embers, casting an eerie shadow that accentuated his tall, rigid form. As he glanced sideways, the interplay of light and dark fell across his sharply defined visage, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Jiang Xi nearly gasped for breath. Mu Ling. Scaring someone can lead to dire consequences. Mu Ling sheepishly rubbed his nose, his gaze flickering as he replied, "My room is too cold. The female master's chamber is much warmer." Jiang Xi's small head was filled with large question marks. Could it be that he intended to sleep in her room? She approached him, intending to drag him away. However, as soon as her hand brushed against Mu Ling's shoulder, he grasped her wrist firmly, leaning closer while lowering his voice. "Hush, there's something outside." Jiang Xi paused, instinctively turning to look out the door. Yet, beyond the howling wind and snow, there was nothing more than the relentless storm. Her heart raced, a sense of inexplicable fear enveloping her. Just then, she felt his grip on her hand tighten gently. The female master's hand had turned pale and smelled divine. "How shameless!" Jiang Xi exclaimed. Mu Ling, mistaking her intentions, tilted his face towards her, believing she meant to strike him. "Go ahead, hit me," he urged. Jiang Xi was utterly perplexed by his audacity. "Get out. I want to hit you. I'm going to sleep." A flicker of regret appeared in Mu Ling's eyes. Did the female master truly not intend to strike him? The thought of her fragrant, soft hand made him yearn for another slap from her. Unable to tolerate his persistence, Jiang Xi attempted to pull him away. "No hitting. Out." Mu Ling hesitated, unwilling to leave. "My room is freezing," he insisted shamelessly. "On such a cold night, the female master could lie against my wolf-shaped belly. It's soft and quite comfortable." Although Jiang Xi was tempted by the idea of warmth, she had no intention of sharing her bed with him. Mu Ling clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to relent. Just then, the door swung open. Lu Lufeng stood at the threshold, the wind and snow swirling behind him, tousling his dark hair. His gentle face, adorned with snow, bore a serene expression. "Mu Ling, come out," he stated flatly. Upon seeing Lu Lufeng, Jiang Xi quickly released Mu Ling and rushed to embrace his arm. Seeking solace, "Lu Lufeng, you must help me get rid of Mu Ling. He is utterly insufferable. Wanted to sleep in my room." If the female master had not decided who to stay with, it would depend on who could persuade her to allow them to remain. During their exploration with the tribe's beastmen, Mu Ling had consulted the married beastmen, who all advised him to have thick skin and endure any scolding from the female master without leaving. This way, she might develop an interest in letting him stay overnight. Thus, once Lu Lufeng departed, Mu Ling anxiously commenced his plan to remain in the female master's room at all costs. However, he had not accounted for Lu Lufeng. As Mu Ling sulkily exited, he noticed the female master quickly retreat behind Lu Lufeng, as if she wished to avoid any contact with him. This slight stung his pride. In the following days, he continued his reconnaissance within the tribe, seeking guidance from the married beastmen once more. It was said that different personalities in females favored varying styles, and he wondered what the female master preferred. He stood at the door, gazing at her. She hid behind Lu Lufeng, revealing only her bright, dark eyes, peering at him like a curious little creature, igniting his desire to pull her into his arms and cherish her. If Jiang Xi were to discover his thoughts, she would surely leap up and strike him on the head. Upon exiting, Mu Ling immediately spotted Yueshi leaning against his door, arms crossed, watching him with amusement. He chose not to engage and turned to leave the courtyard, for he had faintly heard sounds outside while in the female master's room. Although he had not encountered any polluted beastmen in the tribe that day, he remained vigilant. Lu Lufeng stood by the door, glancing in the direction Mu Ling had departed. His gaze flickered, yet he did not leave. Instead, he turned, gently wrapping his arm around the female master, soothing her with soft words. "Do not fear, female master." Mu Ling, sensing a disturbance, declared, "I must investigate. We cannot allow danger to approach the female master." Lu Lufeng reassured her with a comforting embrace. "Do not fear." "Female master," Yueshi observed, puzzled, while Huoluan eavesdropped, ears perked, intent on gathering information. Chapter 69. A nightmarish dream of a beast husband. Jiang Xi nestled in Lu Liufeng's embrace, eventually calming her racing heart. Though she knew that as long as she did not consent, Mu Ling could do nothing. The disparity in their sizes made her shiver with apprehension. Lu Lufeng's embrace, imbued with a cool fragrance yet radiating warmth, not only soothed Jiang Xi, but also made her increasingly dependent on him. It felt as if being with Lu Lufeng meant she would never face danger again. As she hugged him tightly, She nuzzled her cheek against his chest and couldn't help but muse aloud. Once I recover, we'll officially be together. Which means living together. Living together? Lu Lufeng blinked in surprise, his eyes lighting up with joy. However, he quickly composed himself, not allowing the thrill of potentially monopolizing the female master to cloud his judgment. He understood that he could not claim her for himself. Yet, he did not reject her notion, merely smiling and affirming. The female master can reside wherever she wishes. Cradling the fragrant, soft female master in his arms. He wished that such moments could stretch indefinitely. This was a natural occurrence. There would always be younger, stronger beastmen who could take his place and win the female master's affection. However, as long as he managed their home well and nurtured their offspring, she would surely cast her gaze upon him. The beastmen of Haixia were taught various ways to interact with the female master before they transformed. The most crucial being to ensure her comfort and make her life inseparable from him. Thus, even if the female master favored another, she would not overlook him. The beastmen from Haixia were well regarded across tribes, making them highly sought after. Marrying a beastman from Haixia would reduce hostility among husbands and minimize conflicts, fostering family growth and prosperity. Lu Lufeng understood that he could not be the exception, nor could he be a jealous, possessive husband who tainted Haixia's reputation. He remained in the room until the female master fell into slumber before departing. In her drowsy state, Jiang Xi spoke to him about a myriad of things, from wanting to eat popsicles by the fire to craving chilled watermelons. Lu Lufeng gently inquired about popsicles and watermelons, to which she responded, "Popsicles come in various flavors. And as for watermelons, we don't have them here. Those large fruits with green and black stripes and red flesh." Jiang Xi smacked her lips a couple of times before drifting into dreams filled with not only watermelons, but also honeydew melons, large winter melons, and giant pumpkins. Wait, why were the pumpkins so enormous? The pumpkins had wheels, windows, and doors. In her dazed state, Jiang Xi vaguely recalled a similar scene from somewhere. Suddenly, the pumpkin lanterns lit up, and the pumpkin door swung open from within. In that moment, she realized it was Cinderella. With a hat in hand, she dashed forward, only to freeze in place, utterly astonished. Jiang Xi shrieked, jolting awake from her dream. The door swung open, revealing Mu Ling's silhouette against the snowy morning light, gradually merging with the vision from her dream. Jiang Xi felt a surge of panic. How could she dream of Mu Ling, especially in a Cinderella blue princess gown? Jiang Xi felt as though her eyes were being seared. Upon hearing the mistress's shriek, Mu Ling rushed over, thinking something was amiss. However, upon reaching the door and seeing that the mistress was unharmed, he hesitated, contemplating whether to enter. The married beastman had not been taught about daytime matters. He had much to inquire today. As Mu Ling's thoughts wandered, Lu Lufeng arrived. "Mistress, what has happened?" Seeing Mu Ling standing idly at the door, he assumed Mu Ling had once again provoked the mistress and was about to speak. Yet Jiang Xi spoke first. "It's nothing. I just had a nightmare." Was it not a nightmare indeed? Of all the people she could dream of, why Mu Ling? Even dreaming of Lu Lufeng in a princess gown would be preferable to Mu Ling in one. Lu Lufeng was tall and slender, with delicate muscles and hair as smooth as satin, while in her dream, Mu Ling's chiseled face gradually transformed into Lu Yofeng's handsome and gentle visage. With this thought, Jiang Xi found that it was not so painful for her eyes after all. In fact, it was quite pleasing. Lu Lufeng remained unaware that the mistress had already adorned him with a princess gown in her mind. He walked in with some concern. "How would you have a nightmare? Should we summon a shaman to take a look?" He believed it must be related to the curse from yesterday, which had frightened the mistress. Jiang Xi waved her hand dismissively. No, it was just a dream, a nightmare featuring Mu Ling in a princess gown. His biceps and pectorals were so robust that they nearly tore the gown apart. Was that not a nightmare? As she left, Jiang Xi cast a peculiar glance at Mu Ling confused. Mu Ling followed her in a daze. Inside the fire room, Lu Lufeng served breakfast while saying, "Just now, the chief female and the leader visited, saying everything is ready. Mistress, you can go over after breakfast." At this, he hesitated. The mistress had been startled yesterday, leading to her nightmare. Today, she would be in close proximity to the contaminated beastmen, which might exacerbate her fright. Perhaps. He began, but Jiang Xi quickly interjected, "Let us eat quickly. We can't keep them waiting." In contrast to the mistress's eagerness, the other beastmen in the fire room showed little interest. Even if the chief female and leader devised this plan, they likely regarded it as a desperate measure. The contamination in the cursed land had persisted for so long, and the tribe had attempted various methods, all to no avail. The outcome was invariably death. Thus, rather than wondering about the success of the endeavor, the beastmen were more concerned about the potential harm to the mistress. Lu Lufeng could not help but say, "Mistress, perhaps you should reconsider going?" Mu Ling agreed, suggesting it might be best to leave it alone. "I have a strange feeling about this contamination." When the chief female and leader came this morning, they mentioned that the black fish from the ice river had vanished yesterday, as if they had never existed. It's quite peculiar. Moreover, last night, I sensed movement outside the courtyard, but upon checking, I found nothing. After leaving the mistress's room, Mu Ling had gone out to investigate but found no evidence. Throughout the night, he felt several disturbances but still came up empty-handed. Iyueshi looked at him with surprise. "I was wondering why you kept going in and out last night." She assumed Mu Ling had not given up on entering the mistress's room, attempting to sneak in while Lu Lufeng was distracted. After all, such occurrences were common in the tribe. Chapter 70. Lit's conspiracy. Mu Ling's words alerted the other beastmen in the room. Luan's lion-like eyes narrowed as he spoke. Perhaps the mistress should not go. The contamination had persisted in the cursed land for years. If the mistress could truly heal it, the holy female would have sent her long ago. Since it had never been mentioned, the mistress need not take such risks. Healing was one matter, but if the mistress were to become contaminated, it would be a grave issue. Mu Ling added, "Moreover, given the state of those two contaminated beastmen, their brains have been completely eroded. Even if healing were possible, they would not survive." Jiang Xi found herself in a quandary as they exchanged glances, all opposing her intention to treat the contamination. After all, their lives hinged on her decision. If her life were solely her own, she could act as she pleased, but now she bore the weight of 5 lives. Thus, she had to take it seriously. With pursed lips and a slight furrow in her brow, she contemplated before looking at them and saying, "Let's first assess the situation on site before making a decision. The chief female and leader are already waiting for us. It would be inappropriate to back out now. We should go see the situation, and if it feels amiss, we can refuse." The chief female and leader had the tribe's interests at heart. They were good to her and everyone else. Having made a promise, she felt it necessary to honor it to avoid losing credibility. With the mistress's words, they found themselves unable to argue further. Thus it was settled. The two contaminated beastmen were confined in a black wooden cage, placed in an uninhabited area of the tribe, covered with wooden boards and hay to shield them from the wind and snow at night. When Jiang Xi arrived with the 4 beastmen, she was startled to see a considerable number of beastmen and females already gathered. She had not anticipated such a turnout. "They've come. The mistress has arrived." As soon as Jiang Xi appeared, the crowd parted willingly. She noticed a few reasonably handsome beastmen in the front row, their faces contorting as they made exaggerated expressions towards her. She did not linger and headed straight inside. The chief female and leader hurried to greet her. "Mistress, everything is ready." Upon seeing so many beastmen gathered, Lu Lufeng furrowed his brow slightly and said, "Let the beastmen and females disperse. If the contamination spreads, it could lead to greater calamity for the tribe. With so many watching, if the mistress is unable to heal them, it would be embarrassing." At that moment, Nana suddenly scoffed. "Isn't she the one who can heal? If they're contaminated, let her heal them." "Nanas, do not speak disrespectfully to the mistress." The middle-aged female said this, though her tone bore no reproach. She then turned to Jiang Xi with a smile. "Please do not take offense. Nanas has been spoiled since childhood. She was born with externalized spiritual power, but unfortunately, I was unable to provide her with a better life in another tribe. The cursed power in the cursed land has robbed her of her externalized spiritual power. Now that we have a mistress, the contaminated beastmen may have hope." Jiang Xi squinted at her. "I don't recall stating that I could treat the cursed contamination." She turned to the surrounding beastmen and females. "Are you all here to see how I treat the contamination?" The crowd paused, some scratching their heads in confusion. "Yes, I heard the mistress could heal contamination, so I came." Me too. Me too." At this point, even the chief female and leader realized something was amiss. They had assumed the tribe's females and beastmen were here to witness the mistress's prowess, only to discover this underlying expectation. Was this not placing the mistress under undue pressure? Chief female Natalie stepped forward, stating coldly, "How many years has the curse spread across this land? If it could truly be healed, there would be no contamination left. I do not know who spread such rumors. However, we should be grateful that the mistress is willing to risk contamination to try. she is not obligated to heal us. As she spoke, Natalie glanced at Nana's mother. Lit, as an elder of the tribe, you should understand what should and should not be said. Where did you hear such words? The Shurho tribe is governed by 4 esteemed elders, led by the most respected elder female who has borne daughters and possesses significant standing within the tribe. Among them are Lit, Weinar, Chen and Bawa. Today, it is Chun Yun's daughter, Chunya, and her 2 beast husbands who have fallen victim to a curse. Lit chuckled, questioning why the lead female was so incensed, claiming ignorance of the source of such news, attributing her forgetfulness to her advancing age. Furthermore, she argued that if the other females were not concerned, why should the lead female be? Was it perhaps in hopes of marrying her daughter, Nanas, to Jiang and Hatilda? Hatilda, having inherited the bloodline of the 6-winged white lion, was born with wings. If all goes well, she is destined to become the next leader, and her female partner will ascend as the tribe's lead female. Lit, who harbored resentment for not becoming the lead female herself, took solace in her daughter Nana's exceptional qualities, as she was the most sought-after female in the tribe. Should Jiang Xi not regain her manifest spiritual power and become a female envoy, Nana's would undoubtedly rise to the position of lead female with her support. Thus, Lit firmly believed Hatilda would marry her daughter Nana's. However, everything was shattered by Jiang Xi. For this reason, Lit vowed to make Jiang Xi's life miserable and find a way to drive her from the Shurho tribe. Only then could Nana's reclaim her status as the tribe's most beloved female. Aware that the wholly favored females could not cure the curse, she spread rumors intending to undermine Jiang Xi's credibility so that she would be unable to remain in the tribe. To her dismay, her scheme was uncovered. Lit, you are offending the female envoy. Apologize to her at once. Natalie's expression darkened. If you refuse to apologize, I have the authority to remove you from the Council of Elders. The council exists primarily to assist the lead female in managing the tribe. And should any elder act detrimentally, the lead female has the right to dismiss them. At that moment, another elder, Bawa, spoke up. We were also elected by the tribe. Does the lead female intend to dismiss us so easily? This is excessively autocratic and unfair, showing a lack of regard for the tribe as females. Were you not also chosen by the people? Her words ignited murmurs among the surrounding females. Natalie's face turned pale with anger. She was about to retort when Jiang Xi interjected. Then, perhaps, come spring, I shall lead my husband away. I believe the other tribes in the cursed lands would gladly accept us and would not allow such slander against me to spread unchecked, nor would they exploit the tribe's beasts and females for amusement. Chapter 71. Who dares defy my female leader upon Jiang Xi's declaration? The expressions of both the females and the beasts within and outside the courtyard shifted dramatically, though they held no favorable opinion of her. Her new status as a wholly favored female envoy meant that as long as she remained in the Shurho tribe, the tribe would undoubtedly attract a multitude of exceptional females and beasts come spring. At that time, Shurho tribe would surely outshine the Lincoln tribe, emerging as the most renowned and esteemed tribe in the cursed lands. The other 6 tribes would certainly send envoys to pay homage to the Shurho tribe. Despite being the largest tribe in the cursed lands, the Shurho tribe had gradually been overtaken by the Lincoln tribe. Without the emergence of a female envoy, it would not take long for them to be overshadowed. Such a fate would lead to the tribes of the Giantwood Forest prioritizing trade with the Lincoln tribe, relegating the Shurho tribe to a lesser status. All tribes in the cursed lands are interconnected with the Giantwood Forest. At this moment, Mu Ling angrily exclaimed, "Let us go. If we are unwelcome, we shall depart." Lu Lufeng nodded in agreement, stating, "Wherever the female leader goes, we shall follow." Iyueshi smiled, adding, "A female follows her female leader. Naturally, the beast husbands will accompany the female leader." Huolin, though feeling it was somewhat inappropriate given his status, also nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Their comments elicited regret from the females, yet the beast's expressions darkened profoundly. There was no doubt that Jiang Xi's 5 beast husbands constituted the strongest cohort within the Shurho tribe, renowned for their prowess in fending off the cursed beast tides. Not only were they formidable fighters, but they could also command. Particularly, Lu Lufeng, who dominated the skies, could traverse even the cursed lands without obstruction. Since their involvement in combating the beast tides, the casualties among the Shurho tribe's beasts had significantly decreased. Should they depart alongside the female envoy, the Shurho tribe would likely be rendered incapable of competing with the other tribes. Apologize. Apologize. You must apologize to the female envoy. The esteemed female envoy cannot leave. If anyone should depart, it is you. Yes, depart. If anyone is to leave, it is you. The female envoy is a blessing bestowed by the Mother Tree. The Earthwalker of the Mother Tree is the one petitioned by the beast deity for our Shurho tribe's protection. Disrespect towards the female envoy is disrespect towards the Mother Tree and the beast deity. Get out! Get out! The relentless cries of the crowd left Lit's face ashen. She took a step back in disbelief. How had the situation escalated to this point? The beasts and females, who had originally come to witness Jiang Xi's misfortune, were now united in their desire to expel her. Nanas, supporting her mother, shared her fear. It was her first time witnessing the ferocious side of the beasts who usually revered her, as if they wished to tear the two of them apart. Grasping her mother's arm, she trembled in terror, pleading, "Mother, please just apologize. We should not have offended the female envoy." Lit glared at her daughter. Despite her daughter's weakness, Lit quickly composed herself, realizing she had no choice but to acquiesce. She turned to Jiang Xi and forced a smile. "I humbly ask for your forgiveness, esteemed female envoy. This was entirely my fault, and I assure you it will not happen again." Jiang Xi smiled slightly, her gaze shifting to Bawa, who, upon noticing Jiang Xi's attention, hastily averted her eyes. Jiang Xi raised her voice, declaring, "You and Bawa, elder, should be the ones to apologize to the lead female, not to me. The lead female acts solely for the welfare of the tribe. She immediately led the females and beasts to the Rihi Valley upon my discovery of food. If it were Jiang Xi, they would doubt my intentions and refuse to partake, for I would never engage in such thankless endeavors. Yet the lead female acted solely for the benefit of all. Were it not for her, I believe many beasts in the tribe would still be suffering from hunger. You may choose not to believe in me, but you should never cast doubt or blame upon the lead female, who has devoted herself to the tribe." Upon hearing Jiang Xi's words, the eyes of the lead female, Natalie, glistened with unshed tears. She had never anticipated that the esteemed female envoy would stand up for her. Jiang Xi's words caused expressions of guilt to wash over the faces of the observing beasts and females. They realized they had almost been misled by Lit and Bawa into committing a grave mistake. Regaining her composure, Natalie surveyed the crowd, and upon seeing the guilt etched on their faces, smiled. "As the lead female, it is my duty to prioritize the tribe's welfare. These are my responsibilities. Since everyone is present, I believe the tribe will have no objections to Lit being removed from the elders for her offense against me." While Bawa had only engaged in verbal discord, she had not offended the female envoy, and thus Natalie could not dismiss her as well. Furthermore, removing two elders at once could destabilize the tribe, as those who become elders have lived in the tribe for decades, bearing daughters and raising numerous offspring. Over the years, the family members had long since infiltrated various households and affairs within the tribe. "I concur," Venator stated. "I agree as well," Chinyan added. Bawa, fearing exclusion, hastily chimed in, "I also agree." She felt a sense of relief, grateful that her earlier dispute was only with the leading female and not with the emissary. Lit looked at Bawa with indignation, thinking that if Bawa hadn't stirred the pot, the situation wouldn't have escalated so dramatically. However, Lit refrained from further argument, knowing that in the future, she would still need to maintain a good relationship with Bawa to keep abreast of the tribe's movements. It was not yet the time to sever ties. As the matriarch of the tribe for many years, they and their offspring had received considerable privileges. Normally, during the tribe's collective tasks, they could quietly intercept more food and supplies from the back, hardly needing to toil in hunting. Now, it seemed that all of this would come to an end. In that moment, they all directed their grievances at Jiang Xi. If it weren't for Jiang Xi, once Nana Si became the leading female, they would have truly enjoyed their fortunes. With a sudden flash, he stood before her and coldly inquired, "Are you gazing at my matriarch in challenge?" The middle-aged beastman, frail with age, could hardly stand against the vigor of the younger beastman and quickly bowed his head. No, I was merely curious. I meant no offense." He crossed his arms over his chest, his wolf-like eyes surveying the surroundings, exuding an aura that dared anyone to challenge him. Chapter 72. Laughter in the darkness. Jiang Xi, wishing to bring an end to the commotion, addressed the leading female and the chief. "I kindly ask the leading female and the chief to disperse the crowd, leaving only the relevant family members, namely their matriarchs and offspring." This time, there was no need for lengthy explanations. The onlooking beastmen and females promptly began to scatter. Several elder members chose to remain. Noticing that Lit, Nana Si, and their beast partners had not departed, Jiang Xi cast a puzzled glance their way, clearly indicating her intent to dismiss them. In an instant, Lit realized she was no longer among the elders. Gritting her teeth, she led Nana Si and her partners away. Once they left, the courtyard became desolate. However, Jiang Xi observed that within the courtyard, only she, the leading female, and 3 elder females were present. The one named Chunya was absent. Was she not the matriarch of those 2 polluted beastmen? Jiang Xi looked to the leading female, who also appeared momentarily taken aback. At that moment, through the wind and snow, Jiaxi arrived with the lynx cub, panting heavily. Chief Lu Bo furrowed his brow. The lynx cub squatted in the snow, slowly shaking its head. Chunya's mother, Chun Yun, instantly changed her expression. The lynx cub shrank back slightly, its pale yellow beastly eyes filled with fear. Grandmother won't let me go. I'm too scared to go. Chun Yun's face bore anger, yet she did not unleash it immediately. She forbade him from seeking her out because she despised him and his father. His father had caused her 2 daughters to turn against each other, and now he had thrown Chun Yu's life into chaos. The cunning beastmen of the lynx tribe, hailing from the great woodlands, were notorious for disrupting others' families, which she found utterly detestable. Jiang Xi stood aside, her mind drifting to the various matters discussed by Yueshi and Lu Lufeng the previous day. Every family faces its own trials, and she wished not to interfere. However, upon witnessing this little beastman being scolded by elder figures twice, she could not help but speak up. Shall we commence? Though uncertain of success, she knew that delaying further could lead to the beasts breaking free and harming the females within the tribe. In response to Jiang Xi, Chun Yun's demeanor softened considerably. She still had one beast child yet to marry and had initially considered marrying him to Nana Si, believing she might become the next leading female. Yet, given her strained relationship with Lit, she had hesitated. After 2 years of indecision, she found herself presented with an even better opportunity. Thus, her attitude towards Jiang Xi was exceedingly amiable. I will defer to the emissary in all matters. Jiang Xi turned and nodded to Lu Lufeng, requesting his company to assess the situation. As she stepped forward, she felt a gaze upon her. Turning her head, she locked eyes with the lynx cub, who widened its eyes in surprise at being caught. Jiang Xi offered him a friendly smile before continuing onward. Although she was unaware of her face, marked by patches of white against the black, would frighten the little beast man, she instinctively radiated goodwill. That morning, while washing her face, she had noticed that the white lines on her face had begun to transform into small white patches. It wouldn't be long before she returned to normal. She felt a sense of anticipation regarding this matter. After all, no one wished to bear a visage resembling that of sooty coal. Yet it was an improvement compared to the previous state. The chief, along with several beastmen, removed the wooden boards and straw that shielded the cage from the wind and snow. However, the crowd soon discovered that the 2 beast-shaped beings within the cage lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, as if they might perish at any moment. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Beastmen cursed by pollution, upon entering the cursed land, transformed into immortal cursed beasts. They could only be slain while still outside the cursed realm. Seeing the matriarch's confusion, Lu Lufeng stepped forward to clarify the situation. The 2 ailing beastmen bore no visible injuries, nor were they at risk of freezing. This posed quite a mystery. However, their lack of struggle made it easier for Jiang Xi. Thus, when she approached to administer aid, Lu Lufeng and the other beast partners did not obstruct her. Yet, they remained nearby, vigilantly observing the ailing beastmen within the cage, ready to intervene should they feign weakness and pose a threat to the matriarch. Jiang Xi gazed at the colossal beast within the black iron cage, took a deep breath, and extended her hand through the gaps in the cage to touch the head of one of the beasts. As she closed her eyes, she was suddenly engulfed by a pitch-black realm. A suffocating danger enveloped her, yet this peril was not of a harmful nature. Rather, it felt as though it sought to envelop her entirely, including her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Emerald green light flickered in the impenetrable darkness. It was insufficient to illuminate the surroundings. Jiang Xi, akin to a wanderer in the dark, held forth the light emanating from her palm, wandering without direction. Suddenly, a glimmer appeared ahead. She ran towards it, eager to locate the source of that light. Yet, the more she ran, the further away it seemed. Exhausted, she eventually realized she was encircled by the light. and it was a dark light. "Is anyone there?" Jiang Xi called out into the darkness. A maniacal laughter echoed from all directions, and as the sound erupted, Jiang Xi was abruptly pulled from the darkness. "Matriarch! Matriarch, how are you? Matriarch! Matriarch!" An array of anxious voices arose from every corner, merging with the frenzied laughter from the darkness. Jiang Xi slowly opened her eyes, finding herself cradled in Lu Liufeng's arms. His amber eyes filled with concern. She felt utterly drained, too fatigued to lift her arms, and her beast-skin clothing was soaked with perspiration. "I am fine." Merely exhausted of spiritual energy, she panted, casting a glance towards the iron cage. Her words trailed off abruptly as she beheld the transformation within the black iron cage. Where there had once been two colossal beasts, now lay one beast and a half-black, half-white, grotesque, lifeless figure. Jiang Xi's breath caught in her throat, and she quickly turned her head away. Gripping Lu Lufeng tightly, she asked, "Did I succeed?" She had succeeded, yet why had the beastmen still perished? Lu Lufeng nodded, as if aware of her unspoken thoughts, and gently spoke to dispel her confusion. "Chunya has died." Chapter 73. The Beastmen Clash. Chunya has perished. As Jiang Xi was attending to the wounded beastmen, a sense of hope began to blossom as the cursed taint on their bodies visibly receded. However, before they could fully rejoice, a beastman rushed in with dire news. Outside the tribe, they had discovered Chunya's lifeless body, alongside the barely breathing beastman, Kylie. Corrupted, Kylie had tragically slain his female master. The backlash of their marriage contract had rendered him incapacitated, yet the taint kept him from succumbing to death. Thus, the condition of the two beastmen in the cage became painfully clear. The beastman whom Jiang Xi had treated had just begun to shed his taint when the marriage contract's vengeance struck, and after a brief struggle, his life was extinguished. Jiang Xi remained in stunned silence for a considerable time after hearing the news. Lu Lufeng rose, cradling his female master, and turned to the chief female leader and others. The ability of the female master to cleanse the taint could potentially reduce casualties for the Lion Roar tribe during beast-tide assaults. Yet it also risked creating a false sense of security among the tribe's beastmen, leading to unnecessary losses. Moreover, the female master's spiritual energy was limited. She could likely only treat those in the latent or early manifestation stages of the curse. The curse taint was categorized by severity into 3 stages: latent, manifest, and terminal. In the latent stage, the afflicted retained their sanity and appeared as normal beastmen. During the manifest stage, they nearly lost their rationality, their forms uncontrollable as the taint began to show. In the terminal stage, they fully transformed into cursed beasts with black fur and crimson eyes, devoid of all reason. Only those in the manifest and terminal stages could be detected by other beastmen. The latent stage remained known only to the afflicted, making it undetectable. If one in the latent stage failed to report their condition, the taint would manifest within 1 to 3 days, and within a day of manifestation, they would descend into terminal status, becoming bloodthirsty, cursed beasts. There were always beastmen in the latent stage who believed themselves to be exceptions, reluctant to report their affliction, ultimately causing calamity and harming their closest kin. This was why incidents of deranged, tainted beastmen attacking others occurred within the tribe. Lubo nodded thoughtfully. The female master's willingness to assist was met with immense gratitude from the tribe, ensuring that the beastmen would not deplete her spiritual energy recklessly. "After I confer with the chief female and the elders, I shall undoubtedly provide the female master with a satisfactory response." As Lu Lufeng departed with the female master, the other 3 beastmen followed suit. On their way back, Lu Lufeng could not suppress his curiosity. Why did the female master choose to establish authority for the chief female rather than for herself? Mu Ling, Yueshi, and Huoluan glanced over, equally perplexed. In their view, gaining sufficient prestige within the tribe was essential to prevent any form of indiscretion. Jiang Xi, nestled in his embrace, closed her eyes and replied, "Why should I seek to assert my authority? I do not govern the tribe. If I were to establish dominance, what would happen when matters arise within the tribe? They would bypass the chief female and come to me instead. I would be overwhelmed. The chief female, out of respect for my status, would certainly heed my words. Over time, they would only turn to me, and soon even trivial matters would become my burden. I have no desire to shoulder that responsibility. The Lion Roar tribe is merely a place of residence for me. I do not possess a strong sense of belonging, nor do I feel a sense of duty. Of course, to ensure a comfortable living, I am willing to assist with matters within my capability. However, to bind myself perpetually to the lion roar tribe as their pillar, that is implausible. After all, I wish to explore the world and witness its splendor. I cherish a life of freedom, or rather a heart that is free, unbound, unencumbered by responsibility, simply being myself. Lu Lufeng, Yueshi, and Huoluan grasped her sentiment. The female master had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the lion roar tribe. However, Mu Ling appeared confused and scratched his head, asking, "Isn't that a good thing? If the tribe were to heed the female master for all matters, such occurrences as today would never happen again." Before Jiang Xi could respond, Lu Lufeng interjected, "In that case, the female master would be tied to the lion roar tribe, shouldering greater responsibilities. Generations of chief females and elders have remained for this reason. Otherwise, with their capabilities, they could easily accumulate enough merit to leave this cursed land. The allure of power is intoxicating, even in a place as desolate as this. Perhaps it is precisely the danger of this cursed land that makes one reluctant to relinquish power, while neither the female master nor we find value in such power. Once certain matters are initiated, it becomes difficult to retract." Lu Lufeng did not wish for the female master to be burdened with mundane affairs. Upon discussing the matter of staying or leaving, Mu Ling finally understood. "Indeed, we hail from the holy city, and once we accumulate enough merit, we shall depart. It is unnecessary to invest all our time in the tribe." Enlightened, Mu Ling was filled with vigor. Eager for the cursed beast to attack today, so he could hunt down dozens, amassing merit points. Didn't the female master say she wanted to test her ability to restore her spiritual energy through battles outside the curse? Why don't we find some beastmen to spar with, and see if it helped her regain her strength? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi slowly opened her eyes, intrigued. The sensation of being utterly drained was unbearable. Her limbs felt weak, devoid of strength. At that moment, Yueshi stroked his chin, grinning as he surveyed the group. "I have a suggestion. How about we first try sparring among the beastmen?" The moment he spoke, everyone, including Jiang Xi, fell silent for a moment. Surprisingly, the idea held merit. A few minutes later, in the open area of the backyard near the icy river, Lu Lufeng unfurled his wings behind him, soaring through the air while cradling the female master. The swirling wind and snow danced around them, the snowflakes gracefully parting. On the icy river, Mu Ling appeared before Yueshi and delivered a powerful punch. Yueshi, balancing on his toes, glided backward atop the azure snowflakes. Huolun let out a resounding roar, golden scales spreading from his neck and up the side of his face. He struck the ice with a fist, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface as golden energy spiraled upward, racing toward Yueshi's back. Yueshi, gliding through the snowflakes, ascended into the air, but the golden energy collided with Mu Ling, instantly drawing blood across his face. "Huolun, how could you use your bloodline talent? Is it truly necessary to be so serious?" Chapter 74. Is favoritism not normal? Among the 9 major beast clans of the Holy City, although none possessed the ancestral beast bloodline, each clan had inherited unique bloodline talents. The purer the bloodline, the more easily these talents could be awakened. Huoluan, as a young leader of the Golden Lion clan, had naturally awakened his talent, the Golden Scale armor, early on. The golden scales could be summoned at will, rendering him nearly indestructible. Huoluan's ability transformed energy into blades, a pure offensive power. When utilizing his bloodline talent, his offensive and defensive capabilities merged, making him a formidable opponent at his level. Mu Ling, merely a wandering beastman, was uncertain of his bloodline and whether he possessed any talent or how to awaken it. The 9-tailed White Fox clan did possess a bloodline talent, but the conditions for its awakening were stringent, requiring both bloodline purity and the discovery of true love in this world, a profound connection of body and soul. Yueshi had left his ancestral land in pursuit of the most beautiful female, seeking to love her, for he believed he could only truly love the most exquisite female in existence. Jiang Xi, resting in Lu Yofeng's embrace, regained some strength. However, she was uncertain whether it was due to time or the battle. Hearing Mu Ling mention bloodline talents piqued her curiosity, prompting her to ask Lu Lufeng, "What is your bloodline talent? Have you awakened it?" Bloodline talent, Jinlin, manifested beautifully on his handsome cheeks, with subtle golden patterns emerging, enhancing his striking appearance. She was curious to see Lu Yofeng's as well. Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together and then shook his head. The bloodline talent of the ancestral eagle is called Leiji, but its activation conditions are exceedingly stringent. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback. Leiji sounded impressive, yet Lu Lufeng had not activated it? Stringent? Or the conditions? Lu Liufeng's amber eyes cast downward, gazing at the female master in his arms. After a brief silence, he spoke, to bear offspring possessing the ancestral eagle bloodline. What he did not mention was that the ancestral eagle bloodline is both an activation and a legacy. Once he passes the bloodline to his offspring, his own bloodline will dissipate. Without the ancestral eagle bloodline, he would be unable to activate the bloodline talent. This felt like a curse upon the Yinghaixia. Yet, in truth, the ancestral eagle bloodline had not manifested in a century. The clan believed they had been forsaken by the ancestral eagle, praying day and night before the eagle statue. Their prayers seemed to bear fruit, for he was born. He was inherently endowed with the ancestral eagle bloodline. However, at the moment of his birth, divine thunder struck, splitting the ancestral eagle statue in two. His arrival was both a resurgence of the bloodline and a divine retribution from the ancestral eagle, seemingly punishing them for their avarice towards the bloodline. Jiang Xi found this activation method peculiar. She pondered while touching her chin, seeking confirmation from Lu Lufeng regarding the method of childbirth. I remember that children are born from eggs, right? It only takes a couple of months to lay the egg, which is then incubated by the father beast. During the incubation, if one is not careful, it could result in failure, leading to stillbirth. The eggs she recalled were not large. So Jiang Xi did not feel particularly averse to the notion of giving birth to a small egg. She promptly made her decision. Let us have a child. That way, you can activate your bloodline talent. Lu Lufeng was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently. The thought of the female master wishing to bear his offspring made him feel euphoric. After all, not every beast husband could have children. At that moment, Mu Ling's roar echoed from below. Is there any effect? Heaven knows how jealous he felt upon hearing that the female master intended to give Lu Lufeng a progeny. If it weren't for his inability to fly, he would have wanted to soar up and drag Lu Lufeng down for a good beating. Iyueshi's voice soon followed, cutting through the wind and snow. Can you do it? The suggestion originated from Iyueshi, who, taking advantage of the snowy weather conducive to his combat style, danced gracefully in the air, utilizing the snowflakes to avoid touching the ground, solely using the snowflakes to harass the two, while Mu Ling could evade if he only needed to dodge. For the sake of combat effectiveness, he could only dodge a couple of times before engaging in close combat. Since Iyueshi could not land a hit, he was left to target Huoluan. Eventually, the scene devolved into Mu Ling being besieged by Iyueshi and Huoluan, one wielding a snow blade and the other exuding golden radiance, leaving him covered in bloodstains. His shout was not one of pain, but pure jealousy. Jiang Xi quickly reacted and began to sense. To her surprise, it was effective. She exclaimed loudly, "It works! Enough! Stop fighting!" The battle ceased. The wind and snow parted as Lu Lufeng descended with the female master in his arms. The ice river had shattered into countless fragments, revealing the flowing water beneath. Mu Ling stood atop a floating ice chunk, swiftly gliding over, while Iyueshi descended elegantly, stepping on the delicate blue snowflakes. Huoluan remained by the riverbank. Among the three, Mu Ling was the most severely injured, his stern face marred by frost-bitten bloodstains, causing Jiang Xi to stare at him for a long moment. She extended her hand. "Come here. I've recovered a bit. Let me heal you." Mu Ling approached, cradling her hands with his, forcing a smile that appeared somewhat foolish. He knew the female master would surely feel pained upon seeing his injuries. Deep down, Jiang Xi felt an indescribable discomfort. Was it really necessary to exert oneself so fiercely for just an experiment? Was it not better to evade like Iyueshi and Huoluan? It was foolish not to know how to dodge, leaving oneself battered. Silly. Jiang Xi pursed her lips and began to heal Mu Ling. Finally, she could not restrain herself any longer. Next time, be more evasive. Stop getting hit. Mu Ling scratched his head, grinning. The female master is so kind to me. Iyueshi widened his eyes in disbelief. I was clearly the one who should have dodged. Just days ago, I was beaten black and blue by him. It was a brutal encounter. Huoluan had nothing to say, as Mu Ling indeed had no way to counter him. He could only evade. However, Mu Ling's appearance, as though he had been bullied and unable to retaliate, was quite unsatisfactory. His gaze shifted, colliding with Iyueshi's. A shared glimmer of murderous intent towards Mu Ling flickered in their eyes. A moment of cooperation was established. Next time, they would make Mu Ling understand what it meant to be on the receiving end. Jiang Xi glanced at Yueshi and saw him immaculate, his hair flowing gracefully, and could not help but comment. That day, it was you who summoned the snow upon his head first. So he deserves the beating. Yueshi's fox-like eyes widened even further. The female master is biased. Jiang Xi averted her gaze, ignoring the accusation in his eyes. Compared to Yueshi, it was only natural for her to favor Mu Ling, right? It was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? After all, aside from a few shortcomings, Mu Ling truly had no faults in his treatment of her. As for Yueshi, he should wait until spring arrives when the Fox Clan beastmen come, and quickly send him out to seek the most beautiful female in the world. Otherwise, with all his fox charms, he would direct them all towards her, making it hard for her to resist. Yueshi was brimming with resentment, turning to fixate on the already healed Mu Ling. Come on, let us continue fighting. Chapter 75. Hiding under the wings of the beast husband Jiang Xi. Before she could speak, Mu Ling shouted angrily, "Come if you dare. Who's afraid of whom?" In a flash, he appeared on the ice surface. Yueshi also darted over on the snowflakes. Jiang Xi covered her face, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. When would these two childish fools ever grow up? At that moment, Huoluan's voice suddenly rang out. "Female master, should I join?" Jiang Xi slowly raised her eyes to look at him. The gleaming golden scales adorned the sides of his neck and sharp jaw, his golden hair radiant, and his emerald eyes fixed on her as if he would charge forward at her command, initiating a chaotic brawl among the three. Jiang Xi considered for a moment, but ultimately refused. "Never mind. Your combat strength surpasses theirs. Your joining would upset the balance. Let them have their fun." Although Yueshi lacked Mu Ling's strength in physical combat, his ice blue snowflakes were exceptionally sharp. It would not be easy for Mu Ling to gain an advantage over him. Amidst the swirling snow, the two figures on the ice occasionally flashed together, accompanied by the sounds of wind and snow, along with their childish battle cries. Come on. Don't think I want to hurt you. I'm scared of you." However, as the battle intensified, Jiang Xi noticed that the recovery speed of her healing abilities had accelerated. A contemplative look crossed her eyes. Could it be that the more intense the battle, the more her beast husbands utilized their powers, the faster her recovery would be? Seeing her silence, Lu Lufeng inquired, "Did the female master discover something?" Jiang Xi quickly shook her head. No, I was just thinking that if they continue fighting like this, my recovery of mental energy might not be sufficient to heal their injuries. The more intense, the better." This direction, she did not intend to reveal to them. Currently, it was a family squabble, so they were holding back. If she encouraged them to fight fiercely and it went too far, resulting in casualties, it would be disastrous. After all, she is the Empress. As soon as she speaks, they will undoubtedly unleash their full strength to deliver the desired effect. When confronted with outsiders, they will exert themselves to the utmost without her uttering a word. Thus, it is best not to say anything further, nor to fan the flames. Peace and camaraderie abound. The sensation of regaining her strength feels exquisite, prompting her to pat Lu Yofeng's hand, requesting to be set down. "Let me down, I am fine now. Being held like this feels rather embarrassing." Lu Lufeng replied with a hum. Yet, even as he released the Empress, his arm remained gently encircling her waist to prevent her from toppling backward. Jiang Xi leaned against him, her feathery wings enveloping half of her body, providing a warm embrace. She could not help but nuzzle closer into his arms. Lu Lufeng, noticing her movements, lowered his gaze with a smile, shifting his wings slightly to almost completely envelop her. Jiang Xi playfully pushed aside his wings, revealing her fluffy head, and flashed him a mischievous grin. Huoluan stood awkwardly to the side, unsure where to direct his gaze. Observing the battle on the ice river offered little entertainment. Watching the Empress and Lu Lufeng together made him feel superfluous, as if he were an unwelcome presence. Huoluan had never experienced such neglect, leaving an indescribable emptiness within him. This winter is truly frigid. However, before long, someone came to his rescue. Jiang Xi turned her gaze toward the direction Huoluan indicated, oblivious to his peculiar enthusiasm. Lu Lufeng, on the other hand, noticed it. He sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of inevitability. The beast husband of the first Empress, Hong, descended from the sky. He cast a surprised glance at the ice river. Although the tribesmen often fought fiercely for the Empress, such ferocity was rare. Nonetheless, given that the opponent was the Empress, Hong said nothing. merely informing her of the situation regarding his search along the river. Jiang Xi emerged from beneath Lu Liufeng's wings and stood beside him. She nodded, knowing she could not assist in this matter, and could only offer polite words. "Thank you for your efforts." Before she could finish, Jiang Xi suddenly sensed an ominous presence. It was the same aura she had felt after Lu Lufeng and the others encountered the black fish yesterday, yet it was now significantly intensified. At that moment, the source of this aura approached, the very beastmen who had accompanied Hong. Jiang Xi immediately went on high alert. She tightly grasped Lu Liufeng's hand, squeezing it twice, then looked at Hong and quickly signaled him with her eyes. Lu Lufeng sensed something was amiss. He lowered his gaze and swiftly lifted the Empress, retreating towards the ice river with remarkable speed, aided by the wind. Hong, perceptive as ever, deduced that the Empress had uncovered something related to the pollution when she signaled him. And as Lu Lufeng quickly withdrew with the Empress, it became clear that the issue lay with the accompanying beastmen. Jiang Xi retreated, shouting loudly, spread out. There is something wrong with them. Aluan's golden scales, which had just shed, reappeared in an instant, golden light swirling around him as his cerulean lion-like eyes scanned the beastmen. About a dozen beastmen exchanged bewildered glances for a moment before slowly dispersing. They had set out to the ice river before the incident with the black fish, thus remaining unaware of the subsequent events in the tribe. The other beastmen, aside from Hong, held a half-hearted belief in Jiang Xi's words. They continued to think that the first Empress and the leader were merely causing unrest to please the Empress. However, the notion that Hong would organize two teams to search towards the Mang Jiao and Ling Kong tribes left them with a feeling of unexplainable irritation and dissatisfaction. Yet, amidst those thoughts, a chilling sensation washed over them, as if a cold wind penetrated their very bones. The beastmen stared down at their chests, only to discover a black, withered hand protruding from their bodies, a vibrant red heart pulsating within its palm. A piercing scream erupted from an unknown source. The beastmen recoiled in terror, simultaneously unleashing their abilities towards the black hand. Chapter 76. I am strong too. The beastman's body crumpled, revealing the polluted beastman behind him. This figure bore a half-beast form, with pointed ears, a slender tail, a face shrouded in darkness, and crimson eyes that glared menacingly at the crowd, issuing a sinister cackling laugh. He raised his hand and crushed the heart, lunging towards the ice river. Hong promptly shouted, "Protect the Empress." Yet, it was unnecessary for him to say so. Lu Lufeng had already unfurled his wings, soaring into the sky with the Empress in his arms. Mu Ling and Yueshi, sensing the disturbance, hastened their approach. Lu Lufeng emitted an eagle's cry from the air, signaling the tribe for assistance. Hualuan's golden light swept over, leaving the polluted beastman behind. How could this happen? How could Kanye have been perfectly fine until now, only to suddenly manifest pollution? Moreover, the manifestation was occurring at an alarming rate. For beastmen afflicted by the curse of pollution, simply killing them was not difficult. Otherwise, they would truly become undying, resurrecting beasts of the curse. They needed to be burned with blue-scale powder within the walls to be eradicated entirely. However, with Jiang Xi able to heal pollution, as long as it had not reached the terminal stage, there was still hope. At that moment, a beastman from Ling Kong suddenly flapped his wings and soared into the sky, heading towards Lu Lufeng and Jiang Xi. Lu Lufeng, I come to assist you. Yet, as he approached, Jiang Xi immediately sensed something was off. Lu Lufeng, he has been polluted. Furthermore, it was pollution that had not yet manifested. Even though the scent was weaker than that of the fully darkened half-beastman, after a few comparisons, Jiang Xi's keen senses allowed her to distinguish between the aura of contact with pollution and that of infection. Lu Liufeng's brows furrowed as he retreated while unleashing wind blades that struck the Ling Kong beastman. As blood appeared on the Ling Kong beastman, a savage expression flashed across his face. He screamed and raged as his azure wings rapidly transformed into black. The beastman quickly closed the distance. Lu Lufeng held the Empress firmly, calmly retreating while releasing wind blades that precisely severed the opponent's wings, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground before he could get too close. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground had already concluded. The dark half-beastman lay writhing on the ground, consciousness flickering between lucidity and madness, his crimson eyes bulging grotesquely. Kill me! Kill me! Lu Lufeng descended with the Empress in his arms. Once Jiang Xi touched down, she quickly instructed Mu Ling, Hua Luan, restrain him. Mu Ling and Hua Luan stepped forward, pinning the half-beastman's limbs to the ground, rendering him immobile. Jiang Xi approached, her palm hovering over the beastman's forehead, emanating a soft green glow. This time, her consciousness was not drawn into the realm of darkness. The Ling Kong beastman, Carter, who had fallen into the ice river, was also retrieved. His level of pollution was not as severe as Kong Ya's, allowing him to regain consciousness the moment he fell into the icy waters. Now being pulled up and pinned down by the beastmen, he too was unable to move. The beastmen, who had previously harbored doubts about Jiang Xi, were astonished as they witnessed the blackness on Kong Ya's face gradually dissipate. When the leader and the tribe's beastmen arrived, the battle had already ended. To ensure safety, Hong instructed the beastmen to keep a watchful eye on the accompanying beastmen to prevent further incidents of pollution manifestation like those of Kong Ya and Carter. Jiang Xi's healing abilities had not yet fully recovered. She could only remove the darkness from Kong Ya's face before her strength completely waned, causing her to collapse backward into Lu Liufeng's embrace. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed sorrowfully at the sky. It is entirely my fault. I could not resist eating the black fish. I should not have concealed this matter. Please, end my life and spare the tribe from further calamities. Chief Lu Bo teetered with anger and kicked him. Kong Ya, hurry and express your gratitude to the female envoy. Were it not for her healing, you would have succumbed to the blue scale powder and gone up in flames by now. You would not even have the time to regret. Kong Ya, gradually regaining awareness, moved stiffly towards the female envoy, his eyes bloodshot. However, due to his injuries, he could only strain his neck to look in her direction. The immense gratitude he felt towards the female envoy was unforgettable. Should he survive, he would willingly serve her in the future. Jiang Xi leaned against Lu Liufeng's embrace, gently shaking her head. She truly lacked the strength. As the chief female did not approach, she turned to the chief and said, "First, take them away to be confined. Once I regain my strength, I could treat a bit more this evening to prevent the contamination from spreading further. If it reaches the final stage, I will be powerless to help." The orcs who had rushed to the scene witnessed Jiang Xi's process of healing from the contamination. All were profoundly moved, their faces filled with reverence, as if they wished to prostrate themselves before her, imploring her blessings. Before leaving, Jiang Xi thoroughly examined the orcs who had gone to investigate alongside Sui Hong. Thankfully, aside from Kong Ya and Carter, the others remained unaffected. Lu Bo expressed his respect, bowing in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, I shall assign someone to keep a close watch on them." As they departed, Mu Ling leaned in and whispered, "My lady, shall we engage in a few more battles to recover our strength?" Jiang Xi, observing his bloodied visage and icy debris, felt an urge to knock some sense into his head, questioning what he was truly thinking. "Are you seeking death?" He, with his comically attractive face, could not help but inquire, "Why did you only call upon Mu Ling and Hua Luan for assistance? Why not me? Clearly, in terms of closeness, you should rank before Hua Luan." Yu Shi, somewhat displeased, asked, "My lady, do you think I am weak?" Jiang Xi glanced at the towering figures of Mu Ling and Hua Luan before turning her gaze to Yu Shi, who was slender and ethereal. She thought to herself, "Isn't that the truth?" Upon receiving her affirmative glance, Yu Shi's temper flared. "I'm strong, you know. Such minor skirmishes are not my battlefield. My snowflakes are lethal weapons." Jiang Xi diplomatically and reasonably deflected, "They are melee fighters, while you're a ranged attacker. Thus, it is certainly more appropriate for them to restrain Kong Ya." Lu Liufeng looked at Yu Shi, his brow furrowed, disapprovingly saying, "My lady is very tired. Do not disturb her." Yu Shi's lips parted momentarily before sealing shut. With a flick of her fox-like eyes, she awkwardly replied, "I apologize. I did not mean to disturb you. I am very strong." Mu Ling, pleased that the lady acknowledged his prowess, laughed heartily and patted Yu Shi on the shoulder. I know you're strong." He exaggerated the word strong, fully mocking her. "Never mind. I shall not stoop to Mu Ling's level. Time will prove everything." Chapter 77. Only cooking for my lady Jiang, she spent the entire morning, twice exhausting her abilities. She was utterly fatigued. With the lady refusing to eat, Lu Liufeng lost interest in cooking. The other three orcs were rather inept in the kitchen, and as mealtime passed, they remained hungry. Lu Liufeng had no choice but to prepare a large pot of potato noodles. Each of the four took a sizable bowl to scoop noodles and ladled in generous portions of braised beef. They gathered around the fire pit, slurping their noodles. Within the fire pit simmered a small pot of lamb, but that was reserved for the lady. Though the others longed for it, they would not dare to take it. As Mu Ling inhaled the aroma of the lamb while enjoying his spicy potato noodles and beef, he reminisced about the hot pot from the previous day. He could not help but glance at Lu Feng, inquiring, "My lady has portioned the hot pot ingredients. Shall we have hot pot tonight?" While the noodles were delightful, he yearned for more meat. Huoluan and She also turned their gazes towards Lu Feng, their eyes gleaming with desire. They too wished to partake. It seemed that ever since the lady was absent, this household had gravitated towards Lu Feng as the de facto leader. After all, the lady only heeded Lu Feng's words. One of his utterances held more weight than their combined 10. As Lu Feng ate the noodles, he cast a nonchalant glance over the group. "Let my lady awaken first," he stated succinctly, indicating that whatever my lady decided for dinner would be the course of action. Mu Ling's eyes brightened at this. However, Lu Feng's next words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. "Do not disturb my lady." She rolled her eyes, internally scoffing. He truly thinks of himself as my lady's most cherished beast husband. If one were to consider the order of arrival, he had entered the room even before Lu Feng. What a joke. Huolin coughed lightly, self-consciously stating, "I have finished eating. I shall rest for a while." He felt he should not involve himself in this brewing conflict, nor overly immerse himself in their lives. After all, he would likely depart soon after spring arrived. No matter how splendid the cursed land was, it was not a place for him to remain. With this thought, he exited the fire room. But after standing in the courtyard for a brief moment, he saw the lady open the door, stretching lazily as she stepped outside. The increasing paleness of her face revealed the contours of her features, exquisite yet unfamiliar. Huoluan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall her original appearance. Jiang Xi awoke naturally, also having been roused by hunger. As she stretched and turned her neck, she noticed Huoluan standing in the snow, lost in thought. She tilted her head to look at him and casually remarked, "Why are you standing outside? It's so cold." Before he could register her words, he found himself following the lady into the fire room, which he had just exited. The three orc husbands inside the fire room raised their eyes to look at him, their expressions conveying unspoken sentiments. In an instant, Huoluan realized how out of place he was standing there. "I haven't finished eating. I'll have another bowl." Jiang Xi, oblivious to the nuances between them, noticed a third of the pot of potato noodles remaining on the table and directly asked, "Are we having potato noodles for lunch today?" "Such a simple meal. My lady, sit for a moment. I will prepare other dishes." With that, he rose, first heating the pot, adding oil, and cooking the sliced filet mignon over low heat. Then, he briefly blanched the purslane in boiling water, rinsed it in cold water, and prepared salad. Next, he reheated the pre-boiled potatoes and corn, mashing the potatoes, mixing in the corn kernels, and adding salt. Finally, he retrieved the small pot of lamb from the fire pit and prepared a bowl of spicy dipping sauce. In the end, he ventured outside to fetch the frozen honey taro ice pops, placing them on a bamboo tray. Once everything was completed, the steak was also cooked to perfection. Lu Feng, utilizing his wind blade, sliced the steak into small pieces, sprinkling salt, and separately placed chili powder in a small dish, unsure if the lady preferred it. Steak, braised lamb, purslane salad, mashed potato and corn, and honey taro ice pops. As Mu Ling observed, Lu Feng conjure several dishes in a manner akin to magic. He stood agape. Wasn't it simply a matter of cooking a large pot of potato noodles, adding sauce and meat, and mixing it all together? For the lady, he had prepared a variety of dishes, including stir-fried, boiled, and salads, alongside that purple, chilling stick. What other delectable treats lay in store? These were things he had never tasted before. She felt as though Lu Feng was treating him as a cursed wild beast. Yet, Jiang Xi recognized the taro ice pops immediately, exclaiming, Lu Feng, "Did you make this?" Lu Feng smiled gently, nodding in affirmation. The mistress expressed her desire for an ice pop, and subsequently mentioned that mashed taro mixed with honey and frozen would make for a delightful dessert. Thus, I took the liberty of preparing some hastily. When a mistress tasted it, was it reminiscent of an ice pop? Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Feng would not only remember her casual remark from the previous night, but would also prepare it for her the very next day. Excellent. She chuckled and reached to grab the ice pop, but before her fingers could make contact, a phantom-like motion swept past, causing the ice pops on the bamboo tray to vanish in an instant. Jiang Xi, without a moment's hesitation, turned towards Mu Ling, hands on her hips, head tilted, displaying a playful yet determined smile. "Give it to me." Mu Ling, clutching the ice pop, quietly complained, "Mistress, Lu Feng is biased. He won tea, let us have any." Lu Feng, at a loss for words, shook his head. "Mu Ling, there are plenty outside. I froze many. If you want some, go and get it yourself. But do not take the mistress's." Mu Ling's eyes brightened. He grinned, took the mistress's hand, and placed the ice pop into her palm, his fingers brushing against her delicate hand in the process. "Mistress, enjoy." He did not intend to snatch the treat from her, but was merely displeased with Lu Yofeng's favoritism, wanting to expose this behavior in front of the mistress. However, upon hearing that there were more outside, he no longer felt it to be preferential treatment. "Is this the one?" He took 5 sticks, ensuring that each beastman received one, and also secured one for the mistress, demonstrating that he was not like Lu Feng, who acted differently in the presence of the mistress. Of course, he chose to conveniently overlook the fact that the ice pops were also made by Lu Feng. Jiang Xi, noticing their antics, huffed, "You all only know how to bully Lu Feng." Saying this, she snatched an ice pop from Yueshi's hand and walked over to Lu Feng, personally feeding it to his lips. "Ignore them. We will eat on our own." In Chapter 78, titled "The Mistress's Ice Pop Tastes Better," Lu Feng was momentarily stunned. Then, his amber eyes lowered as he chuckled and took a bite. The mashed taro was soft and fluffy, and the honey was sweet, cooling as it slid down his throat and into his belly, more delicious than any food he had ever tasted. Truly delightful. Jiang Xi looked up at him, and when their gazes met, she smiled gleefully. "In the future, with more ingredients, we can create many more delicious dishes." "Good," Lu Feng replied with a smile. Mu Ling, gritting his teeth, aggressively chewed the ice pop as if it were Lu Feng. Yueshi sat by the fire pit, enjoying his ice pop, finding it delicious, yet tasteless. Only Huolin managed to detect a hint of flavor, commenting, "If this ice pop could be made in summer, it would surely be quite popular." Even he, who was not fond of sweets, found it to possess a unique taste. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received piercing glares from Mu Ling and Yueshi. Huoluan rubbed his nose and glanced at the dishes on the table before speaking up. "Mistress, the food is getting cold. We should eat first." Lu Feng quickly echoed, "Mistress, let us eat first, and then we can enjoy the ice pops." Jiang, she had only taken a bite, and upon reflection, agreed that it was indeed better to eat first. She placed the ice pop back onto the bamboo tray, intending to freeze it outside. However, before she could act, Mu Ling, ever perceptive, offered to take it outside for her. Jiang, she inwardly huffed, "At least you have some sense." She sat down, gazing at the sumptuous lunch spread before her, turning to the beastmen. "Have you all finished eating? Would you like a bit more?" Huoluan raised the ice pop in his hand. "I'm fine with just an ice pop." Yueshi, already full, could not eat another bite. He raised an eyebrow at Lu Feng, sarcastically remarking, "Lu Feng made us such a large pot of potato noodles. Boil them in water, then scoop them out. Who can't do that?" The braised sauce and beef were prepared by them as well. Otherwise, Lu Feng would likely have made them eat plain potato noodles. Jiang, she scratched her head, not quite understanding his implication. Assuming they were full from the potato noodles, she did not press further. She rubbed her chopsticks together. Looking at the dishes, her appetite awakened. "I shall begin." The steak was tender, the lamb slices dipped in sauce, the cold purslane salad refreshing, and the corn and mashed potatoes were soft and fragrant. As she ate, Lu Feng cut her a plate of braised beef. Jiang, she chewed, puffing her cheeks, her voice sticky as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Lu Feng sat beside her, his elbow resting on the table, chin propped up, gazing at the mistress with soft eyes as she enjoyed her meal. Seeing her relish the food filled his heart with satisfaction. Jiang, she nodded in appreciation. Lu Feng also returned a nod. Huoluan walked outside. However, this time, when he reached outside the fire room, he paused once more. "Mu Ling, what are you doing?" Huoluan approached and tapped Mu Ling, who was squatting in the snow. In a time like this, such sneaky behavior must be scrutinized. Huoluan glanced at the remaining ice pops and, without thinking, realized that the one in Mu Ling's hand was the one the mistress had already bitten. Coughing, Huoluan cleared his throat. Just as he was about to say continue, Mu Ling suddenly stood up, quickly glanced towards the fire room, and pulled him into a corner out of sight. Mu Ling raised the ice pop, his wolfish eyes narrowing, and threatened, "Do not tell the mistress." Huoluan felt a slight urge to roll his eyes. Yet, adhering to the etiquette of a great beast man, he calmly nodded. "Rest assured, I will not inform the mistress. Noticing Mu Ling's skeptical expression, he added, I promise. Huoluan brushed Mu Ling's hand away, straightening his clothing. Mu Ling released him, muttering, what else there to continue? I'm just having an ice pop. Although it was the one the mistress had eaten, thinking of this made Mu Ling feel both his heart and mouth sweeten. An ice pop licked by the mistress was undoubtedly sweeter than his own. He could not fathom it. Nevertheless, Lu Lufeng noticed that Mu Ling had been outside for a bit longer than usual. However, he deemed it inconsequential and did not dwell on it further. Yet, when the mistress finished her lunch and he went outside to retrieve her ice pop, discovering the one she had eaten was missing, he instantly guessed what had transpired. Helplessly, he fetched a new one and handed it to the mistress. Jiang Xi, puzzled, inquired what happened to mine. It could still be eaten. Don't let it go to waste. Mu Ling's ears perked up, catching Lu Liufeng's explanation. It fell in the snow, got dirty, so I threw it away. For some inexplicable reason, Mu Ling felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't he exposed him? If he had, the mistress would surely have slapped him. Jiang Xi accepted the new ice pop, and before eating it, could not help but say, next time, it can be washed and still eaten. There is no need to throw it away. While it was understandable that Lu Lufeng would not let her eat something dirty, she did not hold such high standards. Lu Lufeng cast a glance at Mu Ling, then replied, all right. Jiang Xi sat by the fire pit, blissfully savoring her ice pop. On a snowy day, with the fire pit and ice pop, life felt as delightful as that of a celestial being. Lu Lufeng also took an ice pop, sitting down to enjoy it with her. Jiang Xi, Lu Lufeng, Shi, and Mu Ling gathered around the fire pit, each relishing their ice pops. It should have been a lively scene, yet for some reason, it suddenly turned rather quiet. Jiang Xi initially did not notice, but soon, amidst the silence, two penetrating gazes from the side became impossible to ignore. She looked over and met the eyes of Mu Ling and Shi, feeling puzzled for a couple of seconds. Is there something? Mu Ling, caught sneaking a glance, blurted out without thinking, is it tasty? Jiang Xi glanced at the half-eaten ice pop in his hand, her expression bemused. Aren't you eating? The moment Mu Ling said this, he realized his mistake. He felt a bit frustrated, but upon seeing the mistress's inquiry, he spoke thoughtlessly again. Mistress, yours seems to taste better than mine. Jiang Xi. She quickly bit in her ice pop and turned towards Lu Lufeng. A visage that seemed to fear the arrival of Mu Ling, she couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Ling, if you continue in this manner, you may find yourself expelled by the matriarch. Chapter 79. None of you are allowed to stay. Mu Ling hastily covered his mouth. Noticing Shi's mockery, he glared at him. If anyone is to be expelled, it shall be you. Come spring, when your kin brings the Jin Hongua, you should make haste to leave. Our humble abode cannot accommodate you. As for the events of spring, who could say? What if my kin does not arrive? What if they come, but do not bring the Jin Hongua? What if they do bring it? Yet I refuse to leave. Jiang Xi's ears perked up, still processing Shi's words. By the time she grasped the implications, Mu Ling had already exploded. Shi, what do you mean by that? He sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Shi. Did you not say you would leave when spring came? Now you say you won't. What is the meaning of this? Shi, being more popular than him, posed a threat. If he stayed, the matriarch would surely be enchanted by him. What if he whispered sweet nothings in her ear and she forgot herself? Shi raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Did I ever say I wouldn't leave? Jiang Xi, having turned rigidly to face them, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. But just as she relaxed, Shi's next statement sent her heart racing again. Whether I leave or stay is not for you to decide. Jiang Xi's heart tightened, and she immediately interrupted their banter. No, you all must leave. She cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at the matriarch, crossed her arms, turned her head, and stubbornly declared, I simply will not leave. No matter if the matriarch scolds or hits me, I shall not go. Not only was he unwilling to leave, but he also harbored a faint expectation, a desire for the matriarch to strike him. Shi feigned exasperation and shrugged. Without the Jin Hongua, I cannot leave. Jiang Xi was unconvinced by his nonsense. Your kin will surely bring it. If they do not, we can search together. We can even ask Huoluan, as a member of the Golden Lion clan. I believe he should have a way to procure it. There are always more solutions than difficulties. If you all refuse to leave, how can I explain this to Lu Lufeng? I have already promised him that he would be the only one. I cannot waver on this. Shi smiled knowingly. Indeed, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Lu Lufeng sat silently to the side, not engaging in the conversation. The matriarch's unwavering decision stirred a complex unease within him. He feared that if this continued, he might develop feelings that were selfishly possessive of the matriarch. Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together. After a deep breath, he raised his amber eyes to look at the matriarch, wishing to convey that she needed more beast husbands. However, before he could speak, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Matriarch, may I come in?" It was Chief Rupert's voice. Jiang Xi quickly stood and called, "Come in." Lu Lufeng pursed his lips, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. He thought it best to address pressing matters first. The issue of beast husbands could be postponed. Rupert entered with two beast men, Hong and his son Jiaxi. Upon seeing the matriarch's other beast husbands in the fire room, Jiaxi felt a bit awkward. Recalling what his father had said, Jiang Xi invited them to sit down. However, there were only 5 chairs in the fire room, and with Hua Luan absent, Lu Lufeng stood to vacate one. Ultimately, only the chief and Hong were seated, while Jiaxi stood behind Hong, nodding at Lu Lufeng, who smiled back politely. Rupert wasted no time on pleasantries. He first explained why the first matriarch was absent before addressing the main topic. The first matriarch is dealing with matters concerning Chunya and will likely not arrive until evening or tomorrow. Jiang Xi nodded, recognizing the urgency of tribal affairs. Rupert turned to Hong. "You may continue with the next matter." Hong nodded and reported to the matriarch. "I have already inquired with Kanya and Carter. Kanya was eating black fish in the tribe, while Carter felt hunger last night, caught an unusual scent, and in a daze, managed to fish out a black fish from the icy river. He mentioned that whenever he tries to speak of the black fish, he feels an inexplicable force sealing his lips, preventing him from articulating it. As Hong spoke, his expression turned serious. Carter said the black fish was found in the icy river, yet we have not encountered a single one on our journey. These black fish seem to possess a consciousness, deliberately evading capture and seeking out weak-willed beastmen to corrupt and taint. This implies that the black fish, or the curse behind the pollution, possesses intelligence. For years, the cursed land has sought the source of the curse, with various tribes sending numerous beastmen into the wall. However, the cave is not fixed and there are multiple entrances. Beastmen have not only failed to find this cave, but can be instantly drawn in and transformed into cursed beasts if they accidentally stumble upon it. Later, the Holy City sent a powerful figure to investigate the black hole. The individual located the black hole and entered, but ultimately transmitted only 4 words: Black Abyss. Await. After analysis and discussion by the Holy City and various tribes, the conclusion drawn was that as long as there is enough time, the cursed power can be worn away. Thus, the orders from the Holy City over the years have always been to resist rather than explore or attack. As for the Black Abyss, they believe it to be the source of the cursed land, the cursed Black Abyss. Now, with heavy snow sealing the mountains, it is impossible to report back to the Holy City. If the cursed land indeed possesses intelligence and is strategically infiltrating within the walls, the tribe can no longer wait for the Holy City's decision. They must devise their own strategy. Otherwise, they would only face utter catastrophe. If anyone is capable of making a decisive decision, it is undoubtedly the matriarch bestowed upon them by the Mother Tree. Perhaps the Mother Tree foresaw this disaster, which is why it sent down the matriarch to assist the tribe in overcoming this crisis. Rupert and Hong detailed everything to the matriarch. This thorough explanation lasted an entire afternoon, and even Huolin, who was resting, came to listen. As they concluded, Rupert revealed their ultimate objective. Since black fish have appeared in our exploration towards the icy river of the Python Strangling tribe, it confirms that our direction is correct. Therefore, we wish to dispatch a team to investigate along this path to locate and eliminate the black fish. Chapter 80. Hua Luan's instinctive reaction if the black fish are not eliminated. The Lion Roar tribe will continuously suffer from pollution attacks. With so many females and young beastmen in the tribe, no amount of precaution can suffice. Moreover, the black fish can conceal themselves and corrupt others. Only the matriarch can sense the presence of the black fish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi understood his intent. However, she did not speak up, but looked towards Rupert, awaiting his direct explanation. After hesitating for a moment, Rupert revealed a respectful demeanor. "We wish to request the matriarch to accompany us along the icy river for exploration." For only the matriarch, before he could finish, Mu Ling interjected. "No, this is far too dangerous. What if the matriarch encounters peril? When has it ever been acceptable for the matriarch to fight in such situations? Are we all merely to be sacrificed as beastmen?" Must we cower behind the females in the face of this curse and pollution? He crossed his arms and scoffed. I do not agree. Though Lu Feng was also reluctant. He could sense that the matriarch would likely consent to this proposal. He glanced at Muling. Let the chief finish speaking. Jiang Xi smiled apologetically at the chief. Please continue, chief. Do not mind him. Rupert forced a smile, feeling somewhat hesitant to meet Muling's gaze. He understood that in the face of curses and pollution, the beastmen should indeed lead the charge, not hide behind the matriarch. However, they truly had no other options available. He could only muster the courage to plead with the matriarch. During this exploration of the glacier, the tribe will dispatch 33rd-tier orcs to escort the expedition. Regardless of whether the blackfish is found or eradicated, the tribe will allocate 200 contribution points for the female envoy. He hurriedly added that for each contaminated orc healed by the female envoy, the tribe would record an additional 10 contribution points. Furthermore, henceforth, the tribe will provide sustenance for the female envoy's household. After Rupert articulated this, he still felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, compared to the female envoy's investigation and treatment of pollution, these offerings seemed trivial and could easily be provided by any tribe. The promises he made were indeed of little significance. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Contribution points are not an issue. As for food, unless our household truly faces dire circumstances and goes hungry, there is no need for the tribe to worry. This food can be utilized to assist females and young orcs who are in greater need than ourselves. Jiang Xi understood that although she had resolved most of the food issues, there remained some elderly, weak, sick, and disabled individuals in the tribe who relied on the tribe's aid for survival. In her household, food was abundant, and every meal was satisfying. Therefore, it would be more prudent for the tribe's provisions to aid those who are more in need, especially considering she had just witnessed the tragic demise of over 10 members of Chunya's family. With Chunya's death, her orc husbands also perished, leaving behind only 3 young orcs. Given Chunya's mother, Chunyun's attitude towards them, it is uncertain whether she would nurture Chunya's 2 offspring, let alone care for Suo. The pitiful visage of Suo occasionally flashed in Jiang Xi's mind, prompting her immediate rejection of the food offer. The orcs in the fire room, whether it be Jiang Xi's husbands or others, were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that she would allocate the food meant for her sustenance to assist the females and young orcs of the tribe. Rupert was nearly moved to tears. The benevolence of the female envoy would be eternally etched in the tribe's memory. This winter was indeed more challenging than ever. Thus, the portion of food meant for the female envoy would be first used to aid the females and young orcs. However, once winter passes and life begins anew, when food becomes plentiful, the Shurho tribe would continue to support the female envoy just as the tribes of the Sacred City and the Great Wood Forest do. The blessed females, regardless of their location, are afforded generous provisions and need not worry about sustenance or livelihood. With a command, there will be plenty of individuals ready to assist. Let's focus on enduring this winter for now. Moreover, we shall set out only after Kanya and Carter have recovered. Kanya may remain behind, but since Carter was the one who retrieved the black fish from the glacier, his presence is essential to confirm the location of the discovery. Additionally, everyone must prepare food and warm animal skins for the journey, as well as tents and other necessities. We shall depart in 3 or 4 days. During this time, I will also conduct a thorough examination of the tribe to see if there are any remaining contaminated orcs. Rupert rose and promptly knelt down. He expressed profound gratitude on behalf of the tribe for the female envoy's great kindness. Jiang Xi was startled and quickly moved to assist him. However, Lu Feng had already taken the initiative to help the leader rise. There is no need for such formality, as the female envoy undertakes all of this without seeking reward, only desiring the safety of the tribe. Jiang Xi nodded vigorously, affirming that the tribe's safety and her own were indeed her responsibilities. Rupert expressed his thanks several more times, finalized the departure time, and then took his leave. After their group departed, Jiang Xi wiped her brow, feeling as if she had narrowly escaped a fright. She did not believe she could withstand Rupert and the chief female's act of kneeling before her. That gesture made her fear for her own longevity. At that moment, a cup of water was offered to her. Jiang Xi instinctively assumed it was Lu Feng and took a sip. However, after swallowing, she caught a glimpse of a wisp of snowy hair, and the familiar fragrance enveloped her. She was instantly choked. Coughing, she covered her mouth in disbelief and looked up, only to be met by the ice-blue eyes of Yueshi. The beautiful figure tilted her head, smiling as she inquired, "Are you thirsty, female lord?" Jiang Xi's eyes widened, and she quickly stepped back. In doing so, she bumped against a chair, losing her balance and leaning backward. Yueshi reached out to catch her, while Mu Ling swiftly moved to assist. Lu Lufeng hurried over as well, but Huoluan was closer than anyone and swiftly wrapped his arm around the female lord, securing her in his embrace. This action left not only Jiang Xi stunned, but also the other orc husbands in the fire room. Huoluan quickly reacted, helping the female lord regain her footing and steadying her before releasing her. A hint of embarrassment crossed his handsome face as he offered an apologetic smile. "I apologize." Once Jiang Xi regained her balance, she felt a bit awkward. "Thank you." Yueshi stroked her chin, pondering thoughtfully as she glanced at Huoluan. When did Huoluan become so kind-hearted? Mu Ling squeezed in, pushing Huoluan aside as he eagerly asked the female lord, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food." That evening, as Mu Ling wished, they enjoyed a hot pot dinner. With their imminent departure in a few days, it was wise to indulge while they could. After the meal, considering the need to treat Kangya and Carter, she requested Lu Lufeng to accompany her for a second round of treatment. As they passed by a household, Jiang Xi heard harsh curses emanating from within, and a familiar female voice caught her attention. She exchanged a puzzled glance with Lu Lufeng. "Who is that?" "It's the Senna family, namely Queek and Xiao Di. I was wondering why they hadn't come to find you today. Turns out they're at home being scolded." Jiang Xi furrowed her brow but did not enter. Instead, she asked Lu Lufeng, "Is there a way to contact Queek directly without being discovered by Senna and her husbands?" Xiao Di still requires at least one more treatment. Due to the internal injuries, it is difficult to heal solely with medicine. Thus, this treatment is essential. Mu Ling quickly interjected, "Her husbands are weaker than I am. I can sneak in at night without being noticed." Upon saying this, his wolf-like eyes sparkled as he looked at the female lord, awaiting her praise. Jiang Xi's lips twitched. "Very well. Then I entrust this task to you." Mu Ling exclaimed, "Hey." Jiang Xi turned and took Lu Yofeng's hand. "Let us go. I'll conserve my energy when treating Kangya and Carter later. As long as we control the pollution and prevent it from worsening, we can save some for Xiao Di." Lu Lufeng agreed with a smile, holding the female lord's hand as they proceeded. Mu Ling observed their clasped hands, his expression instantly darkening. No more laughing. He moved to Jiang Xi's other side and swiftly took her other hand. Jiang Xi was bewildered and turned to him, asking, "Why are you holding my hand?" Mu Ling glanced at her hand intertwined with Lu Yofeng's. "Then why are you holding Lu Yofeng's hand?" Jiang Xi replied, "Lu Lufeng is my husband." Mu Ling countered, "I am also the female lord's husband." The female lord cannot show favoritism. It was a valid point, and for a moment, Jiang Xi found herself at a loss for words. Lu Yofeng's gaze flickered as he spoke. "The wind is strong outside, and your hands are cold. Let me help warm them." Jiang Xi's expression turned slightly perplexed. "Huh? Aren't you feeling jealous, Lu Lufeng?" Mu Ling chuckled. "Then give me both hands. I will warm them." Lu Lufeng shot a look at Mu Ling, clearly conveying the message, "Don't push your luck." Mu Ling scratched his nose and refrained from making further requests. "Then let us go." Jiang Xi attempted to shake her hands free, but was unable to, ultimately resigning herself to his grasp. Setting aside everything else, it was indeed warm. Kangya and Carter were confined in 2 black wooden cages. Haimu and the black wood that blocked the breach in the guardian wall are of the same kind. And there are no extras in the tribe. They are all transported from the holy city. The exact material remains a mystery to all, but its ability to deter cursed beasts and block pollution is sufficient, considering that more polluted orcs will be confined in the future. Rupert commanded the orcs to dismantle 2 unoccupied houses in the afternoon, fitted the cages inside, and then secured the wooden panels to shield against wind and rain. As Jiang Xi entered, the 2 orcs instantaneously awakened. On Kang Ya's face, a hint of darkness was subtly spreading, yet it was minimal and would not pose a problem until the next day. Carter only had a pair of black wings. No signs had appeared on his skin yet. Jiang Xi treated both of them, primarily to maintain control. After the treatment, both orcs appeared significantly improved in spirit. Jiang Xi stood up, clapped her hands, and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, Carter suddenly called out to her. "Mistress." Assuming he was feeling unwell, she inquired, "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Carter, blushing with embarrassment, murmured, "Mistress, during the treatment, could you let the pollution flow out through my fingers? If it flows out from elsewhere, please let me know so I can remove the bee skin." Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. "It can flow out? Where does it flow? What does it look like? Let me see. Upon hearing her request, Carter's face flushed instantly. He hesitantly began to loosen his beast skin pants. Before Jiang Xi could react, Lu foam covered her eyes, and Mu Ling kicked Carter. What are you doing? Are you trying to impose on our mistress? Do you want her to marry you? Besides, what is there to see about the Bird clan? Carter winced from the kick. This is what the mistress wants to see. Of course. There was a hint of selfishness in him. If the mistress was satisfied after seeing, perhaps she would consider marrying him. Although he was not yet wed, he was among the elite of the air orcs, rivaling Lu foam. Kanya sat on the other side, momentarily bewildered. By the time he comprehended the situation, Carter had already been kicked several times by Mu Ling Jiang Xi. Slowly realizing, wondered where exactly they were looking. Although it might not necessarily be that area, it wouldn't be far off. She felt a wave of embarrassment, her toes digging into the ground, and her face flushed. Fortunately, Lu foam timely covered her eyes. Otherwise, what if he thought she had an interest in him and insisted on marrying her? She clutched Lu Yofeng's arm and turned away, then opened her eyes and fanned her face to cool down. Nevertheless, despite the embarrassment, she did not forget the matter at hand. Lu foam, take a look at it. Lu foam replied, Mistress, wait for me. He then approached the black cage, his gaze cold as he peered inside. Undress. This time, Carter did not attempt any tricks. He merely pulled down the waistband, revealing the navel from which black liquid was seeping. Indeed, the black liquid flowed down from the navel, scorching his inner thigh with a fiery sensation. If the mistress wanted to see, he certainly wished for her to see everything clearly. However, since the mistress was not looking, it was best to obediently turn over. Mu Ling cast an exasperated glance at him. Instinctively, he wanted to call the mistress over to look. But Lu foam held him back, shaking his head before asking Carter, what does it feel like? A bit fiery, but it fades quickly. It hasn't caused me any other harm. Lu foam nodded and then turned to Kanya. And you? Kanya quickly nodded. Yes, at first. There was a bit of a fiery, burning sensation, but it disappeared quickly, and there was no harm. Unlike Carter, who was full of schemes, he assumed the treatment process was merely like that and said nothing. Lu foam pursed his lips and remarked, it should be the black fish consumed, which is why the purified pollution flows out from here. Mistress can try tomorrow, but I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. You should have orcs boil some water for a wash. Lu foam did not summon the mistress, but conveyed what he had observed. With Kanya and Carter unscathed, Jiang Xi did not linger. As she walked, she listened to Lu foam speak. The familiarity of his words struck her. Yet she could not recall where she had heard them before. Lu foam quickly reminded her. Doesn't the expelled substance after pollution treatment resemble the black material on the mistress's skin? Jiang Xi paused momentarily. To be honest, perhaps due to her body's adaptation, she had never felt any burning sensation. She only learned about it when she purified the impurities after assisting Lu foam with his abilities. Now that you mention it, it does seem somewhat similar. Is my body like this because it has been polluted? The speculation was rather alarming. Mu Ling, listening, suddenly recalled memories of the misty forest. After a moment of hesitation, he shared, when the mistress was young, it wasn't as severe. Only half of her was black. The holy mistress and her beast husbands took her deep into the misty forest, probably to treat the spread of the blackness, but ultimately, it worsened, and she became entirely black from head to toe. Lu foam gazed at him, his expression contemplative. The misty forest? Are you referring to the legendary ancestral forest that floats amidst the chaotic mists? The origin of all things? Ancestral forest? Mu Ling scratched his head. I'm not certain. All I know is that there is no sunlight there, just fog everywhere, and the outskirts are filled with forest wolves like me. There were many terrifying creatures deeper inside. I was still young and cannot recall much, but eventually, the holy mistress took the mistress into the deepest part, to a place with many glowing vines. I, along with her beast husbands, waited outside the vines, and it was a long while before she brought the mistress back. Jiang Xi was somewhat taken aback. Lu Yofeng's tone was complex, yet he confirmed the speculation. If the records of the Eagle clan are accurate, the glowing vines are the source of the mother tree of life. All creatures in this world, including females and orcs, emerged from the ancestral forest. The first females and orcs to set foot on this continent were known as ancestral females and ancestral beasts. According to historical accounts, the entrance to the ancestral forest disappeared 1,000 years ago, and no life has emerged from it since. The ancestral forest is the source. It is said that every orc that came out of the ancestral forest possesses immense bloodline power, capable of reaching at least the celestial tier. The celestial tier, above the 12th and earth tiers, is the limit for orcs. In an instant, both Jiang Xi and Lu Lufeng turned their gaze toward Mu Ling. Compared to the harmless pollution on the body, the fact that Mu Ling hailed from the ancestral forest piqued Jiang Xi's curiosity even more. I heard that due to the dilution of bloodline power, there are virtually no celestial tier orcs left now, even in the holy city. Only 3 earth tier orcs are stationed, and it is said that only in the distant Wuang Sea is there a celestial tier C clan ancestor who has survived since 1,000 years ago. If Mu Ling could reach the celestial tier, it would be remarkable. Mu Ling raised his finger, somewhat dazed, pointing at himself. Me? He thought unlikely. I'm not that strong. I can't even defeat Huoluan. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was the truth. Lu Lufeng said, you might pay attention to the existing lineage of the wolf clan's ancestral wolves. Their bloodline talent activation methods may assist you. After pondering for a moment, he continued, I have heard that the wolf disease tribe has a lineage of wolves that were once of the ancestral wolf bloodline, but due to a mistake, their bloodline was taken, and they have been guarding the cursed land for life, unable to leave. If there is an opportunity in the future, you could visit the wolf disease tribe. Jiang Xi's face lit up with excitement. Then let's plan for next year. She delighted in Mu Ling's growing strength, as it could only bode well for her. Lu Liufeng's amber eyes flickered with acknowledgement as he subconsciously noted the female master's inclination to envision Mu Ling's role in the future. Coincidentally, the peak of the cursed beast tide had also passed by that time. Mu Ling's wolf-like eyes sparkled, for he sensed that the female master's stance towards him had seemingly softened. Excellent. His face radiated excitement, poised to express his gratitude, when Iyueshi's voice drifted over. Ethereal and soft. It was so excellent. It turned out they had arrived home. Iyueshi stood in the courtyard, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Mu Ling promptly fell silent, wishing to keep the female master's changing attitude a secret from Iyueshi. Otherwise, given Iyueshi's mischievous nature, he would undoubtedly stir up trouble, complicating matters. Noticing Mu Ling's tension, Iyueshi narrowed his fox-like eyes and smiled. Is that so? Mu Ling responded with a cool acknowledgement. From this day forward, he and Iyueshi will be different. He would be the noble beast husband of the female master, unlike Iyueshi and the others, who had been cast aside. Iyueshi chuckled. He turned his gaze to the female master. Is the healing going smoothly? Jiang Xi nodded. Instinctively, she concealed Mu Ling's origins from the ancestral forest, deeming it his personal affair. If he chose not to disclose it, she would not betray his trust. We discovered that the darkness enveloping me bears a resemblance to the pollution on Kanya and Carter. Iyueshi's attention was immediately diverted. What? He stared, incredulous. How could this be? If the darkness on the female master was indeed pollution, how could she have survived so long? He halted mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that the female master could heal pollution. Clearly, this thought struck both Lu Lufeng and Mu Ling simultaneously. The female master, capable of healing pollution, was herself contaminated? Jiang Xi, sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, let out a hollow laugh to lighten the mood. It appears that I have triumphed in this duel against pollution. This was evidently not amusing at all, further intensifying the solemn expressions of the 3 beast husbands. They recognized another pressing concern. The female master was about to embark on a journey along the ice river to seek out the contaminated black fish. If the female master was truly tainted, it must remain undisclosed to the tribe. Protect our female master. Chapter 83. Exclusive bite marks. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Lufeng turned to the female master and proposed, perhaps you should try to see if I could be contaminated? Jiang Xi's eyes widened in surprise. How will we even attempt that? Lu Lufeng, too, fell into thought, for contamination was a unilateral, proactive affliction rather than a passive one. He knew that during battles with cursed beasts, a bite could lead to contamination. However, this was not absolute, as many beastmen had survived bites without succumbing to pollution. Thus, it was difficult to ascertain whether a beastman was indeed contaminated. Lu Liufeng's gaze slowly fell upon the female master's lips. Her plump lips, under repeated treatments, had lost their dark hue, revealing a blossoming brilliance. Iyueshi observed this exchange with a sly smile. Lu Lufeng, you do not intend to have the female master bite you, do you? Jiang Xi blinked, intrigued. Is that even permissible? Mu Ling eagerly volunteered. Let the female master bite me. My skin is tough and resilient. She can bite me at will, And even if I were contaminated, she could heal me. His wolf-like eyes gleamed with anticipation. Iyueshi countered, you may be tough, but that makes you less desirable to bite. The female master should bite me instead. Our fox tribe has the finest skin. Jiang Xi shifted closer to Lu Lufeng, wrapping her arms around his, seeking refuge behind him. Lu Liufeng's enthusiasm was rather daunting. He lowered his amber gaze, rolling up the sleeve of the arm Jiang Xi held, revealing his smooth, bare arm. The known method of contamination from cursed beasts is through biting. While it is not absolute, if the female master wishes to confirm whether her body is contaminated, why not try biting me? Jiang Xi observed the muscular contours of his arm. Should I truly bite? Could I be the cursed beast? Is this appropriate? Lu Lufeng nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Jiang Xi glanced at him, then at Mu Ling and Iyueshi. If this is indeed to verify the results. Inside the fire room, Jiang Xi clutched Lu Liufeng's arm and bit down fiercely. When she withdrew, only a faint bite mark and saliva remained on his sturdy forearm. Jiang Xi fell silent for a moment before using a piece of bee skin to awkwardly wipe away the drool. Lu Lufeng gazed at her with a smile in his eyes, gently encouraging, go ahead, female master, bite harder. It won't hurt. The female master's mouth is small, soft, and warm. Jiang Xi grasped his arm again and bit down with renewed ferocity. She took a large bite, squeezing her eyes shut in concentration. Yet the outcome remained unsatisfactory. Unable to bear it any longer, Mu Ling rolled up his beast skin and extended his arm towards the female master. Bite me. Jiang Xi extended 2 fingers and pinched his firm muscles, her meaning unmistakable. She suspected that their abilities had enhanced their physical resilience. Iyueshi followed suit, rolling up his beast skin. Try mine. Iyueshi's arm appeared considerably more delicate than Mu Ling's and Lu Liufeng's. Jiang Xi looked at Lu Lufeng as if seeking approval. Iyueshi raised an eyebrow, and Lu Lufeng nodded with a smile. Jiang Xi seized Iyueshi's arm and bit down hard. However, this time, suspecting it was due to their abilities, she channeled her healing power into her teeth as she bit. The moment she bit down, a metallic taste flooded her mouth. She quickly pulled away, sputtering and wiping her mouth. Iyueshi grimaced in pain, but upon witnessing the female master's disgusted expression, his disbelief morphed into incredulity. Even my blood is fragrant. He attempted to add more, but before he could finish, Mu Ling's voice interrupted. It's black. All eyes turned to Iyueshi's wrist, where the bite mark was distinctly visible and deep, with droplets of crimson blood trickling from the wound. Threads of black mist emanated from the injury, spreading across the surrounding skin like fissures. The darkness continued to expand and contract with a green glow. Everyone stared in shock. Jiang Xi contemplated when I bit. I infused my spiritual power into my teeth. Yet based on her assessment, without the healing infusion, she might not have been able to bite Iyueshi at all. Regardless, she was certain that their powers had passively protected their bodies. Upon hearing the female master's words, Lu Liufeng's expression turned contemplative. He extended his hand. Shall we try having the female master infuse her spiritual power into her bite again? Jiang Xi understood his intentions and, eager to test it herself, did not hesitate to wrap her arms around his and take another bite. She distinctly felt the ease with which her teeth pierced Lu Liufeng's skin this time, a stark contrast to her initial attempt. Jiang Xi released her grip, the metallic flavor lingering on her tongue as she glanced at Lu Liufeng's forearm. To her astonishment, it bore the same remarkable phenomenon as Iyueshi's. The bite marks were surrounded by crimson spots, with black mist dissipating, consumed by the green glow. Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together, astonished yet vigilant. The female master's spiritual power could not only heal pollution, but also serve as an offensive tool. If this information were to spread, it might bring the female master considerable trouble. Jiang Xi, too, was astonished. Her healing ability could indeed be used to attack. She raised her palm, emanating a luminous green light, a hue that was both ethereal and gentle, devoid of any malice. At that moment, a muscular sun-kissed arm reached out. Jiang Xi, puzzled, looked up and met Mu Ling's expectant gaze, feeling an undeniable sense of confirmation. What are you doing? She asked, feigning ignorance. Mu Ling replied, the female sovereign should give it a try, his tone laced with eagerness and anticipation. Jiang Xi retorted, you think this is some sort of tasting session? No way. Mu Ling glanced at the beautiful bite marks on the arms of the other two and wished to possess a similar mark. He raised his arm towards the female sovereign's face, unwilling to relent. Come on, just give it a try. Jiang Xi disdainfully turned her face away. Yet soon after, Her eyes sparkled with a flicker of inspiration, and she directly wrapped her arms around his. Mu Ling's wolf-like eyes lit up, believing that the female sovereign was about to bestow upon him a unique bite mark. However, it was clearly not the case. The glimmering green light surged from Jiang Xi's palm, enveloping Mu Ling's arm. In an instant, his expression shifted from anticipation to sharp intensity. As a member of the wolf tribe, he sensed danger instinctively and nearly jerked away. Yet seeing the female sovereign's actions, he forcibly restrained himself. Jiang Xi looked up at him and asked, "What does it feel like?" Mu Ling flexed his arm, muscles bulging as he attempted to project what he believed was the allure of a werewolf. "I feel nothing at all. Please, feel free to utilize me." Chapter 84, An Ominous Sign. Jiang Xi's lips twitched slightly. What did he mean by utilize you? It sounded rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, given Mu Ling's compliance, she was not averse to reasonably employing him. Jiang Xi closed her eyes, allowing her healing powers to gradually flow into the flesh and blood beneath her palm. She bizarrely sensed the explosive energy contained within the flesh beneath her hand, or rather, the latent abilities. A peculiar illusion formed in her mind, suggesting that she could drain the power from the flesh beneath her palm for her own use. This sensation was both exquisite and perilous. Jiang Xi opened her eyes and turned to Lu Lufeng. "If you sense something amiss, remember to separate me from Mu Ling immediately." She refrained from warning Mu Ling and Yueshi, simply because she felt they lacked the maturity and steadiness required. Lu Lufeng nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, female sovereign, although I am unaware of your intentions, your commands are always correct. I shall merely execute them." Yueshi raised an eyebrow. However, in this critical moment, he did not indulge his usual whims. Mu Ling, though anxious, continued to thump his chest and boast, "Feel free to proceed, female sovereign." Jiang Xi glanced at him. "If you feel uncomfortable, remember to push me away." Following her instincts, she began to extract the healing energy she had infused, drawing it outward. Subsequently, Jiang Xi discovered that the healing abilities within her surged at a frenzied pace, filling her to the brim in an instant. Yet before she could rejoice, she realized she had lost control over the extraction. This force threatened to overwhelm her. Simultaneously, Mu Ling's sharp wolf-like gaze suddenly turned vacant, his complexion paling rapidly. A violent green light erupted from Jiang Xi, and in an instant, both Lu Lufeng and Yueshi sensed something was amiss. The two rushed forward, attempting to separate the female sovereign from Mu Ling. However, the moment they made contact with Jiang Xi, they were both simultaneously enveloped by the green light. The tumultuous sea of powers within Lu Lufeng and Yueshi was abruptly opened, as countless streams of green light surged into their realms of abilities. The green light swept through, calming the tumultuous sea in an instant. It began to manipulate the powers within, sending shockwaves in all directions. Yueshi, who had been stuck in a mid-stage of the third tier for quite some time, suddenly broke through the barriers and advanced to the latter stage of the third tier. Yet just as the green light was about to propel his powers upward, it abruptly retreated from his sea of abilities, flooding into Lu Yofeng's realm instead. In Lu Yofeng's domain, the green light intertwined with lightning, surging upward, much like before, creating a massive rift in the sky. The crimson hue that had appeared previously re-emerged, enveloping the area from beyond the rift. However, this time, the green light did not grant the crimson hue a chance to close the rift. The green light surged and illuminated the entire sea of abilities, causing it to rise in spirals, adorned with lightning, as it clashed against the crimson. Thunder roared and the sound of shattering echoed through the skies above the sea of powers. At that moment, above the Lion Roar tribe, a flash of white light flickered once more. Thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, a bolt of crimson lightning shot from the cursed lands beyond the walls, striking towards the interior, targeting the Lion Roar tribe. This radiant curtain expanded rapidly from the center of the Lion Roar tribe along the protective barrier, extending north and south in an instant. In mere moments, the protective barriers of 7 tribes were enveloped in a vibrant, flowing light. The females and beastmen of the Lion Roar tribe stepped out of their homes, dazed, gazing at the luminous curtain amidst the white light and thunder. Simultaneously, the females and beastmen from the Dark Lake, Sheepdog, Python Strangle, Sky Territory, Wolf Disease, and Scorpion Tail tribes emerged from their residences, transfixed in their courtyards, witnessing the colorful shimmering curtain rise from the protective walls. At the southernmost end, The Dark Lake Tribe's beastmen knelt by the lake, chanting ancient beast languages passed down through generations, praying to the vast, bottomless dark waters. At the northernmost end, the Scorpion Tail Tribe's beastmen knelt in the sandy ground, reciting their scorpion tongue, praying towards the desert, half composed of yellow sand and half of blood-red sand. In the Wolf Disease Tribe, an elderly beastman with murky eyes, supported by younger beastmen, trembled as he approached the altar by the wall. The altar faced the direction of the cursed lands, adorned with a giant wolf statue. The colossal wolf, reminiscent of the six-winged lion from the Lion Roar tribe, lowered its back, bristling with fur, as if to intimidate and threaten the blood-red cursed lands. At this moment, the eyes of the giant wolf statue glowed a grayish blue. The old beastman trembled as he knelt before the statue, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. He cried out in anguish, "The ancestral wolf has not forsaken us. The ancestral wolf has not abandoned his children." The young beastman, standing behind the old beastman, exhibited indifference and disdain in his wolf-like gaze. The old beastman trembled as he addressed the young one. "Mo, hurry. Gather all the wolf tribe members to honor our ancestral wolf." The young beastman, referred to as Mo, lowered his eyelids to conceal his dispassionate expression and bowed respectfully. "Yes." Meanwhile, in the sacred grove of the Greatwood Forest, the holy city's temple, above the Eagle Strait, and throughout the various ancestral lands, similar phenomena unfolded simultaneously. In the Lion Roar tribe, Hualun, shortly after the female sovereign's departure, sensed unusual activity from the direction of the glacier and went to investigate. The fire chamber had collapsed, and Mu Ling had transformed into wolf form, unconscious amidst the ruins. Iyueshi stood in the courtyard, brimming with vitality, playing with snowflakes. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his ice-blue snowflakes appeared much more translucent. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, covered in dirt, cradled the sleeping female sovereign in his arms, lost in thought. Hualun deduced that the female sovereign was merely asleep, not unconscious, because her breathing was steady and her complexion was rosy. "Wait, Rosie?" Hualun paused in astonishment. He was surprised to find that the darkness on the female sovereign's face had faded considerably. Only a third of her face remained shrouded in darkness. The skin exposed beyond the darkness was as lustrous as jade, with a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, her long eyelashes fanning out, casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. A sight of unparalleled beauty. Furthermore, this was merely two-thirds of her unveiled visage. Hualun found it hard to fathom how astonishingly beautiful the female sovereign would appear once she was fully restored. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he cast his gaze towards Iyueshi in the courtyard. What transpired? Iyueshi lifted his eyelids, yet his attention was directed behind him. "You should first contemplate how to send them away." Chapter 85. The Prophecy of the Golden Lion Clan. A gust of wind swept through. Lu Feng closed the door, isolating the interior from the outside world. He did not emerge, leaving the affairs outside to be managed by Iyueshi and Hualun. Chief Rupert approached with the beastmen and paused upon witnessing the collapsed firehouse and the disarray. "What is this? What happened? Where's the female envoy?" Rupert scanned the area, his gaze settling on a particular room. He sensed the presence of both the female envoy and Lu Feng within. Hualun pressed his lips together, preparing to speak. But Iyueshi was quicker. The female envoy is simply too fatigued and has already taken a rest. He had prepared this explanation earlier, having initially said it to Hualun merely in jest. Resting? Rupert's gaze involuntarily drifted to Mu Ling, who lay among the ruins of the firehouse. With the home in such disarray, could the female envoy truly be at ease? Iyueshi smiled. "It is merely a trifling matter among beastmen." Mu Ling reclined in the remnants of the firehouse, while Lu Feng and the female envoy remained inside the tightly shut room. Without needing to elaborate extensively, the beastmen who had come over began to conjure up myriad dramatic scenarios. Rupert wished to avoid disturbing the female envoy, but upon catching sight of the shimmering light curtain that had risen on the protective wall, he could not help but speak. The sudden appearance of such a phenomenon has left the tribe in a state of anxiety. The chief female has already gone to calm the females of the tribe, hoping to invite the female envoy to reassure everyone. Iyueshi, playing with a snowflake, smiled yet shook his head, indicating there was no room for negotiation. "There is no need for the chief to worry. This light curtain appears to be capable of blocking curses, and I see it as a fortunate occurrence." Rupert remained troubled. At that moment, Huoluan spoke up. According to the records in the Holy City's temple, the protective wall itself is an extraordinary light curtain that isolates areas from curses. Any cursed creatures outside the wall cannot penetrate the light curtain to enter within. However, as time passes, the light curtain fades, leaving only the wall, which subsequently loses its power to ward off curses. Cursed beasts from beyond the wall breach its defenses, wreaking havoc and slaughter. The 7 tribes beneath the wall struggled to resist and sought aid from the Holy City and various city-state tribes. Yet, by the time help arrived, everything had already come to an end. The 7 tribes of the cursed land paid a grievous toll, losing 2/3 of their beastmen's lives to keep the cursed beasts at bay. But without the light curtain to obstruct them, even if they managed to keep the cursed beasts outside, the taint of the curse inevitably spread into the air. The curse caused the life-giving mother tree to wither, led to the deformity of beast eggs, and caused many females and beastmen to gradually depart. Consequently, the 7 tribes suffered substantial losses, gradually transforming from protectors beneath the wall into a land of exile for the sinful females and beasts, aiming to gather enough beastmen to resist the cursed beasts outside the wall. Each tribe in the cursed land, I recall, has corresponding elders from their respective clans. The chief should consult the elders for confirmation. Although Huoluan suggested this, he was already certain that this light curtain was the long-lost protective curtain that had vanished for nearly a millennium. For reasons unknown, the curtain had disappeared and then reappeared once more. He had a premonition that great changes were imminent in the cursed land. It is likely that within 6 months, the Holy City and various city-state tribes will dispatch beastmen and even holy favored females to come forth. As the young patriarch of the Golden Lion clan, Huoluan possessed knowledge beyond that of anyone else. The cursed land is a place of sin, yet also a land of blessings. The Golden Lion clan rose to become one of the 9 great beast tribes of the Holy City, largely thanks to the sacred relics taken from the cursed land by their ancestral beast. His journey to the cursed land was prompted by unusual occurrences concerning the clan's sacred relic. The clan's elders, at the cost of their lives, conducted a prophecy to guide the Golden Lion clan. This prophecy pointed towards the cursed land. Thus, he sought to leverage the excuse of the female envoy's exile to journey into the cursed land and uncover the direction indicated by the prophecy. The prophecy is chaotic and uncertain. No one knows whether it heralds good or ill. Yet, even in its obscurity, it has prepared the Golden Lion clan for what lies ahead. For this prophecy not only cost the lives of the clan's elders, but also resulted in the loss of the sacred relic. Huoluan ventured into the cursed land with a sense of the unknown. Indeed, he began to discern some clues. However, as a solitary individual, he could not enter, nor was it the right moment. Thus, he sought the assistance of Lu Feng and the others. Yet, the reappearance of the protective light curtain would undoubtedly stir the Holy City. The Golden Lion clan would then possess a justified reason to send beastmen to assist. Perhaps he would not even require the help of Lu Feng and his companions. In the courtyard, Rupert displayed a hint of embarrassment. There is indeed a venerable elder, but he moved to the Giantwood Forest with his descendants over 20 years ago. In terms of kinship, he is still a brother to Rupert's father. Thus he should be addressed as Beast Uncle. However, they severed ties decades ago. Rupert's father, the previous chief, succumbed to the curse's taint several decades prior. His mother believed that had it not been for the Beast Uncle, his father would not have perished. Later, the Beast Uncle ascended to the chiefdom, and Rupert's mother led them to reside in the Yangchuan tribe. The Beast Uncle, now aged and having become chief midway, has been unable to manage the tribe for many years. The Lion Roar tribe has reached a point where it requires a new chief, and only those of the Lion clan can vie for the position. Rupert, being of the Lion clan and a descendant of the previous chief, displayed a strong inclination towards ancestral traits. Through numerous trials, he defeated the offspring of the Beast Uncle and ascended as the new chief of the Lion Roar tribe. The Beast Uncle had many followers among the Lion clan. After Rupert became chief, the Beast Uncle disregarded clan rules, leading his descendants and a considerable number of Lion clan members out of the tribe and into the Giantwood Forest, taking with them secrets known only to the chief of the Lion Roar tribe. As a result, in recent years, the Lion Roar tribe has diverged from the other tribes in the Cursed Land, no longer dominated by their own beastmen. Over the past decade, numerous native Lion Clan beastmen have been persuaded to leave the Lion Roar tribe for the Giantwood Forest or to dwell in other tribes. The population of Lion Clan beastmen within the Lion Roar tribe has dwindled to less than 1/10. The ancestral secrets that had persisted for centuries have also been severed. The Giantwood Forest? Huoluan furrowed his brow, but quickly returned to composure. According to records, the tribes of these 7 clans were born to protect. They were not permitted to leave the confines of the protective wall before the curse vanished. Unlike the exiled, sinful beasts, who could depart upon fulfilling a contribution quota, they were bound by different rules. However, this is ultimately an internal matter of the Lion Roar tribe. Though Huoluan belongs to the Lion Clan, he is not of the same lineage. Thus, he cannot intervene and can merely state that under these circumstances, the female envoy may not be of much assistance regarding the protective light curtain. Chapter 86. The female envoy bestowed favor upon me. Rupert understood well that he should not trouble the female envoy with every little matter. However, the female envoy is the Earthwalker of the Mother Tree. Any changes within the cursed land could potentially be blessings bestowed by the Beast God and the Mother Tree. Rupert firmly believed that the arrival of the female envoy signifies an opportunity for the Lion Roar tribe and the entire cursed land to transform and embrace a new future. For now, since the female envoy does not wish to see him, it must mean that there is no danger regarding the protective wall s light curtain. He could only take his leave. I shall not disturb the female envoy's rest. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek me or the chief female. Huoluan nodded. After seeing off Rupert and the group of beastmen, Huoluan turned to Jiang Xi, finally having the time to clarify everything. What transpired? Jiang Xi pondered, stroking his chin, uncertain of what should be voiced and what should remain unspoken. After all, he was aware of the clandestine connections between the Jiang clan and the Cursed Land. Reluctant to involve the matriarch, he casually dismissed the matter by suggesting, "You should consult Lu Feng and the matriarch." A glance at Mu Ling amidst the ruins prompted him to offer a more perfunctory explanation. "When he awakens, you may inquire about it directly." Though Mu Ling appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness in his beast form, Jiang Xi sensed that he was not in any grave danger. Perhaps, like himself and Lu Feng, he too would possess his own fortuity. Holland's emerald gaze darkened slightly. He knew that something significant had transpired moments earlier. However, this matter might be beyond his right to know. Understanding their need for caution, he felt a twinge of annoyance at being excluded. "I understand," he replied. Jiang Xi, unfazed by his emotions, instead beckoned him to lend a hand. "Help me carry Mu Ling into his room. It's too much to leave him out in this heavy snow." In a buoyant mood, Jiang Xi engaged in an act of kindness. As they moved Mu Ling's wolf form, Holland noticed a marked increase in Jiang Xi's otherworldly aura, indicative of a recent breakthrough, albeit still unstable and thus perceptible to him. Yet, he refrained from probing further, knowing full well that Jiang Xi would divulge nothing. He carefully sensed Mu Ling's essence, but aside from his weakness and drained powers, nothing seemed amiss. Yet, an almost implausible thought surfaced in Holland's mind. After placing Mu Ling inside, he lingered by the door, his gaze inadvertently drawn toward the room of Lu Feng and the matriarch. Holland was aware of Lu Yofeng's abilities. During their time in the Holy City, Lu Feng had shown signs of breaking into the 4th tier, but upon entering the Cursed Land, he had been constrained to the 3rd tier, unable to advance. How could he reconcile what he had just witnessed? After a moment's contemplation, Holland knocked on the door, eschewing any subtlety. "Lu Feng, have you entered the 4th tier?" A muffled response followed, and then Lu Yofeng's voice rang out. "Prepare some hot water. If the matriarch awakens, she may wish to bathe. She is fond of cleanliness, so let us be ready." Lu Yofeng's intentions diverged from Jiang Xi's. While Jiang Xi aimed to shield Holland from too much knowledge, fearing the Jiang clan would learn of their secrets, Lu Feng sought to draw Holland closer, aligning him with their cause. If the ship capsized, none would fare well. After all, with Holland's intelligence and strength, living under the same roof made it impossible to keep him in the dark. Lu Yofeng's breakthrough into the 4th tier could not remain concealed, nor could the matriarch's ability to harness the powers of the beastmen if they encountered fierce combat on this journey. Hence, Lu Feng not only intended to be forthright, but to ensure that Holland remained tethered to the matriarch. However, he chose not to disclose the possibility of Mu Ling's origins from the long-lost Zilin. The ambitions of the Jiang clan were too vast. While Holland might conceal the truth regarding the matriarch's safety from them, he might not do the same for Mu Ling outside the door. Holland was momentarily taken aback. his expression a mixture of complexity. He had not anticipated Lu Liufeng's transparency. Holland understood that Lu Liufeng's advancement was undoubtedly linked to the matriarch. He could surmise some of his thoughts, but, after a moment of silence, simply replied, "Understood." Inside the room, Lu Liufeng cradled the matriarch in his arms. Seated on a chair, his heart tumultuous with unease, he opened his palm, and an invisible wind began to spread around him. In an instant, the area surrounding him seemed to transform into a realm apart from the rest of the house. He could sense every movement within that space at will. Yet he refrained from unleashing his wind powers, for this was not merely an ability, it was a domain. A select few beastmen with bloodline power, upon breaking into the fourth tier, might attain such a domain. The High Priest of the Eagle Strait was a formidable entity with a domain of rain. Within this domain, beasts could not tread. It significantly augmented the powers of beastmen while suppressing the abilities of others within its bounds. Everything within the domain was under his command. If the domain were sufficiently potent, it could manifest permanently, even after the death of its creator. Legends spoke of the Wuang Sea, a domain left behind by a dragon beastman thousands of years ago. Only those bearing dragon blood could enter it. Thus, Lu Liufeng had long speculated whether the Cursed Land was also a domain left behind by some ancient power. Today, that conjecture had taken on a vague certainty in his heart. In the past, he had felt an overwhelming pressure in the Cursed Land. But after breaking into the fourth tier and gaining a domain, his perception shifted. Beyond the pressure, he sensed a feeling of repulsion and an implicit sense of resistance, a subconscious incompatibility between domains, marked by exclusivity and uniqueness. Lu Liufeng had never envisioned breaking through the third tier in the Cursed Land to ascend to the fourth, let alone acquiring a domain at this stage. It was unfathomable. Even the ancestral beasts would pale in comparison. Of course, Lu Liufeng understood that all these gifts were bestowed upon him by the matriarch's favor. His gaze fell to the matriarch, who had regained 2/3 of her fair complexion, exquisite and beautiful, surpassing any female he had ever encountered. Yet, an unshakable sense of unease welled within him. Despite his ascension to the fourth tier and the possession of a domain, he still felt a profound insecurity regarding his ability to protect the matriarch. He gazed at her and murmured, "I am still too weak." Chapter 87. The enigmatic heights. Lu Liufeng comprehended that soon the entire Cursed Land, the giant wood forest, even the holy city, alongside the beastmen of various city-states and tribes, would become enamored with his matriarch. If he did not strive to strengthen himself rapidly, he would surely bring disgrace upon her. Only the most exceptional and powerful beastmen were worthy of his perfect matriarch. He too must become stronger. Though Jiang Xi had drifted into a semblance of slumber, she was not entirely asleep in the strictest sense. She was aware of everything transpiring in the courtyard, including Mu Ling's collapse in the fire room, the protective barrier being raised, and Rupert arriving with the beastmen seeking her out. She wished to reach out to Mu Ling to inquire about his condition. She yearned to urge Yueshi to bring Mu Ling indoors to escape the snow. She wanted to call for Lu Liufeng to bathe and to suggest that he cleanse himself of the dirt that clung to him. After all, while he might not mind the scent, she certainly did. When Lu Liufeng's amber eyes revealed his unease and he lamented his weakness, she wished to reassure him that he should not belittle himself. He was indeed strong. As for Holland, who had not engaged in this matter, she had little to say. Jiang Xi found herself in an enigmatic state, as if her consciousness had detached from her body, enveloping and floating in the air. Just then, she sensed that she could ascend even higher and further. Instinctively, she floated toward the sky. As she rose, the scattered dwellings of the Lion Roar tribe came into view, the radiant light surrounding her seemingly soaring alongside her ascent. Jiang Xi curiously gazed at the blood-red expanse of the Cursed Land. However, due to the veil of light, the Cursed Land appeared somewhat hazy and indistinct. Consequently, she shifted her gaze to the other side, where lay the so-called giant tree forest. Jiang Xi had expected to see a sky filled with snow, but to her surprise, the area within the protective wall was where the snow was thickest within her line of sight. As she looked towards the giant tree forest from the protective wall, the snow gradually faded with distance, giving way to a light green hue, and further in the distance, a deep green became vaguely visible. Jiang Xi was unsure how high she had ascended, but the Lion Roar tribe was now buried beneath the snow, and the continuous protective wall had come to an end. To the south lay an endless expanse of blackness, while the north was a blend of yellow and reddish-brown, with the reddish-brown direction naturally leading to the cursed land. The thought of the cursed land compelled her to instinctively rise higher and further, to a height that felt as though she might drift away from this world. Again, her gaze fell upon the cursed land. Perhaps due to her elevated position, the veil of light had thinned considerably, allowing her to overlook the cursed land from the sky. It was circular. No, it was not merely circular. The protective wall encircled the cursed land in a round formation. The protective wall was not a linear structure from south to north, but rather formed a complete loop. Just as this thought crossed Jiang Xi's mind, she suddenly sensed several gazes upon her. Among them, the intensity emanating from the blood-red cursed land was the most powerful. Jiang Xi's gaze uncontrollably drifted in that direction, and soon she beheld a pair of blood-colored, crimson vertical pupils. A loud thud echoed in her mind, and Jiang Xi's consciousness plummeted toward the ground. The sensation of weightlessness blurred her awareness, and in the rushing air, she experienced fleeting visions, glowing vines, black scales, the azure sea, and a castle upon the water. Before she could contemplate, she rapidly descended into the snow, crashing through the thatched roof and landing in Lu Yofeng's embrace. She jolted awake, but the rapid descent had left her feeling nauseous, and she instinctively retched. Struggling in Lu Yofeng's arms, she attempted to get to her feet, but her movements startled him. "My lady, what is wrong?" Jiang Xi's eyes were unfocused. She was about to assure him that she was fine, but as she opened her mouth, another wave of nausea hit her. She could not bring anything up, yet the feeling of weightlessness clung to her soul, overwhelming her with a desperate need to expel it somehow. Jiang Xi vaguely sensed that her discomfort stemmed from her consciousness reaching a level beyond her capacity, revealing sights not meant for her ability. This realization sparked a physiological response throughout her body. Lu Yofeng's voice caught the attention of Hua Luan and Yi, who rushed in to find the lady leaning against Lu Lufeng, pale and retching. Lu Lufeng immediately instructed, "Quick, fetch the shaman." Jiang Xi, regaining some composure, immediately rasped, "Don't go." She rested in Lu Yofeng's arms, slowly lifting her gaze toward the door, her voice weak. I am fine." Her face bore an uneven pallor. A third of it shadowed in a deep hue, while the remaining two-thirds were devoid of color. Her eyes, starkly contrasting in black and white, were now glistening with tears, rendering her a pitiful sight that inspired sympathy. Hua Luan and Yi, stationed at the door, were momentarily taken aback. Yi reacted more swiftly than Hua Luan, stepping closer to crouch beside the lady, concern etched on his beautiful features. "Is the lady truly all right? Should I call the shaman?" In the entire tribe, aside from the lady, only the shaman could heal. Even Yi, being a powerful beastman, was helpless in this regard. Jiang Xi wearily shook her head. "I am fine. Just..." Her sentence trailed off as she noticed a potent scent emanating from beneath her beast skin garment. At this moment, with Lu Lufeng holding her and Yi so near, Hua Luan stood at the door. Beastmen possessed acute senses, and without a doubt, Jiang Xi knew they could detect the odor. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted again. "What is it?" Yi pressed. Lu Lufeng gently brushed away the strands of hair sticking to Jiang Xi's cheek, replying to Yi, "Let the lady rest for a while." He sensed that she was in the process of recovering. He then turned to Hua Luan by the door. "Hua Luan, please fetch a cup of warm water for the lady." Due to her preference for cooled boiled water, they always kept hot water on hand. Hua Luan, caught in a state of indecision, immediately responded, "All right, I will go get the water." He spun around quickly, his strides large, resembling someone fleeing in haste. Lu Lufeng observed Hua Luan's retreating figure, his gaze flickering subtly. Just then, Jiang Xi, eager to hide away, weakly spoke, "Lu Lufeng, I wish to bathe. Could you heat some water for me? It has already been prepared by Hua Luan. I will get it ready." He glanced around the room before settling his gaze on Yi. "Yi, please hold the lady for a moment while I prepare the hot water for her bath." Chapter 88. Heartfelt stirrings. Jiang, she was still regaining her composure when she heard Lu Yofeng's words, and her adrenaline surged, jolting her awake. "No!" Her voice rang out loudly, startling both Lu Lufeng and Yi. Jiang Xi still felt a bit self-conscious. Although they were aware of her current state, she still felt the weight of her situation. After surveying the room, she said, "Lu Lufeng, please lay me down on the beast skin." Lu Lufeng exchanged a discreet glance with Yi, then stood and placed her gently on the beast skin on the ground. "Rest for a moment, I will be quick." Jiang Xi lay upon the ground, enveloped by a sense of weakness that rendered her limbs foreign to her. The surge of adrenaline had only lasted a brief moment before it waned. She nodded slightly. Lu Lufeng exited the room, but Yueshi did not leave. During the time Jiang Xi refused Lu Liufeng's offer and was laid upon the beast skin, he remained silent. After Lu Lufeng departed, he continued to be quiet. As the saying goes, when children are silent, they are surely up to mischief. This adage equally applies to beastmen. After a moment of stillness, Jiang Xi suddenly sensed an unusual quietness in the room. Realizing something was amiss, she slowly turned her head, only to nearly collide face-to-face with Yueshi, who had leaned in closer. "What are you doing?" She nearly shrieked, rolling away from him and quickly distancing herself from his side. Yueshi sat cross-legged on the ground, his fox-like eyes narrowed with a grin. His hands clasped before him as he observed her with a playful smirk. "Are you afraid of me coming closer? Is it because you fear I might catch a whiff of the scent emanating from you?" Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xi felt her vision darken once more. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Mind your own business. Stay away from me." Yet the more she protested, the more Yueshi seemed to desire closeness. He knelt upright and crawled toward her. In that moment, the sight of him crawling echoed a previous memory, and inappropriate images flooded her mind once more. At this moment, Jiang Xi could no longer lie down. She propped herself up, extending her foot to press against Yueshi's knee, her expression alert. "Don't come any closer." Yueshi smiled mischievously. Why not? The timidity of the female lead intrigued him, igniting a desire to tease her. In truth, Jiang Xi's apprehensions were entirely unfounded. Once the marriage contract was established, the senses of the beastmen would be altered in varying degrees based on their affection for the female lead. If a beastman adored his female lead immensely, then, regardless of her appearance, she would be the most beautiful in his eyes. The scent emanating from her would be the most enchanting as well. Thus, the unpleasant odor Jiang Xi perceived might not be perceived the same way by her beast husbands. Quite the contrary, it could be that the natural scent unique to her was amplified in their nostrils, eclipsing any foul smell. When Lu Lufeng held the female lead, he found her to be fragrant. Similarly, Yueshi detected not an unpleasant odor, but a scent more potent than usual. This prompted him to lean in closer, curious to explore this unexpected fragrance. Clearly, he had yet to recognize the changes in his senses. Jiang Xi, seated on the animal skin mat against the wooden wall, crossed her arms defensively, keeping a wary gaze on Yueshi. "What do you mean by why? You're not allowed to come closer." Having suffered embarrassment in the past, she was determined not to relive that moment of shame. Just then, Huolun entered, carrying a cup of warm water. He paused upon noticing the female lead huddled in the corner while Yueshi knelt on the mat. Jiang Xi quickly called out, "Huolun, don't give it to him." She accepted the water with a grateful nod. Fearing Huolun might leave them alone, she hastily added, "Please stay. Wait for Lu Lufeng." He bit his lip, responding with a stiff To be honest, he was uncertain about how to interact with the female lead. He had never envisaged a day when he would sit and coexist peacefully with her. Over the past few days, Huolun had gradually grown accustomed to her presence. However, the thought of sitting here alone with her and the other beastmen felt oddly strange and awkward. Huolun could not recall if he had ever felt this way before, but instinctively, he sensed something was amiss. Seeing Huolun truly settle in, Yueshi narrowed his fox-like eyes. "Aren't you going to help Lu Lufeng?" "Lu Lufeng will manage without my help," he explained. He reiterated, besides, Lu Lufeng explicitly said not to disturb the female lead. Huolun was well aware of Yueshi's mischievous nature. When Yueshi first arrived in the holy city, even the most reclusive female had ventured out to attend banquets. Yueshi, meanwhile, was stirring up trouble among them. Today, he declared he wanted to marry one of the 9 beast tribes' females, and tomorrow, he was set on courting the favored females of the temple. This caused quite a commotion, leading the females of the holy city to fight over him. Yet, he merely leaned back, enjoying the spectacle. When confronted by the fathers and brothers of the females, he would coolly retort, "I never said I wanted to marry them." That was purely their whim. Yueshi's antics incited the wrath of the beastmen, who could only seethe in silence, for the females were enamored with him, leaving the beastmen with no recourse but to act covertly against him. Thus, Yueshi lingered in the holy city, caught between the disdain of the beastmen and the adoration of the females. Truth be told, after Yueshi was forcefully wed to Jiang Xi, the beastmen of the holy city rejoiced, feeling as though they owed Jiang Xi a debt of gratitude for marrying off such a vile and ugly female to him. Huoluan held no particular opinion on the matter, since he too had been coerced into marriage. Hence, he found a certain satisfaction in Iyueshi's predicament, almost reveling in his discomfort. Yet, it seemed that Iyueshi appeared to be enjoying himself instead. Chapter 89. The animal skin cannot be removed. Iyueshi protested. What trouble have I caused the female lead? He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Xi. She turned her head away, her disapproval clear. Iyueshi was frustrated. Never before had a female shown him such disdain, especially not one who was his own female lead, who had once insisted on marrying him at all costs. Previously, the beastmen often claimed that the affection of the female lead was fleeting, rarely lasting long. Iyueshi had never believed such notions. He was convinced that, with determination, he could win over anyone. However, in recent days, he had faced constant rejection, driving him to the brink of frustration. At that moment, Lu Lufeng entered with the prepared warm water. The atmosphere in the room felt peculiar. Nonetheless, he paid it no mind and approached the female lead. Can I help you bathe? She extended her arms towards Lu Lufeng, seeking his assistance to rise. Instead, he bent down and lifted her as if she were a child. Jiang Xi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Instinctively, she glanced at Huoluan and Iyueshi, sensing that this display was somewhat inappropriate in front of an audience. However, she quickly calmed herself. Now, only Iyueshi and Huoluan remained in the room. Upon witnessing Lu Lufeng carry the female lead away without any resistance from her, Iyueshi let out an annoyed huff. He stood up and walked toward the door. As he reached the threshold, Huoluan's voice suddenly called out from behind. If you wish to stay, you should refrain from acting on your impulses, perhaps learn a thing or two. Before Huoluan could finish his sentence, Iyueshi turned, leaning against the doorframe, arching an eyebrow, and interrupted. What does it concern you? After speaking, he scrutinized Huoluan from head to toe. To his knowledge, Huoluan was not the type to meddle in others' affairs, even if one of them was his female lead. The young lord of the Golden Lion clan possessed a pride and arrogance that rivaled anyone else's. Thus, Iyueshi doubted that Huoluan would be inclined to meddle in this matter. With a sly smile, Iyueshi remarked, I hope that after this winter, you can successfully annul your marriage contract and leave this cursed land. As the room was left with only Huoluan, he, too, possessed heightened senses. He could hear the soft sounds of Jiang Xi speaking with Lu Lufeng in the adjacent room. Lu Lufeng, I can't get this off. Can you help me? Jiang Xi's voice was sweet and almost plaintive. Inside her chamber, Jiang Xi was struggling to remove her animal skin attire. The awkwardness of the situation was compounded by the stains that had adhered to the fabric, making it nearly impossible to remove. With her lacking strength, she found herself unable to pull it off. It was mortifying to ask Lu Lufeng for assistance, wishing she could simply vanish into the ground. However, he was the only one capable of aiding her. Lu Lufeng had initially turned to leave, but paused upon hearing her plea. The animal skin attire had already been partially loosened, revealing her smooth shoulders, a striking contrast of black and white. How can I help? Lu Liufeng's gaze was uncertain, unsure where to direct his eyes. He instinctively wanted to look at the female lead, but feared her disapproval, so he averted his gaze. Jiang Xi felt incredibly embarrassed, her cheeks aflame. Yet, if she did not allow Lu Lufeng to assist her, she might struggle to the point of freezing from the water. Meeting Lu Liufeng's downcast gaze, she bit her lip and said, Close your eyes. All right, Lu Lufeng replied. He obediently closed his eyes, the delicate eyelids revealing tiny, dark-hued blood vessels, while his long eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyes. Occasionally, the lashes fluttered, as if about to open at any moment. This was the first time Jiang Xi observed him so directly. His cold, pale skin, high nose, and thin lips presented a demeanor of icy elegance. However, once his eyes were opened, the warmth contained within his amber gaze dissipated that chill, rendering him gentle. Jiang Xi took a deep breath, grasping his hand and placing it upon her fur. She only needed to pull backward. The fur was inherently heavy, and once stained with these extraneous impurities, it became sticky and burdensome. The primary reason was that Jiang Xi had just surged 2 levels, reaching level 5. Consequently, the impurities leaking from her body were greater than ever before. Furthermore, her overexertion of abilities left her limbs weak, turning the simple act of undressing into a challenge. Lu Lufeng held the fur with one hand while gently lifting it with the other, resting it upon the smooth expanse of the female master's shoulder. He hesitated momentarily, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. "I will support you a bit, that way it won't hurt the female master." His words were laden with ambiguity. Jiang Xi felt her cheeks grow warmer, and she stammered an affirmative. "You may pull." Lu Yofeng's face also flushed deeply, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Though his eyes were closed, blinding him from sight, the closure of his vision amplified his other senses. The sensation was smooth and soft. The aroma was rich and fragrant. The sound was a faint rustle. Though he could not discern flavors, he inexplicably began to salivate. Swallowing hard, Jiang Xi gripped the bathtub, urging Lu Lufeng from behind to help her peel away the fur clinging to her body. As she felt the fur gradually loosening from her sticky skin, she softly urged him to hasten. "Faster, please." This position felt exceedingly peculiar, and her dialogue was equally strange. Jiang Xi, initially a bit embarrassed, had her face flushed like an apple. Lu Lufeng mumbled an acknowledgement. The sound of tearing intensified. The stubborn fur, with Lu Lufeng's gentle exertion, finally separated completely from Jiang Xi's body. He instinctively wished to open his eyes, but as his eyelids lifted, a flash of white forced him to quickly shut them again, his head bowing lower. All done. Jiang Xi almost fled into the bathtub. With a splash, warm water spilled over. She submerged herself entirely, then turned her head towards Lu Lufeng, who still hung his head inside the room. "Say, it's done." Chapter 90. Everyone goes to bathe in the ice river in the courtyard. Huoluan and Yueshi simultaneously pushed open the door. Both wore expressions of slight embarrassment and a faint blush, their gazes flickering, uncertain where to land. They exchanged a glance. Not long after he left, Yueshi's door opened once more. He gritted his teeth, muttering something under his breath before heading towards the ice river in the backyard. After a while, Jiang Xi's door swung open. Lu Lufeng emerged, face flushed and gaze darting, stepping lightly towards the backyard. At the ice river, three beastmen exchanged glances. Aluan remarked. "Time for a bath." Yueshi shot a glance at Lu Lufeng and teased. "What brings you to the ice river for a bath as well? Did the female master not keep you behind?" He was consumed with jealousy. Lu Lufeng paid no heed to his jests, simply saying, "Make it quick. The fire room has collapsed. We still need to tidy up." Jiang Xi remained unaware that after Lu Lufeng exited the room, he had gone to the ice river to cool off. She also had no inkling that Huoluan and Yueshi were likewise cooling down in the ice river. Joyfully, she scrubbed herself, humming a little tune. The fact that she had surged 2 levels filled her with delight. She pondered about rewarding Mu Ling. She wondered how he was faring and resolved to visit him after her bath. A shimmering green light emanated from her palm, and Jiang Xi raised her hand to inspect it. To her astonishment, her healing abilities could instead siphon the powers of the beastmen for her own use. This was nothing short of extraordinary. During combat, she need not rely on the beastmen's prowess to hasten her recovery. She could draw upon the abilities of her opponents to heal her own side's warriors. However, she currently could not control the extent of this siphoning. She would need to practice diligently to master it. This way, in times of dire need for abilities, she could utilize the beastman's strengths. Otherwise, if she continued to draw uncontrollably, it would only disrupt her efforts and hinder her ability to assist everyone. When Jiang Xi finished her bath, she felt significantly rejuvenated. After waiting in a room for a while, upon hearing commotion outside, she called out, "Lu Lufeng, could you help me dry my hair?" A human-shaped hairdryer, the stylish item of the beastman world. Soon, Lu Yofeng's voice came from outside. "All right, I'll be right there." Huoluan and Yueshi exchanged glances, both looking at him. He first hung the cleaned fur clothing on the fence to dry, then proceeded to the ruins of the fire room to start a charcoal fire. The wind and snow swept in, blanketing the wreckage of the fire room in a layer of snow and turning Lu Yofeng's dark locks white. Yueshi stood amidst the ruins, asking, "What do we do now?" "Most of these boards are shattered. If we wish to restore it, we must go to the mountains to chop down trees. It will take at least a few days. Meanwhile, they will need to search for black fish in the ice river within a few days. During this period, they must prepare food and pack their belongings, leaving little time for reconstruction. They could salvage the broken boards to use for firewood, and that would have to suffice." Lu Lufeng lit the charcoal and carried it towards the female masteress room. Yueshi and Huoluan raised their heads in unison, following his steps towards the female master's quarters. Lu Lufeng pushed open a slight gap, entered and immediately shut the door behind him, revealing nothing. Iyueshi felt an inexplicable sense of regret, unsure of what he was anticipating. Squatting amidst the wreckage of the fire room, he surveyed the chaos and glanced at the swirling snow outside, unable to suppress a curse. This life was utterly dreadful. Not a single capable beastman to command. Everything had to be done by him. Iyueshi thought it wise to gather contributions quickly and, when the time came, inquire with the female master about the possibility of living in the Fox Clan tribe. The beastmen of the Fox Clan were all quite appealing. He could hardly believe she would remain indifferent. Huoluan stepped forward to help clear the debris from the fire room. They gathered the boards, piling them in the courtyard to be used as firewood. Inside Jiang Xi's room, Lu Lufeng did not raise his hand. The wind swept past him, brushing over the red coals and carrying a touch of warmth towards the female master. Jiang Xi's damp hair was enveloped in the warm breeze, gradually unfurling. She noticed the difference in Lu Lufeng's use of abilities. Though she already had an inkling of the answer in her heart, she still asked, "Have you broken through to the 4th tier?" Lu Lufeng nodded, a smile glimmering in his amber eyes. "Thanks to the female master's assistance, I was able to break through." Speaking of breakthroughs, Jiang Xi suddenly recalled the crimson barrier she had seen in his sea of abilities and inquired, during your breakthrough, "Could you perceive the state of the sea of abilities?" "I suspect this to be a manifestation of cursed power." Lu Lufeng pondered thoughtfully before shaking his head. Beastmen cannot introspect their sea of abilities. "The cursed power you mentioned, I cannot see, but I did sense a force pressing down on my abilities, preventing my breakthrough during several attempts." While a breakthrough is a positive development, the sudden emergence of the protective wall's light can be somewhat unsettling. "What you are saying, I can hear. What you're doing, I can see." The voice paused for a moment, and Jiang Xi pressed her lips together before continuing. "It felt as though my consciousness had detached from my body and was ascending to great heights." Before she could finish her words, the door was suddenly pushed open. Huoluan and Iyueshi stood at the entrance, with Huoluan's face displaying a hint of urgency. "Has the consciousness of the female sovereign separated from her body?" Jiang Xi nodded. The cold wind from outside rushed in, sending a chill through the room, prompting her to urge them to close the door. "Please come in and shut the door." Huoluan and Iyueshi stepped inside. The room was filled with mist, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, leaving the two of them momentarily unsure of where to settle. Within the confines of the room, there was only one chair occupied by Jiang Xi, forcing them to sit on the animal skin mat. Jiang Xi reclined in her chair, while 3 beastmen sat in a row below her, gazing up at her as if to pay their respects. The scene was somewhat comical. Chapter 91. The Dragon Tomb. Seeing this amusing tableau, Jiang Xi couldn't help but chuckle. She turned her head aside, covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she stifled her laughter. Her raven hair danced in the warm breeze, half cascading and half floating, accentuating her graceful neck. Clad in a russet animal skin garment, it revealed 2/3 of her skin, which glowed with a radiant sheen. Suddenly, the room fell silent, save for the crackling of the charcoal fire. Instinctively, he did not wish to disturb the female sovereign's cheerful mood. After a brief moment of laughter, Jiang Xi composed herself and sat upright. She assumed they had not noticed her earlier amusement and continued in a serious tone. "I ascended to great heights and gazed far and wide. I saw the distant reaches of the giant wood forest, where green was beginning to emerge, spreading toward the cursed land. Perhaps by the time it reaches the Lion Roar tribe, spring will have arrived." Having spoken of the giant wood forest, it was now time to address the cursed land. She did not conceal what she had witnessed and directly revealed how the 7 tribes encircled the cursed land. "I ascended so high that at first the 7 tribes, distributed from south to north, gradually formed a circular shape, enclosing the cursed land within." As she spoke, she also posed a hypothesis. "I'm uncertain whether what I saw was real or an illusion, but I indeed perceived it in that manner." Upon reaching this point, she pressed her lips together, hesitating. She was uncertain whether she should disclose the eyes she had seen to them. Lu Lufeng keenly sensed the female sovereign's hesitation and inquired, "Did the female sovereign see anything else?" Especially Huoluan, whose azure lion-like eyes gleamed with intensity. Jiang Xi did not look at him, but instead turned her gaze to Lu Lufeng. Meeting his amber eyes filled with tenderness, her heart gradually settled. "Lu Lufeng, do you remember when I told you that during our first approach to the Guardian Wall, I seemed to hear a heartbeat? At that time, I speculated whether the cursed land might be a living entity. However, that heartbeat ceased to manifest thereafter. That thought was too terrifying, so I dismissed it. Yet the images I witnessed this time sent chills down my spine. The height I ascended to was unfathomable. Even the 7 tribes appeared as mere specks. Yet those slitted pupils distinctly emerged in the cursed land, coldly fixated upon me, frighteningly large. Eyes? Huoluan paused momentarily. Moving eyes? Jiang Xi shook her head. I am unsure if they can move, but I sensed a breath of life emanating from those eyes, unlike mere inanimate objects. Upon hearing this, Lu Yofeng's expression turned grave. He began to connect the recent occurrences. The female sovereign heard a heartbeat. The female sovereign aided me in breaking through the curse's blockade to reach the 4th great stage. And now, eyes have been seen in the cursed land. Could it be that the cursed land has come to life? Jiang Xi shook her head. I do not know. I do not possess much knowledge of the cursed land. Do you have any information? Yueshi shrugged. The cursed land is too distant from my home in the Fox tribe. Before arriving at the holy city, I was unaware of the existence of the cursed land. Upon saying this, Yueshi looked directly at Huoluan, the implication unmistakable. Jiang Xi and Lu Lufeng also turned their attention to him. Before Huoluan could speak, Lu Lufeng interjected. Huoluan, we have no secrets from you, and we hope you will not withhold anything from us. Of course, you need not disclose the secrets of the Golden Lion tribe, but regarding matters of the cursed land, we hope you will share all that you know. Huoluan pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. According to the records of the Golden Lion tribe, the cursed land is an ancient dragon tomb. The dragon clan has been extinct for thousands of years. Only a small number of beast tribes still possess a trace of dragon blood, such as the dragonfish tribe of the Wuang Sea, which, with a hint of dragon blood, became the lords of the Wuang Sea, inheriting the treasures of the dragon clan and establishing themselves as sovereigns of the sea. However, it is said that over 1,000 years ago, a beast tribe discovered a dragon egg in the dragon tomb, also known as the Cursed Land, and hatched a black dragon. I do not know the specifics of what transpired, as the Golden Lion tribe has no record of it. I only know that later, several major beast tribes united to slay the newly transformed black dragon at the dragon tomb. The black dragon belonged to the ancient dragon clan, said to possess mastery over all elemental forces and the ability to erode all beings within its domain for its own use. After its death, the domain manifested, and a curse descended upon the land, causing all living beings around the dragon tomb to transform into undying, mindless beasts driven solely by bloodlust. To prevent the beast tide from spreading, the major beast tribes united to establish the Guardian Wall, sacrificing 7 celestial-tier beastmen who infused all their strength into the wall, thereby containing the cursed domain within. Upon hearing this, Lu Yofeng's earlier uncertainties crystallized into firm conclusions. The Eagle Strait is far from the holy city, even farther from the cursed land. Compared to the holy city and the cursed land, the Eagle Strait has more dealings with the sea tribes. Therefore, our knowledge of these matters on land is not as profound as that of the Golden Lion tribe. Jiang, she had no recollection of these events. It was her first time hearing about them. She looked at Huoluan with bright eyes, listening with curiosity and seriousness. Huoluan felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and shifted his attention to the glowing charcoal before continuing. In truth, the records of the Golden Lion tribe are not detailed, but it can be confirmed that the Cursed Land is indeed a manifestation of the domain left behind by powerful beastmen after their demise, akin to the Wuang Sea. However, while the Wuang Sea left behind treasures, the Cursed Land has only bequeathed disaster to the beastmen. He had not witnessed the grandeur of this so-called dragon tomb 1,000 years ago. Yet since the domain manifested and the curse spread, this sacred ground that once nurtured countless beast tribes has become a land of death, the Cursed Land. Yueshi stroked her chin and boldly hypothesized. Could it be that this black dragon beastman has been resurrected? Jiang Xi nodded in agreement. It is possible, in contrast to their audacious speculations. Huoluan and Lu Lufeng were more restrained. Huoluan shook his head. It is unlikely. The characteristics left by the black dragon would have dissipated over the course of a millennium. Even if they had not, they would not remain in the Cursed Land. Chapter 92. I would rather die characteristics? Jiang Xi found herself learning something new. What characteristics? Before Huoluan could respond, Lu Lufeng took the initiative to explain. It is said that each ancestral beast possesses characteristics that allow them to manipulate the elements of nature. It is precisely this characteristic that grants the descendants of the ancestral beast the opportunity to return to their roots and reclaim the power of this characteristic. However, the dragon clan faces significant challenges in reproduction, making it arduous for them to pass on their lineage. Consequently, each dragon is akin to an ancestral beast, possessing the innate characteristics of the heavens and the earth from the moment of birth. There exists another theory suggesting that a certain beast clan has mastered the art of preserving these traits, allowing them to be retained and passed down through generations. By selecting the most exceptional beastmen among their descendants to inherit these qualities, they ensure that every generation boasts a return to ancestral traits. Jiang Xi widened her eyes in astonishment, her gaze shifting among the 3 beast husbands in the room, and she inquired curiously, "Does your clan possess such a method?" These 3 beast husbands were among the most prominent of the great beast clans. If they lacked such knowledge, it was improbable that other clans would possess it. Lu Lufeng shook his head, stating that the Ying Haixia clan relied on prayers to beseech the arrival of their bloodline. Yueshi stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, "Now that you mention it, I have indeed heard that every generation of the Hyena clan has a beastman who returns to ancestral traits." "The Hyena clan?" Lu Lufeng asked, somewhat puzzled. Like the Pig clan, they have their own large tribe and rarely venture into the outside city-state tribes. Yueshi replied with a smile. "I heard it from the Pig clan beastmen, who said that the Hyena clan's beastmen particularly enjoy seizing the females of the Pig clan, leading to incessant conflict between the 2 tribes." At this point, only Hualuan's Golden Lion clan remained without an answer. Jiang Xi turned her gaze to him and noticed his lion-like eyes were slightly lowered, his handsome face appearing somewhat troubled. She gently remarked, "You need not share anything that is inconvenient to disclose." Her intention was well-meaning, yet her words inadvertently confirmed Hua Luan's silence. Hua Luan lifted his emerald-green lion eyes and shook his head. The Golden Lion clan does not possess the ancestral beast bloodline, hence it is naturally non-existent. However, whether it exists or not, this matter is a secret of the Golden Lion clan that I cannot reveal. Thus, even if there is life within the Cursed Land, it is likely only the lingering malevolent spirits of the Dragon clan or other beast clans. As he spoke, Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet if it were the Dragon clan, even as malevolent spirits, they would not be something the 7 tribes of the Cursed Land could contend with. The 7 tribes, influenced by the power of the curse, are unable to transcend the 4th tier. No matter how formidable the beastmen, they are all restrained at the 3rd tier. As Lu Lufeng sensed the flow of air around him and contemplated the luminous barrier rising on the wall, he suddenly conceived a hypothesis. With the emergence of this barrier, which has once again isolated the Cursed Land, might it also prevent the curse's power from affecting those within the wall, allowing the beastmen inside to break through to the 4th tier? Hua Luan assessed his internal abilities and remarked, "It should not be long before I can attempt a breakthrough as well. We shall see then." Yueshi, having just entered the late 3rd tier, required additional time. Thus he remained silent. Jiang Xi felt a tinge of disappointment as, despite exchanging so much information, they had yet to arrive at a conclusion. Nevertheless, it was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, she learned that the Cursed Land was the domain following the dragon's fall, serving as the ancient dragon's tomb. Meanwhile, as the group deliberated in the room, in the distant, unreachable great wood forest, numerous bee-skin tents were scattered along the riverbank amid the lush greenery. The crackling of a campfire echoed through the air. A strikingly beautiful sea clan beastman, with fair skin and fish-like ears, carried prepared food toward the largest beast-skin tent. Within the tent, a quarrel ensued. "Haixia, cease your stubbornness. You must go to the Cursed Land, find Jiang Xi, and reforge the marriage contract." Moments later, a weak yet resolute voice of a youth emerged. "Zuzu, I would rather die in the sea than remarry Jiang Xi. Besides, she has lost her outward spiritual power and is incapacitated. Even if I were to marry her, the backlash would be irreparable. I would still perish." The man's voice was cold and unequivocal. "Regardless of your willingness, I will ensure you find her and renew the contract. You have awakened a trace of dragon blood. In the future, you shall be the dragon fish saint of the Wuwang Sea. I cannot stand idly by as you perish due to the backlash of the marriage contract. The Sea Clan has not witnessed a beast awakening dragon blood in a long time. Haixia, being of royal lineage in the Sea King's domain, inherently possessed remarkable talent. Now, with the awakening of a trace of dragon blood, he was evidently the heir to the future of Wuwang Sea. Unfortunately, no one anticipated that after Haixia dissolved the marriage contract, he would suffer severe backlash. Initially, The backlash merely rendered him weak, but for reasons unknown. It suddenly intensified not long ago. Xi began to lose his scales and whiten, and the abilities within him gradually dissipated, unable to be restored. The Sea clan exhausted every means to save Xi, but it became apparent that if things continued as they were, he would die from the backlash. The Sea King and Queen were compelled to seek assistance from the ancestor of Wuang-Xi, pleading for him to escort Xi to the cursed land, to find his mate and renew their bond. The quarrel within the beast skin tent soon concluded. A tall man clad in black emerged from the tent, his gaze cold and authoritative as he surveyed the surroundings. Watch over the prince. Should anything like today occur again, you will be held accountable. The servant beasts promptly lowered their heads, responding, yes, yes. This dispute stemmed from Xi's request for the servant beasts to aid him in fleeing. After the man departed, a long sigh escaped the youth within the tent. In such a manner, I would rather not live and endure this torment. A servant beast entered the tent and knelt, saying, Your Highness, please do not speak such words. Now that you have awakened the dragon blood, the ancestor will surely devise a way to save you. Perhaps when we reach the cursed land, you may not even need to remarry her. Inside the tent stood a tall water jar, beside which flickered a sea-blue phosphorescence. The youth's self-deprecating laughter emanated from within. They are only interested in this trace of dragon blood within me. I would rather not have awakened it. At least then, I would not be deprived of the choice of my own death. As the new day dawned, the Lion Roar tribe was awakened by the howl of a wolf piercing the sky. Jiang Xi, lost in slumber, was abruptly roused. Bewildered, she sat up, her mind clouded with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Having slept too late the previous night, she fell into a deep stupor. And now, suddenly awakened, she felt utterly disoriented. Just then, a knock echoed on the door, followed by Lu Liufeng's voice. Mistress, it is time to rise. Lu Liufeng had sensed her awakening, prompting him to knock. Jiang Xi rubbed her eyes and murmured in response, I am awake. I shall get up now. She understood that Lu Liufeng's visit was to confirm breakfast arrangements. Except for the first 2 days after her arrival, she had not cooked since then. Every day, meals were served to her, and she did not even need to wash her own dishes. Such a life felt decadently indulgent. However, this state of indulgence was truly delightful. Jiang Xi stretched her limbs, wrapped herself in a thick bee-skin coat, and stepped outside. Yet, as soon as she did, a massive gray figure darted to her side. A formidable gray wolf stood before her, its gray-blue eyes fixed on her, reflecting emotions of shock, pain, disbelief, and ultimately, a hint of madness. Mistress, Mu Ling exclaimed frantically, his robust paws digging into the snow, creating a large pit. She had visited him the previous night and examined him, finding no apparent issues, and now she was taken aback. How could this happen? Ultimately, this was, in part, her doing, as she had drawn upon Mu Ling's abilities to benefit Lu Liufeng and Yueshi. Out of both obligation and emotion, she felt compelled to intervene. Jiang Xi extended her hand, urging him to lower his head. Lower your head a bit. Let me take a look. After a night, she had fully regained her vitality. The healing powers within her surged, seeking an outlet. Mu Ling's massive wolf head bowed down. At that moment, he noticed how much paler the female master had become, and he found her incredibly beautiful and adorable. She appeared so soft, fragrant, and inviting. With these thoughts, he leaned closer, pressing his nose against her tender face, the aroma intensifying. Mu Ling extended his tongue, eager to taste her sweetness. However, as Jiang Xi felt his nose nudge against her, she quickly recoiled. When she saw the enormous wolf mouth open and a vivid red tongue reaching for her, she swiftly slapped it away. What are you doing, pervert? In the next moment, the hot, coarse tongue wrapped around her hand, licking it gently. Jiang Xi's dark eyes widened, her pupils shaking. Mu Ling, following the wolf's howl, a human scream pierced the sky. Soon, a gust of wind swept through. Mu Ling howled, immediately releasing his tongue. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of blood at the base of his tongue. The massive wolf head tilted slightly, gazing in the direction from which the wind swept. He did not raise his hand, yet his powers manifested effortlessly. Mu Ling muttered, how did he become stronger again? Lu Liufeng stood at the entrance, amber eyes fixed on them, speaking up. Mu Ling, let the female master wash up and eat first. This matter cannot be rushed. Mu Ling snorted. Don't think I don't know that the female master siphoned all the powers I drew from my body for you, and Yueshi. The thought made him grind his teeth. Why should I be the only one suffering? Despite his predicament, The female master showed no concern for him, considering Mu Ling's peculiar behavior. Jiang Xi decided to wash her face and eat first. Once everything was settled, she would show Mu Ling to Lu Feng when he was nearby. She edged away from the door. Mu Ling's upright ears twitched, and he followed closely behind. However, he was too large, even if he managed to squeeze through the door. There was no place for him to settle in the crowded room, filled with tables, chairs, and food. Thus, Mu Ling stretched his enormous wolf head into the room, leaving the rest of his body outside to be washed by the wind and snow. He wore an odd expression, but chose not to intrude. Although he did not understand, he respected her choice. Inside, the once bright temporary fire room dimmed instantly, with Mu Ling's wolf head occupying space. Lu Feng spoke again. Mu Ling, you should step outside. After all, fitting this massive wolf head inside is quite a strain. If you move too much and end up damaging the room, there won't be another one to serve as a fire room. Mu Ling bared his teeth, glancing at the female master. For some reason, he felt that she looked particularly fragrant, soft, and irresistible today. Jiang Xi sensed his gaze and felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. She couldn't shake the feeling that Mu Ling was acting strangely today. She took a couple of steps toward Lu Feng before turning to look at Mu Ling, who was wedged in the doorframe. The wolf head was imposing, with gray-blue eyes that were deep and sharp, captivatingly beautiful. However, the glint in his eyes did not suggest he was a good wolf. Meeting his gaze, Jiang Xi could only respond with a vague suggestion. How about we eat first? Upon noticing the female master's attention, Mu Ling let out a sound of acknowledgement, maneuvering his limbs to retreat, pulling his wolf head out of the doorframe. Instantly, the room brightened again. While washing her face, Jiang Xi utilized her healing powers. Although much of the darkness remained on her face when others looked at her, the first thing that caught their eye was no longer the swollen dark bags, but the fair and radiant complexion highlighted against the dark backdrop. As light streamed in, her long lashes framed her dark eyes, and when one gazed upward, it felt as though they could be drawn into those clean and beautiful eyes. Yueshi, having watched several times, found himself momentarily dazed, his skin flushing. Wolin also felt an inexplicable discomfort. Last night, in the depths of night, although beastmen could see in the dark, it was not as clear as during the day. In the dimness, he could divert his gaze. However, now he found himself unable to resist, wanting to see more clearly. Yet, he understood he should not look too long, so each time he caught himself glancing, he quickly averted his gaze. In contrast, Lu Feng maintained a greater composure. However, as he served the female master, he found himself momentarily lost when meeting those beautiful dark eyes. The female master was too stunning, which was a source of torment. Breakfast was somewhat quiet. Still, the heavy breathing from Mu Ling outside occasionally broke the silence, alleviating any awkwardness. When in beast form, beastmen tended to eat significantly more. Unless in battle, they would rarely act in beast form. Currently, the food at home was insufficient for Mu Ling's appetite. Hence, he was not given any to eat. If he could not recover, he would have to venture into the mountains to find food himself. Mu Ling squatted outside, occasionally glancing into the room at the female master, then looking out at the light curtain, and finally digging playfully in the snow with his large claws. He could sense that his powers had noticeably strengthened, and he felt on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet for some reason, he could not transform into his beastman form. After breakfast, Jiang Xi entered Mu Ling's room to check on him. The enormous gray wolf squeezed into the room, lying on the animal skin mat in the center, raising its head with bright gray-blue eyes gazing at her expectantly. Jiang Xi held onto Lu Feng with one hand while reaching toward Mu Ling's brow with the other. A glimmering green light emerged as her consciousness was suddenly drawn into the sea of abilities. To Jiang Xi's astonishment, she found herself at the center of Mu Ling's sea of abilities. Is this an altar? As her consciousness floated closer, indistinct wolf-shaped figures began to appear around the altar. They were kneeling and chanting in a language Jiang Xi could not comprehend, sounding somewhat like wolf howls and low growls. Jiang Xi inquired, "What are you doing?" The wolf figures surrounding the altar froze momentarily. They resumed their chanting in that incomprehensible language. Jiang Xi assumed they were merely illusions and began drifting aimlessly in the sea of abilities, casting healing powers haphazardly. She looked toward the sky, but saw nothing. Confused, she turned around but still found nothing. Upon opening her eyes, she found Mu Ling squinting, his mouth grinning, appearing utterly blissful. Jiang Xi noted that Mu Ling was slow to realize her withdrawal. His gray-blue eyes opened wide, and he straightened his posture, then earnestly spoke, "Female master, I feel a bit unwell. Could you heal me again?" Aside from his inability to transform into beast-man form, he felt no discomfort. However, the influx of the female master's spiritual energy into his sea of abilities made him feel euphoric and lightheaded. Jiang Xi ignored his frivolous remarks and directly conveyed everything she had witnessed in the sea of abilities. In your sea of abilities, there's an altar surrounded by many wolf figures, chanting in an unknown language. Are you aware of this? Mu Ling responded, Huh? An altar? He swept his wolf gaze toward the other three beastmen. Do you have one in your sea of abilities as well? Jiang Xi shook her head. Her gaze flickered to Huolun, and she hesitated. I haven't entered Huolun's sea of abilities, so I'm not sure. Both Lu Feng and Yueshi's eyes flickered simultaneously. They speculated that Mu Ling might originate from the ancestral forest. If that were true, he would be an ancestral beast, inherently possessing the ability to harness the elements of nature. Although they were aware of ancestral beasts and their characteristics, the extent of their powers remained a mystery to them. Huolun remained oblivious to the peculiarities between Lu Feng and Yueshi. After pondering for a moment, he approached the matriarch, half kneeling and bowing his head. Matriarch, would you care to observe my ability, see as well? Jiang Xi, noticing his appropriate kneeling height, extended her hand. Subsequently, she was enveloped in a dazzling golden light that rendered her nearly unable to open her eyes. Huolun's ability, see, was not merely golden. Rather, it was the golden light that enveloped it. This brilliance surged across the surface of the ability see, creating tumultuous waves. Jiang Xi unleashed her healing abilities. As the vibrant green light spread within the ability see, intertwining with the gold, cascading towards the roaring waves. As the waves subsided, the golden light, seemingly alive, continued to dance above the surface, exuding a thread of joy that communicated through the abilities, bringing Jiang Xi immense comfort. The process of sorting through Huolun's ability see was not only straightforward, but yielded greater feedback than others. Of course, this did not include the time when Lu Feng ascended to the 4th tier. After completing the process, Jiang Xi slowly opened her eyes. At that moment, a strand of golden light suddenly burst forth from Huolun's body, darting toward her. Lu Feng, filled with concern, unleashed a blade of wind. Matriarch, be cautious. However, the wind blade passed through the golden light without any hindrance. The golden strand entered Jiang Xi's body, causing her to instinctively take a step back. She then quickly employed her healing abilities to search for the golden light within her body. Yet, it seemed as if the light had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Lu Feng's expression turned anxious. Is the matriarch all right? Huolun, what have you introduced into her body? Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed everyone staring at him. After a brief explanation from Yueshi, he found himself equally bewildered. What golden light? I sensed nothing unusual, only a pleasant sensation, a desire to draw closer. However, this was an instinctual response of beastmen during the sorting of abilities. Every beastman would naturally feel inclined to be near the matriarch during the process. Mu Ling interjected. What you describe, we all experience, yet nothing emerges from our bodies to enter the matriarch. Huolun furrowed his brow, realizing he had indeed not perceived anything. Suddenly, a seemingly impossible thought crossed his mind. The essence of gold, the faint trait of the dragon lineage, separated from the cursed land by the Golden Lion tribe, was indeed the essence of gold. It was this very essence that bestowed the Golden Lion tribe with the bloodline talent of golden scales and armor, elevating them to one of the 9 great beast clans of the Holy City. He was the chosen inheritor among his peers, and the essence of gold had already integrated into his being. The reason for his visit to the cursed land was the shattering of the sacred object that contained this essence. He needed to seek out new dragon bones to bear it. Otherwise, the essence might destabilize and return to the cosmos. In that moment, Huolun's emotions became complex, yet he soon found himself in a state of astonishment. After circulating his abilities within his body, he discovered that the essence of gold still remained, not having disappeared. Chapter 95. Each with their own thoughts. Huolun's azure lion eyes trembled slightly as he raised his gaze to Jiang Xi. Matriarch, do you feel any discomfort? Jiang Xi shook her head. She had intended to speak earlier, but the flurry of voices had prevented her from doing so. I am well, feeling nothing unusual. Moreover, while sorting through your abilities see, the golden light surrounded me, facilitating a rapid recovery. Oh no, it was my mental energy, she clarified. Whatever mental energy I expended was almost instantly replenished. In contrast, when sorting for the other beast husbands, the energy used was simply gone, with little recovery. No one paid heed to the minor incident with the abilities, as the matriarch often spoke in ways that were incomprehensible to everyone. Their gazes shifted to Huolun, igniting Mu Ling's jealousy once more. Jealousy knows no bounds. With this, would not the matriarch be even more inclined to sort abilities for Huolun in the future? Huolun sighed in relief inwardly. As long as the matriarch was unharmed, everything would be fine. Regarding the essence of gold, he had no intention of disclosing it. Even if he were to speak of it, it would be only to the matriarch, excluding the other beast husbands. Lu Lufeng's gaze lingered on Huolun's relieved expression. He sensed that Huolun was concealing something. However, since it posed no harm to the matriarch and might even be beneficial, he chose not to press further. If it could not be uncovered, it would have to remain as it was for now. He then cautioned Huolun once more, do not let your guard down. Should anything unusual occur, I hope you can remain vigilant. Huolun nodded in acknowledgement. Yushi's fox-like eyes darted, momentarily resting on Lu Lufeng. He was well aware of how much Lu Lufeng cherished the matriarch. How could he simply let this go? It seemed he knew more than he let on. Mu Ling interjected, just like that? What if something happens later? Yushi replied, what do you suggest? Currently, neither Huolun nor the matriarch feels anything amiss. And we are at a loss. Mu Ling's wolf-like eyes narrowed at him. Then he despondently lamented, what should I do? I cannot possibly recover again, can I? How could there be an altar within the ability C? Suddenly, his wolf-like eyes brightened as if uncovering a truth. Could it be that a beast clan is cursing me? Is that why I cannot transform into my beast form, and an altar has appeared within my ability C? Though Jiang Xi considered it a possibility, she felt it was unlikely. I sense, she mused while stroking her chin, that they are praying to you rather than cursing you. She could still differentiate the emotions emitted from prayers and curses. As she spoke, she recalled witnessing a scene of worship in Lu Lufeng's mind. It resembled the Eagle clan members at the Yinghai Gorge, kneeling before their ancestral eagle statue with utmost reverence. Now it was Yushi's turn to feel envious. One cannot dismiss the possibility that they are venerating you as an ancestral beast. After all, Mu Ling likely hails from the ancestral forest. This statement rendered the room silent for 2 seconds. Within a single dwelling, countless secrets lay concealed. Huolun hid the essence of gold, while Mu Ling and the others instinctively concealed the matter of the ancestral forest. With no solution at hand, they could only proceed as they were and attempt other methods later. After finishing breakfast, Mu Ling ventured into the mountains to hunt. Jiang Xi, accompanied by the other 3 beast husbands, proceeded to the location where Kanya and Kate were imprisoned. Along the way, they passed by Senna's residence once more. This time, there was no sound of Senna's scolding. Jiang Xi contemplated and turned to Lu Lufeng. Can you sense who is inside Senna's house? Lu Lufeng lowered his amber eyes, regarding her with a question. Does the matriarch wish to heal Xiao Di? Jiang Xi nodded in affirmation. She had thought about it last night, but had forgotten amid the sudden events. At this moment, Huolun spoke up. Senna is not present. But besides Kuei Ku and Xiao Di, there are a few other beast husbands of Senna's inside. They have likely already sensed our presence, as we are too close. Moreover, the female's aura is impossible to conceal compared to that of the beastmen. Jiang Xi furrowed her brow, uncertain of how to proceed. Yushi suddenly whispered, Matriarch, you should leave first, and I will sneak you out. Jiang Xi looked at him in confusion. Huh? Was Yushi channeling Mu Ling? Yushi cleared his throat, his ears reddening. Clearly, this was not his usual demeanor. I have discovered that upon entering the 9th tier, or rather the late stage of the 3rd tier, I can obscure most of my aura in the snow. I will give it a try. Senna's beast husbands should not detect me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi's dark eyes brightened. Having spoken, she strolled forward with Lu Lufeng and Huolun. Lu Lufeng was aware that she, despite not showing it, was still concerned about Mu Ling, and thus he spoke up. Both my and Yushi's abilities have seen significant enhancement. Perhaps Mu Ling's have as well. However, his enhanced powers may require additional time for transformation, and his beast form cannot sustain them, which is why he remains in his beast shape. Jiang Xi listened, finding his reasoning quite sound. She looked up and smiled at him, exclaiming, perhaps that is indeed the case. Lu Lufeng, you're truly clever. Let us inform Mu Ling shortly. Lu Lufeng smiled back, replying, very well. Huolun pursed his lips, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable with this scene. Cradling a small lion cub in his arms, he quickly interjected, "Mistress, hurry." Kuei-ku has distracted them for a while, allowing Xiao Di some time alone in the room. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xi refrained from further conversation, extending her hand to begin the healing process. Xiao Di, witnessing the transformation of the female master before him, widened his round little lion eyes in astonishment. Jiang Xi, having ascended 2 levels in her abilities, swiftly completed the healing, as the previous treatment had consumed minimal energy. Xiao Di obediently expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mistress." Just as Yueshi was about to carry Xiao Di away, Huolun suddenly spoke, "Please convey a message to Kuei-ku for me. If he requires assistance, he may seek me out. Consider it a favor for the service he rendered to the Golden Lion clan." Yueshi cast him a peculiar glance, but said nothing. After acknowledging, he departed swiftly. Jiang Xi, perplexed by his cryptic words, turned her gaze towards him curiously. Lu Feng, suddenly struck by a thought, did not hesitate to ask, "Do you possess Jin Hongua?" Chapter 96. Both stinky and fragrant Jiang Xi blinked, exclaiming, "Jin Hongua? Then we could dissolve the marriage contract right now." To be honest, Huolun's presence as a beast-man burdened with family tasks in the cursed land placed considerable pressure on Jiang Xi. Living under the same roof daily, certain matters were impossible to conceal. Concealing them felt inappropriate, yet revealing too much was equally concerning. If Huolun truly had Jin Hongua, her worries would dissipate. Huolun, observing the glimmering blackness in her eyes, felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. "No," he denied, "I merely know where it can be found. If he needs it, I can assist him once." Jiang Xi's eyes widened, asking, "Where can it be found?" Huolun pressed his lips together. Yueshi's voice drifted from behind. "Does the mistress wish for me to leave?" Jiang Xi grasped Lu Liufeng's hand, retreating behind him while laughing. "Isn't this for your sake?" Yueshi scoffed lightly, using Mu Ling as a shield. Mu Ling never expressed a desire to leave. Jiang Xi, caught off guard by his remark, failed to notice that he had not mentioned himself, only Mu Ling. She touched her nose, thinking this is a good opportunity. Huolun glanced at Yueshi, his lion eyes flickering. "All right, I can take you both along." Yueshi narrowed his fox-like eyes, surveying them before scoffing. "No need to take me. I have my own methods." Jiang Xi clicked her tongue in her mind, turning to embrace Lu Liufeng's arm as they continued forward. After all, to dissolve the marriage contract, she would seek out Jin Hongua herself. Otherwise, unless it grew right at her doorstep, she would not assist them in obtaining it. She simply did not have the time. A night passed, and the pollution on Kanya and Ka-te had intensified significantly. Fortunately, both retained consciousness. Upon the arrival of the female master, both were momentarily stunned. The other beastmen in the room were equally taken aback. Is this really Jiang Xi? Though they knew she was restoring her external spiritual power to treat the black patches on her face, the sight of this female, who was still a third blackened, yet undeniably beautiful, made it hard for them to reconcile her with the previously venomous and hideous figure. Jiang Xi noticed their gazes, offering a gentle smile and a polite nod. "How are you feeling?" she inquired, following the usual protocol before treatment. "There is some double vision, but I remain conscious," Ka-te replied, his eyes flickering as he stammered. "I feel a bit dizzy." For some reason, upon seeing the female master, he felt somewhat lightheaded. Jiang Xi nodded. "Then let us begin with Kanya. Ka-te, if you feel unwell during the process, please speak up." She glanced toward Lu Feng, adding, "Lu Feng, please keep an eye on Ka-te. I will treat Kanya first." Lu Feng had intended to accompany the mistress closely, but could only nod in response. His gaze flitted between Huolun and Yueshi. Before he could speak, Yueshi walked directly to Jiang Xi, smiling. "Though Kanya's consciousness is clear, it is best to remain vigilant." Huolun pressed his lips together and approached, positioning himself on the opposite side of the mistress. His lion eyes fixed on Kanya within the black cage. In that moment, Kanya felt rigid, as if all eyes were upon him. Jiang Xi looked around and then crouched down to treat Kanya. Due to Ka-te's previous comments, she consciously controlled the pollution this time, expelling it from Kanya's fingertips. Black filth flowed out, emitting a foul stench. Yueshi frowned in distaste, then produced a piece of beast skin, covering the mistress's mouth and nose. Jiang Xi's dark eyes widened, her lips parting to refuse, yet she ultimately held her tongue. The scent from the beast's skin indeed masked the overwhelming stench that had nearly overwhelmed her senses. She speculated that her enhanced healing abilities had accelerated the treatment process, leading to the concentrated expulsion at her fingertips, which resulted in the overwhelming odor. Upon completing the treatment, she stood up, slightly unsteady, not due to exhaustion, but rather from a nauseating combination of stench and fragrance. Iyueshi reached out, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Mistress, are you all right?" Jiang Xi, feeling dizzy, instinctively leaned on him, unaware that she was nearly sinking into his embrace. She shook her head, saying, "I am fine. Take me outside for some fresh air." Iyueshi tightened his grip, guiding her out. Lu Lufeng approached, nearly choking on the odor, and wanted to support the mistress on the other side. But Huo Luan had already stepped in. He remained silent for a moment, saying nothing but following behind. Kate sat inside the cage, gripping the black bars with a dazed expression. "Hey, what about me? Am I not being treated?" "Mistress, please do not leave." A beast man, covering his nose, replied, "Stop shouting." The mistress was overwhelmed by the stench and has gone outside for fresh air. Kate, still immersed in pollution, could neither smell the foulness nor perceive it as anything but a pleasant aroma. He struggled to comprehend the beastman's words. However, soon, the sound of Kanya retching echoed from the adjacent cage. When Kanya had first recovered, he had not detected the odor, but as his senses returned, the stench overwhelmed him, causing his vision to darken and nausea to surge. "Quick, let me out." The beastmen retreated in haste. "You can only leave once the mistress and the leader decide. Hold your breath. I will bring some soil to bury it." Jiang Xi sat in the courtyard for a while, the cold, crisp wind reviving her senses. Lu Lufeng used his wind abilities to shield her from the falling snowflakes. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment and looked up at him. "Lu Lufeng, could you blow some wind in front of my nose to disperse the foul odor?" Lu Lufeng gazed into the bright and beautiful eyes of the female master and smiled, agreeing. It was truly delightful how she always considered his feelings. Iyueshi raised an eyebrow. "Isn't my beast hide fragrant?" Jiang Xi pursed her lips and remained silent. Initially, it was tolerable, but later on, it became overwhelmingly fragrant to the point of being offensive. That peculiar blend of stench and sweetness invaded her nostrils, ascending straight to her crown. Iyueshi had merely spoken casually, yet upon seeing the female master's apparent disdain for his beast hide, he felt a sudden vulnerability, insisting, "It is undeniably fragrant." Chapter 97. No embarrassment before the female master wears the stench. "Let me have a whiff." With that, Iyueshi reached out to take the beast hide from the female master. However, that very hide had just been pressed against Jiang Xi's mouth and nose. Her eyes widened in alarm as she swiftly tucked the hide into her bosom. "It doesn't smell," she exclaimed hastily. "It's just a peculiar blend of the foul odor inside and the fragrance of the beast hide. It is not offensive at all." She feared that if she didn't clarify, Iyueshi would insist on sniffing it. Iyueshi, with a suspicious glint in his fox-like eyes, peered into her embrace, questioning its authenticity. This time, there was no need for Jiang Xi to respond. Lu Lufeng approached, stating, "Let the female master breathe. She still has to treat Carter." Iyueshi huffed lightly, but ceased his antics. After the wind had cleared, just as they were about to re-enter, Rupert entered the courtyard with the beastmen. Upon seeing the female master's face, now only a third of its original color, he too was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and, as usual, began explaining why the chief female was absent, his expression tinged with guilt. Perhaps the female master could stay in the hot river valley for a few days. After some time, once it's confirmed that there are no issues, we can set off to the ice river to find the blackfish. The females of the tribe could shelter in the hot river valley, while the chief female had to venture through the icy wilderness along the ice river in search of the blackfish. Even Rupert felt that it was too arduous for the chief female, and that the tribe had wronged her. Jiang, she shook her head. "It's all right. They can go their way, and I shall go mine. I could treat Kanya and Carter today, and I will head to the hot river valley shortly to prepare some supplies. If all goes well, we can set off early the day after tomorrow." She asked the chief to remind the accompanying beastmen to prepare food and warm beast hides for the journey as soon as possible. This matter should not be delayed. If not for the food situation, she would have preferred to set off today. The chief nodded vigorously, assuring her the female master need not worry about the food. In these 2 days, the chief female will lead the snake beastmen of the Lion Roar tribe in the hot river valley to gather food for this journey. And the beastmen of the tribe will also be out hunting for meat. Jiang Xi contemplated and found the plan agreeable. "All right, but I will also make a trip to the Hot River Valley shortly to assist the chief female in gathering supplies. Lu Lufeng can accompany me. And if the other beast husbands wish to hunt, the chief can call upon them as well. It was uncertain how long this endeavor would last, but Lu Lufeng, Mu Ling, Yueshi, and Huoluan would all accompany her. The chief was overjoyed. The female master's willingness to let her beast husbands join in the hunt delighted him immensely. Earlier that morning, when sending the beast men out to hunt, they had refrained from calling upon the female master's beast husbands, fearing her displeasure. Now that the female master had expressed her willingness, he felt emboldened to summon them. The female master's beast husbands, once merely powerful beasts to be courted, were now esteemed beasts in their own right. However, in addition to treating the pollution, Carter also required assistance with the broken wings on his back. While treating his wings, Jiang Xi observed Lu Lufeng and several beastmen directly resetting Carter's wings. The ominous cracking sounds of bones aligning echoed within the room, sending chills down Jiang Xi's spine. Yet, Carter remained composed, showing no sign of pain. Jiang Xi sighed inwardly, admiring his bravery, and extended her hand to heal him. Unbeknownst to her, Carter was in excruciating pain, but he endured it to avoid losing face before the female master. Lu Lufeng and the other beastmen exchanged curious glances at Carter. Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together, gripping Carter's wings with a bit more force while resetting them. Carter's face turned pale, biting down on his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After Jiang Xi used her healing abilities to circulate through him and his wings, she clapped her hands. All done. Try moving them. Carter trembled as he cautiously moved his wings, his face ashen as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, female master. Jiang Xi smiled at his words. Today, she had treated 2 polluted beastmen and had also explored Mu Ling and Huoluan's unique abilities. Her healing powers were nearly depleted, though she had not yet reached the point of collapse. After finishing her work, Rupert invited Jiang Xi to view the light curtain. However, instead of approaching closely, he suggested they observe from a distance. Jiang Xi gazed at the beautiful, colorful light curtain shimmering under the snowlight, feeling an urge to touch it. She turned to Lu Lufeng. Lu Lufeng, could you take me up there to see it? With a playful wink, she conveyed her intent. Now that the darkness on her body was merely pollution, she no longer needed to fear the cursed area and could approach the wall. In fact, she wanted to see it up close. Lu Lufeng's lips curled into a gentle smile, an expression of tender exasperation flickering in his amber eyes. At that moment, Rupert interjected, "Be cautious, female master. Although I personally sent beastmen to investigate and confirm that it is safe as long as one does not pass through the light curtain, there is still a possibility of danger." Jiang Xi nodded. "Rest assured, Chief, I understand my limits." She walked towards Lu Lufeng. Yueshi lamented. "What about Huoluan and me? Are we to be left behind while the female master goes hunting?" The chief quickly cleared his throat, awkwardly chuckling. "It's all right. There are already dozens of beastmen out hunting. The female master's beast husbands need not go, but it would be better if they did. With such formidable combat strength, even one could match several foes of the same rank." Huoluan pressed his lips together and spoke. "I can go hunting. The female master need not worry." His composed demeanor resembled that of a lion. Jiang Xi was quite satisfied with this. Her gaze shifted to Yueshi, who was pouting with his beautiful fox-like eyes, clearly displeased. Clearing her throat lightly, Jiang Xi redirected her attention. "If you cannot assist, then do not hinder. Being a beautiful vase at home is also quite splendid. At least it pleases the eye." Yueshi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Am I that weak?" Chapter 98. "Let go of the female master and let me come." Jiang Xi remarked, "When I ask you to help, you're unwilling. When I don't, you're even more discontent. Truly difficult to please. I shall cease to accommodate." Turning to Lu Lufeng, she declared, "Let us depart." She turned her head to find Lu Lufeng gazing at her affectionately, and thought to herself, "Lu Lufeng is truly the best." Yueshi could only watch helplessly as Lu Lufeng embraced the female master and soared into the sky. He was infuriated. The furtive glances from the beastmen in the courtyard only fueled his anger further. He glared at Huoluan. "Let us go. Hunting. What is so difficult about hunting?" Rupert hurriedly intervened. Hunting. Let us all go hunting." Jiang Xi nestled comfortably in Lu Yofeng's embrace as they ascended into the sky. After numerous flights, she had grown quite adept at soaring through the air. Noticing that Lu Lufeng maintained a certain distance from the light curtain, she suggested, "Let us draw a little closer." Lu Lufeng acknowledged her request with a nod. However, he chose not to hover above the tribe, rather opting for a position near the wall of the light curtain. Whether it was the contamination on the female's body or her proximity to the cursed land, Lu Lufeng had no intention of alerting the tribe, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. As they approached the light curtain, Jiang Xi extended her hand, delicately poking at the shimmering surface. To her astonishment, her fingers passed right through. Upon breaching the light curtain and entering the cursed land, she felt an inexplicable pull, as if something within was beckoning her deeper. "Do you sense anything, my lady?" Lu Lufeng inquired, his gaze lowered. Jiang Xi shook her head before nodding slightly. "I feel uneasy." She conveyed the sensation of the summons to him. Lu Yofeng's brow furrowed in concern. "I have never experienced this feeling when entering the cursed land." He tightened his hold on her and flew away from the light curtain to avoid potential danger. On one side of the light curtain lay a blanket of pure snow, while the other revealed a blood-red earth. Lu Lufeng spread his wings, fanning them against the swirling winds and snow. Gradually, Jiang Xi became aware that the winds surrounding them felt distinctly different. A gentle breeze caressed her skin, her hair seeming to dance with life, imparting an indescribable comfort akin to the golden light of the Hualuan's sea of abilities. She tilted her head slowly to gaze up at Lu Lufeng. "Is this the enhancement of your abilities?" Lu Lufeng, observing her curious expression, smiled. "This is a domain." "A domain?" Jiang Xi's eyes widened in surprise, instinctively turning her head towards the cursed land. "Is it a domain like the cursed land?" Lu Lufeng nodded with a smile. "Indeed, but my domain is quite weak and limited in scope." When he activated his domain, she had been flying too high to notice, and he had not mentioned it, causing her to realize that he had awakened a domain. Goodness! She reached out her finger into the air, feeling gentle winds swirling around it, tender and soft, much like its master. "You are truly remarkable." Jiang Xi praised him without reservation, her beautiful dark eyes sparkling as they met his. Noticing her adoration, Lu Lufeng felt a warmth rise within him, his cheeks flushing slightly. The winter snow and cold wind seemed insufficient to cool his ardor. Jiang Xi, observing his silence and the faint blush on his pale cheeks, mistakenly thought he might be unwell. Instinctively, she raised her hand to check his forehead. However, just as her hand reached out, Lu Lufeng suddenly leaned down, his cool yet slightly warm cheek pressing against her palm. Jiang Xi froze. As her hand rested against his cheek, the distance between them diminished significantly. She could see her dazed reflection in his amber eyes and the hint of primal intensity lurking beneath his gentle gaze. Taken aback, Jiang Xi struggled to comprehend what was occurring. She parted her lips, intending to speak, but before she could voice her thoughts, his face lowered further. A cool fragrance enveloped her, and her hair brushed against her cheek. Jiang Xi instinctively closed her eyes to avoid the strands falling from Lu Lufeng. Yet in that moment, his soft lips pressed against hers. She opened her eyes wide. Just inches away, Lu Lufeng had closed his eyes. At such proximity, she could discern the delicate veins beneath his pale eyelids, the long lashes fluttering, stirring her heart. Lu Lufeng had kissed her. Realizing what had transpired sent her face ablaze, her dark eyes widening as she remained frozen in his embrace, unable to move as she stared at the closed eyelids of Lu Lufeng. To call it a kiss was not entirely accurate. It was more of a gentle connection. Their lips met, yet neither knew how to proceed. Jiang Xi's heart raced. What should she do? Theoretically, should she extend her tongue? Perhaps. But before she could solidify her resolve, Lu Lufeng suddenly opened his eyes. In the close range, his amber gaze held not only her reflection, but also a potent desire that seemed to threaten to consume her entirely. The temperature of Jiang Xi's skin surged. She remained transfixed, unsure of how to respond. His cool, soft lips parted from hers, and Lu Yofeng's voice broke the silence. "There are beast-men approaching." He lowered his gaze, concealing the desire within his eyes, and continued. "Lufeng should not have acted without the lady's consent." His voice was slightly hoarse. "But seeing you look at me this way, I couldn't help myself." The moment he spoke, Jiang Xi's face flushed even deeper. She felt as though she might burst from the heat. Quickly, she raised her hand to cover Lu Yofeng's mouth, wishing he would cease speaking. However, as her palm brushed against his cool, soft lips, her body ignited with warmth once more. So, this was the sensation of a kiss. Soft, cool, and so intimately comfortable. Lu Lufeng lifted his eyelids slightly, Noticing the glimmer of water in Jiang Xi's dark eyes, her once pale face now tinged with a lovely blush. Her small hand, covering his mouth, felt delicate and soft. Unable to resist, he extended his tongue, gently licking the palm of her hand. Jiang Xi's eyes widened even further. "What are you doing?" she stammered, feeling both flustered and slightly indignant. Lu Lufeng licked his lips and asked in a husky voice, "Does the lady not like it?" Just then, a wolf's howl resonated from the snowy forest. "What are you two doing?" Lu Lufeng released the lady, with the sound of the howl echoing. A ripple unexpectedly appeared in the air before Jiang Xi and Lu Lufeng. Moments later, a massive gray wolf emerged from it, its mouth open as it lunged towards the two in midair. However, halfway through its leap, its movement suddenly slowed as if caught in thick mud. The next instant, the sensation of weightlessness vanished, and the gray wolf let out a howl as it plummeted straight down. Jiang Xi and Lu Lufeng were momentarily stunned, but Lu Lufeng quickly regained his composure. First, he retracted his wind domain, then summoned a gentle breeze to cushion the falling gray wolf, slowing its descent. With a thud, the gray wolf landed in the snowy underbrush, sending snowflakes and branches flying. Lu Lufeng descended with Jiang Xi in his arms, gently placing her down as they both turned to observe the gray wolf, which had toppled into the thicket. "Muling, are you all right?" With Lu Liufeng's wind providing a buffer, Muling had not sustained any injuries, but he spat out branches and snowflakes, exclaiming, "Do I look unscathed?" As he spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss. How had he fallen from the sky? As Muling puzzled over this, Jiang Xi spoke up, "Muling, has your speed ability evolved to the point of instant teleportation?" Her dark eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him. Embarrassed, Muling scratched his face with his large paw, his gray-blue wolf eyes flickering uncertainly. "What teleportation?" Lu Lufeng interjected. "You just appeared in midair from the ground. Perhaps this is the reason you are temporarily unable to transform into a beastman. Try to see if you can move freely without the use of your speed abilities, appearing in any direction you desire." Upon hearing this, Muling's mind finally began to comprehend. Indeed, I had just appeared in midair. His thoughts were previously consumed with thoughts of pummeling the detestable Lu Lufeng. Logically, Lu Lufeng, soaring in the sky, should have been beyond his reach. Yet, how did he suddenly materialize in midair? The enormous wolf head lowered, and Muling fixated on his two robust wolf claws. However, before unraveling this mystery, he had a more pressing matter to attend to. The wolf had abruptly lifted as Muling bared his teeth and growled at Lu Lufeng. "Lu Lufeng, what were you just doing?" Lu Lufeng replied, "Jiang Xi," and as Muling spoke, the previously lowered temperature on Jiang Xi's face rose once more. His voice was unabashed. "Muling, I am the beast husband of the female master." Indeed, Lu Lufeng is her beast husband. There is nothing to feel embarrassed about. In the future, the two of them will even be raising offspring together. The gray wolf, covered in snow, emerged from the thicket, its massive form towering above. The backlight accentuated the gray wolf's imposing size, its sharp eyes glimmering as if ready to pounce at any moment. Naturally, in the next moment, Muling did indeed leap forward. "I am also the beast husband of the female master." With quick reflexes, Lu Lufeng grasped the female master's waist, using the wind to swiftly retreat while spreading his wings to ascend into the sky. Muling's roar lingered below. "I want a kiss too." Before Jiang Xi could react, she was swept into the air once more by Lu Lufeng. As she wrapped her arms around his neck, the air in front of them suddenly rippled. In an instant, Lu Lufeng realized something, and clutching the female master, he swiftly maneuvered away. Sure enough, in the next moment, the enormous gray wolf lunged forth from the air's distortion. Jiang Xi's eyes brightened. Did Muling successfully teleport again? However, her excitement was short-lived, as the air around her and Lu Lufeng began to ripple once more. Lu Lufeng, holding the female master, dodged again. Yet, regardless of how they evaded, Muling could accurately locate their positions. Often, just as they had barely escaped, Muling would emerge from the surrounding air. Jiang Xi's gaze darted around, directing Lu Lufeng. Left. Lu Lufeng veered right. Right. Lu Lufeng swerved left. Lu Lufeng understood that the female master aimed to help Muling train and enhance his newfound abilities. Thus, he refrained from unleashing his domain, merely cradling the female master in the air while continuously dodging to tire Muling out. If they were of the same rank, Facing Mu Ling's unpredictable appearances without utilizing his domain might have proven challenging. However, each major tier represents a watershed. Even with the sudden addition of teleportation abilities, Mu Ling would not be able to touch him. Amidst the swirling snow, only the small area surrounding Lu Feng remained clear. The gigantic gray wolf continued to leap forth through the snowstorm, but could never grasp Lu Feng. Initially, Mu Ling only intended to pounce on the female master, but it had transformed into a contest of dominance. Ultimately, this rivalry led to the massive gray wolf panting heavily, its tongue lolling out, drool dripping down as it exhaled white mist into the air. Gradually, the gray wolf not only managed to leap from the air's ripples, but could also faintly tread upon them, pausing midair for several seconds. However, it wasn't long before Mu Ling exhausted his energy, unable to sustain himself any longer. After one final teleportation, he plummeted straight down. Mu Ling. Jiang Xi instinctively reached out to him. She quickly glanced at Lu Feng, her concern evident. Lu Feng, please cushion his fall. Lu Feng nodded, understanding without needing further instruction. He used the wind to slow Mu Ling's descent. Snow swirled around them. Lu Feng descended with the female master in his arms. Yet, the gray wolf's form vanished, replaced by the naked Mu Ling. The man had a head of neatly tousled gray hair, his body curled slightly as he lay in the snow, his sun-kissed skin, broad shoulders and narrow waist exuding strength, his muscular arms and thighs resembling a statue from ancient Greece. Covering his body were gray lines resembling a star map, with several points of connection faintly glowing. Jiang Xi, disregarding his lack of clothing, rushed over as soon as they landed. Mu Ling, are you all right? She had merely intended to guide his proficiency with his new abilities, but did not anticipate pushing him beyond his limits. Lu Feng felt a stirring in his heart as the wind swept across the thick snow, covering Mu Ling's lower body. The snow was too deep. As Jiang Xi took a step, she sank into it, losing her balance and falling onto Mu Ling. The warmth of his skin was overwhelming, prompting her to quickly move away, her face flushed. In Chapter 100, Embracing the Female Master and Lifting the Beast Husband, Lu Feng helped the female master up and turned Mu Ling, who lay on his side, over. Mu Ling's face bore the same glowing gray lines, extending from his nose to his forehead, spreading across his cheeks, and ultimately merging into his neck, flowing into his body. Jiang Xi stared at him in astonishment for a few seconds. It indeed had a technological, cybernetic feel. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng spoke. This is a bloodline talent. Images of Hua, Lun covered in golden scales, flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Bloodline talent, teleportation? She wondered, confused. But how was it activated? Recent events had involved her draining his abilities and discovering the altar within his sea of powers. Jiang Xi felt perplexed. She extended her hand, placing it on Mu Ling's forehead, closed her eyes, and sank into his sea of powers. Soon, she discovered that Mu Ling's sea of powers had transformed. The altar had vanished. Above the sea of powers, numerous gray lines, like those covering his body, appeared, with glowing points connecting them. She curiously moved toward one of the glowing points. However, it was blindingly bright, obscuring her view, and she had to withdraw. She circled the sea of powers. Aside from the gray lines and glowing points, there was nothing else. Unable to find any answers, she withdrew. Upon emerging, Mu Ling still had not awakened, but his breathing was steady, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. Leaving him in the frigid wilderness was not ideal. She glanced at Lu Feng. Without needing her to speak, Lu Feng nodded in understanding. He first removed his beast skin garment, tying it around Mu Ling's waist. Then, with his upper body bare, he cradled the female master in his arms, allowing her to wrap her arms around his neck as she sat on his arm. He then grasped one of Mu Ling's hands, lifting him into the air. With a lift and a carry, they soared toward the tribe. Mu Ling dangled in the air, swaying from side to side. Jiang Xi sat nestled in Lu Feng's embrace, tightly clutching his neck, fearful of falling. Yet, Lu Feng's solid, muscular torso pressed against her, causing her heart to race. For a moment, Jiang Xi felt a disorienting illusion, as if it were Lu Feng who was unclothed, rather than Mu Ling. Coupled with their previous gentle kiss, the closeness made her cheeks flush and her heart race, her body temperature rising. Noticing the female master's uneven breathing, Lu Feng's amber eyes lowered as he inquired, "Female master, is something wrong?" Jiang Xi did not raise her head, fearing that the color on her face would betray her. She clung to him, pressing her face against his shoulder, shaking her head. It's nothing. It certainly wasn't nothing. Jiang Xi pressed her face closer, and the once icy skin of Lu Lufeng seemed to warm under her touch, igniting a fervor within her. Observing the way the female leader nestled against him, Lu Lufeng's lips curled into a gentle smile, choosing not to unveil her shyness. At that moment, if anyone in the tribe were to gaze upwards, they would catch a fleeting glimpse of Mu Ling being tossed playfully in the air amidst the swirling snow, alongside another pair of figures sweetly entwined. Upon returning home, Jiang Xi appeared refreshingly clean, while Mu Ling was covered in a fair amount of snow. Lu Lufeng glanced at the sky and then at the female leader, softly proposing, "Shall we have lunch before setting off to Rihigu?" He noted that if they ventured to Rihigu now, they would be caught en route during lunchtime. Jiang Xi felt her cheeks flush under his warm amber gaze, seeking her approval, and she mumbled in agreement. "All right." Unable to resist, Lu Lufeng reached out to stroke the female leader's hair. "Why don't you rest for a bit while I prepare the meal? It will be ready shortly." Jiang Xi nodded in response. After Lu Lufeng turned to head to the new kitchen, she raised her hands and lightly patted her face, then followed him. "I'll help you." Though the outcome may result in her merely warming herself by the hearth, having two people was certainly more lively than one. Lu Lufeng inquired, "What would the female leader like to eat?" Jiang Xi surveyed the modest kitchen. "Whatever you have, I'm fine with it." After some contemplation, Lu Lufeng decided, "Then I shall prepare steak for the female leader." He had set aside the remaining steak exclusively for her, forbidding any other beastmen from touching it. Jiang Xi's eyes sparkled. "Great. I'll have a piece, and you'll have a piece. Let us make some fries too. Just potato strips. A proper Western meal. And if we could pour a glass of red wine." Upon thinking of red wine, Jiang Xi glanced at the corner where the wine was stored, feeling a bit troubled. The kitchen, warmed by the constant burning of charcoal, allowed the wine to ferment naturally. However, with everyone set to leave the day after tomorrow, the temperature would soon drop, hindering the fermentation process. Although it seemed appealing, it strayed too far from her desired wine. Jiang Xi's gaze roamed around the kitchen before settling on the floor. However, compared to the kitchen, her own room retained warmth more effectively. She proposed, "Lu Lufeng, let us bury this batch of wine in my room before we leave. Otherwise, once the kitchen cools down, the grapes won't tea ferment and will not become wine." While Lu Lufeng sliced potatoes with a wind blade, he nodded with a smile. "Of course, whatever the female leader suggests is fine." Jiang Xi chuckled. Seeing Lu Lufeng cutting potatoes, she sought a task for herself and managed to gather some beef skin bags, tying them up to bring to Rihigu for storing ingredients. Although the chief female would also prepare with her people, it was always wise to be over-prepared rather than under-prepared in case of unforeseen circumstances. Lu Lufeng fried a large plate of fries but only cooked one steak. He prepared himself a hearty bowl of potato flour, adding bits of leftover braised beef, and complemented it with fries for his meal. Jiang Xi glanced at her plate of succulent steak, then at his bowl with scant beef, pursing her lips. She felt displeased. Lifting her plate, she intended to share. Lu Lufeng quickly shifted his bowl aside, slightly bewildered. "Does the female leader not wish to eat steak today?" Jiang Xi huffed, placing her bowl down. "If we're not eating together, then I won't eat either." She was aware that their food supplies were dwindling, yet she couldn't indulge while they only consumed the scraps. Though she had discovered the vegetables, she had contributed little to their gathering, merely guiding. In terms of hunting, she was even less helpful. Thus, the notion of such an inequitable meal was unthinkable. Lu Lufeng's lips moved as he insisted, "Female leader, I can fill my stomach." Jiang Xi crossed her arms, feigning a fierce demeanor. "Either we both eat our fill, or we both enjoy a good meal. I refuse to dine alone. Mu Ling, is anyone concerned for my well-being?" Yueshi, hunting. Huoluan, hunting. Duan Si, eagerly awaiting R&T. "We setting off yet?" Chapter 101, One bite for you. One bite for me. The female leader's excessive indulgence towards him wasn't necessarily a good thing. If news spread about him competing for food with the female leader, he would surely be the subject of ridicule among the beastmen. "Then let the female leader eat first, and I shall fry another piece afterward." Lu Lufeng thought it would suffice to fry a small piece of meat from another cut. By the time he finished frying, the female leader would have already eaten, alleviating his concerns about her meal. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Xi had discerned his ploy. She promptly grabbed another plate and transferred half of the already cut beef from her plate to his. "Eat first. If that is not enough, we can fry more later. Or we can eat, letting the steak cook slowly in the pan." She nudged the meat towards Lu Lufeng, playfully blinking at him. Go ahead and eat. Lu Lufeng gazed at the fragrant beef on his plate, pursing his lips with a sigh. He could only pick up a piece and place it in his mouth, then raised his eyes to the female leader. I've eaten. The female leader should hurry and eat too. Jiang Xi grinned triumphantly and began her meal. In the end, Lu Lufeng fried another steak, slicing the tender parts onto the female leader's plate. He deliberately ate slowly, hoping to secretly add to her plate later. As Jiang Xi chewed on her meat, noticing his slow pace, she picked up a piece and offered it to his lips. Ah, open wide. Why aren't you eating? Lu Lufeng, realizing she was treating him like a little beast man, smiled helplessly. He opened his mouth and bit into the piece of meat she offered. I eat. And the female leader eats too. Jiang Xi beamed, thinking he would be at her mercy. Lu Lufeng took a piece of meat and offered it to her lips. Smiling gently, the female leader eats. It's give and take. Jiang Xi bit down on the piece he offered, enjoying it. Her cheeks puffed as she chewed. But just as she swallowed a bite, another piece was presented to her. I don't, she began, but before she could finish, the flavorful beef was stuffed into her mouth. Unable to spit it out, Jiang Xi could only puff her cheeks and chew. All right, no more for me. You eat. I'm full. Lu Lufeng chuckled and agreed. But once he saw the female leader finish, he swiftly stuffed another piece into her mouth. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Lufeng, stop giving me food. She raised her hands to cover her mouth, chewing furiously and denying him the chance to feed her. Yet, his eating pace did not quicken. It was only after the female leader finished that he cleaned up quickly, devouring the remaining food on the table. After finishing their meal, washing the dishes, and preparing the bee skin bags, they were ready to set off for Rihigu. However, Mu Ling had yet to awaken, causing Jiang Xi some concern. He was swift, and, no matter how far they hunted, it could never be farther than Rihigu. After some contemplation, Jiang Xi nodded. Lu Lufeng responded affirmatively. Once Lu Lufeng departed, Jiang Xi squatted at the threshold of the kitchen, resting her chin on her hands while admiring the snowy landscape outside. The tribe's houses were uniformly constructed of wooden boards and thatch, appearing ethereal amidst the dancing snowflakes, creating a picturesque scene. Of course, it would have been preferable to sit indoors, gazing through a glass window to enjoy the view. Unfortunately, what sounded lovely in thought did not always translate into successful execution. However, after enduring this winter, it may be worth considering renovating the house. If it is feasible, perhaps installing underfloor heating as well. Jiang Xi was lost in reverie about her future life when suddenly, she noticed a commotion outside the courtyard. Instantly alert, she straightened her posture and peered outside. Who is it? Come out. After a brief silence, a rustling sound emerged. A familiar silhouette peeked in from outside the yard. With a round head, a slightly unruly tuft of white fur on its chin, and triangular ears adorned with tufts of fur, it was the Beast Man. Jiang Xi stared at the large feline face for 2 seconds before recalling its name. The pale yellow beastly eyes brightened. He expected that the Beast Woman remembered his name. Jiang Xi inquired, what brings you here? Do you need something from me? I am Misuo. Squatting outside the courtyard, hesitating to enter. I heard that the Beast Woman is going to the Ice River, and I came to see if there is anything I could assist with. Jiang Xi was taken aback. She had not anticipated his visit was for this reason. He truly was an endearing little beast man. Considering that the little beast man was without parents and faced neglect, all alone, her heart softened a bit. Come inside. Have you eaten? She inquired, extending the highest courtesy. Suo swallowed hard but replied, I have eaten. He cautiously stepped into the courtyard with his long, sturdy limbs. As Jiang Xi observed the oversized feline approaching, she found it difficult to restrain her hands. As soon as the little beast man reached her side, she reached out and gently ruffled his fur. It was so fluffy and delightful to touch. Suo felt somewhat stiff. Beastmen's heads were not to be touched indiscriminately. Yet, he did not retreat, allowing the beast woman to finish her gentle caress before cautiously lifting his head to look at her. The appearance of the beast woman had transformed significantly, becoming more beautiful than any female he had encountered. He squatted beside her and whispered, I am about to shapeshift. After shapeshifting, I will no longer be a little beast man and will be able to seek a beast mate. Jiang Xi blinked in surprise, intrigued by the mention of shape-shifting. When will that happen? Suo replied, this winter or perhaps in the spring of next year. After a pause, he added, after shape-shifting, my abilities will manifest, and I will be able to go hunting. Jiang Xi keenly sensed the yearning for food in his words. She paused for a moment, scrutinizing the little lynx beastman. He indeed appeared thinner than the last time she had seen him. Recalling Chun Yun's attitude towards Suo and considering his status among the tribe, it was likely that the solitary Suo was not living a comfortable life within the tribe. Tilting her head in contemplation, she rose and declared, "I haven't had dinner yet. Why don't you join me? However, there isn't much meat left at home. How about some braised beef with potato noodles?" Suo looked stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" Seeing the beastwoman head toward the kitchen, he hurriedly followed, saying, "I am not hungry. You can eat on your own." The water in the pot was still hot, but Jiang Xi ignored his insistence and directly served him a bowl of potato noodles. "It's fine. Just eat a little with me. Dining alone can be quite dull." Jiang Xi prepared 2 bowls, one generous and the other modest. The larger portion was for the little beastman, while the smaller one was merely for show. However, as she poured the potato noodles into the bowl, Jiang Xi pondered a question. Could he even use chopsticks? Jiang Xi gazed at the little beastman, falling into silence for 2 seconds. Then, she poured some of the broth in the large bowl to make the noodles and beef more accessible for him to eat directly. "Would you prefer to eat at the table or on the floor?" Jiang Xi asked. "At the table?" Suo appeared somewhat perplexed, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of a table. Jiang Xi smiled and pointed it out to him. "This is a table, and these are chairs. Usually we sit on chairs and use the table to eat." With that, Jiang Xi placed the bowl on the table, took a seat, and gestured for him to follow suit. Just like this. A thoughtful expression crossed Suo's feline face as he jumped onto a chair, using his hind paws to stabilize himself while leaning over the table to grab the food from the bowl. Evidently, he had forgotten his earlier claim of not being hungry. The aroma of the food wafted through the air, a scent he had never encountered before. He swallowed hard, cautiously tasting a bite. Then, he began to devour the food ravenously. The sounds of satisfaction echoed from his throat, reminiscent of a cat savoring its first delicious meal. Jiang Xi was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her laughter. He truly resembled a little kitten, and it was quite adorable. However, the lynx before her was far from small, being several times larger than an adult cat. When he stretched out his limbs, the contours of his powerful physique became apparent, hinting at the latent danger within. Jiang Xi rested her chin on her hand, watching the lynx feast, a smile gracing her face. Fluffiness was indeed soothing, no matter where it appeared. Both of them paused for a moment. Noticing their gazes on the little lynx beastman, she felt a twinge of guilt and quickly explained. "He knows we were heading to the ice river and wanted to see if there was anything he could assist with." "Ah." So he sat down to share a bowl of potato noodles. Lu Lufeng scrutinized the little lynx beastman before shifting his gaze back to the beastwoman, his amber eyes softening once more. Jiang Xi nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to stand, she suddenly realized that her own bowl of potato noodles had barely been touched, and she froze. Food should not be wasted. Yet, she felt unable to eat anymore. Thus, she beckoned to Lu Lufeng. Once he approached, she quietly asked, "Can you still eat?" I haven't touched my potato noodles at all. There was only a thin layer left at the bottom of the bowl, but she truly could not eat anymore. Just as Lu Lufeng was about to agree, Suo's voice chimed in from the side. "I can help the beastwoman eat." His voice was clear and bright. Ayueshi squinted, reaching out to take the little bowl of potato noodles before the little lynx beastman could get closer to the beastwoman's bowl. "So, how did your family raise you? Do you not know that you cannot casually eat the food of a female?" It was one thing to come over to mooch a meal, but even thinking of eating from the beastwoman's bowl was unacceptable. "Yes, I am sorry. I can," he attempted to say he could exchange food for it. However, recalling that fishing was no longer allowed in the ice river, he realized he had lost his only means of obtaining food. Ayueshi huffed. "Ayueshi." Jiang Xi hurriedly intervened. "What do you mean by mooching? I invited him in to eat." She had not anticipated that a mere bowl of potato noodles would cause such a ruckus. Had she known, she would not have invited Suo in. Lu Lufeng shook his head at Ayueshi. The beastwoman had the right to decide who received her food. Yet, he understood that Ayueshi's words would only serve to irritate the beastwoman and make her feel pity for the little beastman. Ayueshi pursed his lips, huffing in dissatisfaction, but remaining silent as he turned to prepare his own lunch. At that moment, Suo's soft voice drifted over. "Beastwoman, please do not blame the beastman at home because of me. It will only cause me to feel uneasy. It is all my fault, and if your beastmen scold me, it is only right." Lu Lufeng pressed his lips together, his scrutiny of Suo intensifying. He felt that Suo's words resembled those of certain envious beastmen within the tribe. who were incapable yet perpetually stirred up trouble, creating chaos within their homes. Ayueshi's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of fox spirit is this? Even more shameless than I am. Perhaps it was because he typically quarreled with the beastmen of the beastwoman. But today, he found himself facing the tribe's beastmen beyond that. Cunning beastmen, Jiang Xi, however, was oblivious to any underlying tension. However, it is fortunate that Yuexi did not speak at this moment, allowing the flames to burn even more fiercely. Otherwise, she might have perceived Suo as a sensible little beastman, while simultaneously viewing Yuexi as unreasonable. Jiang Xi chuckled lightly and said, "Your brother Yuexi is simply straightforward, without any ill intentions, so do not take it to heart." She bent down to stroke the dejected little beastman's head. "All right, you eat your noodles well. We are heading to Rihe Valley and cannot stay to accompany you." Lu Lufeng wished to halt the female master from petting the little beastman, but it was too late. If it were a younger little beastman, the female master's gentle touch on the head would have been acceptable. However, Suo was on the verge of transformation, evidently approaching the age of choosing a mate. At such a time, only a female willing to marry him would express an inclination for closeness. If he also wished to marry, he would display a submissive posture, allowing the female to caress him. Suo lifted his furry head, his large cat-like eyes wide open, and obediently said, "Mistress, please go. There is no need to worry about me." Jiang Xi smiled, finding him adorable, and ruffled his head once more. After that, she turned to Lu Lufeng, saying, "Let us depart." Lu Yofeng's gaze flickered slightly before he replied, "Mistress, are we not to spend the night in Rihe Valley? Should we not prepare some furs for sleeping?" Jiang Xi exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I forget that?" As she walked outside, she turned to Lu Lufeng. Lu Lufeng nodded with a smile. The gentleness in Lu Yofeng's amber eyes dissipated, replaced by a hint of the sharpness characteristic of an eagle. His voice was calm as he stated, "So, the mistress is not well versed in the matters of beastman marriage. Her petting is merely a sign of affection, not an intention to wed you. I hope you can understand. Mu Ling, is there anyone concerned for my well-being? Huo Luan, hunting. Duan Si, are we not setting off yet? Yuexi, anger." Chapter 103. Lying on the eagle's back, Suo blinked, then quickly added, "I am aware. I do not harbor foolish fantasies, nor do I believe that the mistress would marry me." Lu Lufeng nodded lightly. "It is good that you understand. In truth, if we were to stay overnight in Rihe Valley, there would be no need to prepare furs. Duan Si would have everything ready for the mistress. His words would suffice. However, since he used that excuse, he also gathered a piece for the journey." Finally, her gaze fell upon a jar of snake oil in the corner. But as soon as this thought crossed Jiang Xi's mind, it was swiftly dismissed. While snake oil is effective for skincare and preventing cracks, the warmth of Rihe Valley alleviates any concerns of frostbite on hands and feet. Moreover, Duan Si is of the snake clan. It is simply inappropriate. Jiang Xi quickly finished her preparations, and Lu Lufeng came in to assist her in tying everything up. "Let us set off." Standing in the courtyard, Jiang Xi waved towards the direction of the new fire room. "We are leaving." The little beast man scampered to the threshold, obediently waving goodbye. May the mistress travel safely. Jiang Xi thought to herself, how adorable these furry little beast men are. Unfortunately, Lu Lufeng is an eagle, not of such fluffiness. She felt that having a little furry cub at home would bring much joy. Lu Lufeng, observing the mistress's reluctance to leave, found himself somewhat uncertain of her feelings. However, he refrained from voicing any inquiries. Inside the fire room, Yuexi's mocking voice echoed, "One might think you're the mistress yourself." The bowl he held was the very one the mistress had used moments ago. He did not change it, but directly scooped some potato flour and mixed in a bit of braised beef, starting to eat. He grumbled, "Finish quickly and leave." He certainly would not indulge these little beast men, especially those with ulterior motives. So squatted by the door, only turning around after the mistress's figure had vanished. Yet, his light yellow, beastly eyes had already returned to their usual indifference, no longer expressing the joy he had moments before. Then he jumped down from the chair, standing on all fours, and looked up at Yuexi, saying, "I will exchange food for it." After saying that, he turned and leapt away. Yuexi was momentarily taken aback. Shifting his gaze to the bowl on the table, now stained with juices, he found a new reason for reprimand. "How dare you leave without washing the dishes? What an ill-mannered little beast man." In the high skies outside the tribe, Lu Lufeng transformed into an eagle, carrying the mistress and the furs, along with the fur bag. Jiang Xi settled onto the eagle's back, feeling relaxed, her mind drifting back to the earlier quarrel at home. After a moment of hesitation, she could not help but ask Lu Feng, "Do you think I should not have let Suan eat?" There was not much food left at home, and the importance of food hardly needed reiteration. Yet, she reflected on their impending departure, and the food that was inconvenient to carry had to be consumed. Moreover, the food for this journey to the ice river was provided by the tribe. Thus, when encountering little beastmen who could not eat due to pollution and had lost their families, she felt a pang of compassion. To her, providing a meal for the little beastman seemed trivial. However, they were now part of a collective, and some matters could no longer be decided solely by her. Hence, recalling the atmosphere at home, she felt a tinge of regret. Lu Feng spoke gently. "Whatever the mistress does is right. It is Jiang Xi who lacks understanding, arguing with a little beastman without parents. Furthermore, there is still plenty of potatoes and flour at home. It is just the meat that is scarce. How much could a little beastman like Sual possibly eat? Moreover, as the blessed female, the mistress regularly aids those incapable old beastmen and little beastmen, even in the sacred city, to demonstrate the sanctity and compassion of the matriarch as a walker of the mother tree." Hearing Lu Yofeng's reassurances, Jiang Xi felt a bit relieved. Her memories of the sacred city had grown faint, and she was naturally unaware of the specifics Lu Feng spoke of. For reasons unknown, Jiang Xi suddenly desired to learn more about the sacred city. "Lu Feng, do you like the sacred city?" she inquired. Lu Feng was uncertain why the mistress asked this, but he answered earnestly, "The sacred city is a cold and strictly hierarchical place. Compared to the sacred city, I might prefer the Eagle Strait, the Lion Roar tribe. There are no inviolable temples, no 9 great beast clans controlling everything in the city, and no cruel underground city where the great beast clans and females frolic." Jiang Xi shifted from sitting to lying on the eagle's back. She gazed at the howling wind and snow swirling outside the vacuum created by the wind, listening to Lu Yofeng's depiction of the sacred city. The image of the sacred city gradually materialized in her mind. If the land of curses represents chaos, then the sacred city embodies the pinnacle of order. In the land of curses, as long as one is strong enough, there's a place for them. In the sacred city, even if one is strong, without the backing of status or great beast clans, it is challenging to rise to prominence. She sighed deeply to herself. Indeed, the ultimate consequence of socialization is oppression. The sacred city has never been the utopia that beast women yearn for. Seeing the mistress's silence, Lu Feng posed her the same question. "Mistress, do you like the sacred city?" Jiang Xi smiled faintly, resting her head on his feathers, shaking it gently. "I do not like it. Although I have never been to the Eagle Strait, I believe, like you, I prefer the Eagle Strait and the Lion Roar tribe over the sacred city." Lu Feng was just about to invite the mistress to live together in the Eagle Strait in the future when he heard her softly add, "Actually, I favor a society of peace, love, and free from conflict." Saying this, Jiang Xi almost laughed at herself. "However, I also know that where there are people, there will be strife, and that is unavoidable. The place I live in is quite turbulent. Outside the safe zone, there are many things akin to cursed beasts, both humans and beastmen." She slightly modified her choice of words. Once orcs and females are captured or bitten, they transform into terrifying cursed beasts. Though they can be slain, their overwhelming numbers, coupled with a continuous influx of new life, render complete extermination impossible. Thus, I find myself rather fond of this world, free from daily trepidation. Yet, ever since the emergence of the black fish, an inexplicable sense of unease has crept into Jiang Xi's heart. This disquiet bears a striking resemblance to that of an apocalyptic scenario. Chapter 104. Could it be a new female? Lu Feng detected the unease lurking within the tone of the female leader. He surmised that perhaps her anxiety stemmed from the impending journey to the ice river in search of the black fish. He reassured her, stating, "Do not worry. No matter what occurs, we shall protect you, and you shall not come to harm." Jiang Xi turned and buried her face in his feathers, mumbling softly in response. It is essential to be resilient. If she were to become a burden, their desire to protect her might prove futile. They journeyed smoothly and arrived at Rihi Valley. In the valley, the chief female had already instructed the Serpent orcs of the Lion Roar tribe to commence gathering. However, the number of females present in the valley was scarce. Only a few young ones could be seen conversing with the Serpent orcs or their beast husbands along the riverbanks or in the nearby woods. Upon spotting the chief female, Jiang Xi noticed that the chief female had also seen her. As soon as they landed, the chief female approached her. Upon seeing Jiang Xi's face, she paused briefly, then hurriedly greeted her. Female envoy. Jiang Xi smiled back at her. The chief female had indeed arrived quite early. After surveying the surroundings, she voiced her curiosity. Was it not said that all females of the tribe were to reside in Rihi Valley for a time? The chief female chuckled awkwardly, explaining that the others would likely arrive the following day. The lazy females of the tribe, upon hearing that she would be gathering food for the expedition to the Ice River, feared becoming mere gatherers, thus delaying their arrival until after the morrow. Disclosing this would only trouble the female envoy and reflect poorly on the unity of the Lion Roar tribe, so the chief female refrained from elaborating. Seeing her reluctance to speak, Jiang Xi chose not to pry further, understanding that matters of governance are often intricate and tedious. Managing such a vast tribe, with its myriad opinions, is no simple task. At that moment, a chilling voice drifted from the riverside woods. You have arrived. It was the same ancient vampire, resembling a being that had not left its castle for centuries. Jiang Xi smiled at him briefly and succinctly replied. She instinctively raised her hand to touch her face, just as distant voices of orcs conversing reached her ears. Who is she? Why is she with Lu Feng? Has he successfully dissolved his marriage contract and found a new female? Wow, Lu Feng is truly impressive, having found such a beautiful female. Is she also from the Lion Roar tribe? I haven't seen her before. Could she be a newly exiled female? Jiang Xi interrupted. Could you speak a bit louder? Lu Feng emerged from his concealment, draped in animal skins, and spoke loudly to ensure the gossiping orcs could hear. The female envoy remains the female envoy. Duanxi's gaze fell upon Jiang Xi's unfamiliar yet stunning visage, filled with suspicion. He sensed the presence of the marriage contract and recognized her familiar scent. Yet this transformed female was indeed Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi nodded, offering no further explanation. We shall spend the night in Rihi Valley, preparing food with everyone. I will need your assistance in gathering food shortly. After all, one can never have too much. Duanxi pursed his lips, crossing his arms, as his black-scaled serpent tail swirled around Jiang Xi, circling her twice. Ultimately, he had to concede that this was indeed the new Jiang Xi. Understood, Jiang Xi remarked, a mix of amusement and exasperation in her tone. She turned to speak with Lu Feng, but was suddenly struck by the sight of him. Bare-chested and wrapped only in animal skins around his waist, his exquisite muscles fully exposed. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and hurried forward to cover him. However, just as she stepped out, she noticed Eve approaching, bare-chested with two small green snakes atop his head, swimming towards them. Jiang Xi halted in her tracks. The serpent orcs of Rihi Valley were all bare-chested with serpent tails. Lu Yofeng's lack of clothing seemed to fit right in with the customs of the valley. Cleared her throat. Jiang Xi feigned a cough to mask her actions and quickly shifted the topic. Lu Feng chuckled helplessly. Why does the female envoy treat me like a little orc? Do not worry, I will go hunting. There were signs of piglets at the last hunting site. Perhaps there are wild boars as well. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up, and she eagerly responded. Duanxi remained silent for a moment, raising pigs, but observing the glimmer in the female envoy's eyes, he ultimately nodded. Understood. If caught, I will raise them. Lu Feng glanced at him with intrigue. The young man, standing nearby, exuded an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Yet he was willing to help the female envoy raise pigs? Odd as it was, Lu Feng did not voice his thoughts, merely nodding in agreement, determined to fulfill the female envoy's wishes, knowing she must have her reasons. At that moment, Eve arrived with the two small green snakes. Having overheard the serpent orcs exclaiming about Jiang Xi's remarkable transformation, he too was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing it firsthand. However, recalling how her previous face had been marred with dark blemishes, it was not surprising that her current appearance was strikingly different. The two small green snakes, unconcerned with adult complexities, simply sensed their beloved scent and excitedly perched on their father's head, twisting their necks. Female envoy, fragrant female envoy, Duanxi exclaimed. Raising pigs? I shall raise them instead of cursed beasts.